Chapter 1 Is this Lulin? Chapter 1 Is this Lulin? Where exactly is this place? Why are we in a place like this? Standing in front of the tall building full of modern style, Naruto widened his eyes in shock, looking stunned. Beside him are Sakura, Sai, and Yamato, the new captain of Team 7. The four of them stood there blankly, seeming somewhat out of place with the pedestrians in front of them. Everyone who passed by them looked at them with curiosity. It's like looking at some rare animal. Is this a space transfer ninjutsu? It actually teleported us all away at once. And the architectural style here is completely different from the 5 great nations. Captain Yamato, do you know what this place is? Sakura asked quietly as she took in everything in front of her. It doesn't feel like a product of this era at all. It's a bit too prosperous. If there is such a prosperous city in the ninja world, it should be very famous, but I have never seen it or heard of it. It's really strange. Yamato shook his head sternly. His right hand unconsciously rested on his chin, looking thoughtful. Sai's eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. Hi. How are you guys? Are you cosplaying? Look at this forehead protector, it should be from Konoha during the Ninja Village era, right? The workmanship is very delicate. Just as several people were discussing and thinking in low voices. A girl with short brown hair, a short skirt, and over-the-knee stockings on her slender legs came over with a smile, tilted her head, and greeted them very cutely. Cosplay? The Ninja Village era? What does this mean? Naruto looked at the girl in confusion. I'm sorry, we don't quite understand what you mean. We are indeed Konoha's ninjas, following the orders of the Hokage, and we are chasing after a wanted criminal nicknamed Centipede, whose real name is in Lushan and who looks very wretched. Sakura said while remaining polite. Hey? The fate of the Hokage? Chasing wanted criminals? You guys are quite fascinated by it. Alright. Then I am now the guard of the Shinryu Empire. How can I help you? The brown-haired girl looked at the 4 people, was stunned at first, then said with a smile. The Shinryu Empire? You call this place the Shinryu Empire? It looks much more prosperous than our Konoha, it's really amazing. Naruto grinned happily and gave the girl a thumbs up. Of course. The Shinryu Empire was established by the perfect and omnipotent Majesty Shinryu who cleared out the ninja villages and unified the world. However, when it comes to prosperity, this place is far from being prosperous. Lulin is just an ancient town and can be considered a tourist attraction. It's not a big city. The brown-haired girl said again. The information that came out of his mouth made Naruto and the others even more confused. Clear out the ninja villages and unify the world to build an empire? Is this Lulin? Isn't Lulin an ancient country? How come in this girl's mouth, it has become an ancient town? A tourist attraction? I'm sorry, we don't quite understand what you mean. Clear out the ninja villages and unify the world to build an empire? Could you elaborate on what that means? Captain Yamato took a breath and forced himself to calm down. Ahoy! You want to test my knowledge of history? Then you have found the right person. I am an elite student of Oasis Academy. For me, all this historical knowledge is nothing. Listen up guys. The Shinryu Empire was founded 22 years ago by His Majesty Shinryu, the legendary thousand-handed celestial being. 22 years ago, it was an era of ignorance, poverty, backwardness, war, and killing. This era was named the Ninja Village era. The ninjas in the Ninja Village master ninjutsu and have powers far beyond ordinary people. But they only know how to kill and destroy. The whole world suffered from the trauma of war for many years, and the people at that time suffered terribly, their families were broken up, and they were displaced. His Majesty the Great Shinryu could not accept this cruel, ignorant, and backward era, and could not bear to see ordinary villagers endure hunger and young children go to the battlefield and be ruthlessly killed. So he used his supreme power, based on the original fire continent Konoha, to launch the unification war against the 4 major ninja villages, and defeated all the rebels with overwhelming force, and finally achieved great unification. The more Naruto and the other 3 listened, their mouths opened wider and wider. What is this girl talking about? What 22 years ago? What about Senju Amanto sweeping away all the ninja villages and unifying them? Are you sure you are not crazy? The 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages are obviously doing well now. They had just recently captured the wanted criminal centipede on the orders of the Hokage, so how come this girl said that the ninja village had been destroyed long ago? The brown-haired girl didn't care about the expressions of the 4 people. She just kept talking to herself. The more she talked, the more excited she became. Finally, she suddenly pointed to the distance. There, a statue at least 30 to 40 meters high stood. The statue depicts a man with messy hair and a naked upper body. His exposed body looks very strong, and even the carved eyeballs reveal a fierce posture. His eyes looked into the distance, as if everything in the world was beneath him. Ah! Your Majesty, the great God! Please bless me so that after I graduate from Oasis Academy, I can successfully go to the Imperial capital and join the Imperial Guard. Then you can serve the Empire better. The girl stopped talking, closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and prayed devoutly to the statue. A look of great reverence and fascination. Looking around carefully, some people were actually praying to the statue from a distance. Naruto and the other 3 looked at each other, and then at Yamato's signal, they quickly left. After arriving at a deserted alley, Naruto covered his head and said in pain, "Captain Yamato, Sakura. What on earth did that girl mean by what she just said? Why can't I understand a word she said? I don't understand either. I always feel like there's something weird here." Sakura said. "Let's split up and gather intelligence first. We'll gather here again in an hour." Yamato thought about it and finally said. The 4 of them quickly separated and reunited an hour later. After communicating with each other, compared to an hour ago, their expressions seemed more solemn. Now it can be confirmed that everyone here believes that the Shinryu Senju Tianren has wiped out the ninja villages and unified the world. Yamato wrote. Why is this happening? Are all the people here under a genjutsu? How could they believe such an outrageous thing? Konoha and the other 5 great ninja villages have always existed. Naruto asked in confusion. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but this place is definitely very weird. What's even more bizarre is that the people here actually say this is the ancient town of Lulin. This is impossible. The ancient city of Lulin has long since turned into a ruin. It is full of deserts and ruins of long destroyed walls. It is completely different from here. Even if we leave the city aside, this is still a place with dense greenery, more lush than Konoha. It has nothing to do with the desert. How could it be Lulin? Sakura said calmly. So, could it be that we are trapped in an illusion? Sai said shockingly. Ah! This is really possible. Illusion solution. Naruto's eyes lit up and he put his hands together to make a seal, but there was no change around him. Solve. 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 Why can't I solve it? Naruto yelled anxiously. Bang. Idiot. Because we weren't under a genjutsu at all. What greeted Naruto was Sakura's iron fist. It hurts. This is definitely not an illusion. Sakura's fists in an illusion will never be this powerful. Naruto shouted as he covered his head with the slowly rising bag. Bang! Idiot! So, it's not us who are under the illusion, but everyone here is under the illusion. We have to rescue them. Naruto covered his head and suddenly said firmly. Although these people are very strange, they don't look like they have been bewitched. I think we can go to the dragon vein and check the situation. If there is indeed a dragon vein here, then it can be confirmed that this might really be Lulin. Then the information I got before. Yamato couldn't help but pause at the end of his speech, but everyone understood the meaning of his words. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Remember, don't hurt these guards. Chapter 2 Remember, don't hurt these guards. According to the intelligence, the dragon vein should be ahead, but why is it like this? Sakura murmured, looking at the huge steel fortress in front of her with a numb expression. Outside the steel fortress, there are guards wearing green windbreakers and groups of steel puppets patrolling constantly. It looked as if no unauthorized persons were allowed to enter. It's so heavily guarded that it's probably impossible for ordinary people to get in. But we have to test our hypothesis. Yamato looked solemn. But it's clear that these people won't let us in. What should we do? Should we force our way in? Naruto held his head with his hands as if he had a headache. No need to force your way in. My fake super beast paintings can lead them out, and then we can go in. Sai said calmly, his expression full of confidence. Is it really okay to do this? Isn't it too much? Sakura looked worried. In order to get to the bottom of the matter, this is a last resort. I'll trouble you from now on, Sai. Remember, don't hurt those guards. Our goal is just to find out the truth. Yamato said seriously. I know. Sai nodded. The four of them came to a secret place. Take action immediately. A huge scroll was thrown out and Sai started to paint on it quickly. Soon, huge crows, mice, cats, wolfhounds, tigers, leopards and other animals made of ink appeared. They first turned into other alleys, and then suddenly rushed out towards the steel fortress. Naruto and his companions quietly observed in a secret place, waiting for the opportunity. Outside the iron fortress, a group of guards looked at the attacking black beasts without showing any panic on their faces. Instead, they sneered. Is this a fake super beast painting? Is it the remnants of the rebellious ninja village? Do they really think that doing this will cause damage to the empire? They are simply courting death. Remember not to use ninjutsu to cause unnecessary damage, and finish the fight quickly. A guard nearby reminded. Do you need to use ninjutsu to deal with this thing? Infuriating. Finger gun. The guard who had just spoken raised his right hand, bent his thumb towards the black beasts that were rushing towards him, and flicked it hard. Pang! The air rubbed violently, making a loud noise. A ball of pale white gas suddenly shot out from the guard's thumb and landed heavily on an ink beast at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The entire ink beast exploded like this. Then, boom! Boom! A series of air shells were fired, and the approaching ink beasts exploded one after another. Countless black ink splashes. These black beasts can't even get close to us, let alone cause interference. Naruto and the other three who were hiding in the dark were stunned by the scene in front of them. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so powerful! Naruto said in astonishment. I don't feel the flow of chakra. This may not be a ninjutsu. Sai murmured in a low voice, with a hint of unrest in his voice. How could my most proud secret technique be cracked so easily? These guards are unexpectedly strong. It's not a ninjutsu? What is it? Naruto asked stupidly. I don't know. Sai said. Found it. The pathetic little mice that were hiding. While Naruto and Sai were talking. Next to the guard who had just taken action, a long-haired man suddenly roared. Then kicked his legs on the spot, and rushed towards the alley where the four people were like a flash of lightning. Oh no, we've been discovered. These guys have sharp perceptions. You guys run, I'll use my clone to hold them back. Yamato growled. A wooden clone quickly detached from the body and jumped out of the alley. Make hand seals in the face of the attacking guards. Wood release, silent killing binding technique. A thick wooden stick extended from the ground and flew towards the sudden guard. The guard was surprised when he saw this. Is this wood release? This is a ninjutsu that only the Senju clan can use. Could there be a Senju among these remnants? Damn it! It would be fine if others rebelled, but why did a Senju also become a remnant? You could have been close to His Majesty the God of War and felt the supreme glory. You bastard, you don't know how to cherish it. Damn it! I will not forgive you, you bastard! True Chi! Steel fist! The guard roared angrily and raised his right fist to swing hard at the wooden bar. At the moment of impact, a loud bang was heard. The entire piece of wood exploded as if it had been hit by a cannonball. What? Is this Tsunade-sama's super strength? The wooden clone was shocked. Insane! Storm kick! The guard who had just destroyed the wooden strip roared angrily and swung his right leg violently, hitting the air. The next moment, a visible air blade flew out and cut the wood release clone in half. It flew dozens of meters away with its remaining power before disappearing. Even the ground was cut by this air blade, leaving long gaps. So strong. Naruto, who was about to run away, just looked back and saw the guards dealing with Yamatoki's clone. He felt bad when he saw the air blade he kicked out. Why are the guards of this Shinryu Empire that fooled everyone so strong? With this kind of strength, even in Konoha, he would definitely be considered a strong man. Rebels! Don't even think about running away. Stay here. Several other guards were approaching by then. One of them even came to Sakura's side and punched her hard. Who's afraid of who? Bastard! Super strength fist! In response, Sakura did not back down at all and also punched out. The two fists collided together. The ground shook, and the guard's body was shaken and he took several steps back, but Sakura screamed in pain, covered her arm, and flew backwards and hit the wall behind her. Boom! The air was filled with smoke and dust, and a house was blown to pieces. Sakura's life or death is unknown. Sakura! Naruto exclaimed, feeling extremely anxious. Rebel! Die! Another guard had approached Naruto and started firing his finger guns from a distance. Naruto dodged quickly and used the multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, a group of Naruto appeared, rushing towards the guards in front of them and those who knocked Sakura away. And facing Naruto, who was like a tide. The two guards just sneered. Infuriating. Paper stew. A ball of bright white light appeared above the guard's body. A group of Naruto punched and kicked, but the two guards' bodies danced with the wind, dodging the heavy attacks at incredible and inhuman angles. While dodging, the two guards were even able to counterattack calmly, and with one punch, they could blow up a dozen Narutos. These shadow clones could not block the two guards at all. In the blink of an eye, a guard rushed over and punched Naruto's body. True Chi! Freeze! Boom! Naruto blocked with his hands in front of him and was smashed into a house. He struggled to get up. Besides the severe pain in his arms, he found that his limbs were out of control and he couldn't move at all. So he could only lie on the ground and watch the guards slowly approach. So strong, why are these guards so strong? One by one or two of them, they feel much stronger than Kakashi-sensei. Naruto whispered, his eyes full of disbelief. He had clearly been practicing with the lecherous immortal for 3 years. During these 3 years, the lecherous sage had affirmed his abilities, saying that he was capable of becoming an elite in Konoha. But the result was he defeated so easily. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. We have a chapter to talk about. Chapter 3. We have something to say. The guard grabbed Naruto's collar and dragged him out like a dead dog. Naruto turned his eyes at this time, and was surprised to see that his 3 teammates, Yamato, Sakura, and Sai, were the same as him at this moment. Defeated. All defeated in an instant. These guards are indeed incredibly strong. What kind of terrifying country is the Shinryu Empire? Captain Yamato, Sakura, Sai. Are you all right? Naruto shouted worriedly. Well, look at us, how can we be okay? Ah, my arm hurts. Sakura complained weakly. I couldn't move my whole body. These people are very strong and use abilities that have never been seen before. Sai also said, although he still looked indifferent, Naruto could feel the shock in his heart. Ahem, they are indeed a little too strong. Every one of them in Konoha feels like they can become one of the best among the elite jonin. Yamato also said. Pang! 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 Accompanied by 4 muffled thuds, Naruto and the other 3 were thrown together like dead dogs. A group of people gradually gathered around. They kept their distance and pointed at the 4 people. The guards who had just taken action and the guards who arrived later surrounded them. One of the guards said, "Tell me, are you prepared to confess the truth? Or are you prepared to put up a fight? I really don't understand you guys. You are so weak, yet you dare to attack the dragon vein area. If you want to die, why don't you just stab yourself with a kunai? Why do you have to go through so much trouble? These guys should be abandoned, poor bastards. Isn't that man from the Senju clan? Maybe they want to use him to disgust us. I have the same surname and abilities as His Majesty Shinryu, but I became a remnant of the ninja village. Damn it! They are giving up the honor of being able to meet His Majesty Shinryu. These guys are simply hopeless." A group of people looked at Naruto and the other 3, talking at the same time. What was said made Naruto and the other 3 feel overwhelmed. These guys actually said we were weak? Isn't that too much? We are the elite ninjas of Konoha, not weak at all. It's just that you are too strong. The 4 of them complained inwardly. Yamato's eyes flickered as he said. Everyone, I think there may be some misunderstandings here. We are not the remnants of the ninja village that you are talking about. You are not the remnant of the ninja village, you are wearing a forehead protector? And you attacked the Dragon Vein Fortress? Are you trying to say you are cosplaying? One of the guards sneered. We are not really cosplayers. But our identity is definitely different from what you know. Our action this time is just to take a look at the Dragon Vein. Yamato wanted to say something else. Naruto beside him yelled. Hey! 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 Are you Kankuro? Why are you here? Yamato, Sai, and Sakura immediately followed Naruto's gaze. Only inside the steel fortress. A man who looked very similar to Kankuro, with 8 mechanical spider legs on his lower body and 4 mechanical arms on his upper body, walked slowly towards them, relying on the mechanical spider legs. Kankor? Is this guy really Kankor? Sakura was a little surprised and confused. The guards who were originally surrounding them said respectfully after seeing Kankuro. Master Kankuro, why are you here? The remnants this time are just a few weak guys. It's not worth your effort at all. Kankor? Really Kankor? Sakura was a little surprised. The Kankuro in front of him was very different from what he remembered. The grease marks on his face were gone, his eyes were sharp, and his body seemed to be much stronger. Although it has been 3 years since the last time we met, isn't the change too big? And he actually looks a bit handsome? What's going on? Hi! Kankuro! It's me! Uzumaki Naruto! You shouldn't have forgotten me, right? Is Gaara okay? I heard he became the Kazekage. Naruto also shouted in surprise. If his body had not been unable to move, he would have jumped up. You know me? And Gaara? Uzumaki Naruto. Kankuro, who was approaching, was a little surprised and looked carefully at the screaming Naruto. Hey, hey, hey! You didn't forget about me, did you? It was the Chunin exam 3 years ago. Naruto reminded. Shut up! Damn ninja village remnant! How could Lord Kankuro possibly know someone like you? Don't even try to get close to him. One of the guards reprimanded Naruto with some disgust when he saw that he was still trying to make friends. But I really know him. Naruto said with a dissatisfied look on his face. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, this look, this hair color, how come you look so much like the twins in the imperial capital? After a long while, Kankuro, who was staring at Naruto, was suddenly startled. Imperial capital twins, what is that? I am Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. I am here under the order of the Hokage to capture that bastard centipede. Do you know where that bastard centipede is? It's all because of that bastard that we don't know why we are here. Where is this place? Why is it so weird? Naruto was a little confused but called out anyway. Baiziu? Why does this name sound so familiar? Kankuro muttered. Sir, a few days ago this fellow called Beiju also came here to cause trouble, and was finally caught and put in jail. A guard warned. So that's it. Although I don't know why you look so similar to the twin stars in the imperial capital, if you dare to rebel, I will never let you go. Lock them up too. Kankuro said, turning around and leaving. He didn't seem to care at all about Naruto and the other three in front of him. Perhaps in his eyes, these four people are just petty thieves. When Sakura, Sai, and Yamato heard this, they were all shocked. Lock up? If they were locked up, wouldn't they be doomed? The guards in front of them were so strong that they had no chance of escaping. Unless Naruto uses that power, but, is that possible? That would make me go berserk and launch indiscriminate attacks. By then the whole city will be destroyed. Naruto definitely can't do that. Yamato thought of this and said quickly. Kankuro. Sir, although it may be unbelievable, can you listen to our story? Oh? This time the rebel is surprisingly easy to talk to. Then tell me about it. The mechanical spider legs under Kankuro twisted flexibly, allowing him to turn around and look at Naruto and the other three again. Yamato was also honest and confessed everything. After hearing this, Kankuro and the guard next to him both showed a slight change in expression. Are these guys kidding us? I think this is just a rebellious fantasy. You don't need to make up such an excuse if you want to beg for mercy. Do you think we will let you go just like that? How ridiculous! Konoha disappeared 22 years ago. Although Lady Tsunade is currently serving in the imperial capital, she has definitely never served as the so-called Hokage. The guards refuted the four people's statements one after another. We are not lying. This is all because of the dragon vein, all because of that bastard Beiju. That's why we are here, and that's why we want to see the dragon vein. We are wondering if we can go back. Naruto yelled. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, The Divine Emperor. Chapter 4, The Divine Emperor. Kankuro was silent for a long time before frowning and saying. If what you say is true, then you may be from another dimension. I heard from Scorpion before that people in the imperial capital started researching this aspect a long time ago. There just hasn't been much progress. Another dimension? What is that? Legend has it that every world has countless planes, and there are countless selves there, but each self may be different. I didn't expect this to be true. Although I don't quite understand it yet, do you believe what we are saying, Kankuro? I knew that although you were a little weird, you must be a good person. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Don't act like you know me so well, man. Regardless of whether what you say is true or not, the one you know is not me. Kankuro said very coldly. But I believe that no matter which world you are in, you are a good person. Naruto had a goofy grin on his face. You guy. Kankuro covered his face, but couldn't help but smile. It's a little bit stupid, but not very annoying. I will believe your words for now. Kankuro finished. He raised his right arm and operated something on a watch on it. Not a moment. A beam of light shines from the watch. A young man with red hair, red clothes, and smoky eyes appeared. Behind him, there were buildings, a huge green plain and a group of people playing freely. Brother, what do you want from me? The man looked at Kankuro and said calmly. Gaara. This must be Gaara, right? What is this? Is it something like a TV? Naruto cried out in surprise. The man was stunned for a moment, then he turned his gaze to Naruto, showing a trace of surprise. This is Naruto? No, Naruto is completely different from him, not so skinny, his clothes aren't so bad, and he doesn't have that weird beard on his face. But this guy looks too much like Naruto, doesn't he? Is he Naruto's brother? Uncle Minato is having someone else outside with Aunt Kushina behind her back? This. Hey! Gaara, who are you talking about as having bad taste in clothes? These are my best clothes. And who are the Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina you mentioned? What is their relationship with me in this world? Naruto first complained in annoyance, then asked as if he had discovered a key point. Yamato, who was standing next to him, felt a pang in his heart when he saw this. Are these two still alive and well in this world? If Naruto knew his own life experience, what would he think of Konoha? Yamato couldn't help but feel a little worried. To be honest, he never really understood why the higher UPS had been so harsh on Naruto since he was a child. But he didn't have time to think about it. Kankuro interrupted Naruto. Gaara, don't worry about this guy, I have an important matter to report to His Majesty Shinryu. But I don't have the authority to connect directly with His Majesty Shinryu. I understand. I will transfer you to His Majesty Shinryu right away. Gaara immediately shifted his gaze away from Naruto and started operating the watch on his wrist. After a while, the picture in front of me became distorted. After recovering, everything has changed. What caught my eye was a man with an extremely muscular body, his upper body naked, and skin as white as rock. The man had wild long hair and his whole body was full of wildness. Huge iron chains bound the man's limbs. Behind him was a plain and huge iron blocks as big as mountains. There were roughly more than a dozen of these iron blocks. Each piece will cause the ground to collapse and crack. The man dragged these pieces of iron and walked slowly forward. The ground also continued to collapse and crack. The whole scene looked extremely shocking, giving people the illusion that the man was not a human being, but a god. It's Kankuro. It's been 2 years since you graduated from Taito University. How has your mobile suit team been doing in Oasis these past 2 years? The man slowly stopped, looked at Kankuro with a sharp gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thanks to your majesty. I am fine now. You also seem to be getting stronger. You are truly a blessing to the empire. Kankuro said with a somewhat excited look. At the same time, several other guards and a group of onlookers also exclaimed. Your Majesty the Divine Marshal! It's Your Majesty the Divine Marshal! Ah! Your Majesty is so handsome! His muscles look so sexy! Is this the power of His Majesty Shinryu? It is powerful enough to destroy everything, and also powerful enough to create everything. Too strong! Your Majesty Shinryu! I want to give birth to a child for you. Your Majesty Shinryu, we love you. Passers-by and guards seemed a little crazy. Seeing this scene, Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, and Sai's faces twitched. As a top student, Sakura instantly calculated how heavy the object was that His Majesty the God was dragging in front of her. That's at least tens or even hundreds of billions of tons in weight. Is this still a human being? Although Yamato, Sai, and Naruto are not as smart as Sakura, they also know how exaggerated it is to be able to do this. Even a tailed beast like the nine-tailed fox might not be able to deal with the person in front of him, right? Yamato thought uncertainly. From the few things he knew, the nine-tailed fox was already the most powerful being. After all, that was something that even a shadow-level expert couldn't handle. It is a monster that can massacre villages and destroy countries. So, why did you come to me this time? Tell me, Kankuro. Shinryu smiled and nodded to those around him, speaking gently. Your Majesty, please look this way. Kankuro turned his watch slightly, stepped aside, and aimed at Naruto and the other three. Seeing this, Shinryu couldn't help but show a trace of doubt and said, "Who are these four people?" "Your Majesty, these four people claim to be Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamato, and Sai from another world. It is a world that is very similar to ours, yet very different. On their side, the era of ignorance, stupidity, and backwardness of the ninja village has not ended and is still maintained. They were also ordered by the Hokage Senju Tsunade to capture a man named Beiju, and finally came to our world because of the power of the dragon vein." Kankuro said respectfully. "What do you mean by ignorant, stupid, and backward ninja village era? The village is not as bad as you say." Naruto yelled in dissatisfaction. The three people around him had their eyelids and hearts beating wildly. "Naruto, how come you are not afraid of anything and dare to say anything? The man in front of me is no ordinary person. He is the emperor of a powerful empire. Are you really not afraid of death at all? How dare you yell like that in front of such a person?" Around, the guards and villagers, seeing Naruto being so rude, became furious, and said, "Shut up! Remnants of the ninja village! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the great majesty Shinryu? Who do you think you are? Damn bastard! I won't let you go! Lock him up and let him experience the most severe torture in the empire! Uzumaki Naruto! You are too presumptuous! Don't think that just because you know me from that world, you can be so rude in front of the great majesty Jinryu. Apologize to his majesty right now, or I will make you regret living in this world." Kankuro, who had always looked calm, also became fierce. Sakura, Sai, and Yamato were scared to death. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Bringing them to the Imperial Capital. Chapter 5 Bringing them to the Imperial Capital. "Naruto, apologize now," Sakura urged anxiously. I know I was wrong, but that's all because you slandered the village. We, Konoha, are not backward or ignorant at all. Everyone loves the village and contributes their own strength to the village." Naruto apologized quietly, while still defending himself somewhat unconvinced. "Humph! I didn't slander the shinobi village era, it was a garbage era. Let me ask you. In your time, could ordinary people have high-quality clothes to wear and eat fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat every day like we do? Can everyone live in such a beautiful house? Can everyone be happy?" Kankuro asked in a deep voice. "This seems impossible, but everyone is working hard. I believe it will be possible in the future." Naruto wanted to say something else. Kanjiro said again. "Everyone is working hard? Saying you are stupid is just overestimating you. What are you working hard for? A group of ninjas who only know how to fight and kill. I don't know how to farm. This guy named Yamato has mastered wood release but doesn't know how to use it. He is extremely stupid. Did you know that earth escape can build roads? Did you know that lightning escape and wind escape can generate electricity? Did you know that the powerful yin escape can create things out of thin air? Did you know that yang escape can heal all injuries? The work efficiency of ninjas is obviously more than 100 times that of ordinary people, but ordinary people are still required to work and farm. How ridiculous!" Naruto was stunned by these words. "Yes, why haven't I thought about these questions before? Why do ninjas just complete their tasks and not engage in production? He clearly possesses such outstanding power. I have to admit that what Mr. Kankuro said makes sense. When we go back, we will definitely help ordinary people as much as possible and make the village a better place." Yamato interrupted at this time. "Humph! A bunch of rotten things. If they don't make fundamental changes, the ninja village era will never rise." Kankuro sneered. And at this moment, the existence called Shinryu and the Phantom did not listen much to the conversation between Kankuro, Naruto, and others. Instead, he fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that after traveling through the Naruto world for 47 years, I would change the entire world beyond recognition. I actually got the chance to see the young and ignorant Uzumaki Naruto from the original novel. This was really a joke God played on him. Senju Amanto remembered the Naruto movie The Lost Tower that he had watched in his previous life. In that movie, it was just Naruto and Yamato who traveled through time, and the timeline was about 20 years ago, when Minato was still a young man and had not yet married. How could it be possible that, as was happening before his eyes, he could travel to his own world with Haruno Sakura and Sai, a temporary member? But, this might be an opportunity. Thousand-handed heavenly being thought about his current situation. Although relying on the sage body of the Senju clan and the martial arts talent and knowledge inherited during his first time travel, he now has extremely powerful strength and was able to defeat the Six-Path Sage and unify the ninja world 22 years ago. But he has always regarded the Otsutsuki clan as his opponent. Although he has not watched an anime like Naruto Next Generations, he has seen it a little bit because he has watched Naruto and has come across it while watching short videos. This lets him know. The Otsutsuki clan is a cosmic race, and even Kaguya, the mother of six paths, seems to be just a servant. Although he still hasn't lifted the seal on Kaguya. But I also know how powerful they are. The strength of every member of that cosmic race is not much inferior to that of the old man Ryudeo, and some are even slightly stronger. One of them was a guy named Otsutsuki Ishiki, and he seemed to have beaten the middle-aged Naruto and Sasuke, who were the duo that defeated Kaguya. Also, I heard that there is a god of Otsutsuki in that race, who can destroy a planet in the blink of an eye. Even he cannot do this kind of power now. So, Senju Tenjin has been working hard to strengthen himself while strengthening the power of the entire ninja world in the hope of fighting against the Otsutsuki clan together in the future. To this end, in recent years, he even had plans to invade other Hokage dimensions and continue to strengthen himself. But this is too difficult. The risks of time travel are far greater than imagined. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to lock the space-time anchor point. This has put the original plan on hold until now. But I didn't expect that the temporary Team 7, which might be Naruto from the original work, actually traveled through time and space. Maybe, this is an opportunity. A chance to counter invasion. The thousand-handed heavenly being's eyes flickered. Seeing that Naruto was speechless, he slowly spoke. Okay, Kankuro, you don't have to talk too much to them. The people of the ninja village era are the most loyal and foolish. It is useless to just talk to them unless you wake them up. I have known this for a long time. And I'm not here to watch you debate these issues. Sorry, Your Majesty. Kankuro said with an apologetic look on his face. No need to apologize, this is not your fault. Bring them all here. I think I need to have a good chat with them in person. Thousand-handed celestial being. I will obey your will, Your Majesty the Great God. Kankuro bowed. By the way, did you catch a fellow called Centipede? The thousand-armed heavenly being asked again. Indeed, they did. Kankuro nodded. Bring him along too. After the thousand-armed heavenly man finished speaking, the image slowly disappeared. Before disappearing, he was still staring at Naruto and the other three. Although he could rely on his own strength to instantly cross 1,000 miles and appear in front of the four people, he felt there was no need to do so. Because it wasn't just him who wanted to meet these four people, there were also other higher-level officials in the imperial capital. And he also needs time to notify other senior executives. What kind of sparks will be created when the Naruto characters I transformed meet the original Naruto team? I am really looking forward to it. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamato, Sai. As you heard, I will send you and that fellow named Beija to the imperial capital of Hwazhu to meet His Majesty himself. He will decide what happens to you. Kankuro said. Can't we get in touch with the Dragon Vein? Maybe then we can go back directly without bothering you. Yamato cautiously probed. That's impossible. Outsiders are not qualified to touch the dragon veins. Kankuro gave Yamato a cold look. 4 huge mechanical arms unfolded, grabbed all 4 people in their hands and left. What on earth is this thing? Why can it fly? Naruto sat on a leather sofa, staring in amazement at the ground and buildings below him that were getting farther and farther away from him through the glass. This is an air vortex aircraft, with a maximum speed of 5,000 km per hour. It is the best product for home travel. Would you like a bottle of happy water? Kankuro's voice rang out. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Imperial Might Gai no 1. Chapter 6, Imperial Might Gai no Ichiraku. Naruto turned his head and saw Kankuro standing next to a cold white metal box. He gently opened the door of the box, and a mechanical arm took out a can of blue drink and threw it to him. Naruto quickly took over and said, "Is this a drink?" "Yes, a drink that makes you feel happy when you drink it. It is a must-have at home." After Kankuro finished speaking, he took out 4 more bottles and threw them to Yamato, Sakura, Sai, and Centipede respectively. Then he opened a bottle for himself, took a big gulp, and let out a relieved sigh. It tastes really good, cold and refreshing, better than any drink I've had before." Naruto didn't think much about it and took a sip. "Kankuro-kun, you just said that this 5,000 km speed aircraft is for home travel." Yamato took the happy water but didn't drink it. Instead, he said with a serious look, "Of course, but this is something only rich people can have. Most people can't sit there. When ordinary people want to go out and travel to other cities or continents, they usually take the subway. That kind of thing is much slower, only about 200 to 300 km per hour. Kankuro said as he walked over to a leather couch and sat down. "Only 200 or 300 km per hour. Yamato murmured. That's when." The aircraft shook slightly. The next moment, the surrounding glass became blurry. Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and others knew that the aircraft had started flying very fast. But, isn't this too stable? Sitting in something so fast, how could I not feel a single bump? Is this the technology of the Shinryu Empire? Is this just for civilian use? For the first time, Yamato felt the huge gap in technology. "Kanpakuro!" Kankuro shouted while lying on the sofa. "I'm here. Master!" A light voice rang out. This gave Naruto and his 3 companions as well as the centipede a fright. "Who is speaking?" Naruto exclaimed, looking left and right. "It's Kanpakuro. My AI butler. You can think of it as an invisible psychic beast. It's Kanpakuro. Turn on the TV." Kankuro said again. A black screen suddenly lit up in front of everyone. A man in a white chef's uniform who looked a little old was talking. "Ask me why I make the best ramen? The answer is of course only one word. Heart. Because I make ramen with my heart. Only by constantly researching and trying various combinations can I combine the best ramen. When making ramen, the most important thing is the soup, and the second is the chewiness of the noodles. Hey, isn't this the hand-beating uncle? How did he get on TV?" Naruto and the others were not surprised about the TV. Because in the Naruto world, there are already these and other items such as refrigerators. What's so strange about this? He is the most famous ramen master in Hwasu today, and Ichiraku Ramen has more than 150 stores around the world. Kankuro said calmly. "Oh my! This is amazing! As expected of a hand-type uncle. I wonder which one tastes better, the Ichiraku Ramen in this world or the Ichiraku Ramen in our world. I really want to try them both," Naruto said, and couldn't help swallowing. "There will be a chance," Kankuro replied casually. "Kanjuro, change 1. Ding. No. I can't do it anymore. Teacher Lee. I really can't do it anymore. I need to rest for a while. You bunch of idiots. What do you think martial arts is? Have you forgotten the famous saying of Emperor Shen Yu? Practicing martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. Keep up with me. If you can't keep up, practice skipping rope 1,000 times. Quick! 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 In the picture, a group of men in green tights are tiredly following a young man with thick eyebrows and round eyes, who is also wearing green tights, and complaining repeatedly. In this regard, the young man with thick eyebrows and round eyes turned his head and scolded angrily. Is this Xiao Li? Naruto looked at the man with thick eyebrows and round eyes and asked in surprise. Xiao Li here is so strong. Xiao Ying was also surprised. I don't know what the name of Xiao Li you are talking about is. But this guy is called Rock Li, and he is the disciple of the martial arts madman Might Guy. Kankuro said. Martial madman Might Guy? Mr. Brow is actually called martial madman here? Thinking about his previous crazy appearance, if this world also has a personality, it seems right to call him that. The thick-browed teacher in this world should be very powerful, right? Of course. He is the person with the highest martial arts realm besides His Majesty the Divine Marshal. Kankuro said with a serious look. As expected of Mr. Thick Eyebrows, he is really amazing. Naruto praised with a grin. Kanjuro, switch. Drop. Beep. 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 Beep, beep, beep. A burst of dynamic music started. In the center of the stage, a woman with long golden hair and wearing a purple dress, revealing her belly, was dancing dynamically with two other beauties. Beautiful lyrics came out of the blonde's mouth. Red lanterns are lit one by one, the celebration music has become a secret code. This is Ino. Naruto yelled in shock, pointing at the blonde on TV. Her name is Yamanaka Ino, and she's the lead singer of the famous band Elysium Dance Company in Fire Continent. Kankuro explained. Oh! How awesome! Ino in this world has become a big star? Ha ha ha! How awesome! Naruto laughed. Tisk! Looking at Ino on the stage, Sakura couldn't help but make a strange sound, with a hint of displeasure on her face. Can you tell me what I do in this world? You? Harano Sakura. I don't know. Kankuro thought about it and slowly shook his head. After hearing this, Sakura didn't want to talk anymore. Fists clenched. Time passed by minute. Kankuro was watching TV and felt hungry, so a mechanical puppet brought him food. The food was delicious, better than anything Konoha had ever tasted. Let Naruto and his party have a good experience. Sakura couldn't help but sigh. This life is so comfortable, if I can live in such a great house in the future, my life will be perfect. Well, of course this has to be with Sasuke. This is the Shinryu Empire established by your majesty. Kankuro said proudly upon hearing this. Seeing this, Sai on the side couldn't help but say. A ninja cannot enjoy himself all the time, or he will become tired. Okay. Kankuro glanced at Sai with a sidelong glance and said with some disdain. Can't you always be in a state of enjoyment and become bored? What a ridiculous statement. Why do the strong want to become stronger than others? Isn't it just to enjoy more privileges? You said you were from another world, the ninja village era. I don't know why you let a group of ordinary people with the name of daimyo ride on your heads. It's really ridiculous. And you are weak, not even as good as a group of ordinary guards, so you have no right to talk about burnout. That would make people laugh. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, 1 Kakashi Teachers? Chapter 7, 1 million Kakashi Teachers? These words made the four of them blush. What is this person talking about? How dare he talk about daimyo like this? Have their world-famous names all disappeared? These Konoha ninjas, and even all the other ninja villages, are really complete idiots. They clearly have power, but they don't want to become gods who dominate everything. Instead, they work for those ordinary ants. It's really ridiculous. At this time, Beiju, who had been silent all the time, smiled grimly. Shut up, you damn bastard! If it weren't for you, there's no way we would have come to this strange world. Naruto yelled as he glared at the centipede. Daimyo are born nobles. Without them, the whole world will be in chaos, and we are not weak, it's just that those guards are too strong. Sai said with a slightly strange tone. A natural-born noble? In a world where force is respected, an ordinary person can also be called a natural-born noble? Poor brainwashed person. That kind of thing doesn't deserve to hold power. Only an existence as omnipotent and invincible as the Shinryu Emperor is worthy of it. Also, you are indeed weak, there is no denying that. Because the guards who defeated you were the peripheral soldiers that could be found everywhere. The overall strength is probably only at the level of a jonin or elite jonin in the ninja village era. Kankuro said with disdain. So what are ordinary people like here? Is the strength of a jonin to an elite jonin common among you? Why do you make it sound like they are so weak? This is the backbone of the ninja village anywhere. Yamato frowned. As for his strength, he is not even at the level of an elite jonin at the moment. Of course, ordinary people are just ordinary people who need to be protected. They can master other skills, but they will never become incompetent wastes like the daimyo of the ninja village era who only knew how to enjoy themselves. As for the jonin to elite jonin, that is just the most basic strength, the standard for soldiers in the imperial capital. If you can't reach the strength of a jonin in the ninja village era, it is better to be an honest farmer. Kankuro said nonchalantly. Standard duty for soldiers in the imperial capital? Farming. Naruto and the other three were shocked again. The centipede was also amazed. He thought about the experience when he had just arrived in this world and wanted to use puppets to cause trouble, but was beaten up by an ordinary passerby, and he kept sighing in his heart. Everyone in this world is ridiculously strong. May I ask, how many soldiers like this are there in the Shinryu Empire? Yamato said with a serious face. How many people? I don't know, probably more than 1 million. Kankuro said casually. 1 million, Kakashi-sensei! Naruto exclaimed. Wow, so amazing! Sakura murmured. This power is enough to rule the world. Beiju said with a greedy look on his face. If there were 1 million jonin or even elite jonin in our world, we could easily rule the world. How come there are so many jonin? Is it because of that strange power? Yamato frowned. Are you talking about true chi? Kankuro asked. I don't know, but those guards, every time they attack, they will include the word real energy in it. Yamato thought for a moment and replied. That is the true energy, the power developed by His Majesty Shinryu. All those who master true chi are called warriors. This power is stronger than chakra, but not as convenient as chakra. It is specifically used to strengthen oneself for combat. A strong warrior can use his true chi to easily crush rocks, penetrate steel, and even blow up mountains. Kankuro said, looking a little envious. I see. I didn't expect that Your Majesty Shinryu is so great. Yamato sighed. No wonder he was able to end the ninja village era. He might be a more remarkable man than the first Hokage. Wow! Can you teach us this power called true chi? I want to learn it too. The chi finger gun, chi mist kick, chi paper stew, and chi immobilization are all so powerful. So cool! Naruto's eyes lit up and he shouted happily. Idiot! This is their secret technique, how could they teach it to outsiders like us? Sakura's forehead veins bulged. I secretly cursed Naruto for being an idiot. Wasn't he afraid that Kankuro in this world would be angry for saying such casual words? Now their lives are still in his hands. Although they have initially recovered their mobility, their chakra is still sealed. Yamato and Sai were also worried about Naruto. Ah. So. I'm sorry. Naruto came to his senses after being scolded by Sakura. Don't apologize. If you want to learn, it's not impossible. Kankuro said. Ah. Is it true? Can you really teach us? Naruto said in surprise. Yamato, Sakura, and Sai were also surprised, and joy appeared on their faces. If only they could learn the true energy, become warriors, and bring it back to Konoha. Then Konoha will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Of course you can, but you must pass the test of the Empire and become an imperial citizen, said Kankuro. Become an imperial? You want us to betray Konoha? That's impossible. Naruto yelled firmly. Yamato, Sakura, and Sai also looked regretful, but at the same time they also showed an expression of as expected. There is really no free lunch in this world. Then there's nothing we can do. Kankuro said indifferently. Wait. They don't want to submit to His Majesty Shinryu, but I do. Beija said again at this time. You. That's right. I am very willing to submit to and serve a strong man like your Majesty. Only the strong are worthy of ruling the world. Beija said seriously. Kankuro. Don't trust that bastard centipede. He is a villain. The words of such a man are not worthy of trust. Naruto shouted. Indeed, the words of a wanted criminal with extremely vicious intentions should not be believed, Sakura also said. Humph. I just can't stand seeing those rubbish stepping on my head. Beija sneered. Oh, I'm not interested in the things in your world. But if you want to join the Empire, then go and apply to pass the test. Kankuro said. Thank you very much, Kankuro-sama. Beija gave Naruto and Sakura a smug smile. Damn it! Naruto was so angry, if his chakra wasn't sealed, he would have blown that bastard's head off. He took a few deep breaths. Naruto suddenly said. That's right, Kankuro. Those guards respected you very much before and called you sir. Does this mean you are better than them? More powerful than those guards? Could this strange Kankuro with mechanical parts all over his body be a master who can rival the first level of Cage? Yamato, Sakura, and Sai were shocked when they thought of this. This is the truth, but they have never wanted to think about it. A master at the level of Cage is a powerful person that even a ninja village can only produce a few of. He is a well-known figure in the ninja world. Is this guy Kankuro also such a big shot? End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Imperial Sasuke, why is Naruto in another world so short and weak? Chapter 8 Imperial Sasuke, why is Naruto in another world so short and weak? Of course. I'm the Ace Mobile Suit Combat Specialist. He is also the main person in charge of guarding the Lulin Dragon Vein. If you can't even beat an ordinary guard, you might as well go home and farm. When Kankuro talked about the Ace Mobile Suit Combat Specialist and the main person in charge of guarding the Lulin Dragon Vein, pride unconsciously appeared on his face. Ace Mobile Suit Combat Specialist sounds awesome. Naruto exclaimed with his eyes sparkling. Just when Kankuro showed his pride, Naruto added. But what is that? Kankuro's face twitched. Using the understanding of people from your ninja village era, he is one of the strongest puppeteers. This is a title that only 5 people in the entire oasis have. One of the strongest puppeteers, he is really amazing. Naruto said again. Humph. Mobile suits are what Oasis mainly researches under the orders of His Majesty the God of War. Their combat power is so strong that it is absolutely beyond the comprehension of those of you who are from the Ninja Village era. Even the Cage of your era couldn't defeat the mobile suit. Kankuro said proudly. Yamato, Sai, and Sakura just didn't believe it when they heard it. But he did not refute the other party. The group stayed in the aircraft, chatting and waiting for time to pass. Half a day passed. The speed of the aircraft slowly decreased and began to land. Kankuro stood up from the sofa and said, "We have arrived at the imperial capital. Please follow me to meet the top leaders." "Are we finally here? I wonder what that divine martial emperor will do to us," Sakura said a little worriedly. "Don't worry, Sakura. I think His Majesty Jinwoo is actually a nice person. He won't make things difficult for us." Naruto is full of confidence and very optimistic. Yamato and Sai, however, looked worried. However, the current situation is no longer under their control and they can only leave it to fate. But then again, how prosperous will the imperial capital of this world be? Can we encounter ourselves in this world? If so, what will happen? Yamato and Sai were both worried. Until the aircraft stopped, the 5 people followed Kankuro out of the cabin door. Moment. Naruto and the other 3 were stunned by the scene before them. I saw that a group of people had gathered in the wide underground space. And when I saw a handsome man in black clothes, bare chest, and black hair among this group of people. Naruto and Sakura's eyes suddenly turned red, and they screamed at the same time. "Sasuke! Sasuke! You bastard! Why did you go to Orochimaru's place? Come back to the village with me. This time I will definitely bring you back." Naruto wanted to rush forward excitedly. Yamato quickly reached out and grabbed Naruto, saying in a deep voice, "Calm down, Naruto. This is not the Sasuke from our world." Naruto was stunned when he heard this. After coming to his senses, he looked at Sasuke in this world with a complicated expression. "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. This world's Sasuke? He looks a lot like the Sasuke from our world." Sai looked at the handsome young man and couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. "Hat, you are Naruto from another world? You are such a short, skinny guy, and you seem very weak. What about me in the other world? I am not as weak as you, am I?" Sasuke of the Shinryu Empire crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Naruto with a look of disdain. "Damn you, Sasuke! Why are you so annoying in this world or ours? You bastard, don't think you're great just because you're taller and stronger. And I'm not weak at all. I have been training with the lecherous immortal for 3 years. Do you know how much I have grown? This damn guy is looking down on me." Naruto yelled in anger. Although the Sasuke in front of him has the same face as the one in his own world, just more mature, his height is really tall. He looks at least 1.9 meters tall, and the black clothes he wears are also very fashionable and eye-catching. With his slightly exposed chest, he looks strong and handsome. It's so infuriating. Why is Sasuke in this world not only more handsome but also taller? Naruto thought so and turned his gaze to the other people around Sasuke. As long as you are a man, you can be shorter than 1.85 meters. Isn't that red-haired guy in casual clothes the Gaara I saw before? Why is he so tall and strong? I didn't notice him before. There really is something wrong with this world. Sasuke. Sakura stared at Sasuke with her eyes and kept murmuring. My eyes are filled with memories, regret and excitement. And at this time, beside Sasuke, a blonde man who was 2 meters and 2 meters tall, with solid muscles all over his body and clothes bulging out, grinned and said, "This is me in another world. The reason why I am so thin must be because I haven't practiced martial arts, right? How about it? Do you want to join our Shinryu Empire? I will teach you martial arts. I guarantee you can have a perfect body like mine." As the blonde man spoke, he struck a bodybuilding pose, with his muscles bulging and throbbing. Are you the me of this world?" Naruto was stunned when he heard the other person's words. The other people around him also widened their eyes. Naruto from this world? No way, how could he be so strong? Even Sakura turned her gaze to the blonde man and gasped in amazement. Ha ha ha. That's right, I am the Namikaze Naruto of this world. The blonde muscular man laughed. Namikaze Naruto? Why are you called Namikaze Naruto? Shouldn't your last name be Uzumaki? Naruto Hayate was stunned. Ah? Your question is really strange. My father's last name is Namikaze, so of course my last name is Namikaze. In the shinobi village era, did a woman from a big family like my mother's have the right to pass on my father's surname even if she married him? Or, in your world, the father married into the mother's family? Imperial Naruto said in amazement. At this time, even the other blonde young handsome guy beside him showed a hint of surprise and said, the me in that world married into a woman's family? This is really surprising. But if the target is Kushina, it's not impossible. After saying this, the man scratched his head and smiled brightly. The me in that world actually let Minato marry into my family? Ha 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 ha. This is so interesting. Uzumaki Naruto, this name sounds good too. Ha ha ha. Next to the handsome blonde young man, a beautiful red-haired woman couldn't help laughing. While laughing, she slapped the blonde young man's back hard, making the blonde young man smile bitterly. Ah! Ah ha 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 ha! Are you two my parents in this world? Naruto Hayate looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman who were talking in surprise and shouted, pointing at the two of them with shaking hands. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Isn't the tailed beast a power bank? That thing is very brutal. Chapter 9, Isn't the tailed beast a power bank? That thing is very brutal. It seems that you in the other world are a complete idiot, Naruto. Imperial Sasuke also complained very coldly. Maybe it's because I haven't practiced martial arts. Imperial Naruto scratched his head. But I have never seen my parents. Naruto Hayate scratched his head. Never seen it before? Why? Imperial Kushina, Imperial Minato, and others all showed a hint of surprise. Because Naruto's parents died in an accident shortly after he was born. At this time, Yamato said with some heaviness. Dead by accident? Everyone in the Empire was shocked. That's impossible, right? Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina are two of the most powerful masters in the Empire. Even if they are pure ninjas, they are very strong. Sasuke said in disbelief. The others also looked incredulous. Did something happen to Minato and I when we were little? But this isn't right. If that's the case, how would Naruto be born? And by the time I give birth to Naruto, Minato's strength will definitely not be weak, he will definitely be able to protect me. Is it possible that the Minato in that world is very weak? Completely different from my Minato? Imperial Kushina muttered, looking confused. Probably. Imperial Minato smiled bitterly. That's not the case, Minato-senpai is very strong. The reason for that death was the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Konoha experienced the Nine-Tails attack a long time ago, and Senior Minato died in order to protect the village, and the entire Konoha suffered heavy losses as a result. Yamato hurriedly explained, looking helpless. Kyuubi Rebellion. Everyone in the Empire was even more surprised. Can the nine-tailed fox cause heavy losses to a ninja village? Imperial Sasuke said in astonishment. Isn't that an excellent chakra generator? Gaara from the Empire who came with us, who had been silent the whole time, also spoke. No way. Such a cute Kurama would actually kill people? And destroy a village? Ah! It's hard to imagine. Imperial Naruto was also surprised. Looking at the reactions of the people in the Empire. The 4 members of the Naruto Gaze group were also shocked. What are these words? Don't they know how terrifying the nine-tailed beast is? It's a natural disaster. It has extraordinary destructive power. How can ordinary people compete with it? No, maybe it's because the nine-tailed fox in this world is weaker? Yamato couldn't help but think. Ah! I never expected that Minato and I would die like this over there. No wonder you are so skinny, little Naruto. Imperial Kushina said with some sigh. Tears slowly overflowed from his big eyes, and he quickly ran to Naruto Hayate, hugged him in his arms, stroked his head and said, "My child, you have suffered so much." Ah! 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 Naruto was a little overwhelmed when being held. Just think of Kushina as your mother, little Naruto. Imperial Minato approached slowly and spoke gently. Ha ha ha. In that case, wouldn't it be like I have a new brother? That's great. Naruto-chan. From now on, you'll be my little brother. Imperial Naruto came to Hayate Naruto and hugged him with his right arm, which was so strong that it was thicker than Hayate Naruto's legs. Well. When Naruto Hayate heard this, his eyes turned slightly red. My heart is also extremely complicated. It turns out that his father is Minato Namikaze, the legendary hero, the fourth Hokage. Then, why did those villagers treat him like that when he was clearly not a demon fox but the son of a hero? Maybe everyone thinks he is a fox demon and doesn't know the truth? But it's okay if everyone doesn't know, but why don't the third generation grandfather and others know? This is impossible, right? The more Naruto thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, until he felt a throbbing sensation in his soul. This discomfort suddenly disappeared. Start thinking optimistically. Maybe, this is a test from my father and my 3 generations of grandfather. As the son of the 4th Hokage, how could I think so badly of everyone in Konoha? He shook his head repeatedly in his heart. Okay. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense and go to see His Majesty. Kankuro said at this time. He did not forget his mission. Well. I should indeed go see His Majesty. We can't keep him waiting too long. Kushina released Naruto and gently stroked his head. Let's go, but there's no need to rush. This time we can come here with His Majesty's permission. I'm sure he must be secretly observing this place at this time. I want to see what will happen when 2 worlds meet the same person. Imperial Minato said with a smile on his face, not forgetting to look up at the sky. Then let's talk while we walk. We are very curious about your world, can you tell us your story, little Naruto? Sure. I'll tell you. Naruto smiled optimistically. Begin to tell your story to everyone in the Empire. From graduating from the Ninja Academy, to participating in some small missions and encounters with Zabuza and Haku, to participating in the Chunin exam, etc. Upon hearing this, people in the Empire also expressed their opinions from time to time. Haku and Zabuza? I didn't expect that they were so miserable in that world. But here, Baikei is a very popular singer. Zabuza is an excellent water guard who has been engaged in water operations. The entire Shueizhou is grateful for such an outstanding talent like him. You're going to learn from Jiraiya-sensei during the Chunin exam? That's not bad. Although Jiraiya-sensei is a little unreliable, he's still very strong. So in your world, I was 13 years old and had just opened my 2 Magatama Sharingan? I couldn't even beat the likes of Haku and Zabuza? He is just as much of a waste as you. Orochimaru attacks Konoha? Is the Orochimaru in your world quite capable? Naruto continued to tell his story. But there are some important things that are not revealed. But when he was about to mention it, he was stopped by Yamato. Among them, there was news that only Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were left in the entire Uchiha clan, and that Sasuke left Konoha for revenge. Even Yuanfei Ridgehen's death was concealed. The group quickly left the underground space and came to the ground. What comes into view is an extremely tall building, with the tallest one even reaching hundreds of meters. The people walking on the street were wearing extremely fashionable and beautiful clothes, which made Sakura's eyes sparkle. But before they could say anything, after seeing them, these people burst into cheers of surprise. Ah! It's the Empire's twins, our pride. Shizuke-sama, Naruto-sama. Shizuke-sama. Shizuke-sama. I want to bear your children. Naruto-sama. Fuck me hard. I want to die beneath you. Minato-sama. Our son. Smile. Smile. Kushina-sama, please update your Weibo about you and Minato-sama. Kushina-sama. Minato-sama, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. A group of people screamed wildly. There was also a group of women rushing towards Naruto, Shizuke, and Minato. Looking at the posture of this group of people, Team Naruto Hayate was startled. Naruto Hayate even shouted. Hey, hey, hey! Are these people crazy? Don't come over here. Give birth? Do it harder? How can these women be so shameless? Saying such things in public. So disgusting. Hayate Sakura blushed slightly. But more of it is anger. How come these damn bitches are even more shameless than those in my world? No matter which world they are in, they all like to seduce Shizuke. But, it's surprising that Naruto in this world is so popular. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Imperial Shizuke, why are you so weak? Chapter 10 Imperial Shizuke, why are you so weak? The Naruto, Shizuke, and Minato senpai of this world are really very popular. Yamato stroked his forehead and sighed. This way, it won't cause any disturbance. Sai whispered. Such noise. You are a bunch of stupid women. Get away from me. Imperial Sasuke's face darkened. His eyes widened, and a blood-red light flashed in his pupils. All the women who wanted to get close were stunned. Then he said happily. Yes. We listen to Master Shizuke, get out of here right now. After saying that, they dispersed happily. Is this an illusion? Sakura said in surprise. Shizuke is really amazing, using illusion on so many people at once. Yamato also took a breath. They are just a group of ordinary people. This level of illusion is nothing, right? Imperial Shizuke sneered. This is also amazing, after all, the target is so many people. If it were in our Konoha village, even many elite jonin wouldn't be able to do it. Sakura still praised. Naruto Hayate has some taste. Damn it! Why is this world's arrogant Shizuke so popular? Not only that, Naruto in this world is also very popular. Sakura added. Yes, why? Naruto Hayate was stunned. I don't know. Sakura glanced at Imperial Naruto and thought carefully. Although his face looks sunny, his body is too strong, which is not her type. I can't understand. Ha 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 ha. Because I have strong muscles. That's a sign of health. Imperial Naruto smiled and struck a bodybuilding pose. Why do I feel like I'm watching Rock Lee and Sensei Nongmei? This Naruto is so weird. Naruto Hayate and Sakura couldn't help but think in their hearts. No more disturbance from passers-by. As Naruto Hayate continued to tell his story, the other three members of the Gale trio were also not idle. Instead, he turned into a curious baby and kept asking questions. Why are the houses here so high? Aren't they afraid of being destroyed by an attack? If so, there will be heavy losses, right? Sai asked while walking. No one in this world can threaten the Empire. What are those iron birds in the sky? Why do they have a cloth bag hanging on their heads? Are they puppets for transportation? Almost. But here, it's called the ELE.me takeaway puppet. What is that? People here can use their mobile phones to order takeout, so they can enjoy delicious food without leaving their homes. Wow, this sounds great. But what is a cell phone? It's a small computer that you can carry in your pocket. This is really great. Your world is truly amazing. Those clothes are so beautiful. Can I go to the stores that sell them? Can. Wow. Thank you so much. This dress is so beautiful, how much is it? 2. What is this? Ma'am, please pack this lady's clothes and I'll pay for them. Walk, tell stories, and stroll along the way. Sakura can be said to be the happiest. After a while, she changed into a beautiful dress and carried a small bag, turning into a fashionable and beautiful woman. She kept spinning around and said to the people around her with a smile. How is it? How is it? Isn't my outfit beautiful? Well, it looks very nice and suits you very well. Yamato looked at Sakura seriously at this moment. It has to be said that at this time, she has already begun to mature, with a well-proportioned figure and full of youthful vitality. She is very attractive to mature men. It's really beautiful. As expected of Sakura, said Heiei Naruto happily. The people from the empire also nodded repeatedly and praised. She's pretty, youthful and energetic. She's a cute and lively beauty. Not bad. Sakura became even happier after hearing this series of compliments. Until the clothes are nice, but the person is ugly, so overall it's still not good looking. Sai just took a look and couldn't help frowning. Sakura became furious when she heard this and punched Sai on the head. Sai screamed and fell straight to the ground. This scene stunned everyone in the empire. Imperial Kushina laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, you deserve it. How dare you say that to a pretty girl? But Sakura has a nice personality. I like her. This personality is quite different from our Sakura. Ah. I'm sorry. I made everyone laugh." Sakura's face also turned red at this time, and she quickly grabbed the fallen Sai, dragging him while walking. What? You guys were actually defeated by a group of Dragon Vein guards in the end? How weak are you guys? After hearing Naruto's story about how he traveled through time and space and wanted to explore the Dragon Veins, he was finally defeated by several Dragon Vein guards. Imperial Sasuke couldn't hold it anymore and said with a look of horror. You're really weak. It would be better for you to join our empire, then at least you can become stronger. Imperial Naruto also complained. Damn it. I told you I'm not weak. It's just that those guards are too strong. You're just as annoying as the guy over there. Don't keep talking about me. You seem so strong. I don't think you are that great. Heiei Naruto yelled. When everyone in the empire heard this, they looked a little strange. I'm not that good? Hey, ha 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 ha. Imperial Sasuke covered his face with his right hand, shook his shoulders, and let out a creepy laugh. The 4 members of the Gale group were all stunned. Hey! What's wrong with you, Sasuke? Are you crazy? Said Naruto Heiei with some concern. It's just an old illness that's come back. Don't worry about him. Imperial Naruto shook his head. He. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Very interesting. Naruto from another world, since you are so confident, how about using your body to personally feel my power? Imperial Sasuke slowly stopped laughing and looked at Heiei Naruto with a strange look. Hey? You think I don't dare? Arrogant Sasuke. But, you can't use the power called ki. How about it? Naruto Heiei said cunningly. He is not a real fool. Having been abused by those Dragon Vein guards, he naturally knows how powerful that kind of force is. If Imperial Sasuke also possesses this power, then he will most likely still not win. But if the other party doesn't use this power, then he won't be afraid of him. Naruto Heiei has this confidence in himself. He, not using true chi? I don't even need it to deal with you. Come on. When the battle begins, as long as you let me move one step, you will win. Imperial Sasuke lowered his arms and crossed them over his chest, his expression teasing. How dare you look down on me like that? Damn you arrogant Sasuke! Naruto Heiei was furious. Imperial Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Imperial Minato and said, "I'll leave everything to you from now on, Minato-senpai." "No problem. Everyone move a little closer to me." Imperial Minato looked deeply at Hayate Naruto, and when everyone got closer, he quickly formed a seal. Next moment, the four people including Naruto, Hayate and everyone in the Empire disappeared. Appeared outside a forest, in an empty space with no one around. Imperial Sasuke slowly left the group and headed towards the center of the clearing. Seeing this, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and strode away from the team, muttering as he walked. "Humph! Arrogant Sasuke, wait and see how I deal with you. Without true energy, I won't be afraid of you." Kankuro couldn't help but cover his face when he saw this. Naruto from your world is really an idiot. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Naruto vs Imperial Sasuke. Chapter 11, Naruto vs Imperial Sasuke. Is the Sasuke in this world very strong? Sakura asked. It's more than just very strong. It's simply terrifyingly strong. Uchiha Sasuke, Namikaze Naruto. They are the twin stars of the Empire and are powerful men recognized by His Majesty Shinryu. They are also the two most powerful people since the establishment of the Shinryu Empire Academy. Even Gaara is far inferior to them. Tikoku Kankuro said with a serious expression. I can't do anything about this. After all, they are the reincarnations of Indra and Asura. Gaara of the Empire looked helpless. It's not that he's not good enough, but these two people are just cheating. The two most powerful people since the establishment of the Shinryu Empire Academy? They seem very impressive. But who are Indra and Asura? How can Sasuke and Naruto be their reincarnations? Sakura asked, somewhat confused. Yamato and Sai were equally puzzled. Those are the two sons of Old Man Ryudeo. Imperial Kankuro said. 6 Paths Old Man? Who is that? A long time ago, there seemed to be an existence called the Sage of 6 Paths. Imperial Kushina said with a grin. 6 Paths Sage? Hiss, are you kidding me? Sakura, Yamato, and Sai all gasped. This is a legendary being. Are you sure you are not kidding? And you dare to call such a being the 6 Paths Old Man? How disrespectful! The three of them looked strange. I didn't believe it in my heart. However, the people in the Empire did not continue the topic of the Old Man Ryudeo at this time. Because Hayate Naruto and Imperial Sasuke have already taken their positions and are staring at each other. However, compared to Naruto Hayate's solemnity, Imperial Sasuke, however, looked relaxed, and just folded his arms across his chest, looking at Hayate Naruto with interest. Why don't you attack me? Let me see how strong you are. Humph! Arrogant Sasuke! I'll let you know how powerful I am. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto Hayate shouted and formed seals with his hands. All of a sudden, accompanied by a puff of smoke, hundreds of Naruto appeared. They roared and rushed towards Imperial Sasuke. Multiple shadow clones? There are hundreds of them. You really have a lot of chakra. But why can't we even defeat those guards? Imperial Sasuke tilted his head and asked as if he was a little surprised. Looking at the group of Gale Naruto rushing towards them. His body still didn't move. However, purple energy slowly emerged from his body. The purple energy condensed and transformed into a giant figure with only the upper body, 5 or 6 meters tall. The giant held 2 swords and danced vigorously. Boom! The terrifying sword energy flew out. While slicing the earth into pieces, the groups of shadow clones were chopped into smoke. What is this? The Gale Narutos cried out in shock, but did not retreat and continued to rush forward. No matter whether you punch, kick, or stab the giant with a kunai, the result is always that you will either be turned into smoke by the recoil force, or be blasted away with a clanging sound. Even if Imperial Sasuke stands still, Gale Naruto seems unable to cause any harm to him, showing his invincibility. What the hell is this? Why are my attacks having no effect? A group of Naruto asked at the same time, with anger, shock, and confusion appearing on their faces at the same time. This is Susanoo, an ability that only the Mangekyou Sharingan possesses. It is also the power that was once called God by the Uchiha people in ancient books. Don't the Uchiha in your world have this kind of power? It's so surprising. As expected, you who lived in the ninja village era were not only stupid, but also weak and pathetic. Imperial Sasuke had a calm expression, but his attitude was extremely arrogant and superior. Boom! 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 Susanoo kept waving his arms, sword energy flew everywhere, and groups of shadow clones were chopped and exploded. This made the group of Naruto even angrier. Come on! Keep trying to please me? Is this the limit of your strength? As expected, the people from the ninja village era are only good at talking. Imperial Sasuke looked mocking. Damn you arrogant Sasuke! Don't underestimate me! Raise Nan! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. A Naruto holding a light blue energy ball fell from the sky and pressed the entire ball hard on the purple Susanoo. Halong long. The light blue energy balls kept spinning, trying to destroy the surface of Susanoo. But after a while, Susanoo was not damaged at all. Instead, another pair of arms condensed under the pair of arms, and then suddenly grabbed Naruto Hayate in his hands. He applied a little force, and accompanied by Naruto's pain, with a series of bangs, all the shadow clones turned into smoke. Look down on others? How can a weak person like you be worthy of me looking up to you? You don't even have the right to dance. How pathetic! Imperial Sasuke said indifferently. Damn you stinky ass Sasuke! Naruto struggled and yelled in annoyance. I was angry and a little discouraged. Why? Why have I practiced for 3 whole years? And my strength is still so weak? Why can't I just defeat a guard, but I'm also so powerless against the cocky Sasuke? I am so weak, what can I do? Naruto Hayate looked anxious, and inevitably recalled the scene when he first met Sasuke in his own world. As powerless as ever, I could only watch the other person leave. Why is all this happening? I am so unwilling to accept this. When Naruto Hayate thought about it to the end, his original pupils gradually turned into vertical pupils. The beard on the face is elongated. A bright red chakra appeared on his body. When the people watching the battle from afar saw this, their expressions changed slightly. Yamato exclaimed. Oh no! If this chakra is released, there will be huge chaos. I must stop Naruto immediately. After saying that, he wanted to step forward. But a big hand quickly covered his shoulder, followed by the gentle voice of Imperial Minato. Don't worry, Sasuke can handle it, just trust him. I never expected that the me in the other world is actually the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So after the father and mother in that world died, did they seal the Nine-Tails in that me? That's not a good option. Imperial Naruto frowned. The Nine-Tails destroyed the village, and Naruto became the Jinchuriki. What on earth was Minato doing in that world? Really? Imperial Kushina complained. His consciousness was in a trance, and when Naruto came to his senses, he had already arrived in a dark space. In front of him, inside the huge cage, the nine-tailed fox looked at the discouraged blonde boy cunningly and whispered. Regret? Annoyance? This is the consequence of being powerless. Come on. Use my power more. Only in this way can you win and achieve your goal. Take him back. You can't do anything by your own strength. Come on, come on. The extremely seductive words echoed in Naruto's ears. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Imperial Sasuke's Eyes. Chapter 12, Imperial Sasuke's Eyes. Using your power, can it really change everything? Can it really bring Sasuke back? Naruto's entire body was covered by the huge shadow of the Nine Tails, and he lowered his head and whispered. Of course, come on, accept me. Kyuubi continued. Bright red chakra gradually surrounded Naruto. Hey! Naruto from another world, you don't think you can defeat me by relying on the power of the 9 tails, do you? Beside him, a voice sounded which made Naruto Hayate feel a little surprised and disgusted. Let him look up suddenly. He saw the tall figure of Imperial Sasuke standing beside him, looking at the huge red fox in front of him with a mocking look on his face. It's you. What are you doing here? Naruto Hayate asked in surprise. You little brat, are you afraid that Naruto will use my power, so you want to stop him? The 9 tails narrowed his eyes, and a gleam of brightness flashed in them. 9 tails, is this your true form? You don't look cute at all, and your chakra is a bit strange. It feels like a half-finished product. You in the other world are really strange. Imperial Sasuke did not respond to the words of the man and the fox, but instead looked at the 9 tails carefully and said. Damn you little brat! Who are you calling a half-finished product? Roar! The huge fox monster in the cage was driven mad with rage, and bright red chakra surged out. Naruto Hayate felt a terrible breath and felt suffocated. But Imperial Sasuke, who was standing next to him, just glared. Next moment, the originally ordinary black eyes turned purple, with strange circles around them. Quiet! Kyuubi! His voice was very soft, but it seemed to have terrifying power. The 9 tails, which was just so aggressive, immediately fell silent, and looked at Imperial Sasuke with horror and said. Uchiha brat! You actually have eyes like this? How is this possible? This is... I said quiet. Imperial Sasuke frowned slightly. His eyes widened again. Kyuubi suddenly lost his spirit and became dazed. What did you do to this stinking fox? Beside him, Naruto Hayate said in surprise. Just to quiet down this arrogant fox. Well, it's time for us to get out of here. Imperial Sasuke said and the figure disappeared. Outside world. Naruto Hayate was just in a trance when he heard a gentle voice. All right. All right. Stop it, Sasuke. It's not nice to bully little Naruto like this. The muscular, 2 meter tall Imperial Naruto has appeared next to Hayate Naruto. He gently placed his right hand on Susanoo and grabbed Hayate Naruto's arm, squeezing it hard. Pang! The energy arm that seemed indestructible in the battle with Naruto Hayate just now was crushed in an instant. Naruto Hayate fell to the ground. He coughed a few times uncomfortably, looked around and said in a daze. Sasuke, what happened just now? Humph, a weak fellow, it's really hard to imagine. It would be so tragic if I were as weak as you are now. The Susanoo on Imperial Sasuke gradually disappeared. There was no response to Naruto Hayate's question. Is power really that important? For this, can we even abandon the village? Said Naruto Hayate with some disappointment. Strength is indeed important, but leaving the place where you were born and raised for it is indeed not a good thing. When Imperial Sasuke said this, Naruto's eyes lit up. But the next words that Imperial Sasuke said made him roll his eyes again. But it's understandable that we would want to leave the ninja village, a product of the backward, cruel old times. It seems that I in that world was not such a fool. You arrogant fellow, you keep talking about the ninja village. You have no idea how hard everyone in the village works and how energetic they are. Humph! Said Naruto Yugi angrily, turning his head away, not wanting to look at the arrogant face of Imperial Sasuke. All right. All right. The battle is over. Don't be angry, little Naruto. Sasuke is like this. Apart from his tough talk, he is actually not a bad person at heart. Besides, it's normal that you can't beat him. Sasuke is one of the most powerful men in the entire empire. Also, if you want to become a strong person, you should rely on your own strength, not external forces. Imperial Naruto gently patted his younger brother, Heiei Naruto, on the shoulder and said meaningfully. However, due to the overly powerful force, Naruto Heiei was still grimacing, and felt as if his bones were about to break. He frowned and said in pain. Another me, your power is too strong, isn't it? I couldn't defeat that purple monster just now, but you broke it into pieces with just one move. It's even stronger than Granny Tsunade's super strength. Ha ha ha. Because I'm practicing muscle martial arts. His Majesty even praised me as a genius in muscle martial arts. Imperial Naruto touched his head and smiled innocently. So who is stronger, you in this world or Sasuke in this world? Naruto Heiei stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, and asked curiously. They are the twin stars of the Empire, and their strength is almost the same. The voice of Tikoku Kankuro was heard, and he and a group of people walked slowly over. Who said there is almost the same difference? I am obviously stronger. Imperial Sasuke said dissatisfiedly. So far, our record is 25 wins and 25 losses. Imperial Naruto laughed. The most recent victory belongs to me. Of course I am stronger. Imperial Sasuke said unhappily. I'm the first one to get 25 wins. Imperial Naruto did not back down. Looking at the two of them, Naruto Heiei couldn't help but smile. Not much different. That's good. In this world, he and Sasuke seem to have a very good relationship and their strengths are similar. They should be rivals and friends who recognize each other. That's great. I wish the damned arrogant Sasuke could have the same relationship with me. Naruto couldn't help but think and said. Stuffy Sasuke, just wait. Sooner or later I will surpass you. Oh? You're not a very capable guy, but you're quite good at talking big. Very good. Then I will give you time to catch up. Until you can't even see my back. Imperial Sasuke crossed his arms. That sounds so arrogant. Naruto Heiei was a little stunned. These are classic quotes from His Majesty Shinryu when he was young. As a fan of His Majesty, I certainly can't miss it when I encounter the right scene. Imperial Naruto smiled. The classic quotes of His Majesty Shinryu when he was young? These, what are all these things? Naruto Heiei was confused. Here, this is it. Do you want to learn it? Imperial Naruto took out a book with the portrait of Senju Amanto printed on it from his arms and handed it to Heiei Naruto. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, The sharp perception of the nine-tail is more terrifying than the six-path immortals. Chapter 13, The nine-tailed fox's keen perception is even more terrifying than the six-path sage. The Divine Emperor's thousand-handed invincible heavenly man quotations? This is the philosophy of truth that you cannot miss. Learn it, use it well, and you can become a cool man like His Majesty. There is such a thing. Naruto Heiei muttered, opening the first page. Don't be too persistent. Although I don't want to kill you, it's hard to master the power of stepping over ants without killing them. It comes from the 40th year of Konoha, when Emperor Jinmu attacked the entire Reigakure village. Don't bluff, that will only show your weakness. It comes from the 40th year of Konoha, when Emperor Jinmu fought against Iwagakure Noki. No one stands on the top from the beginning, no matter you, me, or even God, but the unbearable vacancy of the throne of the entire ninja world will soon end. From now on, I will stand at the top. I will rule the entire ninja world and change everything. I'll give you time to catch up. Until you can't even see my back. The more Naruto read, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he held up the quotations high and shouted. Ah! That's great! These words, coupled with those scenes, really make my blood boil just thinking about them. This feeling is so great. Really? Yamato, Sakura, and Sai looked at each other in silence. These words are so pretentious, are they true or false? How can a person say such words when facing a whole village? Humph! You still have some vision. Imperial Sasuke curled up the corners of his mouth, and his eyes became much gentler when he looked at Naruto. Ha ha ha. Of course it's no problem for you. Very good, little Naruto, if you know how to appreciate His Majesty's invincible quotes, then we will all be best friends. However, if you want to apply what you have learned flexibly, you need strong support. If your strength is too weak and you are always the loser, then you can only wait for your opponent to apply these words to you. I think this is something that all of His Majesty's fans cannot accept. Imperial Naruto said seriously. What? When Naruto Hayate heard about the issue of strength, he suddenly felt a headache. His own strength is not bad. He had previously used the Rasen Shuriken to defeat an Akatsuki member who had fought against the first Hokage. But the people here are stronger than each other, what can he do? He is also desperate. Even the powerful stinky fox in my body seems to be useless. Both Naruto and Sasuke are indeed very strong. But was that purple giant just now really the power of the Sharingan? Why have I never seen it? At this time, Haruno Sakura asked curiously. That is an ability that only the Mangeki Sharingan, which is above the ordinary 3 Magatama, possesses. The Mangekyo is an eye that only the geniuses of the Uchiha clan possess. Imperial Watergate Smile Introduction. Is that so? I wonder if our Sasuke has such eyes. Haruno Sakura whispered, thinking about the powerful strength displayed by Sasuke Hayate during her meeting, and wondered if there was anything else hidden. If the other person also has this kind of eyes. Can Naruto really bring Sasuke back to the village? Hey! It's true. It's okay that the previous Uzumaki Naruto didn't know about the Mangeki. I didn't expect that none of you knew the fame of my Uchiha Mangeki. It seems that the Uchiha in your world are all useless guys. Imperial Sasuke showed a hint of disappointment on his face, and said with contempt. The power of the kaleidoscope is so strong, it's normal that it doesn't exist, right? Yamato smiled bitterly. If those Uchiha really had eyes like this, the village would be in big trouble. Sasuke opened his Mangeki at the age of 10. Imperial Naruto smiled. The faces of the Gale Four twitched. I was extremely speechless. The people in this world are really so abnormal and strong. Possessing a kaleidoscope at the age of 10, and being able to use such terrifying power? Is that human being? They can't compare with the people in this world. However, Beja didn't know much about the battle, so he didn't have much feeling. He just watched silently, acting like a nobody. Very impressive. Arrogant Sasuke. Naruto Hayate couldn't help but admire it. Hat. Being praised by a weak person is not something to be happy about. Sasuke sneered. Damn you arrogant Sasuke. Don't be so proud. Even though you are so powerful, aren't you still no better than the me in this world? Naruto Hayate broke down and cursed. Namikaze Naruto is great, what does it have to do with Uzumaki Naruto? Imperial Sasuke smiled coldly. This made Naruto even more angry and he yelled. Damn it! Damn that stinky Sasuke! Brother Dai Naruto! Let's go together! We can definitely defeat this stinky Sasuke! Little Ming brother! That's a good idea! Then let us brothers fight side by side! Ha 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 ha! Imperial Naruto laughed. Immediately there was another wave of muscle display. Pretend to go up. Alright, Naruto, stop messing around with little Naruto. Now that we have finished the discussion, let's continue on our way. We have been stopping and starting along the way, and your majesty might really be getting impatient. Kushina smiled and patted Naruto's head to comfort him. The group finally continued on their journey. Go halfway. Inside Naruto. The Nine Tails, which had long since regained its freedom, was so angry that it yelled in the sealed space. Damn Uchiha! Damn brat! A bunch of uneducated bastards! A coward who dares not to fight me head on except using his eyes! Damn you! Don't think you can treat me like this just because you have the eyes of the old man Liudeo. When I was with old man Liudeo, you were not even born yet. Damn it! Wait, this breath. The nine-tailed fox suddenly looked up and looked ahead through Naruto Heiei's eyes. Miles away. Above the clouds that ordinary people cannot see with their naked eyes. It sensed a terrifying and unusual aura. This aura became clearer as Naruto got closer. In its perception, it began to expand continuously, slowly turning into a giant phantom that stood tall and straight, with its shadow covering the world, and whose face could not be seen clearly. Great! So strong! Terribly strong! Even though we didn't get any closer. But just from this breath, I can conclude that the owner of the breath is definitely a guy who is more terrifying than the old man Liudeo. Is that the guy? The Emperor Shenyu? Hiss! How could such a terrifying person exist in this world? Senju Amanto, the Senju clan, the old man of 6 paths. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear among your descendants. Compared with his chakra, the chakra of Senju Hashirama is nothing. Damn it! Is Naruto going to meet such a dangerous guy? This is bad. This guy will definitely be able to discover my existence. If he attacks me, how can I resist? No. I have to think of a way. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The Terrifying Aura of the Hand Heavenly Man. Shock. Chapter 14 The Terrifying Aura of the Thousand-Handed Celestial Being. Shock. The nine-tailed fox's eyes rolled as he frantically thought of a solution. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took the initiative to contact Uzumaki Naruto. Hey! Brat! Brat! Okay. Naruto Heiei, who was following the people of the Empire, was stunned. Somewhat strangely, I thought to myself. It's you, the stinky fox. What do you want me to do? You little brat! Don't follow them any further. Let's go to another place. Do you hear me? Nine-Tails said fiercely. Why should I listen to you, you stinky fox? I am doing this for your life. There is a scary guy ahead. If he wants to kill you, you will surely die even if I help you. Joey said in a serious voice. Tisk. Help me? I didn't see you doing anything when facing Sasuke just now, said Naruto with a little contempt. That's because of his eyes. His eyes restrained me. Otherwise, I would have beaten that brat to death long ago. The nine-tailed fox was furious. So you better shut up, you stinky fox. You little brat. If you keep going like that, you might actually die. You stinky fox, if they wanted to kill me, they would have done it long ago. Why would they have to wait until now? I can't even beat a single guard from their country. It is said that there are a million such guards in their country. Naruto said at the end, his expression downcast again. You little brats! Those guards are nothing powerful at all. Listen to me and don't follow them there. As long as you listen to me this time, I will never cause trouble for you in the future and will let you use my power. By then, let alone the guards, there won't be many people in the world who can be your opponent. Kyubai's voice sounded a little impatient. Are you afraid of the stinky fox? Naruto finally felt the fear of the nine tails. I'm not afraid. I just don't want you to die, you idiot. If you die, I will also die temporarily and wait for decades before I can be resurrected. Kyuubi yelled. You're lying. You stinky fox. Naruto's voice suddenly became low, revealing certainty. Nine-tailed silence. You're right. I'm really scared, but you little brat. Don't even think about having an easy time. Aren't you very proud now? Then feel how I feel. Feel the terror of that guy. Kyuubi turns on perception sharing. Next moment. Naruto Heiei, who was originally walking with the crowd, immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura enveloping him. A few kilometers ahead. A huge shadow tens of thousands of meters tall emerged and completely enveloped him. Naruto Hayate's limbs stiffened and sweat poured down his body like rain. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Ah, ah, ah. A few frightened noises began to come out of my throat unconsciously. He. You little brat. Do you understand how terrifying it is now? Inside the sealed space, Kuwabai mocked with sweat all over his forehead. Noticed the abnormality of Naruto Hayate. The other three members of the Gale trio couldn't help but exclaimed. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Is this a shock? Is it because of too keen senses? Imperial Minato wondered. That stupid fox is doing unnecessary things again. Imperial Sasuke glanced at Naruto Hayate's belly calmly, and the purple light in his eyes flashed again. Naruto, who was originally stiff and terrified, finally looked better. He collapsed to the ground and gasped heavily. Who? What was that just now? I saw a huge giant, so scary. Naruto Hayate spoke with fear in his eyes. Naruto. What's wrong with you? What giant? There's nothing here. Sakura said worriedly. I think I sensed your Majesty's presence just now. Is it because of the nine-tailed fox? Imperial Minato muttered, looking towards Imperial Sasuke. Who else could it be except that stupid fox? The tailed beasts are extremely sensitive, and they should have sensed the terror of your Majesty, but I don't know why that stupid fox shared this feeling with this dwarf. Imperial Sasuke said. It's okay, don't be afraid, Naruto-chan, the Empire is safe, don't be afraid. Your Majesty is also a good person who is easy to talk to. Kushina patted Hayate Naruto's back gently in a soothing tone. After a while, Ji Fengming finally came to his senses and continued to move forward with a strange look on his face. Sealed space. The Nine Tails, who had completely lost contact with Naruto, was worried. Damn brat! Now that you know how terrifying that guy is, you should at least avoid him, right? If you continue to follow me, I might really be killed by you. Arrive! Imperial Watergate, who was leading the way, stopped. The Gale Four looked at the 9 dragon pillars hundreds of meters high surrounding the huge palace, and a group of guards in black windbreakers were stationed there. They couldn't help but exclaimed. How magnificent! Is this where His Majesty Shinryu lives? It is more than 100 times more luxurious than the daimyo's mansion. Humph! My name is not as important as His Majesty Shinryu. You guys better not compare yourself with His Majesty Shinryu by using your name, because it is an insult to His Majesty. If anyone hears you, you'll be in trouble. Imperial Sasuke reminded. And this time, the few guards who were originally closer to them had already cast murderous glances at the Gale Quartet. This look frightened the foursome and made them tremble. They had no doubt that if there were no people from the Empire following them, these guards would have taken action. What I just said was heard. Whoosh! Boom! That's when. Accompanied by a golden lightning. A tall figure with white hair and wearing a dark windbreaker and carrying a long sword on his back suddenly appeared. You are finally here. Please go in quickly. Although His Majesty does not mind your lateness, some other high-ranking officials are waiting anxiously. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-senpai. Seeing this figure, Naruto, Sakura, and Yamato exclaimed at the same time. There was a strong sense of joy in the voice. Kakashi-sensei? So I'm your teacher in another world. What an honor! The white-haired figure raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Oh ha 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 ha! This is what Kakashi's face looks like under his mask? Ha 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 ha! Damn Kakashi-sensei, I never thought that we would actually see his true face in this world. Hayate Naruto pointed at Imperial Kakashi and laughed. Kakashi-sensei looks pretty good, but why is he still single and wears a mask? That's really weird. Sakura muttered to herself. The Kakashi-senpai here seems very different from the one we have, he looks much more energetic. Although I really want to fight Kakashi-senpai. But everyone in this world is ridiculously strong. Let's just forget it. Yamato looked at Imperial Kakashi with burning eyes, and finally thought. Will the copy ninja in this world still be strong without the Sharingan? Sai thought to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Naruto's team officially meets with Emperors along. Chapter 15 Naruto's team officially meets with Emperors along. Is it worth being so happy to see my true face? Am I that shameful in the other world? Imperial Kakashi blinked in confusion. Ha ha ha. Kakashi-sensei in our world always wears a mask. One time, Sakura, Sasuke, and I followed Kakashi for a whole day and watched him go to Ichiraku Ramen, but in the end we didn't see his true face. I always thought Kakashi-sensei had a sausage mouth. Hey, Naruto laughed. Maybe, our Kakashi-senpai may have been injured in the mouth or face. Yamato added. I thought to myself. If Kakashi-senpai was as handsome as the man in front of him, there would be absolutely no reason for him to wear a mask all the time or even read pornographic novels. He must be hurt and can't find a girlfriend, which is why he is so depressed and mean. Yes. You can't be wrong. Even Sakura thought so. Ah? Is that so? That's really a pity. I didn't expect that I in another world would be so miserable. But now, all of you should come in with me. His Majesty and the others are waiting for you. Imperial Kakashi said with some regret, then turned and walked towards the palace behind him. Everyone, follow up. Imperial Minato also stopped smiling. The Gale 4 and Centipede took a deep breath, calmed themselves down a little, and followed. Next. They will face the Emperor of the Shinryu Empire. The man who rules the world. Tread, step, step. Everyone was very quiet. There was only the sound of silent footsteps around. Until you step into the palace. Naruto Heiei discovered that there was a huge ninja formation above the ground, emitting a blue light. After a flash of light, they had come to another place surrounded by clouds and mist. And at the very front, the sturdy, long-haired man seen on the communicator earlier was sitting on the throne. Your Majesty, the great god of war, Namikaze Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Namikaze Minato, pays you the highest respects. A group of imperial personnel bowed, placed their right hands lightly on their hearts, and saluted. In response, the man on the throne simply nodded, and then turned his gaze to the Gale Quartet and the Centipede. Welcome to our world. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamato, and Sai from another world. The voice was full of majesty. The sharp eyes, like stars, and sharp swords, just a look. Naruto Heiei felt a sense of palpitations. This made him lower his head and glance at Sakura, Yamato, and Sai beside him out of the corner of his eye. The three of them also lowered their heads subconsciously. But soon, they felt that this was inappropriate, so they raised their heads again. Your Majesty, we are from another world, the Konoha ninjas from the ninja village era. It is an honor to meet you and everyone around you. Yamato immediately said respectfully, imitating the way everyone in the empire saluted. The same goes for Sakura and Sai. Naruto realized what was said belatedly, but before he could do anything, Yamato quickly reached out and held his head, bending down. No need to be polite, you are not from this world, you don't need to imitate them. Relax a little. As the saying goes, guests from afar are welcome, especially since you are from another world. That is naturally the most distinguished guest among distinguished guests. The divine thousand hands celestial being on the throne raised his arm very peacefully, and an invisible force lifted up the Gale 4 and the bent body of the 100-footed man. However, he caught a glimpse of the classic quotations of the Emperor Shinryu in Naruto Heiei's hand, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. What the hell? When I was young, I was very strong and loved to show off. Now that I am older, I can't stand it anymore. Hee hee. I knew that His Majesty Shinryu must be a good person. Naruto Hayate said with a grin as he just stood up, completely forgetting the terror he had felt before. He then looked at the people standing on both sides of the throne. At first glance, he saw a figure with thick purple eyeshadow, which looked a bit weird. This made his expression change and he exclaimed, "Orochimaru! Fist! Hard! Orochimaru!" Sakura whispered, her eyes complicated, but her fists were clenched just as tightly. Naruto-kun in the other world, Sakura seems to hate me? This is really a headache. Imperial Orochimaru gave a somewhat distressed smile. Naruto, Sakura, please don't bring the emotions you have for the people of our own world into this world. That is very rude. Yamato reminded quickly. Orochimaru-kun. I'm so sorry, this child and Sakura are in another world, and it seems that they suffered a lot because of the other you, so. Imperial Minato also patted Naruto Hayate's shoulder and looked at Imperial Orochimaru with an apologetic look. Of course I can understand. Don't worry, Minato-kun. I won't be angry with a distinguished guest from another world. As Imperial Orochimaru spoke, he inadvertently stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. Naruto and Sakura shuddered at the same time, and thought of some bad memories. I'm sorry, because you in another world killed the third grandfather and kidnapped Sasuke. Naruto Hayate said with a somewhat depressed mood. I was the one who killed the third Hokage in the other world and kidnapped Sasuke-kun? That's really beyond my expectation. If I have the chance, I really want to meet that me. When Orochimaru of the Empire heard this, his eyes lit up and he showed an interested look. Killing the third generation, a die-hard ninja in the ninja village, doesn't seem like a big deal. But kidnapping Sasuke, who was the twins of the imperial capital, is truly extraordinary. If only I could kidnap the Sasuke of this world. Imperial Orochimaru glanced secretly at Imperial Sasuke. The self in the other world is really great. I hope we can have the opportunity to communicate in the future. Humph! Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes, Orochimaru. Otherwise, if you leave His Majesty Shinryu's sight, I will make sure you are in trouble. Imperial Sasuke felt the gaze of Imperial Orochimaru and couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Ah! I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sasuke-kun, I didn't mean it. It's all because the twin stars of the imperial capital are too dazzling, and my eyes always like to look towards bright places. Imperial Orochimaru raised his hands in surrender and averted his gaze. Granny Tsunade. You are the Granny Tsunade of this world. Naruto Hayate shifted his gaze from Orochimaru and saw a hot, blonde big sister next to him, and couldn't help but shout. Damn you little brat! Who are you calling grandma? After all, I am a high-level warrior and can live for at least 200 years. Being several dozen years old is only equivalent to a normal 18-year-old. I am still a girl now. Do you know what a girl is? Imperial Tsunade raised her right fist and glared at Hayate Naruto with murderous eyes. While Naruto Hayate was frightened, he also felt warm in his heart. It seems this Granny Tsunade is very similar to the one in my own world. Sakura and Yamato couldn't help but smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Conquer the World? Conquer Konoha? Chapter 16, Conquer the World? Conquer Konoha? Lecherous Sage. Ah! Sorry, Uncle Jiraiya, are you still so lecherous here too? Naruto said happily when he saw Jiraiya, who looked almost the same as in his own world. Ahem, what are you talking about, little brat? What's wrong with a man being lustful? Pornography is the driving force of human progress. Without pornography, the whole world will stagnate. Do you understand what is meant by human beings and society? Imperial Jiraiya twisted his mouth and said with an unhappy look. This attracted the contemptuous looks from the women around him. Teacher Jiraiya, please stop talking about your theories. Imperial Minato looked helpless. What's wrong with my theory? It's proven based on the imperial social theory. Even His Majesty Shenwu agrees with it. Right? Your Majesty Shenwu. Please help me. Imperial Jiraiya winked at the Shenwu Senju Tianren who was sitting on the throne. It made Jian Shao Tianren feel funny. The trio of pornography, gambling, and drugs in this world have already had their personalities formed due to their age. Even if it is due to their own reasons, at most their experiences in the middle and late stages are different. The personality is not much different from the other world. Jiraiya is right. Pornography, power, money, and all desires are the ladders and driving forces that push people forward. So there is no need to be so repulsive or embarrassed to talk about them. The thousand-handed heavenly being nodded. For him, who now owns the entire world and is the supreme emperor, there are no desires or thoughts that need to be concealed. These words. The Empire Jiraiya was very proud. See. His Majesty has said so too. If you continue to refute me, you are actually refuting His Majesty. Cut. A group of women turned their heads away with disdain. That's the thick-browed teacher. Kurane Ui. Hinata's father. Ino's father. Shikamaru's father. Wow, who is this white-haired uncle? Why does he look so much like Kakashi? Naruto Heiei looked at the group of people and couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly. Those who were called nodded and smiled at him. Until I saw Uchiha Itachi. Naruto Heiei's expression was startled. You are not that Sasuke. Naruto. Yamato suddenly let out a high-pitched sound and slapped Heiei Naruto hard on the back. It made him suddenly wake up. Then he pursed his lips and smiled awkwardly, and didn't say anything else. What? Is there something wrong with me in the other world? The Imperial Uchiha Itachi, dressed in black, looked at Heiei Naruto strangely. Sorry, that's the village's secret. Yamato responded on behalf of Naruto. Is that so? I understand. Imperial Uchiha Itachi nodded, and had no intention of asking further questions. Maybe my brother in that world is very strong. After all, if I don't have the power of Indra, it would be difficult for me to be better than my brother. Imperial Sasuke said unconcernedly. To be honest, he was not very interested in the weak world where Naruto Heiei was. The rest of the empire didn't think much about Yamato's words. However, the Senju avatar, who was sitting on the throne, had a strange expression on his face as he recalled the Naruto he had watched in his previous life. These guys are quite smart. They covered up the fact that the Uchiha clan was exterminated from the beginning. But, the truth cannot be hidden forever, if these Uchiha get to know about it. I'm afraid that Konoha in that world has suffered a lot. However, this must be based on the Shinryu Empire being able to go to the world where the Shippuden is located. Thinking of the last thought, Jian Shao Tianren gathered his thoughts. Okay, now everyone knows each other. Then I'll get straight to the point. Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and Centipede from another world. I hope you can cooperate with us and let our people enter your world. Everyone in the Empire remained expressionless. Among the Gale Quartet, Yamato and Sai's expressions changed drastically. The thing I feared most finally happened. The ruler of this world, who is able to rule the Shinryu Empire, which is far more powerful than Konoha and even the entire ninja world, does have ideas about the world we live in. If he were to enter our world, I'm afraid the whole world would be doomed. So, we must not let him succeed. But can we stop it? The two were confused again, the gap in strength was too big. The swift-wind centipede beside him said happily. He. As expected. As expected, it is like this. I know that a great being like His Majesty Shinryu must be someone who also possesses an endless desire to conquer. Those corrupt guys in the ninja world. And those incompetent daimyos, they don't deserve to own the world. Only a great man like you, Your Majesty, is worthy of this. Please allow me to help Your Majesty. What? Conquer the world? Conquer Konoha? At this time, even the political idiot Naruto was shocked and looked at the figure on the throne with disbelief. Hey, are you kidding me? Uncle Emperor of the Shinryu Empire. You wouldn't do that, right? And Uncle Minato, Brother Oneru, Sister Kushina. Said Hey-8 Naruto, turning his attention to the newly friendly Imperial Minato and the others around him. Sorry Naruto-chan, but trust me, this is for everyone too. Tikoku Minato smiled somewhat awkwardly. Little Naruto. You have to believe in us. Believe in His Majesty. Only by joining the embrace of the Empire can the people of the entire ninja world be happier. Imperial Kushina also said, and wanted to touch Naruto Hey-8's head. But he dodged it angrily. You damned fellows! You are all bad guys. You want to conquer the world. Conquer Konoha. I will never allow it. Hey-8 Naruto yelled. Humph! You should feel honored. Because only in this way can you join the Empire. Become a member of the Empire and enjoy an advanced, prosperous and affluent life. Imperial Sasuke said disdainfully. What are you talking about? Damn you stinking Sasuke! Where the leaves fly, fire burns. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. We in Konoha won't. Naruto Hey-8 was halfway through his words. Imperial Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips and said. It's just a brainwashing catchphrase, but you actually take it as the truth? Is a backward system and village that only emphasizes sacrifice really worth reminiscing about? As expected, just as your majesty said, the people of the ninja village era were just so stubborn. Only the iron fist of justice is the most suitable for them. Damn you arrogant Sasuke, Konoha belongs to everyone and we won't yield to anyone. Just give up on this idea. Hey-8 Naruto yelled. Naruto, why do you think that by joining the Empire, you are surrendering to it? Namikaze Minato said gently. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Bet. Chapter 17 Bet. Because everyone in Konoha is living a happy life now. Naruto Hey-8 said without thinking. Are you happy? Happy living as a commoner in the Empire? Ask your heart, and think back to what you just saw and heard. Imperial Minato gave a gentle reminder. This. Naruto Hey-8 was stunned. I recalled the fashionable and beautiful men and women I saw on the street just now, their smiling faces and their full energy. There are also beautiful tall houses, items, and food in some shops. Naruto Hey-8 had to admit it in his heart. The living standards of ordinary people in the Empire far exceed those in Konoha. Even if ordinary people in the Empire have a good life, this is not our home after all, Konoha is. Forced conquest leads only to war and destruction. Yamato then stood up and spoke again. This idea is so similar to what we had before. Imperial Tsunade sighed softly at this time. This is the limitation of people's thinking in the shinobi village era. People always like to stay in the areas they know and find it difficult to accept new things. Tikoku Jiraiya couldn't help but smile bitterly. He, isn't this just the stupidity that is unique to humans? Thanks to His Majesty Shinryu, we were saved from that ignorant and stupid era. Imperial Orochimaru licked his lips, looking at the figure on the throne, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Those who have not lived in the Empire for a period of time will never be able to understand the greatness of His Majesty Shinryu and the entire Empire. So, Naruto-chan, how about living here for a while and then making a decision? Imperial Kushina also said. No. I don't want to stay here. You damned fellows. Naruto Hey-8 looked at everyone in the Empire with some annoyance, labeling them all as bad people with bad intentions. How selfish! Uzumaki Naruto. Is this what the ninja village teaches you? At this time, the thousand-armed heavenly being on the throne finally spoke again. Hearing this, Naruto Hey-8 became furious. Damn it! Selfish? You want to invade Konoha, and you don't allow us to resist. Uzumaki Naruto, you are just an individual and cannot represent anyone. Knowing that joining the empire would make everyone's life better, but refusing, what else could that be but selfish? In your narrow-minded mind, there is only Konoha and the education of the ninja village era. There is no future of happiness for the people after the great unification, and you cannot see such a future. Your Majesty, I believe that everyone in Konoha loves that piece of land. Our ancestors have lived there for generations. There is no way he will leave there, and he will not yield to anyone. All the people of Konoha are like fluttering leaves in the village, reproducing and growing actively generation after generation. If you are kind, you should not try to conquer the world, conquer Konoha. Starting a war and dragging everyone into it is not what a kind person should do. Yamato said with a serious look. Captain Yamato is right. Your Majesty, the great god. You already own this world, isn't this enough to satisfy you? Sakura also said, looking extremely worried. The Shinryu Empire is too powerful. If they confront the enemy head-on, the ninja world has no chance of winning. After hearing what the two said, everyone in the empire smiled playfully. Are these guys pretending to be stupid, or are they just so naive? Satisfied? Human desires are infinite, so who would complain about having more? What's more, His Majesty Jinryu did this more to save the pitiful people of the ninja village era. You are a bunch of rebels who don't understand His Majesty's greatness. You should all be executed. Without the need for everyone in the empire to speak, Centipede and Lushan volunteered and shouted. You damn guy! You are obviously from our world, why do you say such things? Naruto Hayate glared at him. The veins on his fists were bulging. I just want to live in a more civilized and advanced world. Hiss, ha, smell it, the air in this world is so sweet and charming. Ah! This is civilization and freedom. Beja said this, taking a deep breath with an intoxicated look on his face. This scene made the Gale Quartet feel extremely disgusted. In comparison, the world ruled by the useless daimyo is simply stupid and backward. Even the air was filled with a disgusting stench. That world needs to change. Beja finally said excitedly. Damn it! Naruto Hayate wanted to say something. The peaceful and majestic voice of the thousand-handed heavenly man sounded. Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato, Haruno Sakura, Sai. Let's make a bet. If you win, I can give up the conquest of Konoha, and even the entire world you live in. But if you lose, you must surrender unconditionally, how about that? Bet? What bet? Naruto Hayate said alertly. Do we have the right to refuse? Yamato smiled bitterly. It's simple, just wait until our people enter your world. How about we invite 100 ordinary people to come and experience the lives of ordinary people here, and let them decide whether to join or refuse. That's a good idea. As expected of His Majesty, you came up with a good idea right away. Let 100 ordinary people experience life here and let them decide whether to go or stay. In this way, we can respect everyone's will and avoid the outbreak of war. Imperial Minato's eyes lit up and he said happily. Oh! Your Majesty, the mighty God! You have the power to conquer everything, yet you are so kind. Stupid guys, why don't you give thanks quickly? Beja stared at the Gale 4. Naruto Hayate was a little hesitant. What? You can't even agree to this condition? As expected, the people in the shinobi village era are all selfish, hypocritical people with high-sounding words. You only have yourselves in your hearts. Imperial Sasuke challenged. Damn it! Let's bet. I trust everyone in Konoha. Hayate Naruto yelled in annoyance. Yamato smiled bitterly, they had no right to refuse. Then it is settled, Minato, Kushina, you will take good care of these distinguished guests from another world. By the way, send them to Imperial Capital Middle School to learn martial arts. Thousand-handed celestial being. What? Let us learn martial arts. The 4 members of the Gale group were all shocked. Then great joy. That is a powerful energy different from Chakra, and the Gale quartet is well aware of its power. If only I could learn this. Their strength will surely take a leap forward. But, these guys are about to invade the ninja world, can they really be so kind? Your Majesty. These 4 people are not sincere in joining the Empire. Asking them to learn martial arts is a bit. Hinata Hayashi, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. Many other people also looked worried. However, Imperial Sasuke's eyes lit up and he said, "Why? Is the Hyuga family head worried that teaching the martial arts to people from another world will pose a threat to us? Don't forget what His Majesty once said." End of this chapter. Chapter 18. The more I understand, the more I discover the gap between the ninja world and the Empire. Chapter 18. The more I understand, the more I discover the gap between the ninja world and the Empire. What did Your Majesty say? Hinata and Hinata were a little confused. I'll give you time to catch up until you're out of reach. Your Majesty is so strong that he is not afraid of anyone chasing him. Compared with Your Majesty, all people are nothing but ants. He is invincible. Have you all forgotten that? Imperial Sasuke looked serious. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. That's right. Your Majesty is a martial arts master who is invincible in the world. Why should you be afraid of the ninja world in another world? The entire martial arts was created by Your Majesty. To Your Majesty, the ninja world is nothing more than an ant nest made up of a group of ants. There is no need to pay too much attention to it. Your Majesty is the God who sits on the throne of heaven. A group of people started to flatter him. This made the thousand-handed heavenly man's eyelids jump. Good man, this flattery is really unbearable, especially when he quoted the classic quotes he used to show off. It feels like dark history. These guys. This is being underestimated. Yamato looked at the looks of the people in the Empire and whispered with a wry smile. Damn it! These guys! Naruto Hayate was a little annoyed. He wanted to retort, but had no idea what to say. After all, the 4 of them were indeed defeated easily. The gap between the 2 sides is visibly huge. No matter what, if you are willing to teach, we will learn well. Sai's expression was much calmer. Sakura just sighed. The quartet soon left, following Tikoku Minato and Kushina. Looking at their backs as they left, the thousand-handed celestial being finally turned his gaze to the 100-footed one. Centipede and Lushan, you and Orochimaru will go to Lulin to study whether the dragon veins can be reversed. Your will, Your Majesty. They both bowed. An ordinary apartment. Living room, next to the dining table. Naruto Hayate stroked his belly with a satisfied look on his face and sighed comfortably. The dishes cooked by butler Xiaolong are so delicious. The mapo tofu was so soft, glutinous, delicious, and fragrant. I have never eaten such a great dish before. While speaking, Naruto Hayate kept glancing at a black-haired girl standing next to him who was wearing a maid outfit and had a better-looking face. Just now, he enjoyed a lunch provided by the other party. There are 10 dishes in total, and each one looks delicious, fragrant, and tasty, and is several times more delicious than Ichiraku ramen. It made him feel like he was in a food paradise. Sakura, who was standing next to her, covered her face with her hands and sighed with satisfaction. The mapo tofu is indeed delicious, but the best, I think, is the pickled fish. The fish is fresh and tender and melts in your mouth. Oh my god! How can there be such delicious fish in this world? Thank you for the compliments, this is what Xiaolong should do. The black-haired girl next to her kept smiling as she responded. These delicacies were actually invented by Your Majesty. He said that the strong should learn to enjoy life while strengthening themselves. And delicious food is the greatest enjoyment. It is the one that can bring the most happiness to people. Therefore, The empire has always attached great importance to food, and many people have delved into it. Today, several cuisines have been developed, with hundreds or even thousands of dishes. Today's dishes are just appetizers. Imperial Minato said proudly. This caused Naruto, Hayate and Sakura to exclaim in amazement. The empire is truly amazing. But, Uncle Minato, you should let Butler Xiaolong go back. As a ninja, I am more accustomed to living independently. I also want to experience the life of ordinary people in the empire. I always feel that servant's service is a service that only important people can enjoy. Naruto Hayate looked serious. Yes, if there is a mediocre person in my room, Minato-senpai, please let her go. We are just ordinary ninjas, not suitable to enjoy the service of servants. Yamato also said. Ah? What are you talking about? A service that only big shots can enjoy? No, no, no. I think you may have misunderstood. Butler Xiaolong, it is an artificial intelligence mechanical puppet, a household mechanical puppet that most citizens of the empire would buy. Imperial Minato shook his head and laughed. Artificial intelligence mechanical puppet? What is that? I know puppets, they are used by the Sand Village to fight. Mechanical puppets should be puppets made by machines, right? Artificial puppets? I heard Kankuro say before that it seemed like some invisible summoning beast. But what does it mean to have connected artificial intelligence mechanical puppets? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. An invisible spirit beast? This explanation is quite simple and easy to understand. To be precise, an artificial intelligence mechanical puppet is a man-made puppet. However, this kind of puppet is different from ordinary puppets. It has anthropomorphic intelligence, can communicate with people, and complete some of the master's orders. Little Dragon Butler is a household mechanical puppet. So it is possible to cook, wash clothes, clean and so on. This is something that most ordinary people in the empire can have, not just some powerful people. Imperial Minato smiled. What? The Gale Four were shocked. Not a human? A puppet? With human thinking? Ordinary people in the empire can have that? Can cook, wash clothes, and clean? How is this possible? Uncle Minato, are you kidding us? Sakura said with disbelief on her face. No matter how she looked at it, she believed that Butler Xiaolong was undoubtedly a real person. Haha. This is normal. If I were still the same person I used to be, I would also find it unbelievable to see these things. Butler Xiaolong, please prove it to everyone. Tikoku Minato smiled at the black-haired girl. Yes. The black-haired girl known as Xiaolong's housekeeper nodded respectfully, and then, under the surprised gaze of Team Gale, she slowly lifted up her shirt, revealing her white belly. Naruto Hayate's face turned red, his eyes widened, and his breathing became heavier. Sakura next to her widened her eyes and clenched her fists. But the next moment, Butler Xiaolong's actions were shocking. She held her belly with one hand, then slowly opened it, revealing strange circuit boards and wires inside. This is... Naruto Hayate's eyes widened in surprise. The same was true for the other three. This is one of the evidences. Butler Xiaolong's body is made up of circuit boards, wires, steel, silicone, etc. Imperial Minato said with a smile. That's not all. Butler Xiaolong, please continue to show them other evidence. Imperial Kushina also said. Okay. Butler Xiaolong said, and then held his head with his hands, twisted it slowly, and finally took it off and held it in his arms. The original neck was smooth and clean. Head. It's coming down. This person is definitely not a human being. Naruto shouted. Incredible. It looks like a human, but it's actually a puppet. It's similar to Scorpion. Sakura whispered, her eyes full of amazement. At the same time, he inevitably recalled the battle with Scorpion of the Red Sand. Haha, Scorpion really put in a lot of effort to research these puppets. He is a mechanical genius that even His Majesty has praised, and he is also the youngest person in our Shinryu Empire to hold a doctorate in both mechanics and intelligence. Imperial Minato said. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Basic Martial Arts of the Shinryu Empire. Chapter 19, Basic Martial Arts of the Shinryu Empire. Doctor? What is that? Everyone asked. A profession distinct from that of a ninja, and very popular and respected throughout the empire. Generally, only one person will appear among tens of thousands of people. Minato raised an index finger. Only one out of hundreds of thousands of people? Great! So amazing! Sakura exclaimed. Isn't that a Konoha can't produce a single one? Naruto shouted. The total population of Konoha is only about 100,000. Is it possible that the doctor is even more powerful than Shadow? May I ask, what is the current population of the Shinryu Empire? Yamato swallowed. The current population is about 100 million. Imperial Minato laughed. 100 million. The 4 members of the Gale group took a breath. This population is much larger than that of the ninja world they are in. Because of years of war, Yamato estimated that the population of the entire ninja world was only a few million at most. Millions versus 100 million, the gap is so big that it is unimaginable. What's more, the Empire's elite troops far outnumber those in the ninja world. They couldn't think about it any further. The more they thought about it, the more despair and helplessness they would feel. Shaking his head, Yamato breathed in. It's really amazing, but it's the most amazing thing. Or is it because puppets of this level are available to ordinary people in the entire Shinryu Empire? So, just enjoy Butler Xiaolong's service with peace of mind. This is something that all citizens of the Empire can enjoy. Imperial Minato smiled. Shortly after, Imperial Minato and Kushina settled all the members of Hay-8. Each member of the Gale team has a dragon butler serving them. Finally, the 4 of them enjoyed what it meant to be like an emperor. Dinner is prepared by Butler Xiaolong, and the bath water is prepared by Butler Xiaolong. If you are tired, you can enjoy a massage. If you want to chat, he can accompany you for a while. Early the next morning, when Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Butler Xiaolong waiting by the bed with his clothes. This service! It's so thoughtful. After getting dressed and washing, and having breakfast, Naruto felt extremely happy and couldn't help but sigh again. Life in this world is so comfortable. It would be nice if I could live here, ah! How could I think like that? I am Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. Everyone in Konoha is waiting for me. He slapped his face hard to keep himself awake. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The doorbell rings. When Uzumaki Naruto opened the door, he saw Imperial Minato and Kushina standing at the door with smiles on their faces. Are you used to living here, Naruto-chan? Kushina came to Naruto Hay-8 affectionately and touched his head. Very good, the artificial intelligence puppet is really amazing. Naruto Hay-8 did not resist at all and smiled. Ha ha ha, as long as you like it. Now let's go and call the others and prepare to report to Daido Middle School. You can't fall behind in learning martial arts. The sky is big, the earth is big, your own strength is the greatest. Kushina said as she gathered everyone together. Sakura saw her friends, Kushina and Minato, chattering excitedly. That AI robot puppet is amazing. She can really do anything. He can even choose suitable clothes for me online. I feel like as long as I have her, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. It would be great if we in Konoha also had this. He does not mean that. Yamato and Sai looked heavy-hearted. The artificial intelligence robot puppet is so powerful and advanced. After the experience, they couldn't help but feel that even the most famous people were just like this. If other Konoha villagers enjoyed this kind of life, could they really refuse? I'm afraid, it's impossible. To be honest, just yesterday's life made them feel at ease and look forward to the future. The Shinryu Empire is so terrifying. And so advanced. I only saw it before, but now after experiencing it, the feeling is completely different. Even if it's only the first day. On the way to Imperial Capital Middle School, Imperial Minato smiled and said to the Gale Quartet. His Majesty asked me to send you to learn martial arts. But there are many martial arts, and apart from your Majesty, no one can be omnipotent. So, I suggest you learn one of them. How about that? I can finally learn martial arts. After I finish learning, I will definitely defeat the arrogant Sasuke, and then fight back against him with your Majesty's classic quotes. Let's see if he dares to laugh at me again. Naruto excitedly hit his left palm with his right fist and yelled. Can we learn moves like Chi Finger Gun and Chi Storm Kick? Yamato's first thought was about the Lulin guards who had abused him. Of course, these are relatively basic skills, known as the 6 styles of martial arts. Imperial Minato said with a smile. Basic skills? Such a powerful move is just a basic skill. Yamato was surprised. Wow, so awesome! Naruto was surprised and happy. It is indeed just a basic skill. In Imperial Capital Middle School, most students know 1 or 2 of the 6 styles. Graduates need to completely master the 6 styles, and the top students must master some of the 6 styles' advanced skills. Kushina also said. It sounds like it's awesome. But are there any other powerful ones I can learn from? Naruto said expectantly. Certainly. There is also elemental breathing. Well, to put it simply, it's a move similar to the attribute chakra mode, but it's simpler and more convenient. It can be used on any of your own moves, and can also strengthen ninjutsu of corresponding attributes. After reaching a certain level, it becomes stronger than the attribute chakra mode. Imperial Minato thought for a moment and said. Attribute chakra mode, what's that? Naruto Hayate didn't understand. That is a very advanced use of chakra. The Raikage of the Hidden Thunder Village has mastered the lightning release chakra mode for generations. This is also the key to their ability to become Raikage. Yamato explained with a serious look. Captain Yamato means that, as long as we master the lightning release chakra mode, we will have the strength of the Raikage. Sakura said in disbelief. This is not absolute, but being able to master the lightning chakra mode is definitely the elite among the elites. Good. Very powerful. Naruto Hayate's eyes lit up when he heard it. The Kigong of the Shinryu Empire is so powerful. I really want to learn it all. What else? Is there anything else I can learn? There are also muscle martial arts and spiritual martial arts. These 2 types are muscle and spirit strengthening martial arts types. Brother Deming is practicing muscle martial arts, right? The first thing that came to Naruto Hayate's mind was the Imperial Naruto with his extremely well-developed muscles. Yes, Naruto has a talent in muscle martial arts second only to your Majesty, far superior to the others. Imperial Minato's face revealed a hint of pride when he said he was second only to his Majesty. I see. So if we're talking about cultivating the spirit, that should be the job of an illusion ninja, right? Sakura said. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Martial Arts Demonstration from Rock Lee of the Empire. Chapter 20, Martial Arts Demonstration from Rock Lee of the Empire. That's not the case. Most Uchiha practice spiritual martial arts. Their spirits are connected to Yinsuku, which can strengthen the power of the Sharingan. If they practice to a high level, they can also obtain all kinds of incredible force fields. Imperial Watergate smiled, paused, and then said. How is it? Which of these 4 basic systems do you plan to practice? After the selection, I will take you to the corresponding instructor to study. It's really hard to make a decision. They all sound very strong. Yamato sighed, undecided. This was an opportunity, and he naturally wanted to learn the best and what was most suitable for them. But they knew too little about this brand new thing called martial arts. Seems to see Yamato's hesitation. The considerate little son Watergate said again. How about this, Kushina, and I will demonstrate all the martial arts for you to choose from. Thank you so much, Minato-senpai. Yamato looked happy. Thank you, Uncle Minato. You are indeed the best person in the world, shouted Naruto Hayate. Sakura and Sai also looked happy. Being with someone like Minato really makes people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. The other person is so thoughtful in what he does. Don't be so polite, we are all family. Imperial Minato smiled and asked everyone to gather around him, and they appeared again on the field where Hayate Naruto had fought Imperial Sasuke before. Drink. 1231. 1232. 1233. On the original open space, there was a watermelon-skinned young man wearing a green tights. The young man was yelling and supporting the ground with one finger, doing push-ups continuously. And sitting on this watermelon rind is a man who is a bigger size than the other one. Saw two people. Naruto Hayate suddenly shouted. Teacher Thick Eyebrows. Xiao Li. Hey? Who are you? The watermelon rind young man who was doing push-ups stopped and turned to look at Naruto Hayate curiously. Li, this is Naruto from another world, and his companions. Tikoku Kai's legs shook, and he immediately jumped off little Li. Ah! He is actually Naruto-kun from another world? He looks so skinny and short. Empire Xiao Li was shocked. Damn thick eyebrows. Who did you call short and skinny? Asshole. Naruto Hayate clenched his fists in anger and glared at Xiao Li. Ah. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Xiao Li quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly to Naruto Hayate to apologize. But with a height of at least 1.9 meters and strong muscles. Considering Naruto's small stature, this apology seemed weird no matter how one looked at it. Damn it! Seeing that Xiao Li was so sincere, Naruto didn't know what to say, but he still felt depressed. My height is obviously not short. But in this world, not only is his strength always looked down upon, but even his size is like that. It's really too discouraging. Naruto boy from another world. Are you here to train as well? Do you want to join us? Tikoku Kai smiled brightly. He is taller than Xiao Li, about 2 meters tall. The tights are tight, highlighting the muscle contours. Kai, I brought Naruto here mainly to demonstrate the 6 styles of martial arts, attribute breathing, muscle martial arts, and spiritual martial arts. This will also help them make a better choice as to which one to learn. Imperial Minato explained with a smile. Oh? I see. Are you showing off your martial arts power? Can you take us with you? Let us demonstrate the 6 styles and muscle martial arts, shall we? Empire Kai's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try. Of course, Kai, you and Xiao Li's 6 styles and muscle martial arts are much better than mine, so it's best for you to demonstrate. Imperial Minato nodded. Oh! Did you hear that? Li. Get ready. Let the people from the other world see the power of the 6 styles of martial arts and the muscle martial arts created by your majesty. Empire Kai raised his fist and yelled at Xiao Li. Ah! Don't worry, Teacher Kai. I will do my best. I will never lose face for his majesty. Xiao Li also raised his fist and shouted. Naruto and Sakura couldn't help but smile when they saw this. The thick eyebrows and Xiao Li in this world are similar to those in my world. Kai, Xiao Li. Just let the guys from the repair team go. If you guys go all out, I think they'll have to work overtime to repair the venue. Minato smiled bitterly. Ah. That's true. Then I won't do anything. Xiao Li, you do it. Daiguo Kai's eyes widened and he suddenly realized. Leave it to me. Teacher Kai. After Xiao Li from the Empire finished yelling, he looked at the Gale Force seriously and said. Dear guests from another world. Now please enjoy the power of the 6 styles and their derivative advanced moves. Xiao Li. Just show the basics. Minato warned quietly. No. Lord Minato. We must go all out, otherwise we will lose face for His Majesty. Li retorted to Minato, looking serious. Then, thank you for your help. Minato covered his face. Thank you, Xiao Li. Naruto said with a toothy smile. It's no trouble at all. Just watch. One of the 6 martial arts styles. Finger gun. Xiao Li looked serious and bent his fingers and flicked them. 100 meters away, several trees were pierced through one by one. This power is much stronger than the penetrating power used by the Lulin guards that the Gale team had seen before. This made Team Gale's expressions become serious. As for martial arts, it seems that the stronger a person is, the stronger he will be when he uses it. As for ninjutsu, generally the power does not change much after it is used, unless one has done special research on the ninjutsu and added one's own things to make the ninjutsu even more powerful. In this regard, ninjutsu is not as convenient as martial arts. Ha! 6 martial arts styles, finger gun advanced. Fist cannon. After demonstrating the finger gun, Xiao Li roared, retracted one hand behind his waist, and then suddenly punched out. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. On Xiao Li's fist, the air was beaten into a visible air mass, which then flew out. When this air mass touches the first tree, boom! A huge explosion sounded. The middle part of the tree, which was originally 30 to 40 meters tall, was completely shattered. Along with it, a hole 1 or 2 meters deep and 10 meters in diameter was formed on the ground. Wow! Is this the advanced version of the finger spear? It's even more powerful than my Rei's Nan. Naruto was a little shocked. The scariest thing is that it can be released instantly, Yamato added. It's not over yet. Watch me advance my spear fingering skills. True Chi 6 King's Rapid Cannon. Hey-ah! Xiao Li screamed loudly. He folded his hands behind his back and then madly punched the air in front of him. Boom! 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 A series of air cannons continuously bombarded the woods 100 meters ahead. Boom! The horrific explosion continued until 20 seconds later, when Xiao Li slowly exhaled. At this time, the edge of the originally dense forest had been completely shrouded in smoke. Until the smoke was blown away, a pit with a depth of 10 meters and a diameter of 70 to 80 meters was revealed. It's really frightening to watch. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Powerful Martial Arts. Terrifying 6 Style Advancement. Chapter 21 Powerful Martial Arts. The Terrifying 6-Step Advancement. Is this the advanced technique of the 6 styles of martial arts? So powerful! Really so powerful! Naruto whispered. This power is even stronger than his wind-style Rasen Shuriken. The Xiao Li in this world is indeed incredibly strong. This power is already an S-level ninjutsu. Yamato exclaimed. That's amazing! Why is everyone here so amazing? Sakura also sighed. Ha ha ha! It's not that amazing. If it's Teacher Kai, he has more advanced techniques. Xiao Li touched the back of his head and smiled happily. What a pity! I can't show you more advanced martial arts techniques. Kai also looked regretful. Just let the guys from the repair class go. Minato said quickly. That's a pity, but this move is powerful enough. Naruto's eyes lit up. Then next up is Storm Kicks. Watch out everyone! One of the 6 martial arts styles. Storm Kick. A 10-meter high air blade flew out and cut down several large trees. Then, One of the 6 martial arts styles. The Great Storm Kick. With a little accumulation of strength, a 20-meter-long air blade cut across, chopping down hundreds of large trees at the waist. Frenzy. Storm of storm kicks. Dozens of air blades flew out in just a few seconds, chopping up everything within the target range. Broken soil, trees, and flying dust. Even with Zhu Yu, who had true Qi, 6 kings, and rapid-fire cannon, in front, the storm of Mistfoot was still amazing. Another powerful move that is not inferior to S-rank ninjutsu. Unlike the finger gun, this move is completely based on cutting. Although its range of damage is not as good as the finger gun, it is more difficult to defend against. Amazing! Yamato commented in a sophisticated manner. Ha ha ha! Mr. Yamato is right. This is exactly the purpose of developing this move. Then watch out for the next move. Moon Step. Xiao Li finished speaking. He pushed off the ground and flew towards the sky. Just when everyone thought he was going to make a move, Xiao Li kicked his legs in the air continuously, and he actually stabilized in the air. There was no sign of falling at all. Xiao Li is flying in the sky. When Naruto Heiei saw this scene, he couldn't help but point and shout. His face was full of disbelief. How did you do that? Sakura was a little confused. Without wings, you can still fly. Sai also didn't understand. The moon step is a technique that involves stepping on the air at high speed, which creates a recoil force that allows you to briefly fly into the air. However, this technique consumes a lot of physical strength and energy, and is the most difficult of all the 6 techniques. Imperial Watergate explained. Incredible, martial arts are so powerful and magical. Yamato exclaimed. I also yearn for this kind of power even more in my heart. Boom! Landed on the ground again. Xiao Li said. The advanced techniques of moon step are nothing more than saving physical energy and how to move more quickly and freely in the sky. It is difficult for people who have not learned it to understand, so I will not continue to demonstrate it. Next, you guys come and attack me. Xiao Li patted his chest. Attack you? This is not good, it will hurt you. Naruto frowned. It's okay. Xiao Li is demonstrating the 6 styles, iron block, so go ahead and attack. If your moves are strong enough to hurt Xiao Li, he will dodge. Kai laughed. Then I won't be polite. Naruto Heiei came to Rock Lee with his hands rubbed with anticipation, looking at the strong Rock Lee who was more than a head taller than him. I couldn't help feeling annoyed. Why is this guy so tall? It's really annoying. He gritted his teeth. Following Lee's eye signal, Naruto punched Lee in the stomach without any hesitation. Bang! Bang! Ah! It hurts! A scream rang out, but it was not from Xiao Li, but from Naruto Heiei. He retracted his slightly swollen right hand, covered it with his left hand and screamed. Why does it hurt so much? It feels like I hit a piece of iron. Hiss! Ah! This is the martial art of iron. Tighten your muscles, use your true energy to strengthen them, and your body will become as hard as iron. Imperial Kai grinned and gave a thumbs up. Naruto-kun, you can try harder and use ninjutsu. Xiao Li said this with a serious look on his face. In Naruto Heiei's eyes, this seemed to be saying. How come you only have so little strength? Can't you try harder? Damn it! Now that you say that, don't regret it later. Raise Nan. Naruto created 2 shadow clones and immediately started making balls. Raise Nan? Just in time. Budo steel block. Xiao Li growled, his skin all over his body covered with a layer of fluorescent light. Naruto raised the Raise Nan and hit Rock Lee hard. Boom boom boom. The Raise Nan spun, tearing Xiao Li's shirt into pieces, and the ball then hit Xiao Li's exposed strong abdominal muscles. Halong long. The Raise Nan is still spinning. but it never had any effect at all until the whole ball disappeared. It's actually useless, Naruto Hayate said in a daze. This is the advanced steel block of the iron block. It can resist almost all destructive ninjutsu below S rank. How about it, Naruto? Do you have any other means of attack? If not, others can come and attack. Xiao Li smiled and patted his abdominal muscles. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Naruto was pissed. The two clones also gnashed their teeth and gathered around the other clone again. Buzzing. The next moment, the raised Nan began to rotate again, but compared to before, this time it added the rapid rotation force of wind attribute. The whole ball began to make terrifying noises. Naruto! Stop it! This is just a test and a demonstration. It's not even close to using S-level ninjutsu. Yamato was immediately shocked when he saw Naruto use this move. That's right. Naruto, stop it. This might hurt Lee. Sakura also said. This is a wind attribute Rasen Shuriken. Xiao Li was a little surprised. Hee. Are you scared? Do you want me to stop? Just tell me and I'll stop right away. Naruto held up the wind-style Rasen Shuriken that was spinning continuously and creating gusts of wind and waves, feeling somewhat proud. No need. Come on. But the others should stay away. Rock Lee remained unmoved, and instead reminded Hayate Sakura, Yamato, and Sai. Is this really okay? This is an S-level ninjutsu. Yamato was worried and looked towards the Imperial Water Gate. I hope he can persuade me. The wind attribute Rasen Shuriken is indeed very powerful, but Xiao Li is so confident, so we should just watch. Minato laughed and began to back away. Seeing this, Yamato had no choice but to retreat with Sakura and Sai, leaving the two of them with a wide space. You asked for this. Xiao Li. Don't regret it later. Naruto Hayate looked at Xiao Li with complicated eyes, even though he was not afraid at all. Come on. Naruto-kun. The martial arts created by His Majesty are not as weak as you think. Xiao Li patted his abdominal muscles again. This chapter has been posted first. I have something to do tomorrow, so I will update the next chapter in the afternoon or evening. In addition, thank you all for your monthly votes and follow-up reading. At present, the ranking on the new book list seems to have moved up a bit. This way, more people can see it, which will make the performance of this book slightly better. Omega. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Perfect Display of Six Styles and Muscle Martial Arts. Chapter 22 The Perfect Display of Six Styles and Muscle Martial Arts. You've been underestimating ninjutsu. Naruto Hayate retorted, a hint of anger on his face. No. I have never underestimated ninjutsu. It's you who lack knowledge of martial arts. Just come at me, Naruto-kun. Xiao Li said this and suddenly turned around. Only a strong back was left for Naruto Hayate. Naruto Hayate was completely enraged by the actions of Empire's Rock Lee. At this moment, he felt unprecedented contempt. This Xiao Li is as annoying as the arrogant Sasuke. You bastard! I don't care. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. With a roar, Naruto attacked Rock Lee with the wind-style Rasen Shuriken. But the next moment, when it was about to approach, Xiao Li's body instinctively dodged. Okay. Naruto cried out in surprise, holding the meatball, and swung his arm again to attack Rock Lee, but he was easily dodged several times. Is this paper stew? Naruto thought of the first time he encountered the Dragon Vein Guardian, and how the other party kept dodging among the shadow clones. It seems that little Naruto has encountered this before, yes. This is the true chi paper stew. It is a technique that can make the body as light as paper, so that one can feel the rhythm of the air around him and dodge. Attacks from people who don't know martial arts are unlikely to be effective. Tia Kokukai explained with a smile. Damn it! You're trying to use this trick to dodge my attack. I will never let you underestimate me again. Naruto yelled in annoyance. With one hand, he pressed the wind-style Rasen Shuriken to the ground. As the meatball touched the ground, a terrifying roar and impact instantly erupted. The impact was so fast that Naruto's shadow clone exploded instantly. Xiao Li, who was close at hand, was unable to dodge and was swept away by the shock wave. Little Li. Lock Li-kun. Yamato and Sakura were both shocked when they saw the scene. Although for now, everyone in the empire is very friendly to them. But they are not naive enough to think that this friendship will remain after they hurt their people. No matter how similar the people in the two worlds are, they are still two different worlds. This will not change in a short time. Little Li. Even Naruto Hayate was worried. He shouted and rushed over. As a result, Xiao Li flew backwards, twisted his body, and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at the rushing Naruto with a grin, gave him a thumbs up and said, "The wind-style Rasen Shuriken is very powerful. How is this possible? You are actually fine." Naruto Hayate was stunned. Looking at Xiao Li, who was still unharmed, he could not believe his eyes. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken is an S-level ninjutsu. It can't hurt this world's Li? How strong is this guy? Even Granny Tsunade can't do this, right? Is it possible that the Rock Lee in this world is stronger than Granny Tsunade? No. Impossible. Granny Tsunade is the Hokage. Naruto Hayate thought to the end and quickly shook his head to drive away the terrible thoughts in his mind. Even S-rank ninjutsu can't hurt him? Is this the power of martial arts? It's beyond imagination and unbelievable. Yamato exclaimed. Xiao Li is so strong. Sakura also sighed. Ha 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 ha, you are wrong. I can't resist S-level ninjutsu without getting hurt at the moment. Teacher Kai can do this. But I'm still a little short of that. Xiao Li smiled and raised a finger, shaking it gently. So, you're hurt? But, it doesn't look like it. Naruto Hayate looked skeptical. The same was true for the other three. I thought to myself, this world's Xiao Li, is this just to save their face? To comfort Naruto? Although this may be your good intention. But I feel like the more I comfort Naruto, the more it will hurt him, right? I'm not hurt. Xiao Li shook his head. Then what do you mean? Naruto Hayate's face darkened. Is this watermelon rind playing a trick on him? Xiao Li used some cleverness this time. He used the paper cutter to prevent your wind-style Rasen Shuriken from hitting him directly. And the subsequent damage from the explosion was not enough to break Li's steel block. Tikoku Kai on the side laughed heartily again and explained. Everyone in Jiafeng suddenly realized. But even so, martial arts steel block is already incredibly powerful. Especially when working with paper cutter. While the Gale Four were amazed at the power of the 6 martial arts moves, they also began to look forward to how amazing the next move would be. The next step is the last of the 6 martial arts moves, shaving. Everyone, pay attention. Xiao Li said this with a serious expression, and the next moment, his figure disappeared. Everyone was startled and was about to look for it when they heard Xiao Li's voice behind them. It's over here. Everyone in the Gale team turned around immediately and saw Xiao Li standing behind them with a smile. Is this the instant body movement technique? Yamato asked. No. This is martial arts shave. His feet exploded instantly, attacking the enemy at an incredibly fast speed. Next, it's the advanced shaving. Martial arts, swift wind shave. Drink. Xiao Li yelled. Boom. Next moment. A roar like thunder sounded, and in front of everyone's eyes, Xiao Li was split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. The 8 little Lis surrounded the crowd and kept spinning. What is this? A shadow clone? But it doesn't look like one at all. Naruto shouted. No, this isn't a shadow clone, it's more like an illusion, Yamato corrected, frowning. Afterimage shave? Afterimage? Could it be that only one of these little lees is real, and the others are just afterimages caused by their excessive speed? The top student Sakura guessed. This answer made everyone take a deep breath again. If he could do this, how fast would Xiao Li be at this moment? Sakura's guess is good, but it's not entirely correct. The fast speed is partly the reason, and the other part is the entanglement of true qi and air, which makes it more difficult for the human retina to erase this mark. If Xiao Li wants to achieve the level of afterimage with pure speed, he still has a long way to go. Imperial Kai explained. Teacher Kai. I will work harder. Xiao Li looked at Kai with a trace of shame, then shouted with full energy. Ah! I believe in you, Xiao Li. Let's work hard together. Come on. The two men with thick eyebrows raised their right arms and roared. Is this all there is to the 6 styles? It's really powerful. I really want to learn it. Naruto looked eager. Ha ha ha. This is the complete set of the ordinary 6 styles. In fact, there are 6 more secret techniques after life is restored, but because of the previous training, my physical strength is a little insufficient now. Can you wait for me to rest for a while before demonstrating it? Xiao Li grinned. Life return? Forget about this trick. It will consume too much energy for me and cause trouble for the repair team. Minato said quickly, sweat appearing on his forehead. Secret technique? There is actually a secret technique. So powerful. Too powerful. Uncle Minato. I want to learn this. Naruto was a little impatient. Don't be so anxious, Naruto, although it's a pity that I can't use my life return. But muscle martial arts is also very strong. Watch out. What is the strength and beauty of muscles? Drink. Muscles, liberate. Xiao Li stretched his body and spread his arms. His muscles trembled, and under the surprised gazes of everyone in Jiefeng, his original body expanded again, and his height increased from 1.9 meters to 1.95 meters. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Muscle Martial Arts and Imperial Watergate's Wind Breathing. Chapter 23 Muscle Martial Arts and Imperial Watergate's Wind Breathing. Muscles. Infuriating weapons. Xiao Li's muscles were covered with a layer of white gas. It was like he was wearing a layer of armor. Look. This is the most powerful, most masculine, and most beautiful muscle martial arts power. Roared wildly. Xiao Li stepped hard on the ground with his right foot. It felt like an earthquake had occurred within a radius of 100 meters. The Gale 4 only heard a loud bang, and the ground beneath Xiao Li's feet shattered, and then he flew into the sky. After posing in the sky like a rock spreading its wings, it suddenly fell down, with its head and body about to hit the ground. Muscle Chi 100 Breaking Fist. Rumble. Xiao Li's fist glowed with light, and he struck again and again, with the illusory fist of energy slamming onto the ground with incredible ferocity. The earth shook violently, smoke rose into the sky, instantly blocking everyone's vision. The crowd was shaken by this tremendous force and retreated continuously until they retreated 100 meters and left the shaking area. After a dozen seconds, the vibration disappeared. Xiao Li, with his muscles bulging, slowly walked out of the smoke. A strong wind blew by, dispersing the smoke and dust. Revealed inside was a huge pit that was at least 10 to 20 meters deep and 100 meters in diameter. Wow, so strong! Stronger than the previous 6 Kings Rapid Cannon and Storm Kick Storm. Is muscle martial arts so powerful? Naruto said in surprise. Another S-level ninjutsu move. Where is the limit of martial arts? Yamato sighed. It's amazing, but, will everyone become like Xiao Li after practicing? Sakura looked at Xiao Li's well-developed muscles with some hesitation. These big pectoral muscles are bigger than my own breasts. And this arm. And this leg. Hiss. I don't want this. Ha ha ha. Of course. This is a symbol of power. Xiao Li grinned and gave Xiao Ying a thumbs up, with the muscles on his chest still shaking. Sakura felt a chill when she saw this, and her mind couldn't help but imagine herself turning into a muscular monster, and her face turned pale. No. Let's forget about this. She shook her head quickly. Ah? You're denying muscle martial arts so quickly? This is obviously very strong. If Mr. Guy and Naruto were to demonstrate it, they would be much stronger than me. When Xiao Li saw Xiao Ying refuse, he looked disappointed and thought that he was not capable enough. Li. It seems we need to work harder. Martial arts is not just about this. Kai also sighed at this time. Yes. Teacher Kai. This is because I haven't practiced enough. That's why I can't show the power of muscle martial arts. Li. You've tried so hard. Teacher Kai. Plum. As they talked, they stared at each other lovingly. These two guys are exactly the same as the ones we have. Naruto was shocked. Sakura just felt it was an eyesore. Since Xiao Li has already demonstrated the 6 styles of martial arts and muscle martial arts, I will demonstrate the attribute breathing method and spiritual martial arts. At this time, Imperial Watergate also slowly walked out from the crowd. Let the Gale Quartet turn their attention to him. Everyone, pay attention. What I am going to demonstrate now is the wind breathing method. Hiss, hi. Imperial Minato breathed softly. The Gale foresaw that after Tikoku Minato took a breath and exhaled a wave, his clothes began to rustle and gusts of wind wrapped around his body. With a move of his feet, Imperial Minato shot out like a flash of lightning. The speed was so fast that the Gale Four couldn't keep up with their eyes. All they could see was the blurry Minato flickering around them. This is the wind-breathing technique, which can greatly increase speed. The next thing is the enhancement of ninjutsu and the simplification of hand seals. Take a good look. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Imperial Minato said, and stopped suddenly without forming any seals, and spit out something from his mouth. Hurry up! An extremely violent storm spewed out from its mouth, and the branches and leaves of the trees in the forest hundreds of meters ahead were broken one after another, leaving only bare thick trunks. Even these tree trunks were constantly being reduced in the subsequent storms, and some were even blown off. This scene shocked the Gale Quartet again. Sakura said. Wind style, Great Breakthrough was originally a C-rank ninjutsu, but after Uncle Minato used it, its power seemed to have reached A rank. It's incredible that a C-rank ninjutsu can be turned into an A-rank ninjutsu. Is this how breathing techniques enhance ninjutsu? What if it is an A-level or even S-level ninjutsu? How strong would it be? Yamato also said. Wind breathing technique can generally improve low-level ninjutsu by 1 to 2 levels. But the most amazing thing is not just that. Minato. Show us your best moves and let Naruto and everyone else see them. Kushina heard the two people talking on the side, raised her right hand and shouted at Tikoku Minato. This is not good. If that happens, the damage will be too great, and we will have to trouble the repair team again. Minato, who was in the distance, looked troubled. Let little Naruto take a look. After all, he is also a wind attribute ninja. Kushina then yelled. Even Naruto Hayate on the side showed anticipation and looked at Imperial Minato. Minato couldn't help but sigh. Okay, everyone in the repair class. I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand high. Next moment, the hurricane spun. In the palm of Imperial Minato, a blue energy ball instantly took shape. This is the Raise Nan. Uncle Minato, are you going to use the Raise Nan? Said Naruto Hayate with sparkling eyes. But there is more than that. Kushina smiled. Buzzing. In the palm of Imperial Minato, the Raise Nan made a violent buzzing sound, and its color gradually changed from blue to light white, and the 4 teeth continued to rotate. This is wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Uncle Minato actually knows my moves. Naruto was a little surprised. It's not over yet. Buzzing. Pale white, with 4 sharp energy balls, the next moment, was gradually wrapped in a layer of hurricane. From a distance, it looks like a shrunken tornado energy ball. That's when. Hundreds of meters around the Imperial Watergate, the storm was raging. The howling wind forced the Gale Group of 4 to cover their faces and retreat. Wind-style Ki Spiral Sky Flash Shuriken. Minato yelled. Throw the energy ball in your right hand vigorously. The entire ball of energy shot towards the forest at a high speed, far away, without even hitting it. The forest was pulled by the storm brought by the energy ball, with branches and leaves flying everywhere. Until it gets really close. After it lands on the ground. Buzz. Boom. An extremely violent roar sounded. The 4 members of the Gale group present even had a brief ringing in their ears. An extremely violent energy shock erupted, even though they had retreated more than 300 or 400 meters away from the destination. The people in Jiafeng were still unable to open their eyes due to the gust of wind, and they retreated involuntarily. Wow! The wind is so strong! Naruto shouted. The strong wind filled his mouth and he was unable to speak for a moment. I can't see anything now. I'm going to be blown away. Wow! The 4 people shouted. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, The Final Choice of the Gale 4. Chapter 24, The Final Choice of the Gale Quartet. It wasn't until Kushina stood in front of them that the storm stopped coming towards them. This allowed the Gale Quartet to open their eyes again and look forward. Kushina protected them in front of her, and it seemed as if an invisible wall appeared, blocking all the storms. Apart from here, the surrounding ground is covered with flying sand, green grass, and dirt. Completely block their view. Halong. All that lingered in my ears was the violent roar. This roar lasted for dozens of seconds before gradually stopping. After waiting for dozens of seconds, the hurricane finally blew away the dust, revealing a huge pit with a diameter of more than 200 meters and a depth of dozens of meters at the target location. Looking at this huge hole, the 4 members of the Gale group swallowed their saliva and opened their mouths. For a moment, they were actually speechless. What's wrong with everyone? You shouldn't have been hurt just now, right? Imperial Minato walked over slowly and looked at the silent group of 4 with some confusion. Stupid Minato! Can't you see that? Everyone is shocked by your wind style, true chi, Spiral Sky Flash Shuriken. Kushina came up behind Minato and slapped him hard on the back, causing him to grit his teeth for a while. Isn't this a bit too impressive, Minato-senpai? Even an S-level ninjutsu cannot reach this level of power. Yamato smiled bitterly. The power of the combination of true energy and chakra is beyond imagination. This kind of power is probably the same as the tailed beast ball used by the legendary tailed beasts, right? Sakura also took a breath. She thought of the terrifying tailed beast she saw during the first Chunin exam. Even that kind of monster's moves don't seem to be as good as the one used by Uncle Minato in front of him. How could a human being use such a terrible trick? How cunning! Minato-senpai. You actually used SS-level ninjutsu to attract everyone. And they told us not to use the powerful ones. At some point, Empire Kai had also come to the side of the Gale Quartet, looking at Minato with a resentful look on his face and complaining. Minato-sama's wind style, Chi Spiral Sky Flash Shuriken. It's really powerful. I can't resist this level of moves at all. It's really too powerful. Xiao Li exclaimed, stroking his muscles. Ah ha ha ha. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this in the first place. Tikoku Minato scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Amazing. So amazing. Uncle Minato. I want to learn this. I want to learn this. Teach me. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto finally reacted. He jumped up, ran quickly to Minato, grabbed his hand and yelled. Naruto-chan, you have good taste, don't you? If you want to learn the wind attribute breathing method, I can indeed let Minato teach you this move. Kushina looked at Heiei Naruto with a smile. I want to learn. I want to learn this. Please. Sister Kushina. Uncle Minato. Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands together again and begged to the two of them. He was thinking in his mind, if I could learn this trick, wouldn't that arrogant Sasuke be scared to death? Let's see if he dares to stay where he is and pretend like that. He. Naruto, don't be so anxious. There is still the final spiritual martial arts that we haven't seen yet. Sakura reminded. You have just witnessed the spiritual martial arts. At this time, Imperial Kushina said with a smile. Ah? We've seen it. Sakura was a little confused, and so were the others. A face full of confusion. Just now, I blocked the wind style, true chi, and spiral sky flash shuriken for you. It was the power of the spiritual martial arts that I used. Kushina explained. So that's spiritual martial arts? Sakura murmured. But, why don't I still understand? Naruto scratched his head. When spiritual martial arts are cultivated to a high level, one can influence reality and change the attitude of the whole body. Just now, I created a circle of windless territory around me, which is an area strong enough to resist strong winds. In addition to this, I can also generate gravity positions, impact positions, static positions, and more. As long as you enter it, you will be affected by gravity, impact, static electricity, etc. Kushina explained. The Gale Four finally understood a little bit. After understanding, the four of them began to think about the power of this so-called spiritual martial arts. How to say it, it seems to be equally powerful, but it is more suitable for illusion ninja. Their words are more suitable for the other three. I still want to learn wind attribute breathing techniques. Naruto said firmly. But Sakura and Sai next to them looked embarrassed. Sakura is not very good at practicing general ninjutsu. She is proficient in physical strength and is not good at breathing techniques. She herself was very clear about this. If she learned attribute breathing techniques, the improvement would probably be limited. Sai's fake painting of a super beast is also incompatible with the attribute breathing method. Imperial Watergate observed the expressions of the two people, and immediately said. The wind attribute breathing method is indeed suitable for Naruto, but it is not suitable for Sakura and Sai. For them, they should be more suitable for the 6 styles of martial arts. Ah! I almost forgot about this. Sorry, Sakura, Sai. Then let's learn the 6 forms of martial arts. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and quickly apologized to his teammates. Don't be like this, Naruto. Actually, everything we say is fine. The breathing method is indeed very suitable for our ninja martial arts. Once we learn it, we should be able to teach it to everyone in Konoha better. Sakura said quickly. This. Naruto looked hesitant. Everyone seems to be in a difficult situation. How about this? Everyone should learn the 6 martial arts styles. I see that Naruto seems to be very proficient in shadow clone. Maybe he can create a few clones and learn wind attribute breathing from me, as well as wind style, true chi spiral sky flash shuriken. Imperial Minato immediately said gently. Ah! Uncle Minato really is the best person in the world. When Naruto heard this, he jumped up and down happily. Hey! Now you only know how to praise Minato? Have you forgotten about me? Kushina pretended to be unhappy. Sister Kushina is also the best person in the world. Naruto said again. Hey! That's more like it. Kushina giggled. Minato-senpai, Kushina-senpai, thank you so much. Yamato said happily. No wonder Uncle Minato is so popular in this world. Sakura looked at Imperial Minato with sparkling eyes, and only turned away after Kushina coughed. But at this time, her face was a little red. Uncle Minato is such a good man. I wish Sasuke could be as good as him. Sakura couldn't help but think. Then it's settled. Minato said happily. Ah! Great! Everyone really wants to learn the 6 forms of martial arts. As expected, physical training is what everyone likes most. Xiao Li clenched his fist and shouted with joy. I was very happy that the martial arts I demonstrated won everyone's favor. Come on! Young men from another world. If you explore the power of your body carefully, you can gain power beyond your imagination. Kai gave a thumbs up to the Hay-8 quartet. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Imperial Capital Middle School, the martial arts teacher of the Gale 4. Chapter 25, Imperial Capital Middle School, the martial arts teacher of the Gale Quartet. Ah! I'll try my best. Teacher thick eyebrows. Xiao Li. Naruto Hay-8 also clenched his fist to cheer himself up. The group finally separated. Under the leadership of Minato, they soon arrived at Taito Middle School. The entire middle school is located in a spacious area, covering tens of thousands of square meters. Apart from several large teaching buildings, there is a wide open space. In the open space, the Gale Quartet could see a group of children following a teacher, some running, some sitting cross-legged, and some doing sparring exercises. This made the Gale Quartet feel weird. But I don't know exactly what's wrong. Until Naruto scratched his head and said, Uncle Minato, the children here seem to be very young. Are we going to learn from them? Why are you asking that? This is Taito Middle School. You don't have any martial arts foundation, so you have to learn with them. Minato blinked and replied. Ah? Do you really want to study with these little brats? Naruto was shocked. Sakura, Yamato, and Sai also looked surprised. Studying with children, isn't it a bit embarrassing? Each of them is an adult who has experienced many hardships and completed countless difficult tasks. It would be ridiculous to go back to my student days and study with a bunch of green hands, right? Can't Uncle Minato just teach us the 6 forms of martial arts? Sakura said pitifully. That's right. Uncle Minato, can't you teach us? Anyway, teaching one person is teaching, and teaching a group is also teaching. Naruto said. That won't work, Minato is the captain of the Imperial Capital's guard. Creating a shadow clone to teach Naruto was exhausting enough. It was really too difficult for him to deal with a group of people. Moreover, Minato's teaching of the 6 forms of martial arts is not as good as that of the teacher at Taito Middle School. These teachers are specially trained in how to teach people, and it is best for you to follow them. Kushina explained at this time, her attitude was quite firm. Seeing this, the Gale 4 could only sigh helplessly. Soon they arrived at the teacher's office. Standing at the door, Minato knocked on the door politely. A young man with a ponytail opened the door. He looked at the Imperial Water Gate and said in surprise. Minato-sama. What brings you here at your leisure? Please come in. Having said that, he quickly gave up his seat. Irika-sensei. The main reason I came here this time is to ask you to help teach the people behind me the 6 martial arts styles. Minato didn't rush in, but smiled. Irika. You're Irika-sensei. You're so different from ours. When Naruto Hay-8 heard what Imperial Minato said, he shouted in surprise. The Irika here did not experience the Nine Tails Rebellion, so he did not have a scar on his nose, and he was not as dark as before. He was much taller and muscular, so the difference was naturally huge. If Imperial Minato hadn't called out the name, Naruto wouldn't have recognized it at all. What? The young man looked at the shouting Naruto Hay-8 with some surprise and was stunned. Then he looked carefully at Tikoku Minato again, with surprise in his eyes, and then looked at Kushina again with a complicated expression. At this moment, he thought a lot. Hey, Irika! Are you thinking about something rude? Kushina glared and yelled in displeasure, raising her right fist. No. No. Absolutely not. Irika quickly waved his hands in denial and shrank back. It seems that Kushina is extremely afraid of the Empire. Irika-sensei, do you think Naruto and I look a lot like each other? Imperial Minato smiled bitterly. Also called Naruto? It seems a bit like that. Is this Minato-senpai's nephew? Irika said sensibly. No, it's like this. Tikoku Minato smiled bitterly and explained briefly. Irika finally understood everything and said in surprise. I didn't expect that parallel worlds actually exist, and the differences are so huge. But no matter what, this is your Majesty's order, so I will naturally do my best to complete the task. Don't worry, Minato-sama. Teacher Irika is an excellent teacher at Taito Middle School. I feel relieved to have you teaching me. Minato smiled and nodded, and finally gave a few instructions to the Hay-8 quartet, then left with several Naruto clones. The only people left in the classroom were Irika from the Empire and the Hay-8 quartet. Yamato's expression became a little strange. In the original world, he was considered Irika's predecessor. I didn't expect that after coming to this world, I would become the other person's student. Naruto and Sakura were very happy that they could still learn from Irika in the other world. Irika-sensei, come on! I can't wait to practice the 6 forms of martial arts. Teach us now. When I have practiced well, I will definitely teach that guy who dared to look down on me a lesson. Naruto shouted happily. Naruto-kun is really energetic. That's good. The most important thing in martial arts training is to always maintain a positive attitude. Irika praised, paused, and said. But since you don't know anything right now, I will first explain to you what martial arts is, as well as some basic knowledge. The so-called martial arts is a kind of advanced energy that is completely different from chakra. Generally, we draw energy from nature in our own bodies. This energy is called true chi. And the true chi has the magical ability to feed back to itself, strengthen itself, prolong life, beautify and nourish the skin. This energy was developed by the great Majesty Shinryu. Irika chattered on and on, half of which was pointing out the essence of true energy, and the other half was constantly praising the Senju avatar. As the newbies, the Gale Quartet nodded repeatedly as they listened, with a strange look in their eyes. Especially Sakura, when she heard about beautifying the skin and prolonging life, she almost burst into laughter. Half an hour passed. Only then did everyone begin to understand what true chi is. So to put it simply, this is the first step in cultivating true chi. Do you need the so-called true chi seeds? Taught by someone who has a deep control over true chi? Is Irika-sensei ready to pass on the chi seed to us now? Asked the top student Sakura. Oh. Teacher Irika, hurry. I want the ki seed now, I want to practice ki. Naruto shouted. You guys haven't realized yet that you already have the true chi seed. In response to Naruto's urging, Luca was not anxious, but asked with a smile. We already have chi seeds? Why don't I feel it? Naruto looked surprised. When did it happen? Yamato was also surprised. Could it be Uncle Minato? Sakura guessed. It should be Minato-sama who injected the true chi seed into your bodies. Now all you have to do is to sense the existence of the true chi with all your strength. I will help you with this. Now follow my instructions, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, calm down, empty your mind, and feel yourself until you feel a warm energy that makes you intoxicated and relaxed. Then try to drive them and gradually spread them throughout the body to adapt. Irika said gently. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Sarutobi Asuma kills his own relatives for the sake of justice. Chapter 26, Sarutobi Asuma kills his own relatives for the sake of justice. The Gale Quartet followed Irika's instructions, sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. Very good. Empty your mind, don't think about anything. Slowly, slowly, feel yourself, feel the true energy. Irika's voice gradually became erratic. Let the Gale Quartet unconsciously immerse themselves in it and forget everything. Until, snoring. A series of snoring sounds were heard. Snapped. Naruto felt someone hit his head dazedly, then he opened his eyes and said. What's wrong, Irika-sensei? His voice was full of confusion, laziness, and incomprehension. Naruto, you just fell asleep. Irika said with a smile. Well, that might be because I'm too tired. I want to continue sleeping for a while. Naruto yawned and wanted to close his eyes again. Wake up, have you forgotten why you came here? Irika reminded. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned at this, remembering everything that had happened before. He scratched his head and said, Sorry Irika-sensei. I don't know how I fell asleep. As he spoke, he glanced at Sakura and Yamato beside him. Sai continued. Irika-sensei, they are asleep too, right? How about I wake them up? Naruto, take a closer look at them. Irika warned. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but frown and looked at his three teammates carefully. Yamato and Sai were breathing steadily and nothing could be seen. But if you look closely at what Sakura said, there seems to be a layer of transparent energy flowing on her originally fair skin. Sakura. Sakura, she looks so weird. Naruto said. Did you find it? Not bad. This is a symbol that Sakura has sensed the true energy and activated it. Once she is thoroughly familiar with it, she can move on to the next step of practice. Irika said, an admiring look on his face. Amazing. As expected of Sakura. When she was in ninja school, she was the best in liberal arts. A hint of satisfaction and longing appeared on Naruto's face. Sakura-san is indeed very smart and insightful. Such people are actually more suitable for practicing spiritual martial arts. But the 6 styles won't be any worse. Irika nodded in agreement. But, what about Captain Yamato and Sai? Are they really not asleep? Naruto looked at the two of them again in confusion. Yamato-san and Sai-san's understanding and adaptability are not as strong as Sakura-san's, but they are still gaining insights. Of all the people, you are the only one who actually fell asleep, Naruto. Irika looked at Naruto helplessly. Ha. So that's how it is. I'm so sorry, Irika-sensei. But I'll succeed soon. Watch me. Naruto said, forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose up. More than a dozen Naruto clones appeared in Irika's office, making the originally empty office a little crowded. Irika was a little surprised when he saw this. What is this? Teacher Irika. I know I'm not smart enough to compare to Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and the others, but I also have my advantages. That's chakra, and my physical strength is stronger than theirs. So if it doesn't work once, I can do it twice, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times. Until I succeed. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile, which made Irika a little surprised, but at the same time he couldn't help but worry. Shadow clone training? Although this is effective, the impact of the memory and fatigue that will be generated dozens of times later is not something that ordinary people can withstand, Naruto. It's okay Irika-sensei, I'm used to it. Naruto's face was full of determination. Is this so? I understand. Irika nodded. A new round of practice begins again. All Naruto's breathing gradually calmed down. But if one of them accidentally falls asleep, Irika will wake them up, until one of them really gets into the state and transmits this feeling back to the main body. Naruto also began to truly enter a state of meditation. I don't know how long it has been. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, looked at Irika and said excitedly. Teacher Irika. I really succeeded. Now I can clearly feel a warm current in my abdomen, and it feels so comfortable. I can even urge it to enter any part of my body. Congratulations! Iruka smiled. Congratulations, Naruto! Sakura's gentle and familiar voice rang in my ears. Naruto turned his head and saw his 3 teammates looking at him with smiles. Did everyone succeed? Yes. Great. Now everyone can become stronger. And better protect the village. Naruto said happily. The other 3 teammates also smiled when they heard this. Before this, there was a huge gap between them and the people in this world. But as long as one masters this new power of martial arts, this gap may soon be narrowed or even eliminated, right? Afterwards, he taught the martial arts chi to the people in the village. If something unexpected really happens with the empire, at least we can put up a little resistance? The foursome thought at the same time. Now you have gained preliminary control over your true chi. Next, it is daily exercise and the circulation of true chi. Come on! Join me and your other classmates to have a good workout. Iruka smiled widely and headed for the door. The Gale Four quickly followed. Walk out of the teacher's office building. Iruka brought the Gale Quartet to a teacher's building. The entire classroom was already filled with little kids, who looked to be around 9 or 10 years old. After seeing Iruka, they said in unison. Hello, Mr. Iruka. Then he looked at the Gale Quartet with some curiosity. Hello everyone. Before the class starts today, I would like to introduce some new students to you. New classmates? Teacher, you are not talking about the uncles and aunts around you, right? A child with his hair standing up, who looked very young but had a beard on his face and a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the Gale Quartet and said with some contempt. Hey little brat! What's with that look in your eyes? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and glared at the child who was speaking with an annoyed look on his face. This kid looks like he deserves a beating. Do you really think that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't dare to beat the kid? He is a man who even beat up the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. That's right. Who are you talking about as the big sister, little brat? Sakura also yelled with veins bulging on her forehead. Of course it's you. Who else is here besides you? Right? Everyone. The child said arrogantly. Aster is right, a child wearing sunglasses and a scarf on his head also said. Damn you brat! Naruto and Sakura were so mad that they wanted to rush up and punch them a few times. Iruka glared at the 2 children. Sarutobi Aster. Huimizi. How can you 2 talk like that? I was telling the truth. Wasn't I? Look at them, all of them are quite old. Especially the guy with the iron thing on his head, he looks to be in his 40s, right? He still came to Imperial Capital Middle School to study with us? Aren't you ashamed? Since you are so weak, you might as well be a logistics ninja and farm. It's embarrassing to study with them. The child holding a cigarette said disdainfully. Yamato, who had been silent and laughing in his heart, had a frozen expression. A man in his 40s? Me. I'm only in my early 30s. Naruto, Sakura, and Sai's faces twitched. This kid is really talkative. But, this child's last name is Sarutobi? You little brat, are you teacher Asuma's child? Naruto said to the child holding a cigarette. How come you are the old man's apprentice? That's impossible. My old man is known as a hero. How could he possibly accept a guy like you who is still attending middle school as his apprentice? The cigarette-holding kid looked unconvinced. Asuma-sensei is a hero here? That's amazing. But why is it that for a hero's child, a brat like you is so rude? Naruto gritted his teeth and glared at the cigarette-choking kid. Impolite? I don't want to be polite to someone who doesn't even know any historical knowledge and is so weak. Sarutobi Aster said disdainfully. That's right. Anyone who doesn't even know why Uncle Asuma is a hero doesn't deserve our respect. The child wearing sunglasses also said it with contempt. Damn it! Then why don't you guys tell me why Asuma-sensei is a hero? Naruto said angrily. Humph! Stupid uncle, since you want to know so much, I will mercifully tell you. Uncle Asuma, he lived in darkness at the beginning, enduring endless inner torment, but finally came to his senses and looked for an opportunity to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the leaders of the remnants of the ninja village, and Chimura Danzo for the sake of justice. He also contributed a lot to the Empire's liberation of the ninja world. Do you understand now? End of this chapter. Chapter 27, The Remnant of the Ninja Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kill Everyone and Hurry Up. Chapter 27, The Remnant of the Ninja Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kill Everyone and Hurry Up. What? Asuma-sensei killed the third grandfather. Naruto yelled in shock at what the kid with sunglasses said. Even Sakura, Yamato, and Sai beside them had changed expressions. The third Sama was killed by Asuma? How is this possible? All four seemed unable to accept this reality. What's going on? You seem to respect that bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen? And you even call him grandpa? Who are you anyway? Sarutobi Aster's expression gradually became serious and hostile. Even the other children around, whose expressions were originally watching the show, gradually turned unfriendly. Seeing this, Sakura, Yamato, and Sai were all shocked and wanted to explain. Uzumaki Miran, Higashino Sakura, Taiga, and ZY, the four of them have been living in the mountains since the shinobi village era, so they are not familiar with the current society. Please don't bully them. As for why he is called Grandpa, that is because the population was sparse in the ninja village era, so in order to win the hearts of the people, the Kage would make himself and the villagers appear closer, so that many people would call him intimately. Irika explained gently. Tisk. So that's how it is. I thought they were remnants from the ninja village era, so we can just wipe them out. Sarutobi Aster said this, his expression gradually relaxing. But his expression was still contemptuous. How could you do this? Asuma-sensei, how could you kill the third-generation grandfather? He was his father. Naruto murmured somewhat absent-mindedly. Hey! What the hell is wrong with you, you bastard? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the remnant of the ninja village, is a bastard who led a group of ninjas to prevent the unification of the empire and liberate everyone. He is so selfish for his own rights that he makes everyone hungry and does not allow everyone to live a better life. My old man was able to sacrifice his relatives for the greater good and turn from evil to good. Why does he seem to have done something wrong in your mouth? I think anyone who has this opportunity will make the same decision as my old man. This is what a hero does. Do you understand? Sarutobi Aster glared at Naruto, making Naruto's face turn pale. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the remnant of the ninja village, deserves to die. The other kids followed suit. But... Naruto was still mumbling, wanting to say something. No buts. I only regret that I was not born in the old man's era, otherwise I would have killed that bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen with my own hands. Then grind him to dust. His existence is the greatest insult to the Sarutobi family. He is a disgrace to our clan. Sarutobi Aster said through gritted teeth. Okay, celebrity, stop talking. Irika patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, signaling him not to continue. Naruto looked up at all the children, seeing how they were united in their hatred of the enemy, and finally lowered his head helplessly. You have already met the new students. Now everyone should introduce yourselves. After that, we will carry out our daily exercises. Irika changed the subject. It's Irika-sensei. The first one starts with Takia Hawkhand. My name is Takia. I'm 9 years old, I like stockings worn by pretty girls. I hate ugly people wearing stockings. My dream in the future is to become a powerful person and let women all over the world wear the stockings I make. My name is. The children introduced themselves one by one. The Gale Quartet listened listlessly. Until it's all over. Everyone followed Irika out of the classroom and headed to a nearby open space. Wait until everyone is standing still. Irika then shouted. Today's class content is very simple, that is running. Push UPS. Sit UPS. Now everyone turn left. Run in step. Yes. A group of children roared with great momentum and started running. The Gale Quartet followed in a depressed mood because they had just learned that Asuma killed the third Hokage. Irika frowned upon seeing this, and slowly walked over to the four people and said. Two completely different worlds, with different experiences. We don't have to string them together. Cheer up. It will be hard for you to learn the 6 styles if you continue like this. But. Naruto wanted to say something. Yamato then said. Don't say any more, Naruto. Irika-sensei is right. There is no need to connect the two worlds. And now our most important thing is to learn the 6 martial arts styles, otherwise we will not be able to do anything when we encounter difficulties or troubles in the future. Come on, Naruto, only with power can we change something. Sakura also said. I understand. Let's all work hard together. Naruto took a deep breath and recovered a little. Seeing this, Irika nodded slightly and reminded. It's good that everyone has figured it out. Next, pay attention to your classmates. Observing classmates. Upon hearing this, the Gale Four couldn't help but look at the little kids around them. After observing carefully for a while, I soon discovered that these little kids were still running with their internal energy flowing. Irika-sensei, do you want us to learn from them and circulate our chi while running? Sakura asked. Yes, Sakura is really smart. Now you just need to use your chi to imitate their movements. Only in this way can you effectively strengthen yourself and better adapt to the effects of true chi. Irika nodded. We got it. The Gale Four nodded and began their formal training for the day. While running, imitate the circulation of true chi. The foursome found themselves becoming more easily fatigued. It only took a dozen minutes. Sakura, Yamato, and Sai were all panting. Only Naruto was in relatively good condition, but he also began to pant. Looking at those little kids, except for a small part, they are still in good condition. Sarutobi Aster was also in excellent condition at this time. He turned around and gave the 4-member group a contemptuous and mocking smile. It seemed as if he was laughing at them, the adults, but no better than him, a child. That damn brat! I will never lose to him! Naruto roared and began to speed up, racing against Sarutobi Aster. In this way, half an hour later, Naruto lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Sarutobi Aster stopped beside him, slightly out of breath, and said sarcastically. Hey, uncle from the mountains, you are not only uneducated, but also weak. You are such a grown-up, but you are not as good as a 9-year-old child like me. And you 3 are also useless, aren't you? If I were you, I would have become a farming ninja long ago. At least this way I can make a small contribution to the empire. Sarutobi Aster said this and looked at Sakura, Yamato, and Sai who were also lying on the ground. Huff! Damn! Damn, that little brat! Naruto cursed breathlessly. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Uzumaki Naruto is about to win his first victory. Chapter 28, Uzumaki Naruto is about to win his first victory. Sakura, Yamato, and Sai simply didn't have the strength to do so. Just thought about it in my mind. Why am I not even as good as a 9-year-old kid? Although they have been practicing martial arts for a long time, their bodies are a little stronger than theirs. But they are ninjas after all. They have practiced taijutsu. And the other party is just a 9-year-old child. Is the gap between the ninja world and the empire really that big? They can accept that they are not as good as other adults, but it is still too hard to accept that they are not as good as a child. Don't feel ashamed. Aster's performance in the martial arts class of Imperial Capital Middle School is considered very good. Moreover, growing up in a ninja family, he has been trained since childhood and has long been accustomed to this intensity of training. As beginners, how can you possibly compete with them? Irika whispered soothingly. Damn it! Even if you say so, Irika-sensei, it's still hard to be happy. Naruto said angrily. Whatever the reason, we lost to a kid physically after all. Yamato also sighed. I feel helpless inside. It has only been 2 days since I came to the Shinryu Empire, but the blows I have suffered are one after another, more than anything I have ever experienced in my life. Even if you can't compare with your peers or adults, you can still comfort yourself. But what does it matter if you can't beat a 9-year-old child? Yamato looked at the sky with blurry eyes. Can we really rely on martial arts to catch up with the imperial people and protect Konoha from the chaos that may arise later? Damn brat! Naruto continued to curse. Sarutobi Aster taunted. What? Uncle, you seem very dissatisfied? You don't really believe what Irika-sensei said, do you? Humph. To be honest, someone like you will never be able to surpass or catch up with me in your lifetime. Guys like you should just look at my back. Whether it's physical fitness or actual combat. Actual combat? Brat. Do you think I'll be afraid of you in an actual combat? Naruto yelled. Oh? You want to fight me in real combat? Interesting. Then let's have a good fight, uncle. You little brat. You asked for this. Naruto suddenly became excited. The faces of the Gale trio next to them changed. Worried about Naruto. Afraid he would lose. If someone had told them in the past that an elite ninja like Naruto would lose to a 9-year-old child, they would have laughed at that person. But now, they really couldn't laugh anymore, especially since this 9-year-old child was from the Shinryu Empire. This powerful empire in another world is so powerful that it is unbelievable and cannot be measured by ordinary principles. Celebrity, the other party, is just a child. We don't need to care about him, let's just forget it. Yamato reminded while panting. Hey, hey, hey. Uncles and aunts, you're not scared anymore, are you? As expected, not only are you weak, but you're also very timid. Sarutobi Aster continued to provoke. Damn little devil! I'm going to beat you up. Naruto stood up slowly in anger. Celebrity. Yamato's worry deepened. Sakura also turned her gaze to Irika, as if wanting him to come forward and persuade her. As a result, Irika did not dissuade them at this time. Instead, he looked at the two of them and said, as a warrior, you should not be afraid of fighting. Moreover, it is not necessarily a bad thing for a beginner to learn martial arts and spar with other martial artists. This. The two were speechless. Sarutobi Aster looked at Naruto and said, don't be so stubborn, uncle. You should take a break before fighting me. Look at you, you can hardly even stand now. You damn brat. Don't underestimate me. I can deal with you right now. Naruto gritted his teeth. Celebrity, you should take a rest first. At this time, Irika came to Naruto and stopped him from being stubborn. The children who were watching the show became excited when they saw this. Gathered together to discuss. The fight has started. The fight has started. Who do you think is stronger, Sarutobi Aster or this uncle from the mountain? Of course it's Sarutobi Aster. Even though he's not as powerful as Jia Zhadong and Shi Huo, he's still no match for some mountain uncle, right? That's true. After all, this uncle doesn't even know martial arts. A group of children looked down on the Gale quartet. The foursome were very angry. Naruto even vowed to teach Sarutobi Aster a lesson. It was not until more than half an hour later that Naruto was almost recovered. Together with Sarutobi Aster, they came to the center of the field and stared at each other. There is a big age gap between the two, and there is also a big difference in height. But Sarutobi Aster looked at Uzumaki Naruto in a somewhat lazy and casual manner and said, "Hurry up and make your move, uncle. After the fight, I still need to continue training. Everyone is waiting for me. You little brat. Don't get scared and cry later." Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto growled and formed seals with his hands. A group of shadow clones immediately appeared around him and smiled grimly at Sarutobi Aster. Multiple shadow clones? Not bad, uncle. Come on. Sarutobi Aster hooked his finger at Naruto. Humph. A group of Naruto snorted coldly and rushed towards Sarutobi Aster. They soon came close and started punching and kicking him. However, by this time, Sarutobi Aster had already used the paper cutter to roam freely among the crowd, occasionally counterattacking and blowing up the shadow clones. "Uncle? Do you know what this move is? You don't know martial arts, so you can't hit me at all. How can you possibly defeat me?" Sarutobi Aster said with a relaxed look on his face. In this regard, Uzumaki Naruto ignored it, and his group of shadow clones continued to attack fiercely. Until a buzzing sound was heard. Sarutobi Aster was suddenly hit by a shadow clone and flew backwards into a larger crowd. This made him look in the direction where the sound came from with some surprise. I saw several Uzumaki Naruto rubbing the raised nan behind a group of people, and the swirling wind kept blowing in all directions. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Aster couldn't help but reveal a look of realization. "Not bad, uncle. It seems you have seen the paper cutter before." "Humph. You little brat. The key to papercraft is to dodge the enemy's attacks by sensing the wind. But I use the raised nan in multiple directions, and the wind I create is enough to disrupt you. Let's see how you can dodge my attack. Everybody, go ahead." One Naruto roared excitedly, and all the Naruto rushed towards Sarutobi Aster. But the next moment, "Call out! Call!" A 3 to 4 meter long wind blade flew out from the crowd, immediately sweeping away Naruto. The small figure of Sarutobi Aster burst out from it. "What's wrong? Are you scared, little brat? You're not going to use the iron block to resist my attack?" Naruto shouted somewhat proudly. He could see that Sarutobi Aster's martial arts training was far behind Rock Lee's. Rock Lee can resist the raised nan, but Sarutobi Aster may not be able to. Apparently, that brat Sarutobi Aster had no intention of using the iron block after seeing his raised nan. And if you use finger guns and storm kicks, it will be difficult to clear the endless stream of shadow clones, so be careful to avoid them. The child's physical strength and energy are indeed limited. This battle, I won. When Uzumaki Naruto thought of the last sentence, he couldn't help but feel excited. Even Yamato, Sakura, and Sai who were watching the game couldn't help but smile. "I have been in this other world for so long, and I have fought with others several times. Am I going to win this time?" They suddenly felt tears welling up in their eyes. "Uncle? You don't think you won? The 6 forms of martial arts are not my strong point. My real strength is this. Shh, hey." Sarutobi Aster stood still and exhaled slowly. The Gale 4 discovered that there was something wrong with the air exhaled by this brat, and it seemed to be slightly hot. At the same time, the air around it shows a slight distortion and high temperature phenomenon. Sparks began to flicker. Please vote for the monthly ticket. If you have a monthly ticket, please vote for it. The author does not expect rewards, after all, this thing requires money, but monthly tickets are only given after paying money. If you have any and think this book is good, please vote for it. If new books want to stand out now, in addition to being read by readers, they need to receive monthly tickets, rewards, be included in the charts, and get recommendations. This will allow the book to move higher on the new book list, allowing more people to see it, and the author's performance will also be better. ORZ. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Uzumaki Naruto is defeated again. The strength of the true genius of the imperial capital. Chapter 29. Uzumaki Naruto is defeated again. The strength of the true genius of the imperial capital. Is this, the breathing of fire? Naruto couldn't help but scream when he saw this. Ha! Uncle, you have some knowledge. Yes, this is the breathing of fire. Uncle. Get ready. Fire escape, great fire extinguisher. With just two simple seals, Sarutobi Aster opened his mouth and spit out flames that covered the sky and the earth. Owa! A group of shadow clones howled and were sprayed into smoke. Far away, Yamato, Sakura, and Sai all changed color. What a powerful fire extinguishing! The level of power may have been raised from B to A, and the range has also been enhanced. Sakura exclaimed in surprise. This is the fire-breathing technique. It increases the power of fire-based ninjutsu and reduces the number of hand seals. Yamato whispered. I feel that it may be more suitable for ninjas than the 6 styles of martial arts. I didn't expect that a 9-year-old child could master it. Sai exclaimed. Halong. The fire is raging. Until the fire is extinguished. There was still a scorch mark on the ground that had just been sprayed, and thick smoke was rising into the sky. The only real body of Uzumaki Naruto was outside the flames, looking at Sarutobi Aster with cold sweat on his face. This brat is so strong. Did you make a mistake? He is just a 9-year-old child, why is he so strong? When I was 9 years old, I was still playing in the mud. Isn't the gap too big? Naruto was somewhat shocked. But there is no thought of giving up yet. He was ready to fight back. Call out! In the distance, Sarutobi Aster moved and rushed towards him at a high speed. Seeing this, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and wanted to continue using multiple shadow clones. As a result, Sarutobi Aster pushed out with one palm, and violent hot wind enveloped him, forcing him to stop. It only takes about this amount of time. Sarutobi Aster was already close and punched him. Halong. Before the attack fully hit him, Naruto felt difficulty breathing and discomfort all over. He dodged sideways and counterattacked with his right fist. Sarutobi Aster reached out and caught it steadily. This made Naruto feel the burning heat of the other person's body. This temperature is at least over 70 degrees. Well. He groaned softly, endured the pain, and engaged in physical combat with Sarutobi Aster. Bang! 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 Collisions again and again. Uzumaki Naruto kept retreating, until finally, his condition was greatly deteriorated. He was hit in the abdomen by a punch, and fell to the ground in pain. Uncle! You are really weak. Is that all? Condescending. Sarutobi Aster said with some sarcasm, taking out the wrinkled cigarette that he had stuffed into his pocket due to the battle and putting it into his mouth. Surprisingly, Naruto did not respond, but stared at the sky with lifeless eyes. Lost. Really lost. Lost to a 9-year-old kid. With this kind of strength, are you worthy of considering yourself the elite of Konoha and worthy of protecting Konoha? Shameful, so shameful. The more Uzumaki Naruto thought about it, the more withdrawn he became. Nari. Mimi, are you okay? Sakura asked worriedly as she walked over to the side. She wanted to comfort him. But the words got stuck in her throat when she thought of Sarutobi Aster's age of 9. Don't be discouraged by celebrities. Aster was born into the Sarutobi clan, a family of ninjas. He practiced the 6 styles, fire breathing, and other related ninjutsu since he was a child. Even though he is only 9 years old now, his real strength is not inferior to that of the Jonin in the ninja village era. Compared to him, you are just lacking innate energy. With the presence of innate energy, believe me, everything will be different. Iruka walked over to Naruto, helped him up and comforted him. Jonin? This brat is actually a Jonin. Naruto couldn't help but gasp as he looked at Aster. So strong, a 9-year-old Jonin? Is this the child of the Shinryu Empire? Sakura exclaimed. Yamato remained silent. He thought of Kakashi, the Kakashi who set the record for promotion and was also promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. And Yamato can be sure that Kakashi at that time was definitely not as strong as Sarutobi Aster in front of him. Hey? What's so surprising about that? My strength is pretty good compared to the average person, but compared to those real monsters, it's nothing. Sarutobi Aster looked at the Gale Quartet with some disdain. That look was like looking at a country bumpkin. What do you mean by that, you little brat? Is there any other brat stronger than you? Naruto said in disbelief. Of course, the strongest among us here are Uchiha Shikamaru and Hotaki scumbag Toyu. They are both about the same age as me, but they are much stronger than me. Sarutobi Aster said. Uchiha? Hotaki? Yamato was surprised. Uchiha Shisui is the child of Shisui from the Uchiha clan. Hotaki Seisadong is Kakashi-senpai's child. Iruka said. Kakashi-sensei's child. Kakashi-sensei actually has a child. Naruto and Sakura screamed in surprise. What's so weird about this? Imperial Iruka looked confused. Then he seemed to react and said. Senior Kakashi is very powerful and handsome. He used to be a famous handsome guy in the capital. He was also on the list of the most popular men in the capital. A lot of girls liked him very much. But in the end, it was Lin who won Kakashi's heart, and they got married and gave birth to the scumbag Dong. Rin, Kakashi-sensei's wife. Naruto whispered, a smile forming on his lips. Sensei Kakashi in this world seems to be living a very happy life, that's great. Uchiha Shisui. Yamato murmured, seeming to be quite concerned about this name. Teacher Yamato knows this person. Sakura asked. Shisui. He should be an extremely outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, right? Yamato did not answer Sakura, but looked at Iruka. That's right. Shisui-kun is one of the most talented people in the entire Uchiha clan. Shisui inherited his talent and is also a famous genius. Iruka nodded. So, how strong are these two kids? Yamato asked. He wanted to know more about the strength of the empire and how powerful the geniuses among them were. How powerful are they? Now, they should be close to the cage of the ninja village era. His Majesty has praised them before. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to reach the cage level before the age of 12. Iruka smiled. 12 years old. Shadow. The Gale Quartet were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. This answer is so exaggerated that it is horrible. Shadow. That is the highest combat power of the 5 major ninja villages. There are not too many of them in the entire ninja world, and they are at the top. And this peak exists. In the Shinryu Empire, a 12-year-old child can achieve this? This gap. That's right, that's why they were praised by His Majesty. Iruka said with a smile. You are a bunch of bumpkins, are you scared to death? You are so old and have such limited ability, do you really think you can compete with a genius? Sarutobi Aster looked at the Gale Quartet making a fuss and couldn't help but mock them again. You damn brat, don't get so cocky. Once I learn the 6 styles, I will definitely be able to beat you. Naruto muttered angrily and helplessly. Oh? Uncle, you are quite ambitious, right? You actually want to beat me? However, I accepted this challenge. I look forward to your challenge from now on. Sarutobi Aster said with some anticipation. Just wait for me, you little brat. Naruto continued to make harsh remarks, and soon after, he recovered and joined in the exercise under the treatment of a medical technician. This failure seemed to make him work extra hard. I pay much more attention to my workouts than before. In the end, even after school, I would exercise alone on the playground for a long time. Finally, he dragged his tired body back to his residence and accepted the shadow clone memories that he learned from Imperial Minato. The shadow clone that followed Minato did not have any training, but was just memorizing some breathing techniques and knowledge. On the second day, the Gale Quartet continued to train their bodies with a group of children to allow their chi to circulate in all directions. Until the third day. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 months later, time travel is possible. Chapter 32 months later, time travel is possible. After waking up from bed, Uzumaki Naruto felt that he was a little different. He could clearly feel that the true energy in his lower abdomen became warmer and more powerful, and could be easily integrated into every part of his body by gently circulating it. The body has also become much stronger and more powerful than before. One look at the abdomen, six-pack abs are clearly visible. This made him very excited. When I arrived at Taito Middle School, I told Irika what happened. Congratulations, Naruto. This is the true entry into Chi, and it has reached the minimum standard for practicing the 6 styles. This is much faster than I expected. As expected. No matter which world he is in, Naruto is a genius. After listening to Naruto's story, Irika sighed. Great. Now I can finally practice martial arts. Damn you little brat. And that arrogance is okay. Just wait for me. Naruto jumped in place with joy. Yamato, Sakura, and Sai watched from the side and couldn't help but smile. But then, Yamato asked. Teacher Irika, you just said that no matter which world Naruto is in, he is a genius? A genius needs 3 days to get started, so what about an ordinary person? Yes. How long will it take for us? Sakura asked as well. Sakura, you're a genius. It won't take long for you to succeed. Captain Yamato, I believe Sai will be able to succeed soon too. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura, Sai, Yamato, please come closer to me. I will use my true energy to check you out. Irika asked the 3 to come closer. Then he placed his hands on the shoulders of the 3 people one by one and input his true chi to check them. A while passed. He then said. The 3 of you have good qualifications, and you can't be considered ordinary people. Among you, Sai has average qualifications, and this usually takes about a month. As for Sakura and Yamato, they are very good, I believe they will be fine in 10 days or half a month. Hey, it seems we're not that bad after all. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. He had been in the other world for so many days, suffering all kinds of blows every day, and was about to start doubting himself. Today, he finally got some good news. People who can become outstanding ninjas are generally not bad. Well, let's continue with today's training. Everyone follow me. Irika led the Hay-8 quartet to reunite with the students. Afterwards, the 3 people who had not yet mastered the true chi were allowed to train on their own. He gathered Naruto and the students together and said. We have almost finished practicing the basics. Let's start today by reviewing the 6 forms. Reviewing the 6 forms? Why is this uncle staying here instead of with the other 3? He is a new student and cannot learn the 6 forms. Huimax, wearing a scarf and sunglasses, looked at Naruto. A celebrity? Of course you have already made the initial entry into the field of martial arts. Irika said with a smile. What? Just getting started? Just this uncle? Huimax was shocked. Even the other people around looked surprised. The unlit cigarette in Sarutobi Astar's mouth fell to the ground with a click, which made him realize it later. He squatted down again, picked up the cigarette and said. Have some skills, useless uncle. Haha, you little brat. Just wait for me to surpass you. And then I'll give you a big slap on the butt. Naruto smiled grimly. Tisk. I'm the son of a hero, who would be afraid of you? You old antique! Sarutobi Aster forced a laugh. Hero? What kind of hero is Asuma in this world? Naruto thought angrily in his heart, but he didn't say much, just smiled grimly. Then just wait for me, little brat. After saying that, he looked at Irika and said. Irika-sensei. Let's get started. I can't wait to practice the 6 forms of martial arts. If you want to learn the 6 martial arts moves, we usually start with the iron block, evenly distributing the chi throughout the body, and then have someone use fists and feet to attack continuously, so that the body gradually bears this force, and the chi is better absorbed into the body, causing qualitative changes and hardening the body. Do you understand, celebrity? So. I'm going to be beaten next. Naruto said with a changed expression. That's right. Irika nodded. Then, come on. Irika-sensei. Naruto took a breath, looking ready to die. I won't hit you, celebrity. You and your classmates should work in pairs and practice with each other. Irika said. With these little brats. Naruto muttered, rolling his eyes, and finally looking at Sarutobi Aster. You little brat! I'm going to teach you a lesson right now. Let's team up. You're not afraid, are you? Hey? Uncle, you're itching for a beating again, right? I'll grant you your wish. Come on. Sarutobi Aster smiled grimly. 10 minutes later. Naruto was lying on the ground with bruises all over his body. Aster Sarutobi's face was just slightly red and swollen. He looked at the fallen Naruto and taunted him again. Uncle, didn't you eat? You don't have any strength? I don't feel anything at all. I am really worried about your future girlfriend. You little brat, just wait for me. Naruto wailed. For the next day, Naruto continued to repair his body with the help of medical staff and continued to train until he reached his limit and then went home to rest. 5 days passed. Naruto finally got the hang of it, and during his practice with Sarutobi Aster, they beat each other black and blue. After that, he began to practice paper cutting, finger spear, storm kick, pick, and moon step. Among them, it took 4 days to get started with paper cutting, 5 days to get started with finger gun, 5 days to get started with storm kicks, 4 days to get started with picks, and 10 days to get started with moon steps. In just 1 month, Uzumaki Naruto showed amazing talent and mastered all 6 styles. And at this time, Sakura and Yamato only controlled the iron blocks, while Sai didn't control any of them. That's when Uzumaki Naruto challenged Sarutobi Aster again and defeated him. This surprised everyone. Sarutobi Aster had to admit that Uzumaki Naruto was an underestimated genius. After defeating Sarutobi Aster, Uzumaki Naruto did not leave Taito Middle School, but stayed here to continue his studies, strengthening his 6 martial arts styles and studying wind attribute breathing techniques. So quickly another month passed. This day, Orochimaru and Centipede and Lushan, who were sent to the Lulin Dragon Vein by the thousand-handed heavenly being to study time and space travel for 2 months, have finally returned to the imperial capital. In front of the magnificent throne of the sky that reaches deep into the clouds. The two looked at the figure on the throne and bowed respectfully. Orochimaru then said, Your Majesty. It took 2 months, combining the experience and technology of the centipede, to study the dragon veins. We can be sure that it was a coincidence that these distinguished guests from another world came to our world this time. But because of this coincidence, the nodes of the 2 worlds have been connected. We have precise control over the anchor points of that world. It is totally possible to travel through time. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 The Uchiha clan is about to prosper. Chapter 31 The Uchiha clan is about to prosper. Finally succeeded? Hey, 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 ha 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 ha. That's great. It's really great. In this way, all the geniuses of our clan will be able to possess the Eternal Eye. By then, your strength will surely be greatly improved. At the lower left of the throne, a thin middle-aged man wearing Uchiha clothing laughed wildly with excitement. Elder Setsuna. I have already said that the other world is far from as optimistic as we think. The Uchiha there don't even have a Mangeki, so how can they help everyone's Mangeki upgrade to the Eternal Eye? Imperial Suzuki, who was in the same line, said expressionlessly. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry about that, Suzuki. No matter how useless those guys are, I believe that our mental strengthening potions and Sharingan-specific potions can allow some of them to evolve into Mangeki. Especially for geniuses like Itaki and Shisui, it is absolutely possible. Don't forget Naruto from another world. He has shown extraordinary talent in these 2 months. Haruno Sakura and Sai are the same. The talent gap between them and our world is not that big. The thin middle-aged man called Setsuna laughed. This isn't very good. The evolution of the Mangekyo requires exchanging eyes and absorbing the other person's pupil power. This evil act will cause us in that world to lose our light, which is really too cruel. Next to Imperial Suzuki, a tall, short-haired young man looked troubled. Shisui. Have you forgotten what His Majesty said about the Otsutsuki clan? If we are not strong enough, then you will become fish on their chopping board, at their mercy. Between sacrificing us and sacrificing people from other worlds, which one do you want to sacrifice? In your opinion, the lives of the entire clan and even the entire empire are less valuable than the Uchiha in another world. Uchiha Setsuna said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Brother Shisui, give up your softness. For the empire, for His Majesty, and even more for ourselves. We have to get stronger. In another world our strength is necessary. And, even without the Sharingan, their lives would only get better if they joined the empire. They can also practice martial arts and have some confidence in themselves in another world, Brother Shisui. Imperial Suzuki also persuaded. Stop the water! Stop the water! 2 other voices from the Uchiha clan rang out. The short-haired young man sighed. I understand. I will protect the empire and everything in my family. Tisk. How infuriating. The power of the Sharingan is really convenient, it can be enhanced by simply plundering one's own kind. In this way, won't our Senju clan be suppressed by the Uchiha clan? Imperial Tsunade clicked her tongue a little unhappily. With his arms folded across his chest, the mountain peaks look extremely majestic. What are you talking about, Lady Tsunade? With the great majesty Shinryu here, the Senju clan will always be the most powerful of the 3 Dragon Soul clans. This will never change in eternity. No one can shake His Majesty's position. The serious-looking black-haired man with the same wrinkles on his face smiled. Ha! Fugaku is getting better and better at talking. Imperial Tsunade glanced at the man. Haha, if we talk about who can gain the most benefit from conquering the other world this time, I think it's the Hyuga clan. As for those extra Byakugan, I believe they can create another pair, or even 2 pairs of Samsara eyes. Imperial Fugaku changed the subject. He turned his gaze to another man in white clothes with white eyes. Being watched by everyone, the man with white eyes shook his head and said. We won't do that. Hinata has finally understood after your Majesty's guidance. Nowadays, we Hyuga people are committed to unity and friendship. How could we possibly plunder the eyes of our own kind? However, the eyes of those Hyuga clan members who died and were sealed can be borrowed. The united and friendly Hyuga clan. Imperial Fugaku had a strange look on his face, and some older people also showed strange smiles. As they knew everything about the Hyuga clan and their original appearance, they really wanted to laugh at this statement. Everyone. What happened in the past is in the past. At least now, our Hyuga clan is the most united. There is no doubt about that. Rizu's expression gradually became serious. Everyone then shifted their gaze. The thousand-handed celestial being on the throne saw everyone like this and couldn't help but think in his heart. The Hyuga clan is fine. In another world, the Senju clan has no one left except you, Tsunade. As for the Uchiha clan, it wasn't much better. I wonder what will happen when the Uchiha people in this world find out that the Uchiha people in another world have been exterminated and lost the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Eye? It's quite interesting to think about it. Thousand-armed heavenly man thought with some evil taste. Seeing these people talking non-stop, he also said, "Okay, everyone, be quiet, and let's continue with the topic we were talking about. Since teleportation is possible, are there any limitations? Your Majesty is indeed wise. You got to the point right away. After all, traveling through time and space is an extremely advanced ability. Moreover, they are extremely particular about precision, so it is impossible to transmit too many people or personnel of high quality at one time. Moreover, each transmission requires the consumption of scarce space-time particles. This energy is hidden in natural energy and is extremely rare. At present, we can only replenish it in small quantities through the tailed beasts. More research is needed." Imperial Orochimaru explained. So either there are many people teleported over, but they are weak? Or there are strong people teleported over, but few? Please give us the rough strength and quantity standards. The thousand-handed heavenly being frowned. Yes. Your Majesty. Your will. According to the current division of the Empire's strength, the current space-time particles can only be used by people with strength above the Super Shadow level to travel through time and space. Super Shadow Senior? That's not enough. There is a nine-tailed fox inside Uzumaki Naruto's body. Although the power that the nine-tailed fox can exert itself is not particularly strong and cannot reach the level of a Super Shadow Superior. But the amount of chakra this fox possesses is undoubtedly comparable to that of a Super Shadow. The thousand-armed heavenly being whispered. Not to mention the bet between him and Uzumaki Naruto. A single super cage, by today's imperial standards, is as strong as Uchiha Madara, who fought the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. With this kind of strength, as long as you take it seriously, you will be able to fight even against the entire ninja world. But according to Boruto, there are still many monsters hidden in the ninja world. Although he himself had only met 6 old men. But that Otsutsuki Ishiki seemed to have been hiding all along. This world, perhaps because of his dominance and the defeat of the 6 Paths Old Man, the other party was afraid and hid very deeply, and has not shown up until now. But in another world, if you only send Super Shadow Superior strongmen there, it would be fine if you just act normally, but if you want to rule the world or something, you will probably be in trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, The Selection of the People Going to Shippuden World. The Eve of Departure. Chapter 32, The Selection of the People Going to Shippuden World. The Eve of Departure. Your Majesty can rest assured about the bet with Uzumaki Naruto. As people who traveled through time, they do not need to consume space-time particles to reverse the process. Orochimaru said. But even so, we can only send 1 Super Shadow Superior, or 2 Super Shadow Inferior, or even weaker but more people. This is not enough to conquer that world. Tsunade said. It doesn't matter. As long as we are given more time, we will definitely be able to discover the origins of more space-time particles. By then, we can allow more powerful people to enter and conquer that ninja world. It is only a matter of time. Orochimaru licked his lips. Everyone. I think that conquering the ninja world does not necessarily require waging war. We can also appeal to their emotions and reason. Let Naruto and the others convince the people in the ninja world. Imperial Minato couldn't help but speak out. Oh, it's Minato. I heard that you've been with Naruto's clone from that world for a while, and you even taught him the wind-breathing technique. Imperial Jiraiya looked at Minato with interest. Minato, this is not the time to act on impulse, we know you are emotional, gentle, and kind. But there is no room for mercy in matters between the two worlds. Tsunade also said. I am not acting on impulse, Lady Tsunade, please listen to me. Through these few days of getting along, I have already felt Naruto's intentions. He has gradually accepted us and understood the importance of the merger and the benefits it will bring to the people. It is entirely feasible to persuade them to surrender. Minato said seriously. Oh? The child has realized this? Not bad. Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise. Even the 1,000-armed celestial being on the throne was a little surprised. The one who has always taken it as his responsibility to protect Konoha. Even though Shippuden has ended, Uzumaki Naruto, who has the power to unify the world but is as stupid as the first Hokage, actually realized it. It's a bit unexpected, but it seems understandable. Because, that kind of Uzumaki Naruto really cares about everyone. Is a romantic and idealistic character. Then give them a chance, Your Majesty. If it really doesn't work, as long as there is enough time, let us discover new space-time particles and send more powerful people over, we can still unify the world. No one can stop this. Tsunade said as she looked towards the man on the throne. Certainly. I am looking forward to the performance of Uzumaki Naruto and his team. The 1,000-handed heavenly being nodded. Your Majesty, do you have a choice for the person we want to send over? If not, please recommend a weasel from my clan. He has a mature mind, strong strength, and loyal beliefs. I think he is the most suitable person to carry out this mission. Uchiha Setsuna spoke again. Itaki? He is indeed a good candidate. Does anyone have any other recommendations? The 1,000-handed heavenly man smiled. Your Majesty, can I recommend my disciple Li to go to another world? I think this will be a good training for him. Kai said with a hearty smile. Your Majesty. I recommend Koji from my clan. Your Majesty. The teeth of my people are also acceptable. My people. A group of people said one after another. Each of them wanted to bring glory to the empire and leave their name in history. Qian Shaotianren thought for a long time, and finally raised the corner of his mouth and said. Everyone, there's no need to argue. I've already made up my mind about going to the other world this time. Uchiha Itachi will lead Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji. Among the three, one is calm and composed, one is enthusiastic and positive, and one has white eyes and excellent intelligence detection ability. It is the most suitable to form a trio. Say so. But the 1,000-armed heavenly being had this thought in his mind. Uchiha Itachi is calm and collected, and is trusted by everyone. Hyuga Neji is a man who lives in peace and friendship, is gentle and kind, likes to help his people, and loves his people. If these two people go to the world of Shippuden and see the Uchiha and Hyuga in that world, what kind of reactions and choices will they make? It's quite exciting to think about it. When the 1,000-armed heavenly man spoke, some were happy and some were sad, but no one would question the 1,000-armed heavenly man as the emperor. Although some people think this combination is not optimal. Everyone acquiesced to this decision. Imperial High School. On the large playground. Sakura, Yamato, and Sai looked up at the sky, 100 meters above. Uzumaki Naruto was constantly stomping on the air with his feet, making muffled sounds, and his whole body was moving in the air. Looking at this scene, Yamato couldn't help but sigh. Naruto's training of the 6 styles is really getting better and better. He is indeed a martial arts genius, as Iruka-sensei said. I never thought that the person who used to be the last one in the group would become so powerful and reliable now. Sakura murmured, her eyes slowly becoming complicated. She thought of Sasuke in her own world. If the previous Naruto had the strength of the current Naruto, he might have brought Sasuke back to Konoha. Naruto, he is indeed very good and serious. Sai also said. The two worlds are similar, and Naruto is outstanding in both worlds. Little Naruto just has the original talent but has not yet brought it into full play. Until today. Iruka came to the side of the Hay-8 trio at some point and chuckled. Why, is there no Majesty Shinryu in our world? Sakura asked. She suddenly envied the people in this world who were lucky enough to have the thousand-handed heavenly being, the Shinryu Empire, and could enjoy everything they had now. Perhaps His Majesty the God of War in that world died in an accident when he was young? The ninja world should be in chaos, right? Iruka said. Sakura immediately recalled the history knowledge she had learned. Recalling the so-called World War I, World War II, and World War III, as well as the endless stream of spies and so on. Perhaps, our world also originally had a great Majesty Shinryu, but he died unexpectedly when he was young? When the Gale trio thought of this possibility, they couldn't help but remain silent. That's when. Call out. A figure suddenly appeared beside them. Hey! Everybody's here. The sun is bright and cheerful, and the sound that makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze is heard. Uncle Minato. Minato-senpai. Minato-sama. Sakura, Yamato, and Iruka said separately. Minato-sama, why are you here this time? Iruka asked. Call little Naruto down first, I'll tell you all later. Minato laughed. Sakura immediately shouted towards the sky. Celebrity! Come down! Look who's here! Naruto, who was running in the sky, heard this, turned his head and looked, and was surprised when he saw the Imperial Minato. He paused and ran towards the Imperial Water Gate. After landing on the ground, he wiped his nose with his fingers and said happily. Uncle Minato! Did you see how I practiced the moon step just now? Everyone praises me as a genius in the 6 styles. Excellent! It only took 2 months to reach this level of proficiency. There are very few people in the entire empire who can do this. Minato praised. This made Uzumaki Naruto even happier. However, Minato's next sentence made Uzumaki Naruto and the other 3 people freeze in surprise. Senior Orochimaru and the Centipede have returned to the Imperial capital. They have figured out how to get to your world, Naruto-chan. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Farewell Challenge. Chapter 33 Farewell Challenge. You can go back now. Uzumaki Naruto murmured, his expression suddenly becoming complicated. The same is true for the other 3 members of the Gale trio. 2 months ago, they had been looking forward to returning as soon as possible. But after living in the Empire for 2 months, this thought has been gradually faded and I dare not think about it actively. Because in these 2 months, everyone has made some very good friends. Hay-8 Sakura found the Sakura of this world. Although she did not become Tsunade-sama's disciple in this world, she was also an outstanding medical ninja and served as the chief physician at the Imperial capital's first hospital. She also met Ino, Shikamaru, and others from this world and became good friends with them. The same goes for Yamato and Sai, they get along very well with everyone in the Empire. This feeling even faintly surpassed that in Konoha. But after all, they are not from this world. They still have to return to their original world. Return to Konoha. Unless, everyone joins the big family of the Empire. But, is it possible? Of course it is possible. It's just difficult. Perhaps, we should try harder to persuade everyone to join in? The 4 members of the Gale group looked at each other unconsciously and couldn't stop having this thought in their minds. As long as you join, we will not betray you. You can be happier and more happy together. This may be the future of Konoha. That's right. This is it. Uncle Minato, when are we leaving? Uzumaki Naruto took a breath and asked. Tomorrow, Lee, Niji, and Ataka will go with you. Imperial Minato laughed. Tomorrow? I understand. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. His expression became a little depressed. So fast. Can't bear to leave everyone, little Naruto. Well, although I haven't been with you all for a long time, you have all become my most important partners. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. Then let's get together with everyone before we part. Come close to me. I'll take you to a place. Minato smiled mysteriously. The Gale Force slowly approached, and finally all disappeared on the spot. Shhhhhh. Uzumaki Naruto only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he could see clearly again. I have already arrived in a private room. Several huge round tables were almost full of people. Hey! The useless guy is here. Imperial Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a proud face. Little Naruto. Sit down quickly, we're waiting for your meal. Imperial Naruto waved his hand. Little Naruto, come to my side. Imperial Kushina waved. Naruto-kun. Today's training must have been very tiring. Do you want to come over to me and relax for a while? Imperial Sakura smiled. Sakura-chan. Come to my place. Today is the last day. As a friend, I will give you a super collection that I have treasured for many years. Don't get so excited that you cry. Imperial Ino. Yamato-kun, come and sit over here. I want to hear you tell me about my life in another world. Imperial Kakashi. Sigh. Come on. Why are you sitting there so slowly? After you finish eating, draw a mighty portrait of my Akamaru. My silly dog has recently become obsessed with your paintings. Imperial Inyazuka Kaiba. Wang. Young man. The farewell dinner is very precious. Daiguokai gave a thumbs up. Naruto. Sakura. Sai. Yamato. Come quickly. Xiao Li said. One by one. The friends that the Gale Quartet made in the past 2 months appeared and greeted them with a smile. Saw this scene. The Gale Four couldn't help but be moved. Okay. Since everyone is here, let's enjoy it. Finally, Naruto Heiei raised his right hand. The farewell party has begun. In the harmonious atmosphere, everyone chatted and ate, and no one knew how much time had passed. Imperial Sasuke suddenly said. Useless guy, when you return to your own world, don't embarrass us, otherwise I will never forgive you. Arrogant Sasuke. What do you mean by that? Why would I embarrass you? Uzumaki Naruto put down the barbecue he had stuffed into his mouth and asked with his eyes wide open. You have practiced our martial arts. If you still lose to those useless, outdated ninjas, what else would it be but a disgrace? Ha! Arrogant Sasuke, you don't know how powerful I am now, do you? He. Do you want to see it for yourself? It will definitely shock you. You might even piss yourself out of fear. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly said proudly, and even winked at Imperial Sasuke. Oh? You are quite confident. After all the setbacks you've experienced before, you still dare to challenge me? Very good. Then let me see your achievements in the past 2 months. Imperial Sasuke also smiled. Hey. Naruto from another world. You didn't drink alcohol? How did you get your brain damaged? How dare you challenge Sasuke? Haven't you heard of the reputation of the Imperial Capital Twins? Sasuke is so strong that he doesn't even look like a human. Imperial Inyazuka Kaiba said in shock. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun's strength is truly amazing. Imperial Sakura also reminded. He. Of course I know how powerful that cocky Sasuke is. But I didn't say I wanted to challenge him in a one-on-one duel. Wasn't Sasuke very arrogant before? He stood there and let me hit him without moving? Do you have the guts to do it again this time? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Imperial Sasuke with a malicious smile on his face. Is that what you're planning? Of course, no problem. The conditions remain the same. Let me take a step back and I'll let you win. Imperial Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest, looking nonchalant. Oh! So that's how it is. Naruto from another world. I didn't expect you to be so smart. But even so, it's hard for you to win. Imperial Inyazuka Kaiba showed a look of realization. He. I have a secret weapon. Don't get scared when you see it. Uzumaki Naruto smiled proudly and mysteriously. Secret weapon? That's really exciting, young Naruto. Kai gave Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up. Humph. Then I'll look forward to your dancing for a bit. Imperial Sasuke said with interest. Uncle Minato. Please teleport us to an uninhabited area. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't wait to say to Minato. Ah, of course it's no problem, it's just that you, oh, never mind. Tikoku Minato wanted to say something, but then paused and shook his head. He asked everyone to gather towards him, and the next moment, they all disappeared into the private room. An open space on the border of the imperial capital. With a few buzzing sounds, the Gale Quartet and everyone from the Empire appeared here. Uncle Minato's move is really convenient. Is this also a martial art? Uzumaki Naruto looked around and sighed. This is a combination of martial arts and ninjutsu. I named it Flying Thunder God Space Flash Silent Flash Technique. Minato said with great interest when he heard someone asking about the name of the jutsu. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Then. I, Uchiha Sasuke. I will also go all out. Chapter 34 Then. I, Uchiha Sasuke. I will also go all out. Oh. That's amazing. The technique is amazing, and the name is amazing too. Naruto gave Minato a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha. Really? I think so too. Minato said happily, scratching his head. Little Naruto, stop praising him. With such a stupid name, you call him awesome. Imperial Kushina complained. Don't say that, Kushina. Imperial Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. Stop dilly-dallying, useless fellow, and show me your dancing moves. I can't wait. Imperial Sasuke urged. Ha! Arrogant Sasuke, you keep saying weird things. Dancing posture? Dancing posture? I don't understand what you mean. But seeing that you can't wait any longer, I'll let you open your eyes. Open your eyes and see how powerful Naruto is now. Uzumaki Naruto said confidently as he and Imperial Sasuke left the crowd and headed towards a wider open space. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two until they stood still. Imperial Sasuke just stood there, his arms folded across his chest, looking at Uzumaki Naruto calmly. Arrogant Sasuke, take a good look at my achievements in the 6 forms of martial arts. There was a gleam in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. He stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot. Call out. Next moment. His figure disappeared instantly. Oh? You are quite skilled at shaving, but this is far from enough. Imperial Sasuke said calmly. Purple chakra surged above his body, transforming into a half-giant several meters tall. Pang! At the moment when the giant is formed. A loud bang sounded from behind Imperial Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki, who had just disappeared, appeared at some point and kicked hard in the air. A 4 or 5 meter long air blade cut through the ground and hit the half-giant. The giant was hit and shook slightly before disappearing. Turn around slowly. Imperial Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said. You are quite proficient in the storm kick, but this shouldn't be your secret weapon, right? Use whatever tricks you have. I am not interested in watching such an ugly dance. Tisk. As expected, even the storm kicks can't break through your turtle shell defense. But this is expected, after all, even the Raise Nan can't do it. But what about this move? Hey! 6 martial arts moves, Cannon Fist. Uzumaki Naruto retracted his right hand, then blasted out with force. A huge air cannon blasted towards Imperial Sasuke's Susanoo, causing it to shake 3 times before disappearing. You have mastered the advanced finger spear and cannon punch? As expected, as a Naruto from another world, even if you are very weak now, you can still realize your potential as long as you are properly guided by the Empire. This dance posture is quite acceptable. Imperial Sasuke, with his arms crossed, nodded slightly and made a comment. Oh. Naruto-kun has actually mastered this move? Naruto-kun is indeed very powerful. Rock Lee shouted happily as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto's cannon punch. This is the power of youth. Daiguo Kai also shouted. But this is not enough to make Sasuke retreat. Imperial Inyazuka Kaibamiki. Is it still not enough? This turtle shell is really amazing. Then I won't be polite next time. Arrogant Sasuke. Don't be scared. Uzumaki Naruto roared, and after forming a hand seal, a group of shadow clones appeared around him. Then start rolling the balls. Halong long. The whirlwind roared. The light blue ball took shape quickly, and then wind attribute chakra was immediately injected into it. The blue ball turned light white, and the four serrations kept rotating, causing gusts of wind to blow around. Wind attribute Rasen Shuriken? That's your special move? Not bad. Imperial Sasuke said calmly. The purple giant on his body expanded to more than 10 meters, and then his right hand suddenly raised. A huge purple shield appeared in his hand. Susanoo can actually get even bigger? You really weren't at your full strength before. Arrogant Sasuke. But this is not over yet. SHH, hey. Uzumaki Naruto said, breathing in and out slowly. A stream of air blew out of his nostrils. The wind created by the wind style, Rasen Shuriken began to slowly wrap around Uzumaki Naruto's body. Let his clothes sway gently. The wind style Rasen Shuriken in his hand also turned into an extremely condensed small tornado due to the infusion of new energy. The strong winds blowing around became much faster and more violent. In the woods 100 meters away, branches and leaves were broken and fluttering. Halong long. Not far away, many people watching the fight looked surprised. The members of the Gale Quartet all looked surprised. Naruto never mentioned the wind-breathing technique before, so I thought he had failed. I didn't expect that he not only learned it, but also learned the same trick from Minato-senpai. Yamato said a little excitedly. Naruto, this guy is doing a great job. Sakura stared at Uzumaki Naruto in the storm with burning eyes and felt that he was becoming more and more handsome. Even the silly look of his childhood has become a little blurry. Naruto-kun, you are truly amazing. Sai nodded, with some envy in his eyes. Oh. Naruto-kun. Come on. Imperial Lee roared. This is the vitality of youth. Work hard and be diligent. There will always be rewards. Ah! Youth! Daiguo Kai shouted, tears in his eyes. Hey, are you kidding me? This Naruto actually learned one of Minato-senpai's signature skills? This is an SS level ninjutsu. The Imperial Inyazuka Kaiba was horrified and screamed. Well done, little Naruto, but you can't defeat Sasuke just by doing this. Imperial Naruto said with interest. Sasuke, you're going to be serious next time, right? Imperial Kakashi blinked. Hey! Arrogant Sasuke! Did you see my wind-style kindness spiral sky flash shuriken? This is an SS level ninjutsu, Uncle Minato's unique skill. Even stronger than the tailed beast ball. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, if I really attack you, you will be in trouble. Uzumaki Naruto shouted triumphantly, simply shaking the ball in his right hand. The violent hurricane continued to bombard Susanoo. He, ha 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 ha. Imperial Sasuke, who was in the purple giant, couldn't help but cover his face and laugh when he saw Uzumaki Naruto using wind-style key spiral sky flash shuriken. Hey! Arrogant Sasuke! You can actually laugh at this time? Are you scared silly? Uzumaki Naruto asked loudly, not understanding why Imperial Sasuke was laughing. He, ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto. I recognize your strength and qualifications. I admit that you are not a useless guy. Today's dance is unexpectedly beautiful. So. Imperial Sasuke stopped laughing at the end, slowly lowered his right hand, and stared at Uzumaki Naruto. Then what? Arrogant Sasuke. Why don't you surrender quickly? Uzumaki Naruto urged. Then. I, Uchiha Sasuke. Will also go all out. Imperial Sasuke's expression gradually became serious, and he formed seals with his hands. Boom. Next moment. The terrifying chakra and true energy erupted like a volcano, rushing straight into the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Imperial Sasuke's True Power. Complete Suzanu's 6-arm Indra Mode. Chapter 35, Imperial Sasuke's True Power. Complete Susanoo, 6-armed Indra Mode. The purple giant on Imperial Sasuke, who was originally only a dozen meters tall, began to grow wildly. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 250 meters. It didn't stop until the purple giant broke through 250 meters. Then, energy armor condensed all over the giant's body, and 2 more arms condensed under his arms. The 6 arms contained a knife, a spear, a sword, a halberd, a bow, and a whip. Raging black flames burned on the giant's armor and weapons. The void around is constantly distorting. The ground couldn't bear the heavy pressure, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground, spreading into the distance. In an instant, terrifying pressure swept across the 4 directions. The Gale trio who were watching the battle were trembling all over, tightly holding their right hands to their violently beating hearts that seemed to be about to jump out of their chests, staring at the giant god who appeared with incredible faces. And the Imperial Sasuke who was in the crystal block on the giant god's forehead. Ah! Sasuke, this guy, isn't he too serious? He even used this trick. Now poor little Naruto has no chance of winning at all. But no matter how many times I see this move, it's still too scary. It's simply not a power that humans can possess. The Imperial Inyazuka Kaiba looked at the giant god with a look of amazement. Oh! This is Sasuke's strongest Susanoo. So powerful. So amazing. Empire Lee also shouted. This is youth, shouted Daiguo Kai. What is this? Sakura murmured, trembling all over. Is this still a human? How could a human possess such power? Why are the people of the Empire so terrifying? Sai's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his whole body was soaked in just a few seconds. Even if it's the legendary 9-tailed fox, it can't be this terrifying, right? Yamato's voice was also trembling. This is Sasuke's true power. Complete Susanoo, 6-armed Indra Mode. Imperial Naruto had a smile on his face. Full form of Susanoo, 6-armed Indra Mode. Is this the power of God? Yamato whispered. God? Of course not. In the entire empire, the only one who can be called God is your majesty. To your majesty, this person is at most just a slightly stronger person. When Imperial Naruto spoke of his majesty, his expression was somewhat fanatical, and there was a hint of memories and shock in his eyes. The only God, His Majesty Shinryu? How powerful is your majesty? To make the godlike being before you only worthy of being called a stronger person? Yamato murmured, feeling extremely uneasy. The emperor of the Shinryu Empire is more powerful than the giant god in front of him? Then, how terrifying would that be? I'm afraid we have no way of knowing the answer to this. But he was sure that he alone could sweep the entire ninja world. As expected, it is impossible to resist the empire. From now on, we must do our best to persuade the daimyo and kage of each country to integrate into the empire. Resistance will lead to death. There is no doubt about it. Heiate Sakura, Yamato, and Sai thought of it at the same time. Gudong. Uzumaki Naruto held up the wind-style True Ki Spiral Sky Flashing Shuriken, looked up at the giant god in front of him, and swallowed hard. Is this the true power of Sasuke the Fart? As he spoke, his body couldn't help but tremble. This feeling was even more powerless than the first time I faced Orochimaru. That's right. This is my true power. The complete Susanoo, six-armed Indra mode, is a fusion of Amaterasu's flame, true chi, and spiritual energy. This is a power that is enough to destroy everything in the universe. Under this power, feel your own insignificance. Uzumaki, Naruto. While Imperial Sasuke was speaking, the gigantic complete form of Susanoo, six-armed Indra, slowly raised the giant sword in his right arm, placed it in front of his chest, and then swept it across with force. Boom! The violent slashing exploded the air. The extremely violent storm surged, and Uzumaki Naruto was blown away in the first place. His shadow clones also exploded in an instant, and the wind-style True Chi Spiral Sky Flash Shuriken in his hand shot into the distance with the strong wind. Even farther away, a group of the Empire's masters used various methods to resist the storm. Halong long. Wow ah ah ah. The storm continued, and Uzumaki Naruto felt like he was flying backwards. There were broken trees, dirt, and dust all around. He kept screaming, until falling into a warm embrace. The bursting storm finally disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Tikoku Minato's gentle smile. Then, he turned his head and looked around, and when he saw the complete form of Susanoo, six-armed Indra, his pupils shrank again. I only saw the direction in which the other party drew his sword. Most of the originally endless forest was completely destroyed. A forest area that spread over tens of thousands of meters and was a kilometer wide became bare. Large patches of black flames burned fiercely on the ground, and thick smoke rose from the sky. A little further away, Uzumaki Naruto even saw several flattened mountaintops. The broken parts were all red. Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a moment and remained speechless for a long time. Are you okay, Naruto? Imperial Minato said with some concern. Is this really the power that humans should have? Uzumaki Naruto whispered. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people, but Sasuke is not an ordinary person. Imperial Minato smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the destroyed forest helplessly and said, Sasuke really went too far this time. With such a large area, the repair team will be very busy. It's just a competition, is it necessary to go to this extent? Brother Dainaru, can he really compete with Sasuke like this? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the giant god from afar, still a little dazed. Of course. Naruto-chan. The power of martial arts is much stronger than you think. Come and see the true power of muscle martial arts. Don't blink. Imperial Naruto came to Uzumaki Naruto at some point, showing his shiny teeth and flexing his muscles. Then he shouted loudly. Martial arts, 10 dragons and 10 elephants. 100% power released. Ha! Imperial Naruto spread his arms. All the clothes on his body exploded instantly, and countless pieces of debris flew everywhere. Then the body began to expand continuously, and soon expanded from the original 2 meters and 2 to 3 meters. The muscles all over his body were tied up, and the blood vessels were coiled around his body like earthworms. His shoulder blades were bulging high, like 2 small volcanoes, spewing out a terrifying bloody aura. The Imperial Naruto, who just had the image of a gentle big brother, suddenly turned into a terrifying demon. He exhales gently, and between inhaling and exhaling, he can spit out several levels of storms. Looking at such a Imperial Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto felt that breathing became more difficult, his whole body was sore, and he could hardly lift his hands or move his legs. Naruto! Don't go too far! Stop it! Imperial Minato said with a slightly rapid breathing. Don't worry, father. I won't do anything reckless like Sasuke. Besides, this is also a chance for little Naruto to truly open his eyes. To know the power of martial arts. Little Naruto. Watch out! Martial arts, 10 dragons, 10 elephants, fist of the blue sky. As Imperial Naruto said this, he slowly retracted his right fist to his waist, and then suddenly punched towards the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Imperial Naruto's True Power. Fist of the Blue Sky. Chapter 36, Imperial Naruto's True Power. Fist of the Blue Sky. Boom! A punch was thrown out. A hurricane of level 10 once again swept across the world. Uzumaki Naruto, who was held in Minato's arms, felt like his face was being scraped by a knife. This feeling comes quickly and goes away quickly. Imperial Watergate's figure flashed, and he left the range of the storm and appeared thousands of meters away. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto finally saw the devil-like figure in the center of the storm. He just maintained the posture of punching the sky. The sun shone brighter than ever before on Imperial Naruto. This made Uzumaki Naruto stunned, and then he looked up. Tens of thousands of meters above the sky, facing the direction of Naruto of the Empire, there was not a single cloud in the thousands of meters around. A huge hole appeared in the sky. The scorching sun shines from here. Heaven! It's broken. Uzumaki Naruto said dully. These two guys are really messy. Fortunately, Naruto only hit the sky in the end. But even so, the people in the repair class will probably complain again. Tikoku Minato muttered to himself somewhat resentfully. Too strong. The arrogant Sasuke in this world and brother Daming are both too strong. Uzumaki Naruto continued to mutter, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Until I got slapped on the head. He then realized that everyone had gathered around him. Imperial Naruto was left with only a pair of shorts and returned to his previous appearance. Imperial Sasuke looked down at him, his eyes revealing arrogance and a hint of mockery. What? You just boasted that you wanted me to see your true strength, but now you are scared by me and Naruto? But this is not surprising, after all, they are people from the ninja village era, poor creatures who have never seen true power. Uzumaki Naruto looked down on Imperial Sasuke's provocation and did not respond. Just biting her lip. However, Heiei Yamato smiled bitterly and said, Sasuke-kun, no matter who it is, they would be scared if they saw this for the first time, right? Incredible power. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that humans in this world could possess such power. The legendary gods are probably no more powerful than this. Heiei Sakura also said. So, be honest when you go back, and don't have any delusions. Cooperate with us and join the Empire, it will be your best destination. If we fall out and a war breaks out, Naruto and I will personally go to the battlefield. What will the entire ninja world become? You probably don't want to see that, right? Imperial Sasuke reminded. The Gale Quartet remained silent. Sasuke, don't keep saying that. We are friends. And I believe that Sakura, Naruto, Yamato, Sai, and the others will also try their best to persuade everyone in the ninja world to join us, right? Imperial Kushina said. Yes, I will do my best to persuade Hokage-sama to join the Empire. Yamato nodded seriously, paused and added. No. Not just Konoha. I will persuade the entire ninja world. Vaguely. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how he got back to his residence, how he packed up, and how he waited until the next day to get out of bed. Then he joined up with Sakura, Yamato, and Sai. Naruto. Are you okay? Outside the dormitory building. The trio looked at Naruto, who was still a little dazed and couldn't help but ask. Hey? I'm fine. What's wrong, Captain Yamato? Uzumaki Naruto replied in a trance. Come back to your senses, Naruto. It's already this late. Why are you still in a daze? Sakura couldn't stand Naruto's current condition anymore, so she punched him hard on the head. A small bump immediately swelled up on Uzumaki Naruto's head. He covered his head and screamed in pain. Why? Sakura, why did you hit me? Asshole Naruto, how long do you want everyone to worry about you? Isn't it just seeing the power of Naruto and Sasuke in this world? Why does it seem like the sky is falling? Sakura yelled. I just feel so weak. I was so proud before that I thought I could fight Sasuke. Naruto covered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Why? Do you feel ashamed of being so smug as a clown? Sakura asked. Yes. Fool. Sakura cursed again and punched Naruto on the head. Oh why? That hurts. Why did you hit me again? Sakura-chan. Naruto squatted down and looked at Sakura with tears in his eyes. If you are a clown, then what are we talking about if we have worked hard for 2 months and have just mastered 3 or even 1 of the 6 styles? A clown among clowns. Sakura yelled. No. No problem. Naruto, cheer up. You are not a clown, but our pride. You are a genius recognized by Iruka-sensei, and you are also a rival recognized by Sasuke in this world. Even though you lost, there is a huge gap between your strengths. But so what? The Sasuke and Naruto in this world have simply practiced for a longer time. As long as you work hard enough, there is still a chance for you to catch up. And do you know how strong Naruto and Sasuke in this world are among the over 100 million people in the entire Shinryu Empire? No. I don't know. How strong? Naruto asked stupidly. Yesterday I asked Uncle Minato. Naruto and Sasuke are the top 5 strongest people in the entire Shinryu Empire. The top 5 with more than 100 million people. That's it. Amazing. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then murmured after a while. It turns out that I in this world am as powerful as Sasuke. As he spoke, his eyes gradually regained some spirit. I've decided. I want to be as strong as them. If they can be so strong, there's no reason why I can't be. Even if I'm not as good as them, I can't lose too much to them. I've just started. Everything is still unknown. That's right. Our martial arts journey has just begun. Who will be stronger and who will be weaker in the future is still unknown. Come on. Stupid Naruto. Sakura's lips curled up and she finally smiled. Then let's work together. Sakura. Sai. And Captain Yamato. Naruto raised his right fist and yelled. What an energetic roar. Naruto-kun. But I won't lose to you. Come on. Let's take a step further on the road of martial arts together. Let's reach new peaks. Behind him, Rock Lee's familiar roar suddenly sounded. The Gale Quartet had to turn their heads to look. They saw Rock Lee in a tight suit and a melon-shaped hairstyle, Itaki in a black windbreaker, Niji in a pure white coat with a gentle smile, and Minato walking slowly towards them. After noticing their gazes, Imperial Niji and Itaki all smiled. The Empire's Ninkai even laughed. Good ambition, keep going Naruto-kun. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Return to the Ninja World. Unexpected People. Chapter 37 Return to the Ninja World. Unexpected People. Ah! It's Itaka-senpai, Rock Lee, and Niji. Everyone is finally here. But Uncle Minato couldn't bear to leave me, so he came to see me one last time. Naruto also greeted with a smile. Ah! I am a little reluctant. But the main purpose of coming here this time is to send everyone to Lulin. Imperial Minato laughed. Naruto-kun. Now you can call me Otter, Rock Lee Tang, and Niji Ninji. This is our code for walking in your world. Imperial Itaka said. That's right. Now my name is Tang Look. Ha ha ha. Empire Xiao Li laughed happily. Just call me Ninkai. Imperial Ninkai nodded and said. Okay, Otter. Tang. Nancy. Uzumaki Naruto laughed. The group then gathered around Imperial Minato. The next moment, everyone disappeared and appeared inside a huge steel space that revealed a cold and eerie light. If you look closely at this world of steel, it is quite similar to the dragon vein that you traveled through 2 months ago, except that all the stone buildings have been replaced with steel. There were also some guards stationed on both sides. Naruto Hayate even spotted Imperial Kankuro and nodded slightly at them. Come on, I'm going to activate the dragon vein now and send you, Itaki, Lee, Niji, and little Naruto over. No matter what you see afterwards, don't panic, just stand where you are. And I will leave here in that instant. Do you understand? Imperial Minato led everyone to the core of the dragon vein and said seriously. Everyone nodded. Then, let's begin. Imperial Minato said the last sentence. Start to seal quickly. The entire dragon vein's energy gushed out, emitting an incredibly brilliant light that was about to engulf everyone in an instant. Minato smiled and nodded at everyone one last time, then his figure flashed and disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto silently waved his hand in the direction where Minato disappeared. Goodbye Uncle Minato, but we will see each other again soon. Then the whole of Konoha and the Empire will be one family. The light is about to engulf everyone. Result. The space fluctuated. A young man wearing Uchiha clan uniform, with a scruffy beard, messy hair, and looking very decadent suddenly appeared among the crowd. Uchiha Obito. Looking at this figure, Ninji's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but scream. Uchiha bastard! What on earth do you want to do? Get out of there now! This is not a place for you to mess around. The Imperial Kankuro who was in charge of guarding the place became shocked and angry when he saw the extra person and started roaring loudly. I'm sorry, everyone. I have reasons to go to another world. Please forgive my willfulness, said the decadent young man who suddenly appeared. The light of the dragon vein is getting closer. A trace of anxiety appeared on Imperial Attacker's face. He thought about His Majesty and what Orochimaru had said to him. To travel through time and space, one must control the amount and stability of energy, otherwise unknown situations may easily occur, leading to failure of travel. The consumption of space-time particles due to failed crossing is small. Everyone is even in danger of dying in the storm of time and space. This guy Uchiha Obito. Sighing silently, Uchiha Attacker stepped on the ground, and with a roar, his figure rushed out like lightning. The dragon vein's energy beam finally engulfed the Gale Quartet, Rock Lee from the Empire, Niji, and the decadent young man called Obito. The dragon vein vibrated and a bright light burst out into the sky. In a desert ruin, 7 figures appeared out of nowhere. Uchiha Obito. What on earth are you doing? You actually broke into the dragon vein at the last moment? Going against His Majesty's will? Do you know that doing this may kill everyone? Among the 7 people who just appeared, the Imperial Niji ran to the decadent young man in the Uchiha clan uniform with an angry look on his face, grabbed the other's collar tightly with both hands, and yelled. There was light blue chakra all over his body, bright white true energy emerged, and blue veins bulged around his eyes. Obito-senpai, if you want to join us, you can just report to His Majesty and ask for his approval. Why do you have to do something like this? This is not youthful at all. Empire Xiao Li also sighed, looking speechless. I'm sorry, Ningji, Li, The decadent-looking Imperial Obito stammered, not quite knowing what to say. Uchiha Obito, I know you like Senior Nohara Rin. You traveled here this time, aren't you also traveling here for the Rin of this world? Imperial Niji frowned, looking at the other party with some suspicion. Imperial Obito blushed, a little embarrassed. I want to see if Lin in this world is happy. How pathetic. The powerful and proud Uchiha clan has someone like you. Since you can't compete with Kakashi-senpai, do you want to compete with the Kakashi of this world? I am really sick of you for disrupting His Majesty's plan and disregarding everyone's life and death just because of something like this. You are such a person. You are not worthy to be a subject of His Majesty. As a citizen of the Empire, you betrayed us. Imperial Ningji was extremely angry and pulled the other's hand with veins bulging. The chakra and true energy in his body fluctuated more violently. Imperial Obito blushed, remained silent, and did not dare to refute. Obito-senpai. Although I don't know what love is, I have heard from Guy-sensei. Love should be about mutual affection, common hobbies, and youthful passion. It's useless for you to like Senior Lin one-sidedly. She and Kakashi-senpai are living a happy life, and this world should be like this. Why waste her youth and even go against His Majesty's will? Imperial Li sighed, and used the knowledge he learned from Imperial Kai to educate Obito. I'm sorry, Li, Niji. I know that what I did is wrong and I feel sorry for everyone. But I just can't control myself. I want to see Lin, even if it costs me my life. Obito just bowed his head and kept apologizing. The Gale Four looked at the newly appeared man in surprise. Obito? Uchiha Obito? Kakashi-sensei? Competition? Hara Norin? Why do I feel like I heard some incredible news? Humph. Now let's try to see if the space-time communicator His Majesty gave us can be used. Your unauthorized actions will be dealt with by His Majesty. The Imperial Niji said coldly. The right hand touched a ring on the left hand. A cloud of smoke spread, and a strange instrument appeared in his hand. See this? Uzumaki Naruto was a little surprised and said. Hey, hey, hey! Ning! Ninkai, how did you take out this strange thing just now? Where is your sealing scroll? Sealing scroll? We don't need that kind of thing. It's a product of the Ninja Village era and has long been eliminated. The Empire now uses a storage device called a space ring, which has a space dozens of times larger than a scroll and is more convenient to carry. When Imperial Niji saw Uzumaki Naruto asking the question, he forced a smile and raised his right hand. Let the Gale Quartet see a ring on the index finger. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Heading to Konoha. Chapter 38 Heading to Konoha. I see, it's really convenient. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. And it looks great. Compared with the sealing scroll and the space ring, it feels so bad. Harano Sakura stared at the ring on Niji's hand with burning eyes. The others watched quietly as Imperial Niji operated the strange instrument he had just taken out. Not a moment. The entire instrument made a strange squeaking sound, and a curtain of light slowly unfolded and continued to twist. Finally, the tall and mighty figure of the thousand-armed heavenly being appeared in front of everyone. It seems to have been successful. The space-time communicator that I asked the R&D team to research several years in advance has finally come in handy. But, why was it you, Niji, who contacted me? Wait, who's that Uchiha next to you? Obito? Why are you here? Senju Amanto looked at the decadent Obito with a look of surprise. Imperial Ningji immediately told what had happened before. After hearing this, the thousand-handed heavenly being was not angry. I just have some sighs in my heart. I originally thought that Obito in my world was completely ruined because he failed in the competition with Kakashi for Rinhara. I didn't expect that the ultimate bootlicker is worthy of being the ultimate bootlicker. Not only did he open the Mangekyo in the end, but no one knew from whom he got the news of the other world. At the last moment, he broke into the Dragon Vein, forcing Uchiha Itachi to withdraw for the stability of time and space. This kind of bootlicker is really hopeless. But his Kamui is indeed very strong and useful, and maybe he can help Niji and Rock Lee better. Your Majesty. I'm sorry. I want to see Lin in this world. I am willing to accept any punishment you give me, but please punish me after I have seen linear. I beg you. Imperial Obito knelt on the ground with his head down, feeling extremely ashamed and self-blaming. Your Majesty, as long as you give the order, I will immediately kill this bastard who disobeyed your will, disrupted the Empire's plans, and disregarded everyone's safety. Beside him, the Empire's Niji had a murderous look on his face. This appearance scared the Gale Quartet again. Why does Niji want to kill people at every turn? He seemed quite friendly before. Hey, 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 hey. There's no need to do this, right? Although this big brother named Obito seems to have done something bad, killing someone is too much, isn't it? Could it be that the Shinryu Empire is such a country that kills people at every turn? If that happens, will we also be killed directly because of something if we join in? Seeing that the situation seemed to be getting serious, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but speak out. Ninji, it's not good to keep fighting and killing. According to His Majesty, the most important thing for us martial artists is to win people over with virtue. Youth shouldn't be like this. Empire Xiao Li also advised. But what this guy did? Ningji of the Empire still felt a little uncomfortable. It doesn't matter. We'll talk about the punishment when you come back. Letting Obito accept punishment now would only mean the loss of one combat force. Uchiha Obito's awakened Kamui is very useful, perhaps more suitable for you than Itaki. However, from now on, the captain's duties will be assumed by you, Niji. The Thousand Hands Heavenly Being said calmly. But I couldn't help thinking about it in my heart. I was originally looking forward to how Itaki Uchiha from my own world would react when he found out that the Uchiha clan in the ninja world was exterminated, and a big reason for it was related to himself. Unexpectedly, a more crucial person came this time. He. If the Uchiha Obito in his own world knew that Haranoran was dead, that the Uchiha were destroyed because of him, and that he in this world had even killed his master, Minato, and Kushina, what would his reaction be? Interesting. This must be very interesting. Hum. The thousand-handed heavenly being thought with some gossip and sinister thoughts. Even if one reaches his level, he is still inevitably interested in some gossip. This is human nature. Your will. Your Majesty. When the Imperial Ningji heard the Senju Avatar say this, he didn't say much, but just spoke respectfully. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty. I will definitely not let you down. Imperial Obito whispered in shame. That's all, I'll wait for your good news. As the thousand-handed heavenly man finished his last words, his figure disappeared. Imperial Niji put the instrument away again and glared at Imperial Obito. Lucky for you. Obito from the Uchiha family. Let's go. This time, we'll just go directly to Konoha. As the most powerful ninja village among the 5 major countries, as long as you know their specific strength, you will have a high probability of knowing everything about the ninja world. Of course, Naruto, Yamato, Sakura, and Sai will need you to put in some effort and try your best to persuade the Hokage. With Konoha taking the lead, I believe other ninja villages will also know what to do. I listen to you. There was a gleam in Imperial Obito's eyes. Soon. I will see Lin soon. The 2 worlds are not the same, so Lin in this world may still have a chance. Don't worry, everyone. We know what we should do. Yamato nodded. Naruto felt a little complicated, but more excited. Finally I can go back and meet everyone. My current strength will surely astonish them, right? Although he had only been in the Empire for 2 short months, his progress was greater than that during the nearly 3 years of training with the lecherous immortal. Of course, Naruto, you are very strong now. Even if you meet the previous Sasuke again, I believe he will not be your opponent. Sai also said. Naruto's expression froze and became more complicated. Sasuke. I don't know when I'll be able to meet Sasuke next time. But next time I meet him, I believe you'll be able to bring him back, Naruto. Sakura also said. Yes. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. Ah. That's it. Youth is like this and never gives up, Naruto-kun. Now let's go to Konoha. As a warrior, everyone must work harder. From now on, let's leapfrog to Konoha together. Empire Xiao Li roared, squatted down, and started frog jumping. Wait. Xiao Li. No. Tang Jun. Your appearance is still very eye-catching in Konoha. I hope that before the Hokage accepts you, you can use the transformation technique to change your appearance and try not to cause some unnecessary trouble. Yamato hurriedly stopped Imperial Li. Ah. That's what Yamato-senpai said. But I don't know how to transform. Empire Xiao Li slapped his head and said with his eyes wide open. Ah? Li-kun is just like us, not good at ninjutsu? Then let me help you put on some makeup. Sakura said with some surprise. Makeup? That's not necessary. I'm not good at ninjutsu, but I'm good at martial arts. Imperial Li shook his head and winked at Sakura. But what he said made the Gale Quartet a little confused. What does changing your appearance have to do with martial arts? They wanted to ask questions. The result is the next moment. They finally understood the relationship between the two. Martial arts. Life is returned. Empire Xiao Li shouted in a low voice. The facial muscles began to twist and twitch. Then, in front of the Gale Quartet, he turned into an ordinary passerby who had nothing to do with the previous Xiao Li. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Arriving in Konoha. I must see Lin immediately. Chapter 39 Arriving in Konoha. I must see Lin immediately. Oh. Tang has become another person. How did he do that? Is this really martial arts? It's amazing. Naruto looked around Imperial Li and shouted excitedly. Martial arts, so it's possible to do something like this? And it looks flawless. It's far from being as easy to see through as a transformation technique. Yamato looked at Imperial Li with great curiosity. This is the advanced stage of the 6 forms of martial arts, life returns. It is a move that can only be used after you have mastered everything about yourself and your true energy. I can change my body structure to a great extent, but changing my face is just a piece of cake. Empire Xiao Li was speaking. His body shook, and his muscles twitched and twisted again. Then, another arm grew out from under the 2 arms, and the hair stood up and grew rapidly into a sharp corner, and the teeth even changed from flat teeth to pointed teeth. He bared his fangs and gave thumbs-up signs to everyone with all 4 of his hands. Oh! So amazing! So amazing! Martial arts really are so amazing and magical. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto kept shouting loudly. The excitement was palpable. It's really amazing. This level of change is like kneading your own body like rubber into the shape you want. There is no flaw at all. If I learn this, won't my forehead be narrower? Then Inogu will have no reason to call me a wide forehead. And my eyes can be bigger. The mouth could be smaller. Sakura stared at Empire Xiao Li with shining eyes, and her mind began to wander. It's not easy to achieve this level. At least you have to practice the 6 martial arts styles to a relatively advanced level. Imperial Niji shook his head. He did not use life return to change his appearance like Empire Xiao Li. Instead, he touched the space ring again, took out 2 human skin masks, covered his face with one, and threw the other to Imperial Obito. Imperial Obito took it and covered his face with it. The masks fit onto their faces, instantly transforming them into completely unrelated people. Wow! What is this? Naruto asked curiously. Disguise mask, a small item from the Empire's sex market. Imperial Niji explained. Sex market. The expressions of the Gale Four changed slightly. Ah! Because your majesty is the dream of thousands of women throughout the empire, but these women cannot possibly own your majesty. So Dr. Xianglin invented this mask, claiming that it can allow all couples to enjoy the most desired love. Imperial Niji explained seriously. The Gale Quartet couldn't help but twitch in shame. This woman named Xianglin is not simple. And for doing this, His Majesty didn't blame me? Seems to have seen their thoughts. Imperial Niji said. Your Majesty is open-minded by nature and doesn't care about these trivial matters. Okay. Let's continue on our journey, he said, stepping forward. Ah! Naruto. Sakura. Sai. Yamato-senpai. Let's go! Imperial Lee yelled. He immediately squatted down and started jumping. Ah! Let's go! I want to become stronger. I want to save Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto shouted and jumped up. Yamato, Sakura, and Sai looked at each other, then looked at the Empire's Niji and Obito. The Imperial Niji felt the gaze and coughed. I've already gone through the time when I needed to train my body like crazy. And I'm not learning the 6 forms of martial arts or muscle martial arts, so I don't need to do this. As for you, do as you please. My power comes more from the Sharingan and spiritual martial arts. The Empire also said. The Heihei trio's faces twitched immediately, and they helplessly imitated the Empire's Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto and started jumping like frogs. The group continued to move forward, jumping. A few days later. Konoha village, at the main gate. Gang Zisha and Shenyu Chuyun, who were in charge of guarding the gate, yawned with boredom on their faces. Suddenly a passionate roar came into my ears. 894,815. 894,816. 894,817. Ha 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 ha. We are almost there. Naruto. Sakura. Sai. Yamato-senpai. You did it. Naruto. Sakura. Sai. Yamato. Did I hear you right? The two were startled when they heard the sound. They all turned their heads to look over. It was seen several hundred meters away from the main gate of Konoha. A sturdy man wearing a green tights and looking like an ordinary passerby was leading Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato, doing frog jumps and getting closer to the gate of Konoha. Next to them, there was a man wearing white and a man wearing black who looked like passersby. It's really Naruto. Sakura. Sai. Yamato. They're back. Shenyu Chuyun was shocked at first, and then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He's back. He's finally back. Naruto is finally back. I'll go inform the Hokage right now. Gang Zisha said excitedly, turning around and running towards the Hokage building. He wants to tell the Hokage this good news. This guy. Shenyu Chuyun couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and then he also said to the Gale 4. Naruto. Sakura. Sai. Yamato-senpai. Oh. It's Izumo-senpai. Hello. When Naruto saw Kamijuo Izumo, he also smiled, stood up, and waved his hand. Naruto. Where have you been for the past 2 months? Why did you come back only now? We didn't even have any information about you during this period. Do you know how worried Hokage is? Kamitsuki Izumo asked. This question is a long story. Did Zaitetsu just go to inform the Hokage? Yamato took over the conversation. Yes, the Hokage has been very worried about you for the past 2 months. Now that he finally sees you, he naturally has to go and inform them as soon as possible. By the way, who are these 3 people around you? As Shenyu Izumo spoke, he turned his gaze towards the Imperial Trio. These 3 guys are so strong. They are our saviors. If it weren't for them, we might never come back from this mission. Yamato explained with a smile. Never coming back? Didn't you expect this mission to be so dangerous? Shenyu Chuyun looked solemn. Then he nodded to the Imperial Trio and said. Thank you all for your help. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. We in Konoha will never let our benefactors down. Ah! You're welcome. Helping people in need is what we should do. Imperial Niji smiled. This made Shen Yu Chuyun feel favorable towards him. That, for Konoha. I have always heard about its prosperity before, and today I saw it and it is indeed extraordinary. Now I can't wait to go in and see it for myself. Yamato brothers. Izumo brothers. Can I go in and have a look around by myself first? Imperial Obito looked at the Konoha buildings in his childhood memories, and the figure of a cute girl emerged in his mind. My heart couldn't help but start pounding. At that time, Lin wasn't with Kakashi yet. They had happily strolled on the street together, eaten glutinous rice balls together, and I don't know how Lin is doing here. I'm so curious. I'm so excited. I can't wait any longer. I can't wait any longer. I must see Lin right away. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, The Imperial Trio Enters the Village. Chapter 40 The Imperial Trio Enters the Village. This. Yamato was shocked when he heard what Imperial Obito said. Is Obito from another world going back to visit the Uchiha clan? If he knew that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, would anything go wrong? If the people on the Empire side get angry, things will be troublesome. After all, Konoha will merge into the Empire in the future, and we cannot allow any gaps to appear between the two sides. Alas! How could that scumbag Uchiha Itachi do such a thing? Yamato was a little worried, but when the time came, some things were unavoidable, so he said. Brother! Runto, some things have happened and cannot be changed. Many times, there is nothing we can do, please relax and don't be too sad. When the Empire's Obito heard this, his whole body trembled. What does this mean? Does that mean that the Kakashi in this world is also with Rin, and they are equally in love? So, should I be more open-minded? Damn it! I didn't ask before, just to keep the last bit of fantasy. Why did you tell me now? Imperial Obito's eyes were bloodshot and he was extremely depressed. But thinking about the future of the Empire and Konoha, he could only suppress his anguish in his heart and nodded gently. Don't worry. I've already accepted a lot of things. I just wanted to take a look. No matter what the outcome is. Well then. Brother Runto, you go in first. Yamato said, nodding slightly towards Kongetsu Izumo. The Imperial Obito walked slowly into the gate of Konoha. He did not walk fast and seemed to be very hesitant. Yamato-senpai, I think I'll go to Konoha as well. The culture and scenery here are very good, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Imperial Niji also spoke at this time. Yamato was quite relieved about the Empire's Niji. After all, the Hyuga clan is now the largest clan in Konoha. I believe that Ninkai in another world should be satisfied with this, right? So he smiled and nodded. Go ahead, you guys. Excuse me. The Imperial Niji said as he also stepped in. Ah! Has everyone gone in? Then I might as well go in and take a look around. Maybe I can run into Mr. Kai, maybe I can see some interesting people and things. After saying this, Empire Xiao Li also stepped into Konoha. Is this really okay, Yamato-senpai? Looking at the three people's receding backs, Shen Yu Chuyun asked. There is a problem. Of course there is a problem. But I can't afford to offend any of these three guys. Yamato secretly complained in his heart, but said with a smile on his face. It's okay. Tang, Ninsi, and Runto are our saviors. They won't do anything to let Konoha down. That's right. Tang, Ninkai, and Runto are not bad people. Naruto also helped. Sakura and Sai nodded repeatedly. Okay then. In response, Kamihatsuki Izumo could only nod. The Gale Four were waiting at the gate of Konoha. The other side. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, sat at her desk with her right hand covering her face, her fingers gently rubbing her temple, her face looking like she had a headache. 2 months. 2 whole months, and there's still no news from Naruto and the others. I'm sorry, Hokage. Whether it's in the Wind Country or in the Fire Country, even though we have dispatched a large number of ninjas, we haven't been able to find any news about Naruto and the others. Narashikaku said with a distressed look as he stood in front of the Hokage's desk. This is all your fault, Tsunade. If you hadn't insisted on letting the Kyuubi and the others capture Centipede and Lushan, this would never have happened. Midaman N, one of the Hokage's advisors, had a malicious look on his old face. That's right. Tsunade, you are responsible for this. If other villages knew that Konoha had lost the 9 tails, do you know the possible consequences? Beside her, Yutain Koharu also said. As a Hokage, you are really derelict in your duty, Tsunade. If it is only this extent, I think you should step down and experience more training. You should know that when Sarutobi was the Hokage, he never lost the 9 tails. Tsunade, all this is because you are too young. The person who can be the Hokage must have more experience and have seen more darkness. You are not qualified. Shimura Danzo spoke rudely to the dark ninja world, whose body was wrapped in bandages all over. Shut up! You old fogies! In response to the 3 people's questions, Tsunade shouted without any hesitation. A pair of eyes full of anger. The most important thing now is how to find Naruto and the others, instead of causing trouble for me here. Do you understand? You rude brat! Midaman N was scolded and glared at Tsunade angrily. Is this your responsibility as a Hokage? Tsunade? Is this what Hiruzen taught you? I told you that you are not worthy of being a Hokage now. The Hokage needs. Danzo also chattered non-stop. But he had not finished speaking. Tsunade yelled. Danzo! I am the Hokage! Hearing this, veins popped out on Danzo's forehead. You rude fellow! You are as stupid as that fellow Hiruzen. After saying that, Danzo left angrily. The 2 advisors were startled when they saw their old friend leave and Tsunade raising her right fist again as if she was about to hit someone, so they quickly ran away. But the 3 of them just ran out the door. Then I heard an excited roar. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Naruto is back! What? Danzo, Mito Kato-en, Yutain Koharu, and Tsunade were all shocked. Each of them showed a different color. Tsunade looked outside the door with surprise, and Gang Zisha, who was supposed to be guarding the Konoha gate, rushed into the Hokage's office with excitement. Are you telling the truth? Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and the others are really back. Tsunade was extremely excited. It's absolutely true. Hokage-sama. Naruto, Sakura, and the others are at the gate now. Steel Railway. Good. Good. That's great. These brats. They finally came back. Do they know how worried everyone is about them? Tsunade couldn't help but grit her teeth and clench her fists when she finished speaking. The floor beneath his feet even had cracks due to excessive excitement. Seeing this scene, Shizuan, Shikaku, and Gang Zisha, who just appeared on the side, twitched their eyes. Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai. Good luck to you. Come on. Let's go check out these bastards. I want to see what has delayed these idiots for 2 whole months. Tsunade growled, shaking off her coat and striding towards the door. Several others followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Konoha. I saw Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and Kanzuki Izumo chatting. Hey! Granny Tsunade! Sister Shizuan! And Uncle Shikaku! Long time no see! Naruto saw a few people from a distance and waved his arms in greeting. Naruto! Tsunade roared and immediately leaped over Naruto's head. Then he swung his right fist down fiercely. You stinky bastard! End of this chapter. Chapter 41, The Divine Empire and Martial Arts. Tsunade's Crazy Laugh. Chapter 41, The Divine Empire and Martial Arts. Tsunade's Crazy Laugh. Bump. The iron fist made close contact with Naruto's head, and immediately knocked Naruto to the ground. He covered his swollen head and yelled. It hurts. It hurts so much. Granny Tsunade. Why did you hit me? He raised his head and looked at Tsunade with tearful eyes. So miserable. The people watching shuddered. You little brat. How can you still laugh? Where have you been these past 2 months? Why didn't you contact Konoha? Tsunade asked sullenly. The fists still rattled. Ah. Hiss. This is a long story. Granny Tsunade, we went to a super awesome place. If you tell me, I guarantee you will be shocked. Naruto raised his head suddenly, looking very energetic and gesticulating. When he said the words super awesome, his eyes lit up. Oh? Super awesome? Scare me? Then let me hear how awesome the place you guys are going to is. Tsunade sneered, paused and continued. If I hadn't been scared. You know what would have happened to you, right? Tsunade said. Put your left hand and right hand together. Use gentle pressure. Kalala kalala, a series of bone sounds rang out from the finger joints. Gudong. The 4 members of the Gale group swallowed their saliva. Hokage-sama. So scary. Lady Tsunade, I will tell you in detail what we have encountered in the past 2 months, but, before that, I think we need a place that is absolutely safe. Yamato looked serious. Oh? Is that so? Tsunade's expression gradually became serious and solemn. He thought to himself that it was definitely not a simple incident that prevented Naruto and the others from contacting Konoha for 2 months. She brought the foursome, as well as Shikaku and Shizuan, back to the Hokage's office quickly, and after setting up a barrier, she began to inquire about the situation. Hokage-sama. What I am about to say may be hard to believe for you and Senior Shikaku, but it is absolutely true. Please believe us. Yamato looked serious. Of course, as the Hokage, I always trust you all. Just tell me whatever shocking information you have. Tsunade nodded seriously as well. Yamato, we all believe in you. Nara Shikaku also nodded. This is what happened. When we were chasing the centipede in Lushan, he unlocked the dragon vein seal, and we traveled through time and space to another world. That world is very strange. Yamato slowly told his story of traveling to another world. Until it was mentioned that the Shinryu Empire had a population of over 100 million and had millions of soldiers comparable to Kakashi. Tsunade suddenly couldn't help herself and laughed, holding her stomach. He, ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. Hokage-sama, what are you laughing at? Yamato frowned. That's right. Granny Tsunade. Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Captain Yamato hasn't even finished his speech yet. Naruto also looked confused. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to laugh, but what you said is so funny. The Shinryu Empire? Hundreds of millions of people, 1 million Kakashis? Yamato, do you know what you are talking about? Tsunade laughed. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but cover his face and said, Yamato, I think you might have been caught in some kind of memory-altering illusion. I'll let a genjutsu-type jonin check you out later. Granny Tsunade. Uncle Shikaku. What are you talking about? We are not under any illusion. Everything Captain Yamato said just now is true. How dare you not believe us? Naruto yelled in annoyance. Okay. Naruto, you don't have to argue anymore. Shikaku, go call Kakashi, who has just completed his mission and is resting at home. With his Sharingan, he should be able to see the traces of the illusion more clearly. Tsunade shook her head at Naruto and said to Narashikaku, "Damn it! We didn't lie. We really traveled to a different world, and there is another group of us there. Among them, Sasuke and I are the most terrifyingly powerful. Sasuke over there can summon a giant god that is 250 meters tall. This giant god has 6 arms, each holding a weapon. With a powerful swing of his arms, he can raise more than 10 kilometers of forest to the ground, or even cut off several mountaintops. There is another me who can break the sky with one punch. This is all true. Granny Tsunade!" Naruto yelled. "Tsunade-sama! Please trust us. What Naruto and Yamato said is true." Sakura also said. "As expected, you've all fallen into an illusion. Moreover, this illusion seems to be very scary. It has changed your cognition without you even noticing. Shikaku, go and call someone." Tsunade urged Narashikaku. This made Naruto very angry. He took a breath and shouted, "Wait! Granny Tsunade! I can prove that what we said is true." "Oh? Prove it? Prove a lie of an illusion? Interesting. Then tell me, how are you going to prove it?" Tsunade looked at Naruto and the other 3 with interest. "The people from the Shinryu Empire taught us martial arts," Naruto said seriously. "Martial arts? Are they the powerful moves that the soldiers you defeated at the beginning used? What is the finger gun? Lanjiao? Paper cutter?" Tsunade recalled what Yamato had just said and said, "Yes. They are called the 6 martial arts styles, one of the basic martial arts of the Shinryu Empire. They are finger gun, storm kick, shaving, moon step, paper cutting, and iron block." Naruto nodded. "Oh? Then show it to me. If it's true, maybe I can believe your words a little more." Tsunade looked slightly more serious. "Then let's go to an open space in the suburbs. Don't let Granny Tsunade get scared then. Because I am super strong now." Naruto said this at the end, his expression becoming extremely confident. This kind of confidence is much stronger than when Naruto returned with Jiraiya 2 months ago. What an unexpected confidence! Tsunade looked surprised. "Because I am the genius that teacher Irika from another world talks about. And the martial arts of that world. It's really amazing." Naruto looked serious. "Then let me enjoy it for a while." Tsunade finally nodded and walked out the door, saying as she walked, "Shikaku, call Kakashi over and have him check Naruto's strength." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shikaku nodded. The group then left the Hokage's office building. The outskirts of Konoha. Close to forest area. Kakashi followed Shikaku and appeared lazily in the sight of Naruto and others. "Kakashi-sensei! Over here!" Naruto waved at Kakashi from a distance. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi compete again. Chapter 42 Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi compete again. Hey! Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Yamato, you're finally back. These 2 months of disappearance scared everyone. Fortunately, you are all safe. Kakashi also waved his hand, and after approaching, he narrowed his eyes and said, "But speaking of which, why did Lady Tsunade call me here this time?" Kakashi. Fight Naruto again. This time Naruto is alone. Tsunade said. "Ah? Another battle? Well, didn't we already come here 2 months ago? Naruto has improved a lot following Jiraiya-sama." Kakashi scratched his head, confused. "It's different this time. Naruto is very confident. He even thinks that even if Kakashi gives his all, you will not be his opponent." Tsunade said. "Oh? It seems that you have grown a lot in these 2 months of disappearance, Naruto. Kakashi looked at Naruto with surprise. Of course. Kakashi-sensei, don't be scared by me next time. Naruto rubbed his nose. Ah. It's a little troublesome, but it's Tsunade-sama's order after all. So let's get started. Kakashi said as he slowly pulled out the kunao from his waist bag and held it across his chest. Ah. Let's get started then. The word bar just fell. The pupils of Kakashi's exposed eyes suddenly contracted. Even Tsunade, Shikaku, and Shizune are no exception. The 4 of them exclaimed in their hearts. So fast. But using your fists to attack a ninja holding a kunao. This is not the right approach. Kakashi thought to himself, raised his right arm, and held the kunao to block Naruto's fist. Just when he thought Naruto would stop, an unexpected scene appeared. Naruto, who was not particularly good at physical skills, actually punched him directly on the kunao. A huge force instantly spread throughout the body. The kunao that Kakashi was holding was knocked away. What a strong force! Naruto clearly didn't use the power of the 9 tails at this time. How could this be? Could it be the super strength fist? Did Naruto also learn this move? Kakashi flashed and prepared to distance himself. Budo. Shave. Call out. The figure of Uzumaki Naruto in front of him disappeared instantly. Behind me, a violent gust of wind blew violently. It's really fast. But... Bump. Boom. Naruto kicked Kakashi right on the back, exploding him. In an instant, lightning flashed and turned into a cage, covering Naruto. Kakashi's figure appeared behind Naruto. The speed is much faster than before, but going straight is not suitable for you. Proper use of shadow clones can help you achieve greater results. Really? Kakashi-sensei? Then just keep attacking me. A kunao was pointed at his back. Uzumaki Naruto did not show any worry, but spoke very provocatively. Okay. Kakashi was stunned, then suddenly stabbed the kunao. This attack did not feel like it had pierced flesh, but instead made a clanging sound, as if it had hit a piece of metal, and it was unable to penetrate Naruto's body at all. What is this? Hardening, he murmured in a low voice. Tsunade and Shikaku frowned. What's going on? I didn't feel any chakra at all, but my skin has hardened to the point where it can resist kunao. Tsunade-sama. This is martial arts. This is true chi. She is much stronger than you expected. Yamato sighed. No. This is martial arts. Iron block. Next is martial arts. Storm kick. Naruto said calmly. He suddenly spun around and kicked out with his right foot. A crescent-shaped air blade shot out from the leg. Kakashi was startled and quickly dodged. At the same time, he saw from the corner of his eye that the air blade flew dozens of meters and cut a big tree directly in half. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Hey! What kind of move is this? It's actually a non-marked move? And its power is so terrifying. If you get hit by it, you will definitely be cut in half. He couldn't help but cover his head, looking like he had a headache. It's not over yet. Martial arts. Finger gun. Naruto growled. The thumb popped out continuously, and air bullets flew towards Kakashi one after another. What kind of unprinted ninjutsu is this? Kakashi was shocked and swung his kunao to block. Bump. The first time he blocked, Kakashi's arms shook. After the second block, Kakashi felt numb in the palm of his hand. The third time he blocked, the kunao was directly hit by the air bullet and exploded. When the fourth energy bomb came, Kakashi no longer dared to block it and began to run wildly on the ground to avoid it. One after another, air bullets passed by Kakashi, making small holes in the ground. Only a short time after the battle started, Naruto showed his amazing strength, so much so that he overwhelmed Kakashi and gained an absolute upper hand. This scene made Tsunade and the others frown. This thing called martial arts seems to be a bit too strong. Previously, when Naruto and Sakura worked together to fight Kakashi, they were just about the same level. And now Naruto has gained the advantage so quickly in a one-on-one match. Kakashi-sensei is really amazing. He was able to hold out for so long when he first encountered martial arts. We met for the first time, but we lost immediately. Sakura watched from the side and sighed. Yamato and Sai nodded. Kakashi, who was fighting with Naruto not far away, broke out in a cold sweat. How can you talk like that, Sakura? I am an elite jonin of Konoha after all. Am I so easily defeated? And I am being suppressed by Naruto. You actually praised me for holding on for so long? How can I hear such a weird thing? These kids really underestimated me. I can't let this go on. As a teacher, I still have to have some dignity. Kakashi's eyes changed, and he slowly pulled open his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. This changed his movements, making his dodging more comfortable. Are you finally serious? Kakashi-sensei. Then what follows is a continuous display of martial arts. Here I go. As Naruto finished his words, he rushed towards Kakashi again. It's still really fast, even with the Sharingan it still feels really fast. Kakashi thought to himself. The kunai in his hand flashed with lightning and stabbed towards Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. Clank, clank, clank. The two sides fought fiercely. Kakashi dodged if he could, and used kunai to block if he couldn't. Although I have been persisting, it seems particularly difficult. Even though he often used ninjutsu to resolve crises, it could not cover up the reality that he was really suppressed by Naruto. It would be difficult for him to turn over without using the kaleidoscope. Naruto has really grown a lot. Now even Kakashi is no match for him. Tsunade looked at the scene in front of her with a look of admiration. Shikaku frowned. Is this martial arts? It's really powerful. Just by learning it, Naruto alone has the strength to rival or even suppress Kakashi. It's more than that, Lady Tsunade, Senior Shikaku. Naruto's strength is far more than that. Yamato reminded, also with a look of emotion on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Naruto completely surpasses Kakashi. Chapter 43 Naruto completely surpasses Kakashi. What? He still has hidden powers? Tsunade asked, raising her eyebrows. Yes. Lady Tsunade. Naruto now is very powerful. Sakura said with a smile and nodded. Konoha's elite jonin, the legendary copy ninja, has been completely underestimated. Tsunade sighed, then yelled at the top of her voice. Naruto! Aren't you going to scare us? With just this little bit of strength, it's not enough. Ah! Is that so? Then I can only use my full strength. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. Naruto knocked Kakashi back with one punch and grinned. Hey, are you kidding? Naruto, do you still retain your strength? I'm already trying my best now. Kakashi held a kunai across his chest, breathing lightly, with sweat on his forehead. At this moment, I feel a sense of unreality in my heart. It's only been 2 months since we last met. How come Naruto is so amazing? Ah! What I demonstrated before was the 6 martial arts styles, and what I will demonstrate next is the wind-breathing technique. Look carefully. Everyone! Hey, hey! As Naruto spoke, a stream of air slowly came out of his nostrils. The airflow was like a strong wind, blowing up the dust on the ground. The corners of its own clothes swayed accordingly. A breeze blew around her body, and her short golden hair swayed. This moment, Uzumaki Naruto's temperament has changed drastically. This is... Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the Sharingan, he saw that Uzumaki Naruto's condition had changed at this time. A strange white fluorescent light and active wind attribute chakra enveloped him completely. Teacher Kakashi! Watch out! Wind style! Big breakthrough! Naruto yelled. Big breakthrough? Has Naruto even learned this move? That's not bad, but a C-rank big breakthrough, attacking head-on, is not enough to deal with me. Kakashi thought to himself. But he was not afraid. After all, the great breakthrough is just a C-level ninjutsu, and it requires several seals. With this much time, he can easily dodge it. But the next moment, he found out that his thoughts were extremely wrong. At this moment, Naruto simply clapped his hands and opened his mouth to spit. An extremely fierce storm gushed out. The earth was torn apart by the storm, and dust filled the sky. How could it be? Such power! Such a range! Kakashi was so frightened that he had no time to dodge. He was swept by the strong wind, flew dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. He stood up with wounds all over his body. He widened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, looking at the area of about 150 meters where a layer of skin had been scraped off. His face twitched wildly as he looked at the former brat. Naruto, has your attainment in wind escape technique reached this level? It's just a simple breakthrough. The power has been multiplied while even the time for seal formation has been reduced. This can be called a master of wind escape. Kakashi's eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought of the great breakthrough Orochimaru had made when he followed him on the battlefield. The power was only comparable to that, and his hand seals were not as fast as Naruto's now. Naruto, this little brat! Tsunade, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but gasp. This level of ninjutsu! It also reminded her of Jiraiya. Teacher Kakashi! This is the wind-breathing technique. It can enhance the power of the corresponding attribute ninjutsu, and shorten the steps of hand seals. At present, I am just a beginner, and only those low-level wind escape techniques can be released without seals. However, as long as you practice to a high level, almost all wind escape techniques can be done without a seal. Hey hey hey! Naruto said as he rubbed the tip of his nose with his finger somewhat proudly. That's amazing! Kakashi exclaimed. He. This is actually nothing. I also have a super powerful move, but that move is too destructive and cannot be used casually. Now, let teacher Kakashi see the combination of wind breathing and 6 martial arts styles. 6 styles, wind shaving. Naruto smiled complacently, and the moment he raised his right foot, a strong wind whistled. The whole person rushed in front of Kakashi in an instant. He stretched out his hands, pointed his fingers at Kakashi, and fired continuously. 6th style, Fierce Wind Finger Spear. Shhhhhhh. The sound of countless air bullets rubbing against the air suddenly rang out. This time, the finger gun is several times faster than the previous one. So when Kakashi wanted to dodge completely, it was too late. He only dodged the first few times and was hit by the subsequent finger gun energy bullets. Puff puff. These energy bullets continuously hit Kakashi's body, making him groan repeatedly. In just a moment, he fell to the ground. When he tried to get up again, he found that he was completely powerless. The white energy attached to the energy bullets that had just been fired into his body began to run rampant within his body, interfering with the flow of his energy, blood, and chakra. Is this the A-cup ointment pressing of the rubbing fist technique? Naruto, have you even mastered this? Kakashi exclaimed. Ah! Kneading fist technique? No. Kakashi-sensei. This is also part of martial arts. In order to end the battle with Kakashi-sensei, I can only reduce the power of the finger gun and inject true energy to restrict the movement. Naruto said as he was already next to Kakashi and reached out his hand, pulling him up. Kakashi's expression became extremely complicated. Reduce the power of the finger gun and inject true chi to limit it. Does this mean that, under normal circumstances, the attack just now would have killed him directly? Just to avoid hurting him, I put in some self-restrictions. Naruto, this little guy, has really grown up this time. His current strength is much stronger than mine. Perhaps, he has already reached the level of the Sunin? No. This shouldn't be possible. After all, they are the legendary Sunin. But it is definitely far beyond the average elite Jonin. Naruto. You can actually combine wind breathing and 6 styles? Why didn't you use it when you faced Sasuke before? In the distance, Tsunade and her group were slowly approaching, and Sakura couldn't help but shout and ask. Ah! At the time, I felt like it was of no use to Sasuke, so I didn't use it. Naruto said, scratching his head. What? Sasuke? Naruto, you met Sasuke again? Kakashi said in surprise. Well, I guess so, but this Sasuke is very different from the one you know as Kakashi-sensei. I'll tell you later. Naruto replied with a smile. Then he said with some pride. How is it? Granny Tsunade, Uncle Shikaku, Sister Shizuan, Sensei Kakashi. Are you scared after seeing my current strength? I am indeed a little scared, Naruto. Now you have truly become a powerful ninja who can stand on your own. Tsunade looked dazed. At this moment, bright sunlight shone on Uzumaki Naruto. She vaguely saw another blonde figure. That figure was just like Naruto now, showing incredible strength at a young age. Indeed, it's a bit scary. Thinking about what you said before, if it's all true, it would be even more terrifying. Narashikaku said with a wry smile. Martial arts, so strong. Have Sakura, Yamato, and Sai become so powerful now? Shizuan asked, with little stars in her eyes. Naruto is a martial arts genius. Our words are not that strong. I have only learned 1 to 3 of the 6 styles so far. But even so, I feel like I can still fight Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Uzumaki Naruto's heart is on the Empire. The Empire is unstoppable. Chapter 44 Uzumaki Naruto's heart is on the Empire. The Empire is unstoppable. Can you fight Kakashi too? That's amazing! Tsunade exclaimed in admiration. Hey, hey, hey! Why do you always pick on me as soon as you become powerful? I've been beaten up badly recently. Kakashi said helplessly. Naruto came back after nearly 3 years of training and he became his sparring partner. I came back 2 months later and he was my sparring partner again. Does he look that easy to bully? As a good man of Konoha, this is how you treat me? Really? Because you, Kakashi-sensei, are Konoha's elite Jonin, copy ninja, and elite technician. Fighting against you can best demonstrate our strength. Naruto grinned and gave a thumbs up to the depressed Kakashi. Then I really want to thank you. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Lord Tsunade, do you now believe what we said before? Yamato asked again at this time. Even though you have produced the so-called evidence, I still find it hard to believe such an outrageous thing. Tsunade frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head. Damn it! Why doesn't Granny Tsunade believe us? Captain Yamato. Why don't we just call Tang, Nincy, and run over and let Granny Tsunade see them? Once she sees them, she might believe what we say. Naruto yelled in annoyance. Tang, Ninkai, run to. Tsunade looked confused. Lady Tsunade, these 3 are the ones who came to Konoha with us, Rock Lee, Hyaganiji, and Uchiha Obito from the Shinmue Empire. Yamato explained. The moment the words fell, Kakashi trembled all over, and immediately appeared in front of Yamato, grabbed his shoulders, and said excitedly. What are you talking about? Obito? Uchiha Obito. Teacher Kakashi, this is what happened. Seeing Kakashi so excited and nervous, Naruto hurried to explain. After hearing everything, Kakashi's expression changes. Another world? The Shinryu Empire? A million of me? Another Obito? Does such a world really exist? That's it. Even though it's unbelievable, it's the truth. The Kakashi teacher in that world doesn't wear a mask and looks very handsome. Also, in that world, Mr. Kakashi, you were married to a woman named Nohara Rin, and had a child named Hitaki Seisato. Teacher Irika said that His Majesty Shinryu commented that his and Uchiha Shisui's child Shisui could be promoted to the level of Kage before the age of 12. Naruto explained excitedly. Really? In that world, I married Lin and had a child. The corners of Kakashi's mouth curled up slightly under the mask, and a trace of longing appeared in his eyes. He seemed very happy in that world. Uchiha Shisui? What a strange yet familiar name, a 12-year-old Kage-level powerhouse. Naruto, you are so naive. Do you believe everything others say? Tsunade frowned. A 12-year-old Jonin is already strong enough. It's impossible for him to be at the level of Kage. Nara Shikaku also shook his head. Damn it! Granny Tsunade, Uncle Shikaku, you haven't seen those people from the Empire. If you saw their strength, you would believe me. Especially me and Sasuke in that world, we are so strong that we are not human. Naruto said a little angrily. Lady Tsunade, let's quickly meet Lee, Niji, and Obito from the Shinryu Empire. Yamato reminded at this time. He had finally realized that no matter how much the four of them explained, they would not be able to convince the Hokage. Because this matter itself is indeed a bit too outrageous. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't be able to believe it at all. Kuro Lee, Niji, Obito from the other world, do you know why they came to Konoha? Tsunade asked. Here it comes. This question finally comes. Yamato took a deep breath and said seriously. They want Konoha to join the Empire. Let Konoha join the Empire? To put it bluntly, they want us to join them, right? Nara Shikaku. You can think so. Yamato nodded. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, and saw that their expressions changed slightly, but they were not angry at all. It was obvious that these three people also knew each other's purpose. So, you brought them back to Konoha even though you knew they wanted us to surrender? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Granny Tsunade, joining the Empire isn't a bad thing. The Empire's technology is very advanced, and ordinary people there can have smart butlers. It is a puppet with its own thoughts that can help you do anything, such as cooking, washing clothes, making dishes, boiling water, cleaning dishes, and so on. There are thousands of dishes there. They are all delicious. With airplanes, high-speed trains, and subways, ordinary people can easily travel thousands of miles to other continents, travel to big countries, people have beautiful clothes and plenty of food. And they treat everyone so kindly, like family. Naruto explained with a serious look. But the words are not finished yet. Tsunade interrupted him and said with a wave of her hand. I still don't know whether the matter of the Shinryu Empire is true or not. But, don't say any more. Naruto. Your heart is no longer in Konoha. You have changed. I will always be from Konoha. It's just, the Empire is really great. There. Uncle Minato, Aunt Kushina, and the others are still alive. There is no war, and everyone is happy. Naruto said again, his eyes showing reminiscence and envy. These words made Tsunade silent. Konoha owes Naruto too much. Tsunade-sama, whether you are willing to accept it or not, what we said is the truth. There is another reality that once the Empire enters our world, unification cannot be stopped. That's not just because there are a million elites like Kakashi-senpai, but also because they have Namikaze Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. It is no exaggeration to say that it would be difficult for any one of Naruto Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha, or even for all the people in the ninja world combined, to be a match for them. That is a power comparable to that of a god. It is an invincible power that is absolutely unimaginable before you have seen it. As Yamato spoke, a look of shock gradually emerged on his face, as if he saw the terrifying scene of Imperial Sasuke sweeping across the earth with a sword and Imperial Naruto smashing the sky with a punch. Yamato, you underestimate the shadow. Also, what you said about the strength of Naruto and Sasuke in another world is simply impossible. I think you must have been under an illusion at that time. Narashikaku frowned. No. It's just that everyone hasn't seen the strength of the Empire and doesn't have the most intuitive feeling. And we all know very well that we are not under any illusion. Yamato shook his head, looking extremely serious. Captain Yamato is right. Granny Tsunade, Uncle Shikaku. Why don't you believe it? Naruto complained a little. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, The Imperial Band of Earth and Leaf Line. The Uchiha clan was destroyed? Chapter 45, The Empire Takes the Road to Earth and Leaves. The Uchiha clan was destroyed? Let's stop talking like this. Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Obito from another world, where are they now? Tsunade asked. They had already entered Konoha to tour when you arrived, Yamato replied. Have you entered Konoha? Tsunade frowned, feeling something was wrong. The Uchiha clan in that world shouldn't have experienced genocide, right? Yes. Yamato nodded. Whether their identities are genuine or not. If the character who plays Uchiha Obito sees the ruined Uchiha clan land, things might not go well and he might take the opportunity to cause trouble. Tsunade suddenly thought of a possibility and said. Lady Tsunade. I have already persuaded Obito. I believe he will let it go. In the final analysis, all this is Itachi Uchiha's fault. I believe they will not harm innocent people. Yamato rode. That's right. Rock Lee, Neji, and Obito are not bad people. Naruto also helped. If only it were that simple. Tsunade murmured in her heart. Uchiha Itachi killed the entire clan? Only a bunch of idiots would believe such boring lies. My good teacher. Look at what good things you have done. She shook her head helplessly. Then what about Neji and Rock Lee in another world? Tsunade asked again. I guess Neji might have gone to the Hyuga clan's territory. As for Rock Lee, he should be more interested in himself and Guy in this world. Yamato said. Kakashi, lead the Anbu and bring these three here. I want to talk to them face to face. Tsunade gave the final order. Kakashi left with the portrait that Sai had just drawn. The other side. Imperial Obito walked on the street with dazed eyes. Looking at familiar and unfamiliar buildings. I could hear the gossip of passers-by and the laughter of children passing by. But I was very confused. Not far ahead, it should be Kakashi's home. Linear. Should be in there, right? I wonder if Kakashi is there. If they come out together later, how should I face them? I hope. Kakashi is out on a mission now, leaving Lin alone. I just want to see Lin's smile, and say at least one word. Your Majesty. Please bless me. Imperial Obito thought about it without stopping, and soon came to Kakashi's house that he had heard about from the villagers before, and gently rang the doorbell. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The doorbell is ringing. But there was no response from the room. This made the Imperial Obito's expression change. Kakashi isn't here? Then why isn't Lin here either? Could it be that the two of them are out shopping or on their honeymoon? He couldn't help but imagine the image of the two of them happily holding hands and whispering to each other. He was trembling all over and his face turned green. Hey! Are you okay? You look uncomfortable. Do you want to go to Konoha Hospital? A concerned voice sounded beside my ear. Imperial Obito turned his head and saw a kind-looking middle-aged woman. He shook his head slightly and said, "No. Thank you. I'm here to look for Hitaki Kakashi and his wife Nohara Rin. Do you know where they are now?" "Nohara Rin, the wife of Hitaki Kakashi? What are you talking about? When was Kakashi married? How come I didn't know?" The aunt muttered in confusion. This sentence instantly revived the Imperial Obito, who had been a little listless and had a green face, and became radiant. "What? Are you telling the truth? Kakashi didn't marry Nohara Rin? Then who is his wife now? Please. Please tell me. This is really important to me." Imperial Obito suddenly appeared in front of Big Mom, clasped his hands together, and asked anxiously, "Oh. You are such a scary person. How come you suddenly appear in front of others? And he just says weird things. Kakashi has always been single. How could he have a wife?" Big Mom was frightened by the Empire Obito and couldn't help but take a step back, patting her chest. "Kakashi doesn't have a wife." Upon hearing this, Obito of the Empire was surprised and delighted. Is the Kakashi in this world so miserable? Although this reality is sad, why is he so happy? Kakashi is not with Rin, so who is Rin with now? Could it be? Could it be the same me in this world? He, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Obito couldn't help but cover his face with his right hand and burst into laughter. That creepy look scared the old lady away. After a long while, Obito murmured, "Great! This is great! I want to go and see now how happy Lin and I are in this world." Linear. Uchiha Lin. Ah! What a wonderful name! Wait for me. Lin. The figure of Imperial Obito spun and disappeared in an instant. After a while, the former Uchiha residential area. Imperial Obito looked at the crowds coming and going in front of him and whispered in surprise. The Uchiha clan actually moved? From the city center to the suburbs. How is this possible? Are they still the proud Uchiha clan? Young man, what are you mumbling about? What about the proud Uchiha clan? They are clearly a pathetic clan. In front of Imperial Obito, an old man looked at him with a strange expression. Pathetic? Isn't the Uchiha clan the most powerful family in Konoha? Everyone should envy them, why do you say it's pathetic? Imperial Obito lowered his head and looked at the old man in front of him, his face full of confusion. The Uchiha clan had a man named Uchiha Itachi who wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only one man named Uchiha Sasuke who eventually rebelled against Konoha. Isn't this tragic? The old man asked back. The words spoken were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Obito's body and mind heavily. He was shocked. What? Itachi exterminated the clan? Sasuke was the only one left in the entire Uchiha clan? How is this possible? Old man, are you kidding me? How could Itachi do such a thing? Young man? You're really weird. You'd know this kind of thing if you just ask around. You're actually so surprised. And isn't your address to Uchiha Itachi a little too affectionate? Who are you to him? The old man shook his head repeatedly and looked at Imperial Obito with a suspicious look. Upon hearing this, Obito of the Empire was speechless for a moment. He was in no mood to pay attention to the old man, so he went to ask a few other people, all of whom got the same answer, and felt a little dumbfounded for a moment. Really? Itachi really wiped out the Uchiha clan, and the only survivor, Sasuke, also defected. In this way, isn't our Uchiha clan's plan going to fail? The Manjiki cannot be upgraded to the Eternal Eye, which means that the complete form of Susanoo cannot be used. If that happens, many Uchiha will be mad. By then, maybe something terrible will happen, hiss. Wait. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Then, am I dead too? Then who is the one who married Lin? Imperial Obito murmured until the end, when he suddenly discovered the blind spot and became terrified. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 The Hyuga clan in the ninja world is sick. Chapter 46 The Hyuga clan in the ninja world is sick. I'm not Rin's lover, and neither am Kakashi. Who is married to Lin? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In this world, Kakashi obviously failed. Why do I still have no chance? All of these. It's all because of that damn Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, I would have married Lin in this world a long time ago. This damn bastard. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. Imperial Obito roared madly in his heart. But at the same time, he was extremely curious about who Lin was married to, so he went to Nohara Lin's house. Then. No. 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 This can't be true. No. Why? Why did Lin die too? What on earth is wrong with this world? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In front of an old apartment building, Obito roared to the sky, 2 streams of blood and tears flowed from his eyes, and finally his figure spun and disappeared without a trace. Only an elderly couple was left looking at each other. What's wrong with this young man? Lin has been gone for 20 years. Why is he so surprised? Maybe he's someone from another village that Lin met when she was on a mission when she was young. Today is his first time coming to Konoha, and he thought of Linear. So he came. Linear. Our poor daughter. As the 2 old couple talked, their eyes became moist. I couldn't help but recall the well-behaved and lovely daughter I once had. The other side. Imperial Niji smiled as he slowly walked towards the Hyuga clan's residential area. He wanted to see the Hyuga clan in this world, himself in this world, his 2 lovely sisters, Hinata and Hanabi, and many more clansmen. Are they as happy and beautiful as in his own world? As they gradually approached the Hyuga residential area, Imperial Niji occasionally saw some passers-by, occasionally looking towards the Hyuga residential area, and uttered envious and jealous voices. Ah! The houses of the Hyuga clan are so magnificent. I wonder when we can live in a house like this. The Hyuga clan is the largest clan in Konoha. Ordinary people like us should just give up on it. It would be nice if we were also members of the Hyuga clan. But, as for the Hyuga clan, it's better to be the main family. If we split up, it will be miserable. Hey? You mean a bird in a cage? Ah! Conversations like these made Ningji of the Empire extremely happy. Is the Hyuga clan in this world actually the largest clan, surpassing the Senju and Uchiha clans? Is this because the Senju clan in this world has no majesty and the Uchiha clan's average level is relatively low? Although it's a bit rude to think so. But it unexpectedly makes me happy. But what is a bird in a cage? Why is it so miserable to split up a family? This is nonsense. Our Hyuga clan is the most united and friendly clan. Close. Closer. Oh. I saw the children of the Hyuga clan, their white eyes are so beautiful. Wait, what are they doing? Moment. Imperial Ningji took root, stood still, and stared blankly at the distance. There, a Hyuga clan child, about 10 years old, was covering his head, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. In front of him, another child looked down at the suffering child with a haughty look, accompanied by several adult Hyuga with indifferent expressions. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Help! Someone please save me. It hurts. It really hurts. Ah! The child lying on the ground howled wildly. However, an adult Hyuga man with an indifferent look said with some disdain. Hinata Kenji. Have you forgotten your identity? How dare you injure Master Lin of the main family? We were just, sparring, Master Lin, and let me give it my all, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. The child lying on the ground was in great pain, begging for mercy repeatedly, with tears streaming down his face. Humph! Despicable thing! I was just careless just now. Otherwise, do you think you can hurt me? The child who was being guarded in the middle said with an annoyed look on his face. As he finished speaking, he kicked the begging child hard on the waist. Ah! Master Lin! Master Lin, please let me go. I can't stand it. The child lying on the ground was still screaming. The smile on the corner of Imperial Niji's mouth faded, veins bulged on his forehead, and he walked forward quickly, hugged the suffering child in his arms, and tapped him several times. This made the child who was wailing in pain stop screaming, and then he smiled weakly and said, "Thank you, big brother." As soon as he finished speaking, the child closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Clack clack! The Imperial Niji's teeth were chattering. He turned his head to look at Master Lin and the two adult Hyaga and shouted. What on earth were you doing just now? Why are you bullying a cute child like this? What did he do wrong to deserve this kind of torture? Answer me. What? Several Hyaga clan members looked at the furious Imperial Niji, his strong, tall body, his face full of veins and anger, and their hearts skipped a beat, feeling a little unhappy at the same time. Didn't you hear me just now? This guy was a servant. He hurt me when I was not prepared. The Hyaga boy known as Master Lin said with some displeasure. Servant? You said this young man from the Hyaga clan is your servant? The Imperial Niji murmured in disbelief. Of course I'm a servant. Master Lin is the head of the Hyaga family. We are just branch families, and we are all servants of Master Lin. An adult Hyaga man said with a firm look on his face. Servants, the branch family is the servant of the main family. Why? Why would the branch family be the servant of the main family? Imperial Ningji said with a dazed look. This shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't the Hyaga clan be the most united and friendly clan? How could there be such backward things as servants? This is impossible. Impossible. Imperial Niji whispered, his eyes gradually turning red. Strange guy. It's not your place as an outsider to tell us what to do when the Hyaga clan does something. An adult Hyaga branch said with a frown. Foreigners? Foreigners? Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Imperial Niji gasped, the pressure on his body becoming more and more intense. Master! There's something wrong with this guy. Let's go. A branch family member couldn't help but frowned. Humph! This is the Hyaga clan's territory. Does this guy dare to cause trouble? The young man from the main family replied with disdain. Shishi, shishi. Imperial Niji kept panting, and finally turned and left with a gloomy face. He began to deliberately inquire about the situation of the Hyaga clan in this world. Then, he gradually knew everything. Bird in a cage, main family, branch family. Ninkai looked up at the sky. The originally blue sky seemed to be covered with a layer of haze, which made him frown. The Hyaga clan in this world. They are sick. He murmured. His eyes gradually blurred. Call out. That's when a masked ninja suddenly appeared next to Ninkai of the Empire. Excuse me, are you Lord Ninji? The Hokage wants to see you. Ah. I'm Ninji, lead the way, I'll go with you to see the Hokage. Imperial Ningji lowered his head, his eyes full of madness, but when he looked up, everything returned to normal and he left with the masked ninja. On the other side, the Empire's Rock Lee is still looking for the ninja world's Kai and Rock Lee. And Obito, who escaped from the Nohara family, was also discovered by the Anbu and taken to meet the Hokage. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Tsunade's meeting with the Imperial Trio. Chapter 47 Tsunade's meeting with the Imperial Trio. Hokage's office. Tsunade, Kakashi, Narashikaku, Shizuan and others were staring with wide eyes in surprise at the Empire's Rock Lee, Niji and Obito who had returned to their original state. Looking at their faces which were very similar to Lee and Niji from his own village, but with exceptionally strong bodies, he was stunned for a moment. Tsunade's face twitched and she murmured. So strong. Are all people in the other world as strong as you? One is over 1.9 meters tall, and the other is about 1.88 meters tall. The Lee and Niji in that other world feel so different from the ones here. Shizuan murmured. Obito. Kakashi stared blankly at the Imperial Obito, his face full of memories. Ah ha ha ha. After all, we have all practiced the martial arts taught by His Majesty, so it is normal for our bodies to be stronger. If you practice in the future, your bodies can also be so strong. Empire Xiao Li laughed and gave a thumbs up to everyone. This made Tsunade and Shizuan shudder. With such a big muscle mass, forget it. Muscles and beauties like them don't match at all. The three of them do look very similar to Rock Lee of Konoha, Hyuga Niji, and the late Uchiha Obito. But if it's just appearance, it still can't prove anything, unless... Tsunade stared into the eyes of Imperial Niji and Obito and thought for a moment before speaking. This one. Imperial Niji whispered. A green meridian suddenly burst out around the eyes. Imperial Obito's eyes turned blood red and the three Megatamas slowly rotated. Baigan. Sharingan. It's actually real. Are they really Niji and Obito from another world? Does the other world really exist? When Narashikaku saw the change in the two people's eyes, he exclaimed in shock. In the entire ninja world, the Hyuga clan only has the Byakugan of the main family without a caged bird, and the Sharingan is even more so. In this case, the identities of the two may really be as Naruto said. Otherwise, it is really hard to explain. Kakashi whispered as well. Right. Now you should believe what we said before, right? Naruto rubbed his finger across his nose, feeling somewhat smug. Now, I believe it about 70%. Tsunade is very conservative. Ah? You still don't believe us? Why is Grandma Tsunade like this? Naruto shouted somewhat aggrievedly. As a ninja, you must retain some doubt about things that are beyond your understanding. It is wrong to trust others easily, Naruto. Tsunade taught. Ah. Okay, okay. After all, Granny Tsunade is the Hokage. What you said is right. Naruto sighed, looking helpless. You still can't believe us? It seems that no matter how much I say or how much evidence I give, you still won't believe me. Imperial Niji said somewhat indifferently. There was no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness on his face. That's right. Unless you can let me go to your world and see it with my own eyes, I will still remain skeptical. Tsunade nodded. Is that so? I understand, but traveling through time and space requires some things, so we need to prepare a little, said Imperial Niji. Do you need anything? Tsunade and Narashikaku couldn't help but exchange glances. I feel a little relieved. Regardless of whether these guys are from another world or not. At least, Konoha is safe now. Otherwise, if what the other party said was true, they would have just sent 1,000,000 Kakashis here and conquered the ninja world long ago. Why would we still need to communicate with them? However, they hoped that the three people in front of them were accompanying them in a superb play. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. We will soon let you see the beautiful empire. I believe that you will fall in love with the empire just like Naruto and the others. Empire Xiao Li smiled again. Ah! I'm really looking forward to it. Tsunade nodded with a smile. The scene suddenly became silent. Until... Kakashi, why didn't you protect Rin from this world? Imperial Obito suddenly stared at Kakashi and asked coldly. Linear. I'm sorry. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then showed a guilty look. He didn't explain anything, but just lowered his head. Sorry? Is this your answer? The Kakashi of this world. Imperial Obito frowned and clenched his fists unconsciously. The Uchiha from another world. Obito, I'll call you that for now. It seems that you already know about Lin's death. She died as a hero in the war. Kakashi's distress about this matter is no less than yours, and his bond with Rin is definitely no less than yours. After all, he is your Lin's husband, isn't he? Tsunade spoke. She felt that even if the other party was Uchiha Obito from another world, he had no right to question the village's Kakashi like this. Lin's husband. Imperial Obito's face froze instantly, and he felt a burning sensation on his face. Yes. That bastard Kakashi is Rin's husband. Even in this world, I believe that the friendship between the two sides is definitely not inferior to mine. What else can I say? Ah. Mr. Hokage is right. I overstepped my bounds. After all, I am just an outsider. Hokage, you can't say that. Although Obito is from another world, I believe that he and Rin have the same bond as in our world. Naturally, he would not want to see her die. When Yamato saw the expression on Imperial Obito's face, he quickly helped out. That's right. That's right. It's just like when I went to the imperial capital, Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina were very kind to me. Although we are in different worlds, some emotions are interlinked. I can understand Brother Obito's feelings. Naruto also said. I can understand that, but it's not Kakashi's fault. In war, it's hard to save one's life, so how can we expect to save the lives of others? Besides, Kakashi was only 13 years old at that time. Tsunade replied. In his heart, he was looking at Yamato and Naruto and cursing secretly. These two bastards are too friendly to these three possible aliens, aren't they? They keep helping them to speak like this? Do you still know that you are from Konoha? I said too much. The expression of the Imperial Obito gradually became indifferent, and reason regained its upper hand. He recalled the Uchiha Itaka genocide incident and immediately felt something was wrong, so he asked. As an outsider, I might have gone too far in blaming Lin. But they are all members of the Uchiha clan, even if they belong to two different worlds. We are of one mind and one strength. So can you tell me that the Uchiha clan in this world was really destroyed by that beast Uchiha Itaka? Did he really kill his parents with his own hands? End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Imperial Obito's Question. Chapter 48, Imperial Obito's Question. What? Itaka-senpai wiped out the clan? Killed Fugaku-senpai and Aunt Mikoto? What are you talking about, Obito-senpai? Empire Xiao Li said in shock. Did Uchiha Itaka destroy the Uchiha clan? This world is really sick. Imperial Ningji whispered, and the last few words were so low that they were inaudible. Obito, just be more open-minded. Compared to the Empire, the ninja world is indeed much more chaotic and unfortunate. No one can believe that Uchiha Itaka, that beast, would actually do such a thing. Yamato persuaded again. Yes. The Uchiha Itaka in our world is a lunatic. He killed all the members of his clan and left only Sasuke to torture. How despicable! If it weren't for him, Sasuke wouldn't have left Konoha. Naruto also cursed angrily. Sakura bit her lip, her eyes also filled with anger. Obito. I looked up some information and it is said that the Uchiha clan's Manjiki can only be opened by people who have experienced extreme despair. Therefore, some extreme Uchiha thought of killing their loved ones to obtain it, so, tragedy happened because of this. Kakashi explained. But, this reason doesn't hold. Uchiha Itaka, can he really destroy the Uchiha clan? Can he really do this alone? According to normal logic, when he exterminated the clan, there was no kaleidoscope yet. Imperial Obito demanded. It made Tsunade's heart skip a beat again. Teacher. Teacher. Look at the mess you left for me. Now it has been turned upside down, right? She took a breath and said. The Uchiha Itaki of our world has already joined the Akatsuki organization. Maybe you don't know what Xiao is, I can explain it to you briefly. It is a terrorist organization formed by the S-rank rebel ninjas from various countries, with the intention of capturing the tailed beasts and controlling the world. When Uchiha Itaki exterminated his clan, he might have been connected to this terrorist organization, so just Uchiha Itaki and a renegade ninja organization were able to wipe out the Uchiha clan without anyone noticing in Konoha? They didn't go to collect the bodies until the next day. Obito continued to ask. His words also stunned Naruto, Sakura, and others who were not very clear about the situation. This made Naruto, who had greatly improved his strength, mutter. Yet, is Uchiha Itaki really that powerful? Even the lecherous sage can't do it, right? The Uchiha clan was a big clan in Konoha like the Hyuga clan, and there were definitely quite a few ninjas in it. But why didn't Konoha find out? This shouldn't be the case. The destructive power of that powerful ninjutsu. At the end of his muttering, Naruto's expression became a little ugly. Konoha. There's a problem. Did Sasuke think of this and then betray Konoha? Naruto and Sakura couldn't help but feel their hearts beating fast and glanced at Tsunade out of the corner of their eyes. Kakashi and Narashikaku remained silent. Tsunade sighed and could only continue to explain. The third Hokage was still in power at that time, and I had already left the village, so I don't know much about what happened then. But among all the Hokage of Konoha, there would never be someone who would take advantage of someone's misfortune. I think, it is very likely that the third generation was not vigilant enough. After all, the Uchiha clan moved out of the central area of Konoha and lived in the suburbs. The opponent is a powerful rebel ninja organization like Akatsuki. Really? I understand. Imperial Obito nodded expressionlessly and said no more. Imperial Ningji didn't say anything either. Empire Xiao Li was trying hard to maintain a smile. But the atmosphere in the Hokage's office continued to drop to freezing point, making Naruto, Sakura, and the others feel a little uncomfortable. It was supposed to be a pleasant meeting, how did it turn out like this? They were a little discouraged. I am even more afraid that some conflict will break out between Konoha and the Empire. In this strange atmosphere, the Imperial Trio quickly left the Hokage's office and headed to their temporary residence under the leadership of Kakashi. In the Hokage's office, only the people of Konoha were left. Tsunade then turned her gaze towards Naruto and the others and said, I have temporarily settled these three people, and they are absolutely free in Konoha. As for you guys, I hope to temporarily serve as the martial arts group's teacher. Martial arts group? Naruto asked in surprise. That's right. I just thought of it. I will immediately recall all the personnel sent out to carry out the mission, and then form a martial arts team. The members of these martial arts groups will include Jonin, Elite Jonin, and some Genin and Chunin with outstanding talents and potential. They will all follow you to learn martial arts. Tsunade said with a serious look. Shizune on the side showed a surprised look and reminded. If you do this, Lady Tsunade, the village will suffer great losses. Many tasks and work will be temporarily put on hold. Of course I know this. But the power of martial arts is obvious to all of us, and we must never give up. No matter what the origins of these three guys are, strength is always the most important thing for the ninja village. Tsunade said. Lady Tsunade is right, if those three are an evil organization like Akatsuki. We should learn from their strengths and make ourselves stronger. If they are really the so-called imperial people, then it may not be a bad thing to increase their strength and face the foggy future. Narashikaku also said. Hey everyone, why are you all so hostile to Rock Lee, Niji, and Big Brother Obito? We're all family from now on. Naruto wanted to say something else. Yamato patted his shoulder gently, signaling him not to continue. Turning to Tsunade, he said. Tsunade-sama, there is nothing wrong with your considerations. We even thought the same as you at the beginning. But in fact, because the time was too short, what the Empire taught us were just the basics of martial arts. It is almost impossible to surpass them. What's more, they also have Sasuke and Naruto. If you see their power, Lady Tsunade, you will know how naive your considerations are at this moment. But, as a teacher, I teach everyone for the sake of the village, so we won't refuse. Really? Then I am really looking forward to meeting Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto from another world, and witnessing the unstoppable power that you guys call like a demon god. Tsunade had a smile on her face, but she wasn't angry. After letting Naruto and the other three follow Shizune to leave, she then asked. Kakashi has already used the Sharingan to observe, and there is no trace of illusion. Although the possibility of advanced illusion cannot be ruled out. But things are undoubtedly more troublesome. Shikaku, what do you think of Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and others now? End of this chapter. Chapter 49, The Uchiha of the Empire are collectively furious. Chapter 49, The Uchiha of the Empire are collectively furious. Although I still consider myself a Konoha person, my heart is also with the Empire. If there is a conflict between the two sides, I am afraid I will be hesitant. And according to what they said, the Shinryu Empire was too strong, and even if all the strength of the ninja world was gathered, they would not be able to resist. Right now, the best we can do is to improve ourselves. Shikaku looked serious. He paused and said. I thought Lady Tsunade would test the strength of the Imperial Trio, but I didn't expect that. I will definitely test the strength of the three of them, but not now. Akatsuki, the Shinryu Empire, troubles come one after another, what will be the future of the ninja world? I can't see clearly anymore. Shikaku, send some Anbu to secretly monitor the three Imperial officers. Remember, don't stop their actions, just report them in time. Tsunade gave a final warning. Shikaku left with a lot on his mind. In an apartment, the Imperial Trio reported in full to their Supreme Emperor, Senju Tenjin, what happened after they arrived in Konoha. After listening to the report, Senju Tenjin nodded. It is indeed the Naruto I know. Then what happens next is interesting. He laughed secretly in his heart, slowly raised his hand, and as his 5 fingers clasped together, the space was torn, compressed, and fluctuated. A group of people suddenly appeared on his left and right sides. Looking at this group of people, the Empire's Niji and Obito couldn't help but exclaimed. Uncle Hayashi! Father! Brother Kamado! Brother Takuma! Patriarch Fugaku! Sasuke! Itaki! Shisui! Elder Setsuna! His Majesty! The people who had just arrived beside Senju Tenman first saluted him, and then a group of Uchiha stared at Imperial Obito with bloodshot eyes, making him shrink his head constantly with an expression of embarrassment and fear. Everyone, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan in the ninja world seemed to have encountered some major problems. Ninkai, Obito, please tell everyone again what you have learned. The thousand-handed heavenly being said calmly. Yes. Your Majesty. Imperial Obito repeated what he had said before. Listen to the retelling. All the Uchiha people were furious. Especially Uchiha Setsuna, whose long black hair stood up without any wind, and he roared. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The Uchiha clan, who possess the Sharingan, and the Senju clan are the most noble clans. How could they be exterminated? Although the ninja world is different from the Empire, we can find out through the previous comparison. For most individuals of the same type, their personalities will not differ too much. We know Itaki as a mature and steady person, a genius in the clan, and a person that everyone trusts. He would never do such a thing. Regarding the Uchiha clan extermination incident in the ninja world, Itaki's role in it may have hidden secrets. Fugaku suppressed his anger and analyzed the situation calmly. No, absolutely not. Uchiha Itachi of the ninja world was definitely involved in the genocide, but at most he was just turned from a principal offender to an accomplice. I am sure of this. My information cannot be wrong. Obito shook his head, looking extremely serious. Seeing that Obito said so, the only hope in the hearts of the Uchiha people was also shattered. Uchiha Setsuna howled miserably. Damn it! Damn the ninja world! It must be the ninja world's backward system, immature education system, and distorted social values that gave rise to scum like Uchiha Itachi of that world. How could a normal person do such a thing as exterminating a clan and killing one's parents? Damn it! Damn it! What should we do with our eternal eye? Will we never be able to use the complete form of Susanoo? Uchiha Setsuna roared, red light flashed in his eyes, and a blood-red windmill kept spinning. In the entire Uchiha clan, there is no one who doesn't want to drive a Gundam. It is a symbol of strength and beauty. It is the dream of all Uchiha. Itachi and Sasuke are the only Uchiha alive in the ninja world. The eternal eyes of the others can only be fantasy. Shisui murmured, with a complicated expression. Brother Shisui, father, and everyone's eternal eye, are they gone? Sasuke looked gloomy. I in another world, actually did such a thing. No matter what the reason, what the excuse, and what role I played in it. I can't forgive it. That guy. He must die. Uchiha Itachi also had a gloomy expression, his fists clenched tightly, and murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Yes. Kill that beast. You must kill him. Uchiha She roared. And those who worked with him. Those who participated in the genocide. Not a single one of them can be spared. I'm going to kill them. This bunch of bastards. I will make them regret coming into this world. A group of Uchiha roared. Obito, can you do it? Can you kill Itachi of that world, and those involved? Fugaku asked, his eyes fixed on the image of Obito in another dimension. I will go all out. Obito nodded seriously. No. We can't let Obito do it. I will kill those bastards and beasts with my own hands. Uchiha Setsuna roared, disagreeing with Fugaku's words. Father, Elder Setsuna is right, letting Obito kill them directly is too easy for them. Relatively speaking, I would rather kill myself in that world with my own hands. Itachi also said. That's right. We should do it ourselves, the other Uchiha agreed. Is that so? Then we can only let them live a little longer. But... Obito. I'll have to trouble you to quickly investigate who was involved in the genocide. Seeing everyone saying this, Fugaku took a breath and nodded slightly. Don't worry, Chief. No one can resist my eyes. They will tell me everything. Imperial Obito Road. The Hyuga clan on the side were terrified when they heard this. Seeing that the Uchiha clan had calmed down a little, Hinata Hayashi said. Ningji, our Hyuga clan, won't be exterminated as well. Hayashi, Kamatu, and Takuma looked nervous on the side. Uncle. The Hyuga clan was not exterminated, but, the Hyuga clan in the ninja world is so disgusting that it makes people want to vomit. It would be better for such a clan to be exterminated directly. Hyuga Niji said with a gloomy expression. The Hinatas looked at each other immediately and all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the whole clan was not exterminated. Hyuga Hayashi Road. What happened to the Hyuga clan in that world? Tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Niji immediately told all the information about the Hyuga clan in Shippuden. Hayashi, Kamen, and Takuma fell silent after hearing this. The Uchiha next to him had a strange look on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, It's a Dark and Windy Night. Hyuga Clan Territory. Chapter 50, It's a Dark and Windy Night. Hyuga Clan Territory. The angry Hyaga Niji continued to chatter. Uncle. Father, Brother Kamatu, Brother Takuma. Such a Hyaga is not worthy of being called a Hyaga. They are not worthy of being integrated into us. Into the empire. They must be punished as they deserve. Ah, well. So, what do you want to do, Niji? Kill them all. Hayashi's lips were a little dry and his eyes were evasive. Before being educated by His Majesty. We were like this too. No. I want that. Hyaga Niji's eyes flickered, and he immediately told his plan. After hearing this, the Hyaga's expressions changed again. This is a good plan. It is reasonable for the clan that treats its members as servants to be punished in this way. However, this still requires His Majesty's approval. Hayashi said dryly, looking back at the thousand-handed heavenly being. Just do it with peace of mind. Trash and parasites are not worthy of joining the empire. But when taking action, remember not to leave too many handles. Our goal has always been to merge the entire ninja world into the empire. If we go too far and the other side resists too strongly, things might get a little troublesome later on. The thousand-handed heavenly being laughed. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We must act carefully. Niji gave a somewhat grim smile. Communications with the empire were eventually severed. Empire Xiao Li sighed and said. Alas! I didn't expect that this world actually hides such darkness. I don't know if Mr. Kai has encountered any dangerous things. The Ninja Village Era. A disgusting era that advocates dedication, incompetent people occupy high positions and enjoy everything, young children have to go to the battlefield, and fellow villagers will be exterminated. I simply cannot believe what our world would be like without His Majesty, and what I would become if I experienced something similar to what they did. Imperial Niji said. It was His Majesty who saved us. The Empire also said. Although, in my own world, Rin married Kakashi and had children, and the person she loved was not me. But no matter what, Lin is at least alive. That's enough. In his opinion, the era of the ninja village without Lin has no value at all. Ah! Fortunately, our world has His Majesty. Empire Xiao Li also sighed. Okay. Suddenly, Imperial Ningji frowned. The Imperial Obito's expression also changed slightly. Empire Xiao Li was a little surprised and said. What's wrong? Niji, Obito-senpai. We are being monitored. The Imperial Ningji widened his eyes, and blue veins popped up around the corners of his eyes. Oh! Now that I think of it, I suddenly remember. In the Ninja Village era, there were major issues regarding technological development. At this time, there seems to be no surveillance, and the supervisor has to use his eyes. This seems to make it easier for us to act. Empire Xiao Li's eyes lit up. That's right. Now, all we need to do is proceed as usual and wait for the night to fall. The Imperial Niji's voice gradually lowered. Time passed, and the sun hanging high in the sky slowly set until darkness completely enveloped Konoha. At this time, the night is dark and windy. Several Anbu officers in charge of surveillance were somewhat puzzled. Thinking that the target of surveillance this time was unexpectedly honest and did not move in the room. Result. In silence. A vortex appeared out of nowhere. The next moment, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. The moment they saw these eyes, all the Anbu were shocked and couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. This is the Sharingan. Then, everyone's consciousness fell into a blur. Imperial Obito stood calmly beside the three Anbu. Wait until Ningji and Rock Lee slowly walked out of the apartment and came to my side. These are the three guys who are responsible for monitoring us. How are they? Are they easy to control? Imperial Niji glanced at the three Anbu and then looked at Imperial Obito. Don't worry, although in the Imperial Archives, I am just an ordinary 3 Magatama. But I have actually been a Mangeki for a long time, and I have been taking the special medicine for my Sharingan. Although it still cannot compare to the Eternal Eye, it is still easy to control a few Anbu ninjas from the old times. Imperial Obito replied. Yeah, that's best. If you have anything to ask, please ask quickly. I can't wait for those filthy and sinful people to be punished. Imperial Niji nodded. You three, on whose orders are you spying on us? Imperial Obito looked at the three Anbu and asked directly. 5 Daimyo Hokage, Lady Tsunade's order. The three Anbu replied in a daze. Do you know the inside story of the Uchiha clan genocide? Imperial Obito asked again. The three Anbu all shook their heads blankly. No information? It turns out that ordinary people wouldn't know. Empire Little Lee said with his hands spread out. I feel like it will take some time to get to the bottom of this. In response to this, Ningji of the Empire couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wants those filthy guys to be punished now. Now. He turned his head and glanced at the Hyuga tribe. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said. No need to keep looking for a target to ask. I think we can just go and ask this world's Hinata Hayashi. As the most powerful family in Konoha today, it is impossible for him to know nothing. That's true. Then, let's just go. Imperial Obito was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ah! Let's go. Empire Ninkai looked expectant. Give the despicable evildoers the punishment they deserve. For justice. For youth. Oh! Empire Xiao Li growled and raised his right fist high. Hyuga residential area. The central area where the clan is located. Even in the middle of the night, there were some guards from the branch family patrolling, watching over, and keeping watch. To prevent possible danger. Today's night watch captain is Hyuga Karakado. He is an elite of the branch family and has the strength of a Jonin level. He brought a few Hyuga branch Genin and Chunin who were in a somewhat lazy state. After all, being located in the core area of Konoha, it is absolutely impossible for the Hyuga family to be in any danger. What? Didn't you say something happened to the Uchiha clan? Humph! Isn't it because they moved out of the central area, offended the Hokage, and had the intention of rebellion? The Hyuga clan is now closely related to the Hokage clan. And it is also the largest clan in Konoha. The role of the Byakugan in gathering intelligence during wartime is far beyond the reach of the Sharingan. How could he be abandoned? So, keeping vigil and the like are completely unnecessary. But as a member of the branch family, even if he thought so, he didn't dare to say it out loud, and could only pass the time honestly. This distracted him a little, but suddenly, Huo Men's heart trembled. An ominous feeling arises. He had had this premonition before during World War III, and it helped him escape a disaster. Now that he appeared again, Hinata Kamato opened his Byakugan without hesitation. All of a sudden, the whole world changed before my eyes, leaving only black and white and patches of transparent buildings. In addition, there is a barrier that is invisible to the naked eye. This barrier quickly covered the entire Hyuga clan territory. Countless white particles of light spread throughout the barrier, and the Byakugan also lost its effectiveness at this moment. Hyuga Karaman couldn't see anything outside the barrier. Even within the barrier, everything beyond 100 meters became blurry. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, The Night of Hinata Musen. Chapter 51, The Night of Hinata Musen, Part. Oh no! The Byakugan is ineffective. Someone is targeting Hinata. Everyone be careful. Hinata Kamato's expression changed and he shouted loudly. The expressions of several other members of the branch families who were keeping watch together also changed drastically. They rolled their eyes and started shouting. Moment. The entire Hyuga clan became lively. A group of sleeping clan members ran out of their rooms, looking at the barrier surrounding the Hyuga clan and cursing. How could it be? Someone actually dares to target our Hyuga clan. You're looking for death. Our Hyuga clan is the most powerful family in Konoha. This is Konoha. Who dares to touch us? Get out here. Hinata Hayashi was wearing a white robe, his eyes kept scanning around with a serious expression. Many elders of the Hyuga clan gathered around, looking angry and nervous. They whispered. Clan leader. Is Konoha going to attack us? Just like the Uchiha 10 years ago. Damn Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a good guy, and the students he taught are certainly not good guys either. We Hyuga have shed blood for Konoha. How could they do this to us? Shut up. How can we talk nonsense about the Hokage? This incident must have nothing to do with the Hokage. Rizua glared at several elders. My heart was beating fast. But as the patriarch, he couldn't say too many discouraging words. He just calmed his mind and said loudly. Huo men, take your men to the edge of the barrier to check the situation. If you can break through, contact the Hokage. Everyone else gather around me to prevent any possible danger. Yes. Lord Patriarch. Hinata Karaman responded and was about to take action. As a result, as soon as he lifted his foot, he froze in place. Because right now, an indifferent voice sounded. It is impossible to leave the Tai Chi Liang Yi formation relying solely on your strength, unless you defeat me, the core of the formation. Who are you? Everyone was shocked when they saw the tall man wearing a yin-yang robe and a mask who appeared out of nowhere in front of them. At the same time, a feeling of anger began to rise in my heart. Is this the guy? The bastard who dared to target my Hyuga clan? Simple but courageous. As the one who set up the formation, he showed up in front of all these Hyuga. What did he think of all the Hyuga? A non-threatening toddler? How much do they look down on Konoha's most powerful family? You bastard! You! A Hyuga clan member yelled, but he didn't finish his words. Hinata Hayashi stopped him with a wave of his hand and said solemnly. Who are you, Excellency? My Hyuga clan shouldn't have made any enemies recently. As he spoke, his eyes darted around. No need to look. I am your only enemy. The masked man said calmly. One person? One person dares to go against Hinata? Is this guy crazy? Ridiculous. Will make you regret showing up here. It's just looking for death. A group of Hyuga clan members cursed loudly, clenched their fists, and slowly moved towards the masked man, waiting for the order from the main family to beat this audacious bastard into pieces. Rizua breathed a sigh of relief. Alone? That's not bad. However, he did not yell like the other Hyuga, but said calmly and confidently. Your Excellency, why are you alone? If you really want to be an enemy of me, Hyuga. I, Hyuga, am not afraid of any enemy. The visitor did not answer, but asked. Rumor has it, the caged bird curses to protect fellow tribesmen and to prevent the white eyes from being taken away by others. Faced with the question, the faces of a group of people from the separated families suddenly turned ugly. Hinata Hayashi frowned even more. Of course. The ninja world is in turmoil, and my Hyuga clan's Byakugan possesses unrivaled reconnaissance capabilities, which every village desires to possess. A long time ago, some people hunted lone Hyuga in an attempt to obtain the power of the Byakugan, which caused us Hyuga to suffer heavy losses at one time. Finally, my ancestors of the Hyuga clan developed the caged bird seal to protect the Byakugan. If that's the case, why doesn't the Zong family have a bird in a cage? Could it be that the main family is so powerful that it surpasses all the branch families? The visitor asked again. Hinata Hayashi's expression could not help but turn blue. He couldn't answer this question. The expressions of all the branches changed again, but no one dared to speak. An elder's face turned black and he shouted. We are the noble Hyuga clan. How can we be caged birds? Damn invaders! The Hyuga clan is not a place for you to cause trouble. Huo men. Kill him. Yes. Elder Janai. Hyuga Kamadu responded. He immediately rushed towards the man wearing a yin-yang suit and a mask with a group of Hyuga. Hat, are you speechless? What a disgusting, hypocritical, and dirty clan. The so-called bird in a cage, now it seems, is just a means for the main family to enslave the branch family. The masked man scoffed. Damn intruder! Shut up! 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Kamen, who was rushing in the front, had a pale face and was extremely angry. The branch family is enslaved and despised by the main family. This cruel reality is the eternal pain in the hearts of all the families. All the families just need to know it clearly. But if anyone dares to ask it to his face, then as a branch of the Hyuga family, we will fight to the death with the other party. A yin-yang tai chi diagram emerged, and Hyuga Karman opened his palms with murderous intent, waiting for the next moment to launch a thundering attack. The figures of the other Hyuga almost obscured the masked man. What a pathetic person! You are not even worthy of being called Hyuga. 8 trigrams 64 palms? Is this even worthy of being called Bagua? Tai Chi? It's really funny. Open your eyes and take a good look. What is the real Tai Chi Bagua? As the masked man finished speaking, his mood gradually became more excited. He stomped his left foot forward hard. Boom! Next moment, the ground shook. A huge yin-yang tai chi diagram with a radius of about 50 meters emerged, surrounding the entire group of people. The tai chi diagram under Hinata Karman was directly dispersed, so that he stood there in shock, screaming. How come? You actually also know Bagua Zhang? Hinata Hayashi also exclaimed. Tai chi! Liang Yi formation! The masked man growled. All the Hyuga members who were covered by the Tai Chi diagram and tried to approach the masked man felt that they were surrounded by mud and their movements were greatly restricted. Every move he made was met with tremendous resistance. This made them reveal a hint of horror in their eyes. The masked man took this opportunity to take a step forward and came to Hinata Kamen, and lightly slapped his abdomen with his palm. So fast! But it's useless. The Hyuga clan is not so easy to deal with. Kaiten. There was a gleam in Huo Men's eyes, and he spun around, using a move known as absolute defense among the Hyuga clan. A ball of pale white chakra kept spinning around his body, protecting his entire body. Tai Chi, Yin and Yang are separated. Break! The masked man whispered, and his originally white palm immediately turned into Yin and Yang colors, colliding with the rotating Huishan. The next moment, a scene that shocked all the Hyuga people happened. The originally indestructible chi returning current was easily cut open like water waves. The masked man's right palm hit Huiman's abdomen without any obstruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, The Night of Hinata Musen. Chapter 52, The Night of Hinata Musen, Part. Boom. The roar was loud. Gas explosion cloud appears. The Hyuga fire gate turned into a white rainbow. He was directly blown away 100 meters and crashed into a house, his life or death unknown. How is this possible? Kaiten! Kaiten! It was actually broken. This is the absolute defense of my Hyuga clan. Many people screamed. His expression was particularly ugly. After being shocked, even though they surrounded the masked man, they did not launch an attack immediately. Upon seeing this, an elder of the clan cursed. What on earth are you thinking, you branch families? There's only one opponent. Come on. That's right. There's only one enemy. Go ahead. Revenge for women. Asshole. Don't be so arrogant. Hinata won't lose to you like that. Soft fist technique. It's just a quagmire. Don't try to trap Hinata. Each Hyuga screamed loudly, trying their best to get closer to the masked man, punching and kicking him at the same time. To the extent that the masked man had no room to dodge at all. However, facing so many attacks, the masked man had no intention of dodging at all, and just waved his arms gently. Tai Chi. A little effort can achieve a great result. Next moment, all the members of the Hyuga clan felt that their hands and feet were out of control, and their bodies kept moving left and right following the rhythm of the swinging arms of their opponents. You punch, I palm, all of them fall on our own people. They screamed and flew backwards one by one. It only took a dozen seconds. More than 20 Hyuga clan ninjas lay on the ground groaning. The Hyugas who hadn't made a move yet all had twitching faces. The enemy in front of me. Very strong. Very strong. At least a shadow-level warrior. No wonder he dared to invade Hyuga alone. What kind of soft boxing is this? It can actually transform other people's strength for your own use. Hinata Hayashi asked with a frown on his face. This is real Tai Chi Bagua. The Bagua-kun in your hands is nothing but a piece of rubbish that is a dog's tail and a marten's imaginary thing. The masked man responded while not forgetting to belittle Hinata's Bagua-zang. Damn you bastard! Don't think you can show off in front of the main family just by defeating a few branches. Bagua Kongjong. An elder from the main clan who was hiding behind several branch clans roared. A strong energy suddenly burst out from his right palm and rushed straight towards the masked man. Tai Chi! Single whip! The masked man sneered. He pulled out his right hand. The air hissed violently, and a ball of air composed of yin and yang energy flew out from his hand and collided with the energy of the empty palm. There was no explosion between the two. The yin and yang energies instantly absorbed the energy of the empty palm around itself, and blasted towards the old man of the Zong family with undiminished power. One blow hit his chest and abdomen. Ugh! The old man from the Zong family screamed and blood spurted out of his mouth. The body was carried backwards and continued to fly backwards. Hurry up and save me! The clan elder screamed. Several members of the Hyuga branch rushed up and tried to take it down. As a result, just getting close, I felt weak all over, being dragged, and flew dozens of meters with the elders of the clan. Crashing through several houses before stopping. Covered by the ruins. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped again. Don't dare to act rashly. Your Excellency is extremely powerful, Hinata admires you, but I really don't understand what the conflict between us is. And why did you come to my Hyuga clan? Maybe we could sit down and talk about this? The ninja world is huge and full of contradictions, but we shouldn't indulge ourselves too much in the chains of hatred. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath. I had to persuade him again. At the same time, the Zong family members who had originally had a bad temper also shut their mouths and calmed down a lot. I was afraid that I would be attacked from a distance too. Conflict? There is no such thing between us. The masked man shook his head. Then why, sir? Rizu was puzzled. This world is filthy. The Hyuga clan enslaves their own bloodline relatives. They are the center of filth. I just want to clean it up. The masked man said calmly. You actually compared the Hyuga clan to filth? Damn bastard! A group of Hyuga people were so angry that they were going crazy. Their eyes, which were originally white, gradually became bloodshot. So you're here about the division of the family? Hinata Hayashi frowned, feeling a little confused. He paused before continuing. However, I have just explained the necessity of the bird in the cage, but obviously, Your Excellency is not willing to believe it. So the conflict between us is inevitable. Of course, the filth has not been cleaned up yet. Aren't you afraid of Konoha's revenge by doing this? Konoha's revenge? The masked man's voice contained a kind of disdain from the bottom of his heart, as if he had heard an interesting joke. Hey! I understand. But my Hyuga clan is not as weak as you think. Moreover, the power of one person, no matter how strong he is, it is limited. We are the Hyuga clan, the most powerful clan in Nojiba. Everyone is a ninja. But we are not only good at soft fist techniques. Everyone listen up. Use escape techniques to attack from a distance. Finally, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath and shouted. Yes. Lord Patriarch. A group of Hyuga yelled. They all took action. Use the escape technique to seal. Next moment, a series of ninjutsu including fire jutsu, wind jutsu, water jutsu, earth jutsu, and lightning jutsu were launched simultaneously. Transform the entire Hyuga clan territory into an elemental tidal zone. Large areas of houses were destroyed and the earth was crushed. But the Hyuga clan no longer cares about that. They just want to kill the masked man in front of them. Tai Chi. Cloud hands. The masked man remained calm in the face of the terrifying tide of escape techniques. His hands slowly moved in the air. All the attacking techniques were pulled by the invisible force, and the hands kept spinning, slowly gathering into a black and white sphere. The sphere rotated and the storm howled, making the masked man look like a god who controlled chakra. This is impossible. All escape techniques have been taken. The huge incompatible chakra is merging. Taijutsu. Can you really do this? Even if it's the cage from each village, they can't do this. A group of people were stunned, screaming, and subconsciously began to retreat in fear. Taiji gave birth to two opposites. Two opposites gave birth to 4 symbols. 4 symbols gave birth to 8 trigrams. All things are born from Taiji. They can be integrated into Taiji. Go. Taiji is like a millstone. The masked man hummed, and after his hands completed the last rotation, he pushed gently. This energy ball, which combined dozens of escape techniques, flew directly towards the direction where Hinata Hayashi was. The energy ball doesn't fly fast. But even so. But it still made everyone sweat profusely. Everyone! Get out of the way! Riz roared and his whole body was already soaked. He stomped his feet on the ground and flew to the side. The others were terrified and also fled. Until they ran hundreds of meters. The energy ball collided with the ground and exploded. All of a sudden. Flames, water, thunder, earth, sand, and storms exploded into an impact. The earth. The houses are cracking like paper. The extremely shrill screams resounded throughout the Hyuga clan. Everyone screamed and flew backwards like ants in a storm. And when the flames, water, thunder, sand, and storm stop, and the smoke dissipates, appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge pit with a diameter of more than 150 meters and a depth of tens of meters. All the houses within hundreds of meters around were reduced to ruins. The ground was covered with broken walls and black smoke was rising. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Eyeless Hinata. Chapter 53 Eyeless Hinata. The Hyuga clan's land, which was once large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, was nearly 90% destroyed. Only a few houses at the very edge were still standing, but they had all suffered varying degrees of damage. The edge of the pothole. A group of Hyuga were lying on the ground, covered in blood and tattered clothes, groaning continuously. They avoided the most direct attack, but the power of the aftermath was simply not something that ordinary people could withstand, and they completely lost their combat effectiveness. Da-da-da-da. Crisp footsteps sounded. Let the Hyuga lying on the ground, who have not yet fainted, raise their heads and look at the only man standing in the Hyuga clan's territory. The yin and yang windbreaker fluttered in the empty and desolate land, and the mysterious mask was as terrifying as the god of death. Everyone showed fear and panic. We lost, we completely lost, Konoha's most powerful family, were defeated just like that. Is this guy still a human? How can a human possess such power? What kind of enemies are we fighting against? Monster. This guy is a monster. This is a power that even a cage can't possibly possess. It's as terrifying as the tailed beasts. Hinata is finally following the same path as the Uchiha? Why on earth is this happening? Help! Someone save Hinata! A group of Hyuga shouted in horror. Hinata Hayashi took 2 deep breaths and said, "You win. Now you can kill all of us. But Konoha will never let you go. Don't worry, I'm not interested in killing you," the masked man said calmly. This made the Hinatas, who were already determined to die and terrified, happy. Not killing us? Then, what do you mean by cleansing the filth? Rizu asked again, his mind full of doubts. Filth exists from the heart outward. You who regard the division of the family as a slave and yourselves as the superior master, are simply unable to feel or understand pain. For this, I must let you feel it well. The masked man was already standing in front of Hinata Hayashi. As he spoke, he slowly squatted down and looked directly at Hinata Hayashi with a pair of ordinary eyes. So, what do you want to do? Wait, stop it. Stop it now. No. Ugh. Hinata Hayashi was halfway through his words when he saw the masked man stretch out his right hand and move it closer to his right eye. This caused his pupils to shrink and tremble uncontrollably. Finally, Rizu's entire right eye was suddenly clamped down, and he let out an extremely shrill scream. Lord Patriarch! No! You bastard, you actually dug out the clan leader's eyes. Damn it, you are really looking down upon our clan. Konoha won't let you go. A group of Hyuga shouted angrily. But more of it was fear. Especially those from the clans, they were trembling all over. Are they going to lose the proud white eyes that they have achieved now that they have risen so high? So, why don't the people of the main family plant caged birds? If there is a caged bird, the Byakugan will be destroyed the moment it is taken down, so I won't be able to take it, right? Such a good way to protect yourself? Why not use it? That's a really strange question. The masked man said indifferently, and then covered Rizu's other left eye. Looking at the beautiful white eyeballs in my hand that were like glass crystals. There was a strange look in the masked man's eyes. Ugh, ah! Hayashi screamed again, but did not beg for mercy. He just endured the pain and said, "Your Excellency's words make sense, the bird in a cage, maybe we should really plant it on everyone. It was our mistake. Oh, it's a bit too late to think of this now." The masked man sneered, stepped closer to the other Hyuga clan members, and began to button their eyes. No! No! Don't do this! Let me go! Please let me go! Oh! My eyes! My eyes! I can't see anything! No! 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 Give me back my eyes! Give them back to me! No! Don't come over here! No! No! Damn it! I won't let you go! I will definitely kill you! The entire clan territory was filled with the clan's fearful, shrill, and desperate howls. Most of these clan members who usually enjoyed themselves could not endure this kind of pain and fainted one after another. Just when those branches were also terrified, thinking that they were about to face this situation, the bird in the cage finally had a seizure and died. They were shocked to find that the masked man did not roll his eyes at them, but simply knocked them out one by one. Finally, the masked man came in front of Rizu again. "Are you, from the branch family? Is this operation just a hunt against the main family?" Rizu's eyes were bleeding, but he still felt something when he heard the voice, so he asked. "Do not. Really? Thank you, for not killing me," Rizu said humbly. "You people are really sick. I dug out your eyes and you actually thank me," the masked man mocked. At least living is more valuable than dying, and at least the people of the branch family still have their Byakugan, and the Hyuga clan still exists. This is already a special favor for a group of losers. How dare I complain? Daily Foot Road. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, interesting. Very interesting. The masked man covered his mask and laughed. This is the people of the ninja village era. They are humble as dogs in front of the strong, but they bully the weak and oppress them to the utmost. Obito. Now it's your turn. The space rotates, and the figure of Imperial Obito appears. Also appearing at the same time was Empire Little Lee. Obito? Uchiha Obito? You are the people from another world as mentioned by the Hokage. Are you Niji? Hinata Hayashi asked with a shudder all over and taking a quick breath. Ah! As expected of the clan leader, you react quickly. That's right. I am Hyuga Niji from the Hyuga clan of the Shinryu Empire. The masked man, also known as Imperial Niji, sneered. Ningji from another world, it turns out to be you. Can you tell me what kind of clan the Hyuga clan in the other world is? Why do you hate us so much? Hayashi asked with some anticipation. After cleaning the filth, I feel good now, but... Imperial Niji began, but didn't finish his words. Imperial Obito frowned and said. Ningji, although I understand how you feel right now, you've said too much. It's okay. You can clear your memory. With your kaleidoscope, it's easy to do that, isn't it? Imperial Niji said disapprovingly. You really are giving me more work to do, but, well. Imperial Obito sighed. As he listened, Hayashi's expression changed slightly, but he still said. Erase the memory? Never mind. As long as I can know the answer, even for just a moment, it won't be bad. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 The Hyuga Tragedy That Shocked Konoha. Chapter 54 The Hyuga Tragedy That Shocked Konoha. Listen. This world's Hyuga Hayashi. In our empire, the Hyuga clan has no distinction between main family and branch family. The entire Hyuga clan is also recognized by the empire as the most peaceful and friendly clan. We are united, help each other, and have one heart. My father and uncle were very close. They played Go, painted and wrote together every day, and sometimes went out fishing together. Hinata and Hanabi are my most important and lovely sisters. We grew up under the same roof, studying, growing up and playing together. The entire Hyuga clan is one of the 3 major Dragon Soul clans in the empire. Imperial Niji slowly told everything about Imperial Hyuga. Hinata Hayashi listened quietly until the end, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he murmured. Really, not bad, maybe this is what the real Hyuga clan should look like. The existence of a bird in a cage is a mistake in itself. At first, I wanted to change this mistake. But as time went by, I began to enjoy everything that the Zong family brought me as I should. This is such a failure. Everything that the Zong family is going through now can be considered as retribution. It is for this reason that I can now feel the pain of separation more clearly. Thank you, Niji, please erase my memory. Hinata Hayashi finished speaking with a look of calmness and relief on his face. Oh, of course. But, before your memory is wiped, answer me a question. Hinata Hayashi, you should know the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan, right? Imperial Niji said. The truth behind the Uchiha clan genocide. Haha, are they preparing for liquidation? Those guys who hold high positions in Konoha seem to be in trouble. Hinata Hayashi smiled with a gloating look, and continued. The truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan. I do know some. Tell me the details. What? The reason why the Uchiha clan was destroyed was because of the Nine Tails Rebellion. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, a strong man who used the Sharingan appeared, which caused a rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Hinata Hayashi immediately slowly told everything he knew. When everything is finished, the Empire's Obito also hypnotized and controlled Hinata Hayashi to confirm its authenticity. Finally, he said with a gloomy face. So that's how it is, Gen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato-en, Utane Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen. These 4 old bastards, in our world, are the remnants of the ninja village era. I didn't expect that I would be equally restless here. Because of the Nine Tails Rebellion, he suspected the Uchiha, and then targeted them everywhere, forcing them to the suburbs, and then used the stupid Itaka to wipe out the entire Uchiha. Ah! The people in the ninja village era were so scary. Why do they like these conspiracies so much? Empire Lee held his head with a look of fear on his face. These are stubborn filth. These 4 bastards Danzo Shimura, and Mito Kato, Koharu Utane, and Hiruzen Sarutobi all deserve to die. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen died early. I heard that he died here as a hero, which is really disgusting. Imperial Niji scolded. The title of hero? Does he deserve it? Wait until my Uchiha clan enters this world. None of these 4 bastards, Danzo Shimura, and Mito Kato, Koharu Utane, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, can escape. They will all be completely nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Die in shame. Imperial Obito said harshly. Oh? That's really exciting. Imperial Ningji became interested. This is what the bad guys deserve. For justice. For youth. Roar. The Empire must win. Come on Obito. Empire's Lee raised his right fist and roared. In the end, everyone stayed for a long time and left only after finishing what they needed to do. The next morning, the sun had just risen. A group of villagers left their homes to prepare for a new day's work. When they passed by the Hyuga clan's territory and saw the Hyuga clan members scattered all over the ground, as well as the dried blood and the empty eyes of some of the main families, they couldn't help but burst into sharp shouts. What? The voice was shrill and extremely terrified. The tranquility of Konoha was instantly pierced. Just a moment. Hundreds, thousands of people gathered outside the Hyuga clan territory, looking from afar at the situation inside the site which had already been surrounded and controlled by a group of ninjas, and discussing. Hyuga clan, what happened yesterday? How did it become like this? Was this attacked by a tailed beast? It's so horrible. So many people's eyes have been gouged out. Those bloody eye holes are so scary to look at. The Hyuga clan is the largest clan in Konoha, and there are many masters in the clan. What kind of people could make them become like this? He was fine yesterday, but today? 10 years ago it was the Uchiha, now it's the Hyuga's turn. What is hidden within Konoha? Will we be in danger later? Everyone looked terrified. Until the Hokage's voice was heard. All the people surrounding the Hyuga clan's territory moved away and looked in a certain direction. Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage, was now leading a group of people into the Hyuga clan's territory with a grim look on her face. All medical personnel. Treat the Hyuga clan immediately. Quickly. She roared, formed seals with her hands, and summoned a large number of slugs. These slugs immediately began to cooperate with a group of accompanying medical ninjas to provide treatment. Tsunade herself brought Narashikaku and Kakashi to Hinata Hayashi and rescued him as soon as possible. Hinata Hayashi woke up with a groan, murmuring. My eyes hurt so much, hiss, it hurts so much, I can't see anything, why is this happening? When he said this, he was stunned for a moment, then he stroked his empty eyes with his hands, revealing a hint of realization. By the way, my eyes were gouged out. His voice revealed a hint of confusion, a hint of regret, a hint of horror, and a hint of relief. Chief Hayashi. Tell me. What happened to Hinata yesterday? Why did you become like this? Who did it? Tell me. I will never let them go. Tsunade's voice was filled with anger. Yesterday, yesterday. Hinata Hayashi murmured a few words. A shrill howl sounded in my ears. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! My eyes are gone! Oh! My eyes! My eyes! That damn bastard! That damn bastard dug out my eyes! I want him dead, I want him dead! Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama, where are you? You must avenge our Hyuga clan! I'm here! Everybody, be quiet! I am now talking to your clan leader, Hayashi. When I find out who the murderer is, I will definitely give justice to Hyuga. Tsunade shouted in response to the panicked and frightened Hyuga. Then looked back at Hayashi and said, Chief of the Rizuo clan. Ah! Lady Tsunade. I don't know much about what happened yesterday. It was in the middle of the night. The Hyuga clan's territory was shrouded in a barrier, and our Byakugan lost its power. Then a man wearing a yin-yang robe and a mask appeared. We clashed with him. In the end he defeated us all. Hayashi said weakly. Wait. A man wearing a yin-yang robe and a mask? A person? You mean it was just one person who turned the entire Hyuga into this? Tsunade suddenly discovered the blind spot and asked in shock. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 The Reality That Shocked Everyone. The Enemy is the Devil. Chapter 55 The Reality That Shocked Everyone. The enemy is the devil. That's right, there's only one person on the other side. Rizu nodded, looking certain. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shikaku all gasped when they heard this. How could one person actually do such a thing? This is the Hyuga clan. Konoha's most powerful family today. The total population is several hundred, and all of them are ninjas with certain combat capabilities. The number of registered jonin is as many as 15. A clan of at least 15 jonin, dozens of chunins, and hundreds of genins were completely defeated by just one person? What a joke! Lord Tsunade, excuse me for being so presumptuous, but can you or Lord Jiraiya achieve this on your own? Kakashi asked in a low voice. It's impossible, even if we summon our summoned beast. If they come one after another, maybe. But if so many ninjas unite together and launch a joint ninjutsu, even we will not be able to resist it. Tsunade shook her head. The enemy is incredibly strong. Kakashi looked worried. Ah! Tsunade nodded solemnly and then asked. Daily Foot. Can you explain it in more detail? How exactly did the enemy do this? Why did Hinata fail? How on earth did he do this? How did he do it? This. I can't remember. How on earth did he do it? What did he say? I can't remember. I can't remember anything. As Hinata Hayashi spoke, he looked confused. Oh no! The memory of the Hayashi clan leader has been deleted. Kakashi whispered. Shizuan. Come here and take care of Chief Hayashi. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly called her little follower over and continued to treat Hayashi. As for herself, she brought Kakashi and Shikaku to another elder of the clan and said. Do you remember the enemy who attacked Hinata yesterday? Of course I remember. Even if I turn to ashes. I will never forget that guy. The Hyuga elder was trembling all over and his teeth were chattering. Great! This memory has not been erased. Sure enough, it is impossible to clear everyone's memory. Tell me about the enemy's abilities and what he said. We need to understand so that we can avenge your Hyuga clan. Tsunade said. I know, and I will tell you everything I know. Everything started from midnight yesterday. At that time, it was Huomen who was on duty, but no one expected that a barrier would cover the entire Hyuga clan territory. In this barrier, everyone's white eyes have lost their power. Then, that guy showed up. At this point, the elder of the Hyuga clan trembled all over, and his originally dry and empty eyes shed blood and tears again. That guy showed up. Showed up. His voice rose. A part of the Hinata also trembled when they heard this. No. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Some members of the Eyeless clan even screamed in fear at this time. Calm down. Tsunade quickly supported the elder and continued to inject chakra into him. I know. I need to calm down. That devil just appeared like that. He said, to cleanse the filth, and said we Hyuga were filth. I was very angry, so I asked Huomen and the other Hyuga to teach that devil a lesson, but they just got close. The devil used a move, and a huge bagua formation appeared on the ground. Including women, everyone seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Then he hit women with a palm. Women used Huishan, but was easily pierced and finally knocked out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. One strike through and back to heaven? Even my super powerful punch can't achieve this level. The opponent's strength is very strong. Tsunade whispered, and then continued. And then, dozens of people attacked together, but, that devil used a monster-like ability to make everyone attack themselves. When the clan elder said this, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Our own people attacking our own people? Is this puppetry? Kakashi whispered. Puppetry is about controlling puppets. Even if you can control humans, it's impossible to control dozens of ninjas at once. The enemy's ability is too dangerous. Shikaku whispered. Go on. What happened next? Tsunade frowned. Then, that guy started to belittle our bagua palm. Someone couldn't stand it and used the empty palm, but was knocked away by the opponent with a similar move. Then, all of us, under the order of the clan leader, launched the escape technique together. Flames, storms, water, and sand filled the sky. And then. Having said this, the clan elder's expression became extremely horrified. Then what happened? Calm down. Speak. We are all here. Don't be afraid. Speak out. Tsunade growled. And then, that devil absorbed all the chakra of all the escape techniques and gathered them into something like a tailed beast ball, and attacked us again. Everyone was completely defeated in an instant. That is not something a human can do. That guy is a monster. A monster. That is a monster wearing the skin of a tailed beast. When the clan elder finished speaking, he couldn't stop screaming, and finally his whole body convulsed and he fainted. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shikaku looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Even the other ninjas who were serving as medical ninjas and the ninjas who were maintaining order in the distance gasped when they heard this. Then they all looked towards the center, the huge hole. Is this the origin of this pit? What an exaggerated reality! Kakashi exhaled slowly. Hundreds of people's escape techniques were absorbed and they fought back. The enemy that attacked Hinata this time was stronger than ever before. This terrifying ability, if used on the battlefield, would be no less powerful than the tailed beasts. Shikaku whispered. Could it be Akatsuki's revenge? Tsunade asked. The Akatsuki members we killed before were not as strong as this one. But we can't completely rule out the other party's suspicion. El Ujudeo. The Akatsuki organization and the empire are now facing such a terrible thing. What's wrong with this world? Strong men appear one after another. Kakashi looked helpless. He felt like he, an elite jonin, was getting weaker and weaker. Ah! What on earth happened here? How did the Hyuga clan become like this? Granny Tsunade. That's when. In the distance, Naruto's roar was heard. He rushed over with Sakura in a hurry. The Anbu responsible for intercepting idle personnel wanted to stop them, but was beaten away by Naruto violently. They looked at his receding back in surprise. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Hyaga dazzles the eyes. Shocks the ninja world. Chapter 56, Hyaga dazzles the eyes. Shocks the ninja world. It's Naruto. As you can see, the Hyaga clan was attacked by a mysterious person, and all the Byakugan of the main family were taken away. Tsunade replied in a deep voice. Damn it! How could something like this happen in Konoha village? Where's Hinata? Where's Niji? Are they okay? Naruto asked anxiously. They are out on a mission, Tsunade said. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, but his expression was still very uncomfortable. If Hinata and Niji come back and see this, they will definitely be upset, right? The Hyaga clan is clearly in Konoha village, why did they encounter such a thing? This is the world of ninja, cruel and bloody. No one knows what will happen to them in the next second. Even in the village, we can't let our guard down. But the enemy actually dared to attack in Konoha. As the fifth Hokage, I will never let them go. Tsunade had a gloomy expression and her fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Damn it! I will never forgive a bastard who did such a thing. Just wait for me. If I find out who you are, I will beat you to pieces. Naruto gritted his teeth. Why are you two here too? Shikaku's sudden voice made Naruto and Tsunade turn their heads subconsciously and saw Imperial Niji and Rock Lee walking towards them. As soon as the two approached, they were stopped by Anbu. Seeing this, Tsunade waved her hand and the Anbu made way. I heard that something bad happened to the Hyaga clan, so I came to take a look. Of course, I came to treat the injured. Imperial Niji said calmly. You also know medical ninjutsu? Tsunade asked in surprise. Of course, medical ninjutsu is nothing more than the application of yang escape technique. In our place, it is considered basic education knowledge in high school. Most ninjas can do it, the question is whether they are proficient in it or not. As the Imperial Niji spoke, he walked up to a Hyaga branch and injected a ball of pale white energy into the other person's body. Then, the opponent's injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! As expected of Ninkai. The use of this healing technique is just as amazing as Granny Tsunade's. Naruto said in surprise. Want to learn? Naruto. Empire Xiao Li laughed. Yes. I want to learn. Once we learn it, we won't be afraid of getting hurt anymore. Naruto nodded repeatedly. Then I'll teach you later. Empire Xiao Li smiled and slowly walked to a branch family, transferring energy to save the person. The speed of these two people's treatment is far beyond that of other medical ninjas. They are both close to Tsunade's level. Looking at their skills, a group of Konoha's medical ninjas opened their mouths wide. Even Tsunade's eyebrows twitched. These two people who claim to be from another world, Rock Lee and Ninkai, are both so powerful in medical ninjutsu. This is a difficult situation. If it was just martial arts, she could still think that it was a special power that the other party had discovered and mastered by chance. But even medical ninjutsu is so powerful. This directly indicates a problem. The other party, even if he is not from the Empire, the power behind them is definitely no weaker than that of Konoha. This is because it is impossible for a single small group to achieve such an achievement in the field of medical ninjutsu. Okay. Then it's a deal. Naruto replied, then squatted aside to observe Imperial Lee's healing ninjutsu. Tsunade watched for a while and said, "Thank you for your hard work, both of you." Afterwards, he also joined the medical team. Everyone is busy here. However, the eye-catching incident of the Hyaga clan continued to spread outward like a storm. Soon it was discovered by spies hidden in Konoha. Spread to the entire ninja world. Ninja world. In a dark room, under the cold candlelight, Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi all had different expressions. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licked his lips gently, and said with a playful smile, Konoha is indeed Konoha. After the night of the Uchiha clan's genocide, the Hyuga clan has appeared again. As expected, if you stay in Konoha, you won't have a good ending, Sasuke-kun. Powerful forces will always attract the attention of greedy people. Without enough power to protect, this is the end. Sasuke said calmly as he gently wiped the blade of the Kusanagi sword. He. First there was the night of the Uchiha genocide, and then the Hyuga dazzling appeared. Sasuke-kun, have you ever thought about what role Konoha played in this? Why, they are all things happening in Konoha, but they have no ability to stop it. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Okay. Sasuke paused when he heard this. His expression changed, revealing a thoughtful look. Lei-in village. In the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage AI, who had just received the news, smiled disdainfully. Konoha. A bunch of corrupt and incompetent people. If Hinata was in our Kumagakure, this kind of thing would never happen. Humph. However, it is precisely because of the existence of those idiots that we, Kumagakure, have a chance to surpass Konoha. Iwagakure village. Tsuchikage office. Onoki said with a look of regret. Is the Hyuga clan the only one to be annihilated? That's a shame. If the Hyuga clan is also exterminated like the Uchiha clan, then if there is a war in the future, we in Iwagakure won't have to fear Konoha anymore. The Hidden Water Village. Mizukage's office. Mei Terumi looked serious as she looked at the man in front of her who had a black eye patch on his right eye. The Byakugan has been lost again. We need to ask everyone to be more careful when we go out on missions in the future. Ching. You should know the horror of the Byakugan the best, right? Sand Hidden Village. Sand Shadow Office. Gaara frowned. Were the Hyuga of Konoha also attacked by Akatsuki? The ninja world is becoming increasingly chaotic. The Hidden Rain Village, the tower. Uzumaki Nagato listened to Konan's report weakly and said expressionlessly. This is not something worthy of attention. Konoha with Hyuga or Konoha without Hyuga has no effect on God. The plan to capture the tailed beasts can proceed as planned. In this way, several days passed quickly. Tsunade slumped down tiredly on the Hokage chair. Shizuan stood behind her, gently massaging Tsunade's temples with her soft little hands. Hey! The Hyuga clan is now completely destroyed. Tsunade sighed tiredly. This should be the enemy's goal, right? Take away the eyes of the main family and keep the eyes of the branch family. In the beginning, those members of the main family did not pay attention to the existence of the eyes of the branch family because of the pain of having their eyes gouged out. Until he discovered it, he tried to use his identity to seize the eye of the split family, and even launched the caged bird. But, no one expected that the bird in the cage had already been destroyed by the guy who dug out its eyes. The Hyuga clan has no restrictions like a bird in a cage. There is no way to split the family. If there weren't some Anbu still in Konoha Hospital, those clans are probably going to suffer. But because of this, the main family and the branch family were completely separated. The enemy is trying to divide our entire Konoha. Shizuan sighed. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Shikaku's Analysis and Tsunade's Probing Competition. Chapter 57, Shikaku's Analysis and Tsunade's Probing Competition. Despicable guy. I caught him. I will definitely break his bones. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Tsunade said lazily. Come in. Shikaku opened the door and walked in with a serious face. Tsunade-sama. Oh, it's Shikaku. How's the investigation going on with the Hyuga clan's affairs these days? Tsunade asked. Some guesses. Ryuju frowned, his eyes flickering. Tell me about it. I think, this eye-catching performance may be related to Tang, Runtu, and Ninkai. Ryuju said. Them. Upon hearing this, Tsunade sat up straight and frowned. I've doubted them before. But they had just arrived in Konoha, and no matter what happened, they would be huge suspects. If you are smart, you shouldn't put yourself in this situation. That's probably what they were thinking, isn't it? The safest place is the most dangerous place. And I got some interesting information. Ninji, before the Hyuga eye-catching incident, had never visited the Hyuga clan. Judeo didn't go? That's not surprising. After all, he is from the branch family. If there were no bird in a cage, it's understandable that the branch family doesn't want to have too much contact with the main family. Tsunade said. No. According to the intelligence, after Ninji entered Konoha, he immediately ran to the Hyuga clan's territory, but something happened that made him turn back. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Ninkai saw people from the Hyuga main family bullying the branch family. Is that so? Tsunade thought. Moreover, in another world, if there were no caged birds, I don't think there would be any distinction between the main family and the branch family. In this case, does Tsunade-sama think that the Hyuga clan will be united? You mean, Ninji can't stand the fact that the Hyuga clan in this world has the distinction between the main family and the branch family, and that the main family bullies the branch family? Yes, of course, all of this is based on the premise that another world similar to ours really exists. If it doesn't exist, all the speculations just now are just empty talk. But I still doubt them. Narashikaku-miki. That's really cunning. Was the previous treatment also intended to paralyze us? Those guys, no matter who they are all so arrogant. They don't take us Konoha seriously at all. Tsunade looked unhappy. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Shikaku. Where are they now? Ninkai, Tang, Naruto, and Sakura are all in Konoha Hospital. Runto and Kakashi are at Nohara Lin's grave. Is it? I originally wanted to test them for a while. Now it seems that we have to do it in advance in order to more accurately identify whether they are suspects. At the same time, we must also let them know that Konoha is not so easy to bully. Shikaku. Send someone to invite these three guys to the open space outside Konoha. I want to meet them properly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Narashikaku took the order and left. Tsunade shook her cape and went out as well. On the outskirts of Konoha. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju no longer wore the green cloth clothes she usually wore, but only a tight sleeveless shorts, which showed off her perfect figure and made herself more suitable for battle. She stared into the distance with burning eyes. There! The Imperial Trio, along with Kakashi, Shikaku, and Naruto and Sakura, were walking towards her. Grandma Tsunade! From a distance, Naruto greeted her, but compared to before, this time it seemed weak. It was obvious that Hinata's experience made him very uncomfortable. Naruto, Sakura, why did you two follow us? I don't recall anyone asking you to come along. Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Sakura and I were just asking Tang for martial arts advice, so we came here together. Naruto said, and looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Granny Tsunade, why do you sound like you don't want to see us? What do you want to do to Tang, Runto, and Ninkai? Don't you always say they are great? I just want to test their skills and see how strong they are. Tsunade replied, looking towards the Imperial Trio, her eyes flickering as if telling her something. Sparring. That's great. I've wanted to fight with the real Kage in this world for a long time. Now I finally have the chance. Is this what youth has been waiting for? When Imperial Lee heard Tsunade's words, he immediately jumped up excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. What? Sparring? Wouldn't it be enough to find Lee, Tang and Ninkai? I'm still accompanying Lin, telling her stories from our side. Imperial Obito frowned and muttered with an unhappy look on his face. Ninji looked at Tsunade's expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I secretly said. Did you find out? So you took this opportunity to spar with me, to show your power, or to test my strength. Is it because of Shikaku in this world? As expected. No matter which world, no one in the Nara clan can be underestimated. But, even if they found out, so what? The shadow of the ninja village era is nothing in the empire. Your temptation will only bring despair. Ah! Grandma Tsunade wants to spar with Tang, Ninji, and Brother Runtu. Naruto muttered, looking surprised. The same thing happened to Sakura on the side. Seeing this, Ryuju smiled and asked. Yes. After all, Naruto, you made them sound so impressive, and Lady Tsunade is also very curious. But, Naruto, who do you think is more powerful, Tsunade-sama or Tang, Runtu, and Ninsi? As soon as these words were spoken, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the Imperial Trio all turned their attention. Naruto showed a tangled look. Who is more powerful? I don't know. Granny Tsunade is the Hokage and also one of the legendary Sunin. But Tang's strength, just from what he showed, was extremely strong. Ninsi and Big Brother Runtu. I haven't seen them take action. Is that right? Shikaku muttered. His eyes were full of solemnity. In Naruto's eyes, Tsunade, as one of the three ninjas and also the Hokage, may not be able to defeat Lee, Niji, and Obito from another world? Is this because he is ignorant of the strength of the Hokage? Or are Lee, Niji, and Obito in another world really that strong? He looked at Tsunade again. You little brat! You actually underestimated me. How dare you! Tsunade hit her left fist and right palm together, applying a little force, making a karaoke sound. Naruto was startled and said aggrievedly. Of course I know Granny Tsunade is powerful. But Tang is really strong too. If you don't know, you just don't know. Humph! What about you, Sakura? What do you think? Tsunade looked at Sakura again. Sakura blushed and said. Of course I think Master is more powerful. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Konoha Tsunade vs Empire Lee. A passionate showdown. Chapter 58, Konoha Tsunade vs Empire Lee. A passionate showdown. Humph! You're not speaking from the heart. You two little brats. How dare you both look down on me like that? Tsunade looked unhappy. Looking back at the Imperial Trio. Come on. Let's have a good fight. I think you won't refuse, right? Oh. Let's have a good fight. Let our youth. Let our blood burn. Imperial Lee yelled, waving his hands and making some strange movements that no one else in Konoha could move. Then he jumped out of the team, came in front of Tsunade, raised his right fist and yelled. You're my opponent. That's fine too. Let me see, which one is better, your martial arts or my super powerful fist? Tsunade said. Ah! Let's have a competition then. Empire Lee grinned and the two of them stared at each other. If the opponent is not me, I will leave first. Imperial Obito said again at this inappropriate time. Making Tsunade frown. Take. Runtu, if you want to go see Lin, you'll have plenty of time later. Why don't you stay here now? Aren't you curious about your companion's battles? Kakashi said helplessly. Yes. Yes. Brother Runtu, please stay and take a look together. Naruto advised. I have no interest in a battle with a predetermined outcome. After saying this, Imperial Obito left on his own. This guy. Looking at his leaving back, Tsunade was extremely annoyed. What does it mean to have no interest in the predetermined outcome? Does this guy think he is doomed to lose before the battle even starts? He glanced at Imperial Niji from the corner of his eye, his expression equally indifferent. "Don't underestimate the Hokage, you little brats!" she roared in her heart. Next moment, "Push your feet hard!" rushing towards Imperial Li like a cannonball. Ah! Youth! Passion! Burn! Empire Xiao Li's eyes were spitting fire. He exerted force with his feet at the same time and flew out. The two men turned into two streams of light and rushed towards each other. As they got closer, they punched each other. The two fists collided fiercely. Next moment, there was another roar. Where the fists collided, a strong shockwave erupted. People dozens of meters away could feel the strong wind. Looking at the ground beneath the two people, it was already exploding into pieces. Only the figures of the two of them remained motionless. What a terrifying power! Kakashi looked at this scene and couldn't help but murmur. Tsunade-sama's super powerful punch was really taken. Shikaku whispered, his expression serious. Both of them are really strong. Naruto's eyes were burning. As a member of the battle, Tsunade felt the power coming from her right fist, and her heart was shaken. He took it. This brat really took my punch. In the entire ninja world, probably only the Raikage can do this now, but this brat actually did it. And judging from his appearance, he seemed to be doing it with ease. Is martial arts really that strong? So amazing! Lady Tsunade! Your fists are indeed very powerful. Ha 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 ha! My youth! My blood! Ah! They are burning even more fiercely. Xiao Li showed his big front teeth and laughed excitedly. Humph! Tsunade snorted coldly. He swung his left fist again with force. Well done! Xiao Li roared and swung his left fist as well. The two fists collided again, causing a terrifying impact that shook the ground beneath their feet into pieces. Two tough characters, neither of them has any intention of backing down. The two sides continued to punch each other, attacking in wave after wave. The ground within 100 meters was slowly collapsing. The people watching the battle also retreated again and again, and only felt safe after retreating more than 100 meters away. They looked extremely serious. He didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing the fierce fight between top powers. Boom! It was another all-out fight. Empire Xiao Li's body flew backwards. He quickly adjusted his posture in mid-air, then did a few backflips and landed. After he stood firm, he gave Tsunade a thumbs up and said, "Tsunade-sama's super powerful punch is really powerful when facing an enemy head-on. I am no match for you right now. You're not bad, kid. If I continue to insist on this, I may not be able to bear it." Tsunade forced a smile onto her lips and gently shook her numb arms. But there was no joy in my heart. She could feel that the other party was at ease, that is to say. Facing her, the Hokage, the other party still holds back. Although she felt the same way, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. Tang hasn't used his true martial arts skills yet, Granny Tsunade, you have to be careful. That's when Naruto shouted loudly. "Shut up! You little brat! I don't need you to worry about me." Tsunade turned her head and yelled at Naruto. Then he looked back at Empire Li. "Hurry up and show us your real skills. What you have now is still far from enough." Ha ha ha! Then Lady Tsunade should be careful. Muscles, release. Drink. Imperial Xiao Li roared and spread his strong arms. His whole body twisted, and his physique became several points stronger again. The muscles in his arms are coiled like earthworms. The captivating aura began to emanate. Here it comes! Here it comes! The same muscular martial arts as Brother Deming. Naruto shouted. This is... Tsunade couldn't help but gasp when she saw this. Shikaku and Kakashi both frowned. In the previous contest of strength, Lady Tsunade was only slightly better. Now facing Tang in this form, can he still win? Lady Tsunade! I'm here! Boom! The ground beneath Empire Li's feet exploded, and countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere. His entire body turned into several afterimages and quickly rushed in front of Tsunade. So fast! Kakashi and Shikaku screamed. Tsunade frowned. A punch was thrown, but it only left a shadow. Martial arts. Cannon fist. Imperial Li's roar sounded from his side, and a huge fist appeared from Tsunade's side. It's impossible to dodge it. We must stop it. Tsunade cursed inwardly and blocked with her right arm. The white and tender arm met the huge fist, and there was a loud bang. After several sound rings burst out on the spot, Tsunade's body flew hundreds of meters like a stream of light. It finally stopped after crashing into more than a dozen large trees. Tsunade-sama! Grandma Tsunade! Kakashi, Shikaku, Naruto, and Sakura yelled. He came to Tsunade's side immediately and wanted to help her up as he saw that her right arm was obviously broken and she was bleeding all over. But at this time, Tsunade stretched out her left arm to block it and shouted. Everyone, get out of my way! The fight! It's not over yet! But Lady Tsunade, your current condition is no longer suitable for fighting. Shikaku looked worried. Don't underestimate me, the Hokage! You little brats! Tsunade roared. The next moment, the diamond-shaped mark on her smooth forehead released light, then turned into several purple lines that extended out. At this moment, amazing chakra burst out from his whole body. The broken right arm and the other wounds on the body healed instantly. Starting today, the Zilong Empire will be renamed the Shenwu Empire. Some people say it is better to just call it the Empire. But I want to say that it is impossible for an empire to have no country name, but in the future we should try not to have too many country names. But now, I have only changed up to Chapter 11, and have not made any changes after that. The system prompts that it will continue to be blocked, so I can only wait until the editor in charge comes online tomorrow to grant permission. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Chapter 59 The Full Strength of Empire Xiaoli. Chapter 59 Chapter 59 The Full Strength of Empire Xiaoli. This is the Yin Seal. And the 100 Healings Technique. I didn't expect that Lady Tsunade of this era would also know this move. I had only heard about it before, but now I finally have the opportunity to witness its power with my own eyes. I didn't expect that such a serious injury could be healed in just a moment. It's really amazing. At some point, little Li from the Empire had come not far in front of the crowd, showing his big teeth and giving them a thumbs up. Martial arts is indeed amazing. But ninjutsu is no weaker than martial arts. Little devil! The battle has just begun. Tsunade yelled, charging at Imperial Li once again. Ah! I feel it! Lady Tsunade's hot blood. That's right. The battle has just begun. Xiao Li also pounced forward. Boom! Another simple straight punch collision. Impact diffusion room. Kakashi, Shikaku, Naruto, and others quickly retreated. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the figures fighting fiercely again. Tsunade, who activated the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings Technique, not only saw a surge in her recovery ability, but her strength, speed, and insight were also greatly improved. She was always in peak condition. This allowed her to continue her fight with Imperial Li. Boom! Boom! Thunderous roars continued to explode between the two of them. Empire Li's figure would fly backwards from time to time, but he would immediately get up and fly towards Tsunade again to knock her away. At this time, Tsunade would also fly out in the same way. The two men fought with fists and flesh, and completely gave up on defense. As time went by, because Tsunade had the Yin Seal, Empire's Li looked seriously injured, with his body torn and bleeding. Boom! After another fight, Xiao Li from the Empire was blown away. The Empire's Niji couldn't help but frown and shouted. Passion and youth are important. But, don't play it anymore. Have you enjoyed the battle enough? Ho ho. What does this mean? Are you trying to tell me that Tang hasn't used his full strength yet? Tsunade heard the Imperial Niji's shout and asked, breathing heavily. Kakashi and Shikako were deeply shocked. Rock Lee in another world was almost tied with Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary ninjas. With such strength, he hasn't even used his full strength? Isn't this too exaggerated? Why don't you just ask this fellow Tang and find out? Imperial Niji looked indifferent. Tsunade turned her gaze to Imperial Lee, who stood up and gently dusted himself off. Ah! Sorry. I just came to this world not long ago and I have encountered an opponent like Tsunade-sama. And the way of sparring was my favorite strength contest, so I was just enjoying it for a while. Empire Lee touched his head with his right hand, looking embarrassed. You little bastard! I'm giving you one last chance now. Immediately. Use all your strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Tsunade's eyes almost spit fire when she got the answer. She was completely looked down upon. Ah! It's certain this time. 8 gates of Dunjia. Kaiman, Xiamen, Shenman, Shangman, Duman, Jingman are open. Empire Little Lee raised his arms high and roared. Next moment, violent chakra and true energy burst out. Soaring straight to the sky. The terrifying airflow raged, causing strong winds to blow hundreds of meters around. Even the clouds above Empire Xiaoli were turned upside down by this terrifying force. 8 gates of the ninjutsu. As expected, they also know this. Could it be that they are really from another world? Is everything they said true? Kakashi murmured, his left eye showing an unconcealable solemnity. This is terrible. The 8 gates ninjutsu, this is Konoha's forbidden technique. It is rumored that if all 8 gates are opened, one will possess a power far exceeding that of a Hokage. Tang has now opened 7 gates, although he has not reached the level of 8 gates, but, coupled with his original strength, Lady Tsunade may not be his opponent. Shikaku also whispered. Awesome! This is the perfect combination of ninjutsu and martial arts. So awesome! Tang! Naruto's eyes lit up. Tsunade remained silent, with cold sweat sliding down her forehead. It's not over yet. Ghost back! Open! Empire Xiaoli roared again. Everyone was shocked to see the muscles on his back constantly squirming and twisting, eventually turning into a horrible ghost face. The ghost face had a ferocious smile, and just looking at it made one's hair stand on end. Hey! That's too much! Are you going to kill our Hokage-sama? Imperial Niji raised an eyebrow and shouted. Don't worry, I know my limits. Watch out! Lady Tsunade! This is my true strength! Empire Xiaoli yelled before he finished speaking. Tsunade then concentrated all her attention, staring closely at Xiaoli, preparing to defend herself without missing any of his moves. But no one expected it. The moment Empire Xiaoli finished speaking, she still couldn't do anything. It was just a flash before my eyes. The huge, oppressive body of Empire Xiaoli appeared in front of her. The huge shadow completely enveloped her. A fist as big as a head blasted out. This moment, Tsunade felt unprecedented pressure and death energy. If she gets hit, she will die. She will definitely die. Even the Yin Seal can't save her. Am I going to die? Die in a duel with an unidentified person who claims to be Xiaoli from another world? Die under the opponent's fist? At this moment, countless images flashed through Tsunade's mind. She thought of every little detail of her childhood with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. I thought about the breakup with my lover. I thought about the troubles of being a Hokage now. The fist. It kept growing in front of her eyes. Until, it brushed past her right ear. Boom! The extremely powerful roar accompanied by the storm pierced Tsunade's eardrums, causing her to fall into a brief dizziness. But fortunately, the existence of the yin seal allowed her to recover quickly. When she is awake, what we see is still the tall figure of Empire Little Li and that iconic toothy smile. And the worried faces of Kakashi, Shikaku, Naruto, and Sakura. Lady Tsunade. Are you all right? Granny Tsunade. How are you? It's okay. She replied woodenly, turned her head to look behind her, and then her pupils contracted. What did she see? A large area of the originally dense forest has disappeared. The bare ground was left behind, at least 100 meters wide and 3 or 4 kilometers long. Is this the punch just now? Tsunade asked, taking a deep breath. Yes, this is Tang's full-strength attack. Imperial Ningji said indifferently. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and Shikaku. The two nodded slowly. Ryuju said with a hint of bitterness. This was indeed caused by Tang's punch. It was simply a destructive force like a natural disaster. So, I have been fighting this kind of monster all along. Tsunade smiled bitterly. There was unspeakable bitterness and loss on his face. The gap is too big. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, The Empire's Power Division. Chapter 60, The Empire's Power Division. Granny Tsunade, you are already very powerful, but Tang is more powerful. He is more powerful in martial arts. If you also learn martial arts, you will definitely not be weaker than Tang. Naruto consoled. That's right. Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sunin. If she learned martial arts, she would never lose to Tang. Sakura also said. You little brats. I'm not yet at the point where I need your comfort. Tsunade cursed with a smile. Turn your attention back to the smiling Imperial Li and the indifferent Imperial Niji. I lost this battle sincerely. Tang, you are too strong. Ah ha ha ha. Actually, I'm not that strong. There are many people in the Empire who are stronger than me. Ha ha ha. Lady Tsunade, you are too kind, too kind. Empire Little Li's cheeks turned slightly red when he was praised, and he touched the back of his head with his big hands and laughed with his mouth wide open. Tisk. You'd better hold back your laughter before your mouth splits. Empire Ningji looked at Empire Li's silly look and complained. It's really a bit exaggerated. The power of this punch is enough to rival the tailed beast ball. Are there really many masters like Tang in the Empire? Ninkai and Runtu, how do your strengths compare to Tang's? Shikaku took the opportunity to gather intelligence. As soon as they heard this question, others also became interested. I remember the shinobi village era. Strength is generally divided into Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin, right? Instead of answering the question directly, Imperial Niji asked a rhetorical question. That's right, Elite Jonin are generally the strongest ninjas, and the kage of a village is also selected from among the Elite Jonin. Tsunade nodded. However, those who can serve as kage are the top Elite Jonin, and they have already opened up a large gap with other Elite Jonin. Shikaku added. This is the unclear division of power. In the Empire, every class division is very clear. It is generally divided into ninja level and warrior level. But since you haven't come into contact with the warrior level, I will focus on the ninja level. This is generally divided into several stages: Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, and 6 paths. Each stage is divided into the lower stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Imperial Niji looked serious. The Special Jonin was cancelled? There are now Level 1 Kage, Level 1 Super Kage, and Level 1 6 paths? Can you tell us what power each level represents? Tsunade asked. Ninji-kun, you just saw him fighting with Lady Tsunade. Could you please tell us what her strength is and what level she is at? This will help us understand the classification a little bit. Lu asked. The others became alert and listened attentively. Hokage-sama. Imperial Niji murmured, looked at Tsunade, frowned and thought for a moment before saying. Well, if I have to rank them, they're probably mid-level Kage. Mid-level Kage? Then what about Tang? What's his strength? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Yes. What is Tang's strength? Is it Super Shadow? Or Six Paths? Naruto asked curiously. My peak state is barely enough to enter the lower stage of Super Shadow. I'm still a long way from the Six Paths. Empire Xiao Li touched his head and said embarrassedly. Super Shadow? And it's only the lower stage? Not the so-called Six Paths. Tsunade was a little surprised and also shocked. If this kind of strength isn't even Six Paths, then how terrifying would Six Paths be? Are the Imperial people in another world really that powerful? Or are they just too good at lying and making up stories? Tsunade couldn't be sure in her heart. At the same time, I don't want to believe this is true. The standard for the strength of the lower level of Super Shadow is the Nine Tails. Only those with strength comparable to the Nine Tails can be considered Super Shadow level. Although Tang is very powerful, most of his abilities are temporary and explosive. If he really fights the nine-tailed fox, he can be evenly matched in a short period of time, but he will still lose in the long run. Therefore, he can only be considered to have barely entered the lower stage of the Super Shadow. Imperial Niji explained. The Nine Tails, the calamity-like monster that the entire Konoha could not resist and had to sacrifice the fourth Hokage to seal. Is it just the lower stage of Super Shadow? Luju murmured, his chest and abdomen rising and falling, obviously shocked by the news. This is the strongest tailed beast among the nine-tailed beasts. It is the most powerful weapon in war. So, Xiao Li from another world could actually fight against this monster? Too strong, unbelievably strong. Of course, the most crucial thing is that the nine-tailed fox has only reached the lower level of shadow, so how much stronger will the higher levels be? Wow, so powerful, has Tang already become this strong? Sakura whispered. She thought of the scene where Naruto unleashed the power of the tailed beast to fight Orochimaru. At that time, if I remember correctly, Naruto only used 4 tails. Even so, he was able to compete with Orochimaru, one of the 3 great ninjas, and even beat him up. How powerful would the Nine Tails be if it had 9 tails and used its full strength? But when I thought about the punch that Xiao Li just threw in the other world, everything seemed to be back to normal. You are indeed very strong. What about you, Ninkai? What is your strength? Naruto asked with some shock and curiosity. You guys are quite curious, aren't you? Asked Ninkai of the Empire. Hey. Who made you so mysterious? You never told me this before. Naruto smiled. You know, it's not impossible. As for me, I can't compare to Tang, I'm just at the peak of the shadow level. Imperial Niji replied. Peak Kage level? Isn't that much stronger than Granny Tsunade? How amazing! Naruto exclaimed. Tsunade on the side roared with veins bulging on her forehead. You little brat! Others are better than me. Are you happy? Next moment, the pink fist had an intimate contact with Naruto's head. Bang! Wow! Naruto covered his head with a look of pain. Granny Tsunade, why are you hitting me again? I'm just a little surprised at how powerful Ninji is. Humph! Brat! Tsunade cursed and turned her head away. Sakura sighed. Tang is really amazing. In our world, among people of the same age, only Niji became a Jonin. Ahahaha, Ninkai is also very powerful. Although his strongest combat power is 1 level lower than mine, he is actually not weaker than me. After all, I have to use all my abilities to temporarily reach the lower level of Super Shadow. And Niji is usually at the peak of the cage level. Empire Xiao Li explained with a smile. So, what about Naruto? What is Naruto's strength now? Shikaku asked again. He has mastered the basic 6 styles and the wind attribute breathing method, and even combined them perfectly. He can be considered a lower level shadow level warrior. Imperial Ningji thought for a moment and said. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Kakashi's Social Death. Chapter 61 Kakashi's Social Death. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Am I that strong now? When Naruto heard what the Imperial Niji said, the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. So. I now have the ability to become a cage. Am I too amazing? As he said this he winked at Sakura. A few blue veins appeared on Sakura's smooth forehead. You are really powerful, little brat. If I don't use my full strength, it will be difficult to defeat you. Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto, you can defeat me easily now, how can you not be strong? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Hey! Hey! Where is Teacher Kakashi? What level of strength is Teacher Kakashi? Naruto asked with a smile. Just barely make it to the elite upper rank of Jonin. After saying this, Imperial Niji frowned and added. Hitaki Kakashi, who was promoted to Special Jonin at the age of 12, is the record holder for Konoha's promotion to Jonin. Just by accepting the Ninja Village education system, one can achieve this kind of achievement. His aptitude is definitely not worse than our senior Kakashi. But, his subsequent growth was almost cut in half, and he couldn't even advance to the first level of Shadow, what a pity. Ah ha 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 ha. Being promoted to a Special Jonin at the age of 12 was just luck, just luck. The first level of cage is almost comparable to big figures like Tsunade. I'm still a long way off, hee, still a long way off. Kakashi rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. There was a hint of bitterness in the smile. If you had preserved your pure yang energy, you would have at least reached the first level of Shadow at this age, but unfortunately, you squandered it. Empire Ningji lowered his eyes to glance at Kakashi's listless face and those dead fish eyes, shook his head and sighed. What is pure yang energy? Can keeping that thing make you more powerful? Naruto was a little curious about the new words. As a doctor, Tsunade also looked surprised. Pure yang chi, in martial arts, it generally refers to the essence of men. You, Kakashi, waste too much, said Imperial Ningji. The words fell. Everyone in Shippuden was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, they all cast strange looks at Kakashi. He was sweating profusely. Don't look at me like that. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I don't even have a girlfriend, how could I do such a thing? He waved his hands, trying to explain. Don't explain, Kakashi. Do you think everyone here is a 3-year-old child? As a man, I understand your needs, but everything should be done in moderation. Shikaku had a complicated expression on his face. He gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. Hey! Don't let your imagination run wild. Why would I do something like that? Kakashi wanted to cry but had no tears. He was an elite Jonin, a copy ninja who had copied thousands of ninjutsu, and a handsome guy from Konoha. If he really needed it, why would he do that kind of thing himself? Kakashi-sensei, please stop making excuses. If you were fine, you wouldn't look so listless. In medicine, it is a manifestation of excessive sexual indulgence. Sakura said disdainfully. Kakashi, throw away the intimate paradise. Tsunade also advised. Grandma Tsunade is right. Teacher Kakashi. You can't continue reading those books of the lecherous sage. You must cheer up. For yourself. And for Konoha. Naruto also said. Everyone. everyone. Kakashi wanted to explain. But everyone continued to persuade them. Kakashi could only roar before disappearing in a flash. He ran away. Kakashi-sensei ran away. Is he not going to change? Naruto said with his eyes wide open. Ah! Once you get addicted to the intimate paradise, it is very difficult to quit. It's really hard for Kakashi. Shikaku sighed. Uncle Shikaku, what you said sounds very familiar. Have you also seen it? Sakura stared at Nara Shikaku. How could I? Do I need it? Don't look at me like that. I just heard about it. I heard about it. Shikaku waved his hands repeatedly, sweat on his face. Tsunade kept shaking her head. If there is nothing else, Tang and I will take our leave first. Imperial Ningji spoke again at this time. He hasn't forgotten his mission yet. Find out the news of this world and then report to His Majesty. He has been doing this for the past few days and has learned a lot of things, which makes him dislike the people of Konoha in this world. Wait. Mr. Ninkai, you haven't told us what a six-path level warrior is, and the strength of the last Mr. Runtu. Shikaku spoke up quickly. It made Ningji of the Empire pause. A six-path strongman. He murmured something, then looked up at the sky and whispered. The so-called Six Paths Masters, that is a realm that ordinary ninjas can never reach. The tailed beasts in front of it were as small as babies, completely powerless to resist. One strike is enough to destroy a country or even a small planet. The one who can cleanse the entire ninja world in an unstoppable manner within one day, that is a Six Paths level expert. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone in Konoha took a breath again, and they felt their hearts twitching. The description of the Imperial Niji was challenging their understanding in every way. Tsunade even murmured. This kind of strong man, it's not an exaggeration to call him a god, right? You may think so. Imperial Ningji nodded. The tailed beasts are like babies, they can destroy a country with one strike, destroy the ninja world and even planets in a day. Such monsters, do they really exist in the world? Shikaku whispered, his eyes full of suspicion. Of course. Is the Emperor of the Shinryu Empire such a powerful person? Of course, Your Majesty's power is invincible and supreme. He is the supreme master of martial arts who has mastered thousands of martial arts. Saying that he is at the Six Paths level might already be an insult to him. The Imperial Niji said with a look of longing. It's really amazing. What are the strengths of Big Brother Naruto and that arrogant Sasuke? Naruto asked quickly. They are both Six Paths level warriors as well, said Imperial Ningji. Good. That's awesome. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Daming is so amazing, I can't lose face for him. I've decided. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to train even harder. Ah. That's it, Naruto. Let's burn our blood and youth and strive for a higher level. Empire Lee also shouted when he saw Naruto was so energetic. Ah! Let's work hard together. Youth leaves no room for error. Youth leaves no regrets. No need to train tomorrow. Naruto. Let's take action now. Imperial Lee yelled. Ah! Exercise. Naruto yelled as well. Sakura. Come along too. Imperial Lee reached out his hand to Sakura again. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Niji, the way everyone looks at you seems wrong. Chapter 62, Niji, the way everyone looks at you seems wrong. This. Sakura looked hesitant. Don't hesitate, Sakura. Didn't we agree that we should become stronger together and protect Konoha? Come on! Naruto shouted. Oh, okay, but I can't exercise for too long, otherwise it will be too ugly to grow as many muscles as you. Sakura muttered. Finally, they sprinted towards the distance together. Looking at their leaving backs, Tsunade and Shikaku's faces twitched. Why does Naruto look weirder and weirder now? Finally, I don't know Runta's strength. He has been decadent for too long and hasn't taken action for a long time. Empire Ninkai said finally, turned and left. Soon, only Tsunade and Shikaku were left there. She asked Shikaku, "What do you think of what I just said?" "I can only pray that it's false. If that's true, I think we have to raise our hands and surrender immediately." Ryuju shrugged helplessly. "Yet, I can only hope it's fake, but, the more I interact with them, the more I feel it's real." "How much do you believe it now, Ryuju?" 8 points. Ryuju thought for a while and said, "Really?" Tsunade murmured, sighed, and turned to leave. Cough cough cough. The outskirts of Konoha. The edge of the wasteland destroyed by Imperial Lee's punch. There was a cough. One of the root members, Unito Nemoto, stood up shakily. Looking at the barren land that stretched for several kilometers around him, and another forest 100 meters away, he was immediately dumbfounded. "Where is this place? Didn't I just accept the order from Danzo-sama to monitor the 5th Hokage with Yamane? Hiss, my head hurts." He covered his head and kept thinking about what had just happened. "I remember that guy named Tang had a big fight with the 5th Hokage, and he burst out with an extremely terrifying momentum at the end. Then, he appeared in front of the 5th Hokage and punched him." "Damn! One punch?" "Yes. Just one punch. Could it be that this wasteland was created by that punch from Tang? What kind of monster is that guy? It is impossible for a human to possess such power." "Monster! A monster! A monster has come to Konoha. I must report this news to Master Danzo immediately." "Wait, isn't Yamagami-ya also with me? Where is that guy?" "Oh right. He was with me at the time. I was hit by the wind from the fist, and he was hit by the wind." This. Utarigen finished her speech, once again looking at the forest 100 meters away and the wasteland that stretched for several kilometers, then sighed. "Yamagami Noni's sacrifice will not be in vain. Lord Danzo and I will remember you." Done. Unokugen's figure flashed and disappeared. Soon after, the roots. After listening to Unokugen's report, the head of the group said with a face full of suspicion, "Unokugen, are you sure you are not kidding me? If you don't believe it, Lord Danzo, you can go there and see it for yourself." Yutagen said with his head down. "Humph! I really want to go and see him." "Lead the way!" Danzo shouted. "Then follow the woman and walk out of the route." Soon they arrived at the outskirts of Konoha. Then he said with a dull look, "It's actually true. What kind of monstrous power is this? Tsunade, that bastard. She actually left such a dangerous guy in Konoha. What does she want to do? Destroy Konoha?" At the end of his speech, Danzo looked angry. He rushed straight to the Hokage's office with the female leader. After a while, the noise of two people arguing could be heard in the Hokage's office. And Tsunade's final roar. "Danzo! I am the Hokage! Damn it! Tsunade, you are as stupid as your teacher Hiruzen. Sooner or later you will regret it. Konoha will be destroyed in your hands." Danzo yelled angrily and slammed the door. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat tiredly in the chair, looking up at the ceiling. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" Shizune asked, somewhat worriedly. "Konoha, maybe it's really going to end here with me." "Akatsuki, Empire." Tsunade whispered. "There is no other way, Lady Tsunade. No matter who encounters your current problem, there is no good solution at all." Shizune comforted. Even I, the shadow of a village, am so weak, what can I do for the village? Are we just going to let Akatsuki and the Empire control us? No. This cannot happen." Tsunade murmured a few words, then stood up and said, "Shizue, continue to send more personnel and notify all personnel on missions outside to return as soon as possible. The martial arts class is imperative." "Yes. Tsunade-sama." Several days passed like this. Because Empire Lee's punch made too much noise, it could not be concealed. Konoha finally explained that the cloud shadow sent out the tailed beasts to attack Konoha, but fortunately they were stopped by the great fifth Hokage. When the villagers got the news, they began to curse the cloud shadow for being hateful and praise the greatness of the fifth Hokage. Simultaneously, the 10 strongest men of Konoha also returned to Konoha one after another. Just stepped into the gate of Konoha. The pig, deer, and butterfly trio couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Ah! I'm finally back. This time I was really tired from going out. It's all because of that bastard Naruto. I haven't had a good bath in a long time." Ino couldn't help but complain as she looked at the familiar streets. "Barbecue! Barbecue! Barbecue! I want to eat barbecue!" Shikamaru murmured with his mouth drooling. "Everyone, please be patient for a moment. Let's go visit Naruto, Sakura, and the others first. How come there has been no news from these guys for 2 months? It's really weird," Shikamaru muttered. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind. "Hey! Shikamaru, Ino, Koji. Oh, it's Lee, Tenten, Niji, and Mr. Thick Eyebrows." Ino, Deer, and Joe all turned their heads, and when they saw the person coming, Ino greeted him. "What a coincidence! I didn't expect that we would meet each other just after we returned to the village. Perhaps this is the guidance of youth." Xiao Li shouted excitedly. "Ah!" Tenten and Ino covered their heads. "Xiao Li, this guy just completed the task, how come he is still so energetic?" Shikamaru glanced around and said in surprise. "Ningji, everyone looks like something's wrong with you." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Ningji, who was named, looked at some passers-by on the side of the road who were looking at him with strange eyes. "It seems, there is indeed something wrong. Why is it just me?" He also frowned. "Maybe after this mission, Niji, you have become more youthful and energetic, and everyone likes you very much." Kai gave Niji a thumbs up. "No, this can't be the reason." Niji shook his head, his eyes full of confusion. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Visit. Chapter 63 Visit. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. What's the point of thinking about it here? Tenten muttered something, ran over to a man who was looking at Niji with a strange look, and grabbed his shoulder with one hand and said, "Hey! What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at my teammates with such rude eyes?" "Ah! Sorry. Sorry." The passerby quickly turned his head. "If you really want to apologize, just say it. What is the reason that made you do this?" Tian asked. Shikamaru, Niji and the others also gathered around at this time. "Well, this is what happened." The passerby man also told everything that happened to the Hyuga clan. Hearing this, several Xiaoqiang and Kai were stunned where they were. "You said the Hyuga clan was finished? They were attacked?" After all the members of the main family had their Byakugan taken away, they wanted to take the Byakugan of the branch family, but because the bird in the cage was released, the two sides had a big fight and broke up completely. "Are you sure you are not kidding us?" he muttered to himself every day, with disbelief in his eyes. "I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people. I'm leaving first," the passerby said and ran away quickly. Several people asked several passers-by in succession, and the answers they got were almost the same. This time, no one knew what to say. Ninkai clenched his fists. His expression was extremely complex. The Hyuga clan is finished? The branch family no longer has to be oppressed and restricted by the main family. This, was clearly my childhood wish, but why did I feel so bad after it actually happened? Niji felt empty all over. Ningji, are you okay? Tian Tian said with some concern. Of course I'm fine, but the matter of the main family is very serious. By the way, where's Hanabi? Niji whispered, then suddenly woke up. He caught another person and asked about Hanabi's situation. Of course they also had their eyes dug out. No one from any of the main families was spared. No, that's not right. Only the Hyuga princess, Miss Hinata, seemed to have escaped because of her mission. The passerby replied. Damn it! Even Hanabi's Byakugan was taken away. He's just an 11-year-old child. Does that bastard have any humanity left? This is not youthful at all. This is not passionate. Tian Tian, Ino, and Xiao Li cursed angrily. Hateful! Niji cursed under his breath before leaving the team and rushing off into the distance. Niji! Everyone shouted and hurried to follow. After a while, they arrived at Konoha Hospital. In a spacious ward, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hanabi were originally resting. I heard a commotion outside the door, and then the sound of the door opening. Rizuo couldn't help but turn his head, looking at the door with his eyes wrapped in a cloth, and said, Hasn't the medicine just been changed? Is there anything else to do? Hisashi-sama, Hanabi. A soft cry was heard. This made Hinata Hayashi stunned. Hwahuo was even more excited. Is it Niji-nii? Niji-nii, you're finally back. Hanabi missed you so much. Ah! I'm back. I'm sorry, Lord Hisashi, Hanabi. I didn't protect you all. Niji said ashamedly. Brother Niji. Brother Niji, you don't hate Hanabi too, do you? You're not going to break up with us like the other brothers, are you? Hanabi said worriedly. Of course not. Niji said firmly. Phew. That's great. Many brothers in the branch family have begun to dislike Hanabi. And the uncle and aunt. I heard them arguing with father before. Hanabi breathed a sigh of relief, then said worriedly. Hanabi, your eyes. Niji said. My eye was gouged out, but luckily the hospital staff replaced it for me. The nurse said that in a few months, I'll be able to see again. Hanabi smiled. Hanabi. Ninkai murmured, feeling extremely complicated. Ningji, I hope you come back safely. Now, there is no branch family or main family, you don't have to call me Lord Hayashi all the time, just call me uncle. Hinata Hayashi said with a smile. Hayashi-sama. Niji didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't feel sorry or sorry for me. All this is retribution from the clan. We have been standing above the branch family for so many years. We clearly said that we were the bird in the cage to protect the branch family, but there are always some guys who will bully the branch family. This is the retribution we deserve. Rizuo sighed. Even if it is retribution, it should be borne by those unruly and arrogant guys, not people like Lord Hayashi. Hyuga Niji said somewhat uncomfortably. He. As the head of the Hyuga clan, I failed to curb this behavior, which is a serious mistake in itself. If I go unpunished, who should be punished? Rizuo shook his head with an open mind. Master Hayashi. Ningji, there are other people around you, right? Come over and sit down with us. There are some fruits next to you, take them and eat them. Rizuo smiled and patted the bedside cabinet next to him. Chief of the Rizuo clan. Hello, Uncle Rizuo. A group of people also greeted him. Is that the voice of Shikamaru from the Nara family? And Ino from the Yamanaka family? Xiao Li, Tian Tian, and Kai? Are they all back? Hayashi shook his ears and said. Chief Hayashi even remembers us little people, Shikamaru said. What do you mean by small or big person? We are all just ordinary people among the countless people in Konoha. Hayashi smiled. Chief Hayashi, why do I feel like you're not angry at all after losing your Byakugan? Shikamaru asked. Losing my white eyes has allowed me to see more things, which isn't necessarily a bad thing for me, Rizuo explained with a smile. Do you want revenge on the guy who dug out your eyes? As for me, I don't have that idea, but everyone else seems to be very angry. Rizuo said. Lord Hayashi, don't you want revenge? You still have Hanabi's Byakugan, but it's been dug out. A Hinata without Byakugan. Niji shouted excitedly. No Byakugan, I'm also a Hyuga. Hinata never existed because of the Byakugan. Ordinary eyes can also help us see everything in the world clearly. Hayashi interrupted Niji and said. Lord Hayashi, can you tell us what happened that day? Who did it? I will definitely avenge everyone. Niji gradually regained his composure. Revenge? No. Ningji, you must not have such thoughts. Hayashi quickly shook his head. Master Hayashi? What are you talking about? Don't want revenge? Did the Hyuga split in vain, and did your eyes, Hanabi's eyes, get dug out in vain? Niji said angrily. Ningji, it seems like you don't know everything yet, just listen to me and I will tell you slowly. Rizuo shook his head and sighed, then quickly told everyone what happened that day. Until I finished speaking. Several people were stunned. One person? Really just one person? Yes, just one person. Rizuo nodded seriously. Isn't this too much? There are hundreds of people in the Hyuga clan, and 15 of them were defeated by one person. What kind of monster is that guy? Shikamaru complained. I feel like, he's stronger than even Hokage-sama. Tenten swallowed. What a terrifying monster. I can't match its strength even if I open 7 gates. Kai said solemnly. It feels like I'm listening to a myth. Ino murmured. Can youth really catch up with this kind of monster? Xiao Li also looked incredulous. Damn it. Even if he is as strong as a tailed beast, Konoha still has everyone, including Lady Tsunade. If we work together, we can definitely defeat that guy. Niji clenched his fists. No. That guy isn't afraid of a group attack at all. It doesn't matter how many people there are. Niji, just let go of your hatred. Hayashi was still persuading. Lord Hayashi. Niji was angry, but he didn't want to continue disobeying Hyuga Hayashi, who was a patient, so he could only remain silent. After that, the others chatted with Hayashi about other things, but Niji was not very interested. It was unknown how much time had passed before they left the hospital. Niji originally wanted to go home directly. But he saw Hinata, Shino, and Kaiba rushing to the hospital. This made Niji stop in his tracks, and he stood there blankly for a long time until Kaiba and Shino walked out of the hospital. Hinata, how is she? Niji asked. It's Niji. As for Hinata, it's not so good. Shino shook his head. After all, after what happened, the Hyuga family was torn apart, and my father and sister were both killed. How could things be okay? But the head of the Hayashi tribe was quite open-minded, and he even comforted Hinata, asking her not to indulge in the chain of revenge. Ye spread his hands and said. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Konoha's Jonin, Choyunin and Genin gather together. Chapter 64, Konoha's Jonin, Choyunin and Genin gather together. Yet. Niji nodded and turned to head towards home. Not long after he walked, a Hyuga from a branch family spotted him, ran towards him and said excitedly. Ningji. Niji. We are free. Finally free. From today on we will no longer be suppressed by the main family. We are free. What? Niji replied weakly. Ningji? Why are you unhappy? Wait, your caged bird is still there, hold, sorry. The branch family member suddenly realized this, his face changed, and he left in a hurry. Ningji touched his forehead protector, feeling mixed emotions. Yes, the bird in my cage is still there, but you all are gone. But why am I not angry or happy at all? There is only endless emptiness. He looked at the sky and continued walking. Until, a faint sigh sounded in my ears. Why? Are you sad that the branch family has gained freedom? Is it because you are still a bird in a cage? It doesn't matter, I can rescue you right now. Who? Ningkai suddenly woke up. I was surprised to find that the surroundings were no longer the familiar streets, but an unfamiliar dark place. At this time, a man wearing a yin-yang windbreaker and a mask was standing behind him. It's you. The bastard who stole the Byakugan from the main family. How dare you show up in Konoha? Niji instantly remembered his previous conversation with Hayashi, roared angrily, swung his right palm, and slapped the masked man with an empty palm. Pang! The empty palm landed on the masked man, who did not dodge or evade. The air around him vibrated slightly and then returned to calm. Attacked me with such anger. Is this the way to treat a benefactor? The masked man asked calmly. Damn it! I'm glad you could free the caged bird from the branch family. But you attacked Master Hayashi and Sparks. You made Miss Hinata sad. I will never forgive you. Niji roared and rushed towards the masked man. When he got close, he swung his arms and turned into afterimages to hit the masked man in various places. I see. It seems that you have fallen, and become a lackey of the main family of this world. Are you going crazy just because your master lost his eyes? It's really pathetic. The masked man's voice became high-pitched and angry. At this time, Ningji's palm hit the masked man's waist and abdomen. Just when Niji thought he had succeeded, his right palm seemed to have hit the slipperiest loach, and the masked man's entire waist twisted to the side. The palm just brushed past the opponent's body. Okay. Niji raised his eyebrows and struck out with both palms. Bang bang bang. But no matter how fast his attacks were, his palms could never land. The masked man kept twisting his body to avoid all attacks. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Niji said angrily. The masked man didn't say anything. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and pointed his index and middle fingers towards Niji's eyes. Don't even think about it. Ningji shouted and tried to dodge, but found that his whole body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire for some reason and he couldn't dodge at all. This left him with nothing but watching the masked man's index and middle fingers getting closer, with fear in his eyes. This guy is just like what Master Rizua said, so strong. Unbelievably strong. Are my eyes going to be gone? But I still have the existence of a bird in a cage. It seems I am going to die. Dead, just like that? Died here for no apparent reason? Died in vain, just like my father? Are you scared? The masked man asked. Niji bit his lip and didn't respond. Instead, he widened his eyes and stared at the masked man until the other man placed 2 fingers on his eyeballs. His eyes began to shrink uncontrollably, just when he was completely desperate. A strange warmth spread throughout my body. This is... You are free, but... Pathetic lackey of the Zone family, if you want to avenge your master, then go ahead. But, what can a weak guy like you do? As the masked man finished his words, he disappeared completely. Niji also found himself back on the original street. The caged bird disappeared, that guy. Ningkai took off his forehead protector, looked at his smooth forehead and murmured with a complicated expression. Even so, I won't be grateful to you. Bastard. No matter how strong you are, you will have weaknesses. I will find him and defeat you. Definitely. The other side. The outskirts of Konoha. Kai and Xiao Li were training themselves by walking upside down, shouting as they walked. Ah! Burn! My youth! My passion! Continue to walk upside down 3 times around Konoha. If you can't do it, then skip rope 5,000 times. That's it, Yoli. Training yourself is not only for youth and passion, but also for the ability to stand up when your companions need protection. Oh. Come on. Kai yelled as well. That's great. You're worthy of being called Boss Kai. Big brother. Brotherly. The burning of youth and blood is endless. Oh. Suddenly, a passionate roar rang out. A strong man over 1.9 meters tall appeared on Kai's right side at some point and started walking upside down, imitating the 2 men. Hey? Who are you? Xiao Li asked in surprise. What great muscles! I can sense your uniqueness. Kai said. My name is Tang. Like you, I am a person with burning youth and passion, said the visitor. Ha. Tang. You have a well-trained body, and your youthfulness is particularly dazzling. Let's make our blood burn more vigorously together. Kai roared. Ooh! It's burning! The 3 of them roared. In an instant, they blended together like old friends. The next day, early morning. Just finished breakfast. Ninkai sat cross-legged in silence in his own courtyard, when an Anbu suddenly appeared. Hokage's order. Urgent. Get to the woods outside Konoha within half an hour. After saying that, he left without waiting for Niji to reply. Is this an order from the Hokage-sama? He stood up, left the yard and moved quickly. The outskirts of Konoha. Ningji, Hinata, Kaiba, Shino, Rock Lee, Tenten, Ino, Koji, Shikamaru, Might Guy, Tetsu, Anko, their parents, brothers, and other elite ninjas, all gathered together. Everyone had different expressions and looked at each other with surprise on their faces. It was obvious that they did not expect that so many people would gather here this time. Shikamaru looked at the sky with a tired look on his face and said, Hokage-sama, why did you summon us? We just returned to Konoha and haven't had time to rest for a while. Is there any urgent mission again? Such a big thing happened to the Hyuga clan. Perhaps this gathering is related to it. Otherwise, the Hokage would not have gathered so many people. Tian said thoughtfully. How abominable! What happened to the Hyuga clan must be Akatsuki's revenge. If I were to meet those bastards, I would definitely break their bones. Ye said angrily. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, Naruto and his friends reunite. It feels like 2 years since we last met in 3 months. Chapter 65, Naruto and his friends reunite. 2 months apart feels like 3 years. Ningji, Hinata, don't be too sad, Lady Tsunade and everyone else will definitely help you get revenge. The bastard who dares to treat the Hyuga clan like this will definitely not have a good ending. Ino stood next to Hinata and patted her shoulder gently. Hinata had a blank expression, her face was filled with sadness, and she was speechless. Niji remained silent. By the way, where are Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, and Sai? Didn't they say they were back? How come no one has come yet? Suddenly, Ye spoke up, consciously changing the subject. Not even one of them came. What a bunch of lazy bums! Tian complained. Oh! Kakashi, my lifelong rival, why don't you show up? Where is your youth? Your passion? Kai looked around and said a little dejectedly. But the next moment, his eyes lit up and he said. Oh! I see it! Kakashi! Hokage-sama! They're coming! My blood is burning again! The Hokage-sama is here! A group of people looked over together. Then Tsunade, wearing a green windbreaker, walked towards here with Kakashi, Shikaku, and Chizun with a serious look on her face. She then scanned the entire place and said. Everything that was supposed to come has almost come. Now I have something to announce here. When everyone heard this, they all looked serious. Is it about the Hyuga clan? The murderer has been found. Do we need to take action together? A ninja asked. No, it's not about the Hyuga clan. We haven't found the real culprit yet. But once I find them, I will never let them go. Tsunade shook her head. What is the mission? Lord Hokage, just tell us. No matter what it is, we will do our best, said another ninja. Others nodded in agreement. Tsunade nodded slightly. This mission is simple. I want all of you to study hard. Study, study. The crowd opened their mouths wide, with looks of disbelief. Lady Tsunade, want us to learn? Learn new and powerful combination ninjutsu? Ino asked. No, no, no. I think Lady Tsunade must want us to learn powerful physical skills. Right? Lady Tsunade. Kai gave Tsunade a thumbs up. How can it be just a physical skill? It takes so many of us to learn something like that, a Jonin retorted. Many people around nodded in agreement. But at this time, Tsunade said solemnly. What I want you to learn can actually be considered a form of physical training. What? What? Really learning physical skills? The group of people were shocked. Great! Lady Tsunade has finally discovered the power of taijutsu. As long as everyone learns powerful physical skills, the fire of youth in the entire Konoha will burn even more vigorously. Oh, oh, oh! As expected of Lady Tsunade. Kai shouted excitedly and spun around in circles. Teacher Kai! My blood is boiling! Xiao Li also shouted. Let's run around Konoha 100 times together! Kai yelled. Oh! Kai! Xiao Li! You too! Can you let Lady Tsunade finish what she is saying? Kakashi covered his forehead with his hands, speechless. The others also shook their heads helplessly. Shikamaru frowned and said. Tsunade-sama actually wants us to learn taijutsu, that must be something extraordinary, right? Yes, it is an extremely powerful physical technique called martial arts. If you practice it to a high level, you can even defeat me. Tsunade said. What? Defeat Tsunade-sama? How can a mere physical technique defeat someone like you, Tsunade-sama? A group of ninjas were a little unconvinced. After all, ever since the birth of the ninja profession, physical skills have been considered inferior. Have you not seen the warriors of the Iron Kingdom? He insisted on practicing physical skills, but now he has been left far behind by the ninjas and is not taken seriously at all. Even Might Guy, the strongest physical skills master in Konoha, is only on par with Kakashi, and is far behind the three ninjas. In this world, only ninjutsu is the most mainstream and powerful. I knew this would be hard for you to believe. But it doesn't matter, I will let you know the power of martial arts. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Yamato. All of you come here! Tsunade shouted loudly. Naruto and the other three walked out slowly from behind the woods not far away. Everyone! Long time no see! Naruto smiled and greeted everyone. Naruto-kun! Hearing the voice she had longed for, Hinata immediately looked up, then suddenly lowered her head. A face full of sadness. It's great that Naruto-kun can return to Konoha, but, I am no longer the same person I used to be. I have no right to like Naruto-kun now. Hinata thought sadly. Naruto, Sakura, you too. Do you know how worried everyone has been about you in the past 2 months? Ino yelled at Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, I originally wanted to invite you to have barbecue together today, but I couldn't find you. Now that I see you, I feel relieved. Koji said with a smile. Oh. I feel the passionate breath from Naruto. Teacher Kai! Xiao Li shouted. As expected of Naruto. Let's let our youth burn together. Kai shouted. Wait, is it my illusion? Why does it feel like Naruto has become stronger and taller after not seeing him for 2 months? Kaiba approached with a surprised look on his face and looked at Naruto. He. Yay, you have a pretty sharp sense. But I'm still in the growth stage. Isn't it normal to grow taller? Is it really necessary to be so surprised? Naruto puffed out his chest and said with some pride. 2 months ago, his height was about 1.66 meters, but now that he has studied martial arts, his height has skyrocketed to about 1.77 meters. Although he is nothing compared to the Empire's Rock Lee, Neji, and others, but when facing his former friends again, he is indeed a lot taller. This made him feel proud from the bottom of his heart. Tisk! You bastard, you were obviously shorter than me 2 months ago, but now you're so tall. This is so frustrating. He muttered, with a look of envy on his face. It's only been 2 months since we last met, how come this guy has changed more than in the past 3 years? Damn it! Naruto! Neji whispered. Naruto also turned his gaze towards Neji and Hinata, and said with a faint smile. Neji! Hinata! The matter of the Hyuga clan. I will never let it go like this. I will definitely avenge you. Please believe me. Naruto-kun. Hinata raised her head and looked at Naruto, who had a serious expression. She murmured softly, wanting to say something, but finally lowered her head again. Humph. I can handle the matter of revenge myself. What can you, a genin, do? Neji felt complicated, but he still said this. Naruto's expression instantly became petrified. Genin. 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 He squatted down and drew circles on the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Naruto beats up the kid. Chapter 66 Naruto beats up the kid. Lady Tsunade, you specifically called Naruto out at this time because he has learned the so-called martial arts. Shikamaru spoke at this time. Everyone else was stunned. Naruto? Martial arts? They couldn't help but turn their eyes to Tsunade. That's right. Naruto disappeared for 2 months to learn martial arts. He is now so strong that it is beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, he is also the teacher who teaches everyone martial arts this time. Tsunade said. Strong beyond imagination? Naruto-sensei? Him. The expressions of the group of people changed. They looked at Naruto's somewhat smug expression at this moment, recalling how unreliable he was when he was a child, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Hey! You guys! What are you looking at? Do you think I'm not qualified? Naruto asked with his eyes wide open. Tisk! A genin wants to be our teacher? I am an elite chunin after all. I will be promoted to jonin in no time. Ya said mockingly. Woof! Akamaru followed with a bark. Indeed, it feels a bit strange to have a genin as a teacher. Shino pushed his glasses. You two guys, and Akamaru. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. If you don't agree, just spar with Naruto. He will let you know how terrifying martial arts are. Tsunade reminded from the side. Can we just spar right away? Hehe, this is really interesting. I've been wanting to have another fight with you, Naruto, for a long time. During the Chunin exam 3 years ago, if you, a bastard, hadn't farted, how could I have lost? This time, you have to win no matter what, right? Akamaru. Ya wiped the tip of his nose with his index finger, looking somewhat excited. Wong. You came just in time. I was just about to teach you a lesson. Yay! Naruto chuckled, with a malicious look on his face. Kaba, you can't defeat Naruto now. Sakura shook her head and reminded. Stop scaring people here, Sakura. I don't believe Naruto can be that strong. Kaiba said disapprovingly. Hehe. I like how confident you are right now. Don't be scared by me later, yay. Naruto reminded. Don't brag here, Naruto. Come out now. Let me see your strength. Ya was a little impatient with Akamaru. Naruto also walked out slowly. The two sides were about 50 meters apart. Naruto suddenly smiled confidently and breathed slowly. A strong airflow gushed out from his mouth and nose, blowing away the dust on the ground. Light green chakra accompanied by bright white airflow began to wrap around Naruto. A black and yellow sportswear and a black headscarf fluttered. An inexplicable aura emerged. This is... Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. What kind of trick is this? Ya asked in surprise. Wang. Akamaru yelled nervously. Yay! Look! This is martial arts. The next battle will end in an instant. Naruto's mouth curled up, and his voice was filled with extreme confidence as he fell. The ground beneath him suddenly exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Naruto has disappeared. Disappeared. Where is it? This thought appeared in the minds of almost everyone except Kai. Then, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Because Naruto had appeared in front of Kaiba and Akamaru without them knowing it. When? Too fast. This kind of speed is impossible even for a Jonin. It seems, even faster than Kai. A group of watching ninjas were shocked. Wang. Ghost. Ya and Akamaru screamed, their eyes trembled, and their minds were shaken, so they wanted to hide. But this time, Naruto's left and right fists have already hit Kaiba and Akamaru's abdomen respectively. Wind palm. Pang. There was a roar, accompanied by the spread of energy. Ya and Akamaru's pupils opened wide, and they were blown away more than 10 meters and hit a big tree, falling to the ground holding their stomachs. Is this the end? Red Bean, one of the ninjas, looked surprised and horrified. Wow! Naruto-kun is so awesome! Hinata clasped her hands together, feeling a little longing and regretful. Is this really Naruto, the last one? Shikamaru blinked a few times and took a breath. How could this guy be so strong? Ino opened his mouth wide. What's going on with this situation? My bug senses danger. Shino pushed up his glasses. Oh! This is youth. This is passion. Naruto is so amazing. Xiao Li shouted excitedly. Damn bastard Naruto, he's actually so powerful. Ya covered his stomach, looked up at Naruto with a frustrated look on his face. Whoa! Akamaru whined. Is this what they call martial arts? The other ninjas muttered, their eyes flickering. That's right. This is martial arts. Before mastering martial arts, Naruto and everyone else had defeated members of the Akatsuki organization. But in terms of overall strength, he can only be considered a Jonin. But now, he is a powerful ninja who can rival me. Tsunade also said at this time. Everyone present was shocked again. What? Rivaling Lady Tsunade? Just this guy Naruto? This is impossible. Naruto is on par with the legendary Sunin? Are you kidding me? Naruto-kun, so strong. Ah! Youth! Many ninjas shouted. Ah ha 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 ha, no. I'm not as powerful as Granny Tsunade said. Naruto laughed, accepting everyone's shocked and disbelieving looks, stroking his head with one hand and waving his hands with the other. His expression was indescribably proud. Hey, this guy is so proud, can it be true? Seeing Naruto's expression, many people began to believe it. Naruto has never fought with Lady Tsunade. Sakura said with some disapproval. I knew it, how could Naruto be so powerful? A ninja breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment Kakashi said. Although Naruto has never fought against Lady Tsunade. But he defeated me easily. Easily defeated teacher Kakashi. The group of people were shocked again. Was it as easy as defeating Fang? Of course that's impossible. Kakashi twitched his face and rolled his eyes. But, it's not that different. Anyway, the current Naruto is indeed capable of fighting against a strong man like Tsunade-sama. Is this too strong? A group of people looked at Naruto, sweat on their foreheads. This is the improvement brought by martial arts. I want you to learn from Naruto and the others. Do you understand now? Tsunade said again at this time. Understood. Everyone roared, their faces filled with excitement. Now they have finally witnessed the power of martial arts. Uzumaki Naruto, who used to be the last one, has become so powerful after learning it. How powerful will they be if they learn it? I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. We can't let that bastard Uchiha Takadai so easily. Chapter 67. We can't let that bastard Uchiha Takadai so easily. Let's get started, Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, and Sai. I'll leave it to you guys from now on. Tsunade once again spoke to the four people with a serious expression. Don't worry, Grandma Tsunade. I will definitely teach everyone to be as powerful as me. Hee. Naruto smiled complacently. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. We will do our best. Yamato also said. Well, now everyone will divide into 4 groups and learn from 4 teachers. Tsunade's words fell. A group of people then took action and began to stand in front of the group of 4. Many people were thinking and looking at everyone. What they saw instead was a scene that shocked them. Tsunade, who was originally beside Uzumaki Naruto, actually slowly walked into the group of people and stood in front of Naruto. Also accompanying them were Kakashi and Shikaku. Lady Tsunade, Teacher Kakashi, what are you doing? Ino asked in surprise. Like you, I am learning martial arts. I have already told you how powerful martial arts is, so why shouldn't you learn it? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. To be honest, even Lady Tsunade wants to learn martial arts together. Is martial arts so powerful? Many people were shocked even more, and their attention to martial arts increased sharply. Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, and Sai each have a large number of students. They began to inject chi seeds into everyone, and then recalled what Irika from the Empire had taught them, and began to teach everyone. Not a few days. Outside the wall of Konoha, there were bursts of loud roars. Let us work hard together to practice martial arts and make Konoha's future even better. Come on! Come on, everyone! Occasionally, when someone walks out of Konoha, they can see Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, their Hokage Tsunade Senju, and a group of Konoha's Jonin, elite Chunin, and Genin running hard. There were 3 weirdos together, and they were running upside down using their hands. That was none other than Konoha's Blue Beast Might Guy and his disciple Rock Lee. As for the last person, he was a man with an ordinary face and a very strong body. The roars of the 3 were the loudest. Burn! Youth! Burn! Blood! Boil! True energy! Oh! Teacher Kai! Brother Tang! Let's work hard together! Ah! Senior Kai! Lee! Let's work hard together! Try to surpass everyone! We must not let our youth and passion go to waste. On the treetops not far away, the Empire's Niji looked at the lively scene expressionlessly, his eyes twitching constantly. This guy Lee, can't he let go of this world's might guy and himself? Just a stranger from another world, humph. This guy can't be relied upon for the investigation of intelligence. His brain and physical skills are not suitable for it. Let's let him go for now, but that bastard Obito. Imperial Niji muttered in annoyance and disappeared in a flash. Konoha Cemetery. In front of Nohara Rin's grave, Imperial Obito sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a wild flower in his hand, pulling out the petals one by one, and murmured. Love me, love Kakashi, love me, love Kakashi. Love me, love Kakashi. Damn it! This doesn't count. Start over again. The Rin in this world. It's impossible that she also loves Kakashi. She died because of Kakashi. It's absolutely impossible. We must start over again. After pulling out the last petal, Obito looked annoyed, crushed the stem of the flower, picked another flower, and started counting. He didn't even notice that there was a figure behind him. Is this what you do here every day? There was a hint of contempt in his voice. Upon hearing this, Obito's cheeks quickly turned red, and he threw away the flower in his hand in a panic. No. No. I just saw that the flower over here is very beautiful. Hey! You bastard! He came into this world to replace Itaki. Why are you staying here like a coward? Have you forgotten our mission in this world? Imperial Niji growled with a somewhat stern look on his face. No. No. How could I forget? Imperial Obito lowered his head slightly. Why don't you act quickly? What are you doing here? Or do you want to wait for others to come and let them gather intelligence? Imperial Ningji shouted again. Imperial Obito took a breath and said. I see. After he answered, he looked back at Nohara Lin's grave and thought to himself. Lin from this world, wait for me for a while. When I finish my mission, I will come back to chat with you. Then, his figure turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. Pathetic Uchiha! Imperial Niji whispered, and his figure also disappeared. Several days passed like this. Imperial Obito stood in a narrow alley, his chest heaving. He has been gathering intelligence these days. However, most of the intelligence he had gathered was related to the Uchiha clan. He wanted to dig deep into everything about the Uchiha clan and the traitor Itaki, so that he could make the traitor despair later. But it would be better if we didn't investigate this. Now let's investigate. The heart of the Empire's Obito was a little uneasy. Damn Itaki Uchiha! He even killed his childhood sweetheart. Does he know what this means? If I had this kind of relationship with Rin, there would be no way I would lose to Kakashi. Maybe today's kids should be as old as Aster. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Not only did he destroy my Uchiha clan, but he also didn't know how to cherish the friendship between us. This beast! I will never forgive this beast. No. It would be too easy for him to die at the hands of others. I must make him experience even more painful despair. Imperial Obito's eyes flashed red, and disappeared in the next moment. Soon, he found Tsunade Senju, who was the fifth Hokage. Then, a piece of news began to sweep across the entire ninja world like a storm. The Uchiha clan. In addition to the traitorous ninja Uchiha Itaki and his brother Uchiha Sasuke, a new Uchiha Runto has appeared. It is said that this newly appeared Uchiha was the one who had been living in seclusion in the mountains and had only recently returned to Konoha. After learning about the Uchiha Itaki clan genocide, he cursed Uchiha Itaki as a beast worse than pigs and dogs, and said that he would definitely take revenge and destroy the other party in the name of justice. Hey, hey, hey! Mr. Itaki, have you heard about the news? A quiet forest path. With a strange smile, Kisame looked at his partner Uchiha Itaki, who was short compared to him. Uchiha Itaki was silent for a moment. Are you referring to the Uchiha survivor, Runto? That's right. It's him. That guy is very arrogant. He even called Mr. Itaki worse than pigs and dogs and said he wanted to kill Mr. Itaki. It's really annoying. Should we? Kisame said this and gestured at his neck with his right hand. No need, he's just an Uchiha remnant, not worth wasting our energy on. Uchiha Itaki's expression did not show the slightest fluctuation. Mr. Itaki has a good temper. If it were me, I would definitely smash that guy's head. Kisame said the last sentence, shook the same hata on his back, and the two continued to move forward silently. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, The Meeting Between Obito and Sasuke Orochimaru. Chapter 68, The Meeting Between Obito and Suzuki Orochimaru. On another road. Obito, wearing a Uzumaki mask, smiled awkwardly at Deidara. Deidara-senpai, my stomach hurts so much, I'm going to poop. No. No. As he said this, he pretended to take off his pants. Deidara beside him looked annoyed and yelled. Fei! You idiot! Get away from me! If you dare to pull it out next to me, I will blow you into pieces. Wow! Wow! Deidara-senpai is so scary! Obito said in horror, covering his butt and running away quickly until he was completely out of Deidara's sight. Ju slowly emerged from the ground and told Runt his information with a strange look on his face. A new Uchiha? Runtu? Weird name. But he is quite courageous, actually provoking attack like this. For our plan, do we have to get rid of him? No need, he is just an ignorant fool. An Uchiha without Manjiki is not worth paying attention to at all. Obito said indifferently. In a dark underground room. Uchiha Suzuki, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi reunited again. Orochimaru's face was full of excitement, and his tongue kept licking his lips. Interesting. Very interesting. I didn't expect that besides Suzuki-kun, there are other Uchiha in this world. What's even more interesting is that he actually threatened Itaki. Suzuki-kun, your plan to kill Itaki yourself might fail. Uchiha Itaki is not so easy to kill. But the other Uchiha. Sasuke's voice paused when he said this. Why? Suzuki-kun, do you want to meet him? He is the only remaining Uchiha after all. Kabuto pushed up his glasses with his left hand. But his eyes met Orochimaru's. It seems like something is brewing. I'm really interested. Do you have a way to lure that guy out of Konoha? Suzuki asked, glancing at Kabuto. Of course, Lord Orochimaru was once one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha. Even in Konoha today, there are still many followers of Lord Orochimaru. As long as Lord Orochimaru gives the order, they have plenty of ways to lure the surviving Uchiha out of Konoha. Pharmacist Kabuto smiled confidently. Then go ahead. I want to see what kind of strength the guy who dared to let Itaki die has. Suzuki said in a commanding tone. Go ahead, Kabuto. I'm also looking forward to seeing this Uchiha's performance. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. A target that can change bodies. One more. I wonder who is more suitable between this surviving Uchiha and Suzuki? He, it's really exciting. Konoha. An alley. Imperial Niji looked at Imperial Obito with a gloomy expression. What on earth have you been doing these past few days? Why did you let the Hokage help you spread that kind of news? I have been investigating information related to Uchiha in the past few days, but the more I investigate, the more uneasy I feel. You should know this. Uchiha Itaki, that beast who killed his father and mother. I really can't tolerate him living so happily. Imperial Obito also had a gloomy expression. So, you want to kill him now? No, I promised Itaki and everyone in the clan that I would not kill Uchiha Itaki of this world. However, torturing him is not within the scope of the agreement. Imperial Obito's voice was cold. Tisk. You. Forget it. After all, I have already taken revenge on the Hinata of this world, so I have no right to say anything to you. Do as you please. But you should at least broaden the scope of the intelligence investigation. Don't submit intelligence to the higher UPS, they don't know as much as I do. Don't worry, no one can hide information from my eyes. Humph. Finally, Ningji and Obito walked out of the alley separately. But Imperial Obito hadn't gone far. He found someone following him, and he slowly walked to a sparsely populated neighborhood. A friendly greeting came from behind. Hello, Uchiha survivor, Brother Runtu. Okay. Imperial Obito turned around and looked at the newcomer. He is an ordinary man. Can we talk alone? I have some very important information to share with you. The man said with a smile. Is it about that bastard Uchiha Itachi? If not, I'm not interested. Imperial Obito said. Mr. Runto is really perceptive. This is indeed news about him. Let's go then. Imperial Obito said, and followed the other person. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Uchiha Itachi. Damn bastard. I will let you know how terrifying the real Uchiha is. Let you, a bastard who killed your father and mother and didn't know how to cherish your childhood sweetheart, experience what despair and regret are. While walking in the mind of the Imperial Lord Obito, he was thinking about how to make that beast Uchiha Itachi feel despair. Walk all the way to the suburbs. The person leading the way shouted loudly. Lord Orochimaru, I have brought the person with me. It's so relaxing, there's no tail behind me. Konoha seems to trust Runto-kun very much. Some eerie and hoarse voices came from the woods. Orochimaru walked out slowly. This is all thanks to Tsunade, the Hokage, who had a brain problem and asked a group of ninjas to learn some kind of physical technique. Konoha's defenses are surprisingly weak right now. The passerby man smiled smugly. Orochimaru? Isn't he that bastard Uchiha Itachi? Imperial Obito raised his eyebrows and looked at the guide with some annoyance. Have I been deceived? There was a hint of anger in his voice. You are too unguarded, Uchiha Runto. The world of ninja is not that simple, said the guide with a smile. Tell me what you want from me. The traitor of Konoha. If it's not something very important, the consequences will be very serious. Imperial Obito looked unfriendly. It's really scary, Runto-kun. Orochimaru licked his lips, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is he not even afraid of him, a great Sunin? Is this Uchiha really stupid? Or is he strong enough to be conceited? Orochimaru had previously boasted that he would kill Uchiha Itachi. He could have considered this because Uchiha Itachi's reputation was not that famous, and it was difficult for people who had not fought him to know how powerful he was. But Orochimaru's reputation is totally incomparable to Uchiha Itachi's. The other party is not afraid at all, there is something wrong. I heard that you want to steal my prey. Another indifferent voice sounded in the woods. Let the Empire Obito's eyes roll slightly. Looking at the other person in white clothes, bare chest, and handsome face. The Imperial Obito's expression changed slightly. Sasuke. Oh, Runto-kun actually knows Sasuke-kun? Then there is no need for me to introduce you to each other. Orochimaru said with a smile. It seems that you have seen my wanted poster. Uchiha Sasuke said indifferently. Imperial Obito did not respond immediately, but looked at Orochimaru and Sasuke in front of him, and suddenly something in his heart moved. It was annoying that the guy who came wasn't Itachi. But the two people in front of him are not ordinary people either. Orochimaru seems to be a great scientist in this world. Needless to say, as for Sasuke, with his aptitude for martial arts training and taking specialized potions, he could immediately become a powerful and available combat force. If we can subdue them, it will definitely bring a lot of benefits for the current situation. Perhaps His Majesty will be able to show leniency to my crime in the future? Although I am not afraid of death. But I will eventually return to my roots, back to my own world. In that hell, Lin will not exist. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, Obito and Sasuke's first fight. Chapter 69, Obito and Sasuke's first fight. Think of all the above. The Empire Obito couldn't help but said. The prey you just pointed out was that bastard Uchiha Itachi. Of course. That guy is my prey. I won't allow any random guy to take him away. Sasuke said. Oh? If I must take it away? What are you going to do? Imperial Obito said, still sizing up this world's Sasuke. He is as handsome as Sasuke in his own world, but he is only 1.7 meters tall and looks very thin. But this momentum, this expression. It's indeed the same person in different worlds. Doing what? Suzuki whispered, and slowly drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist with his right hand and pointed it at Imperial Obito. Then I will just let you know how powerful I am, so that you won't be able to retreat. I do want to know how powerful you are now. Imperial Obito nodded slightly. You'll see it soon enough. Suzuki replied. Do you need my help? Suzuki-kun, this Runto-kun looks like he's not someone you can mess with. Orochimaru smiled. No, you step back. Suzuki used a commanding tone. He. Then, I will look forward to the duel between the two Uchiha. Orochimaru licked his lips, but was not angry. He leaped back and landed on a tree trunk in the distance, ready to watch the show. Don't need help? You're quite confident. Imperial Obito said. I should be the one saying this to you. Suzuki said, the moment his voice fell. He instantly appeared in front of Obito of the Empire and stabbed forward with the Kusanagi sword. With almost no resistance, the Kusanagi sword pierced through the body of Imperial Obito. What? This is the Uchiha survivor? The guy who dared to speak harshly to Uchiha Itachi? Is this the only strength he has? The passerby who had just tricked Obito from the Empire said with some disdain. Orochimaru, who was sitting on a tree in the distance, had a look of surprise in his eyes. Suzuki, holding the Kusanagi sword, had his eyes flickering slightly, then he suddenly jumped back, created some distance, and looked around. Passers-by looked confused when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why did Suzuki suddenly retreat? And why was that guy not injured after being stabbed? What happened? He couldn't understand. Hush! Be quiet! Orochimaru's voice rang in the ears of the passerby, causing him to quickly shut his mouth, but the confusion in his eyes grew more serious. What? I was right in front of you, why did you step back? Imperial Obito asked, tilting his head. Suzuki ignored Obito's question and continued to look around. Ignore me? Then I will attack you without hesitation. Imperial Obito said as he rushed towards Suzuki, who still had no reaction. Even when Obito's fist was aimed at his stomach, he still did not dodge or avoid it, until the fist landed directly on his stomach. Pang! What? Suzuki screamed and was blasted away more than 10 meters. In midair, he spun to stabilize his body and then slid several meters. Then he looked at the Empire Obito with disbelief. How did you do it? Even Orochimaru on the side opened his mouth in surprise. An illusory body instantly becomes real? What kind of ability is this? How did you do it? Do you think I will tell you now, my opponent? Imperial Obito smiled and flew towards Suzuki again. 3 Megatama appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Facing the Imperial Obito, he did not attack but began to dodge and defend with all his strength. For a while, he was forced to retreat continuously and looked extremely embarrassed. But fortunately, he can still hold on now. A minute passed. When Imperial Obito attacked again, Suzuki did not dodge, but instead turned his hand and stabbed Imperial Obito at the same time. Imperial Obito's entire figure passed through Sasuke's body. He turned slowly and said, "Did you see that? This is quite good. At least he is much stronger than Uzumaki Naruto when we first met." There was a hint of appreciation in his voice. Stopped? What happened? Did you see it? What did you see? The passerby was even more confused. Orochimaru licked his lips. As expected of Suzuki-kun, you saw through the other party's abilities so quickly. However, this guy named Uchiha Runto gives me a very strange feeling. He seems, not serious at all, but just playing with Suzuki-kun. You are so confident and arrogant. Let me take a good look at what kind of power you have. It's a very interesting ability. It can transform freely between fantasy and reality. Sasuke looked at the Empire expressionlessly. Obito praised him and then said, "Naruto, is that guy still as weak as before? I can see that you care about him a lot. Is this the bond between Indra and Ashura? But Naruto is not weak now. If you don't have the Mangekyou, you might not be able to defeat him." Imperial Obito laughed. Kaleidoscope. When they heard this word, both Sasuke and Orochimaru's pupils contracted. There was shock and fear on his face. This guy knows kaleidoscopes. You, an Uchiha who lives in the wilds of the forests and mountains, actually know about the Mangekyou? Could it be that you have such eyes? Sasuke looked a little fearful. Ah! Of course. Imperial Obito nodded, and the next moment, Sasuke and Orochimaru saw that the eyes of the Imperial Obito moved, and the three Megatamas slowly connected together to form a strange pattern. Really, the same Mangekyou as Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Runtu, this guy seems to be a genius who is no less talented than Itachi. This will make it difficult for my body to be in trouble. Orochimaru's chest and abdomen heaved, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. It's really a Mangekyou, just like that Itachi guy. Sasuke whispered. This kind of eyes can only be opened by killing a loved one. What did you do for these eyes? Sasuke's expression became slightly agitated and disgusted at the end. Kill your loved ones? Who told you that? Sasuke's question made Imperial Obito stunned. What? You dare to do it but not to admit it? Sasuke asked again. The Mangekyou Sharingan is a powerful eye that can only be opened when an Uchiha spirit is greatly stimulated. In ancient books, they are usually opened after the death of a close relative. Imperial Obito said slowly. Sasuke was stunned when he heard this. Don't need to kill it yourself. Of course, do you know someone who opened the Mangekyou by doing this? Wait, that bastard Uchiha Itachi, didn't he think that this was the only way to open the Mangekyou and then go and exterminate the clan? Imperial Obito said this with a strange look on his face. He told me that he killed his loved ones with his own hands, Sasuke said. That stupid bastard. Imperial Obito frowned. The essence of the Mangekyou Sharingan is stimulation. He actually did something like that. He is so stupid and ignorant. Obviously, if the operation was done properly, it would have succeeded even without the death of loved ones, but when it came to you, it turned out like this. How sad, this is the era of ignorance, backwardness, and ninja villages. Imperial Obito couldn't help but sigh. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, Qing Tianzu's confidence in persuading surrender. Chapter 70, Qing Tianzu's confidence in persuading surrender. Sasuke didn't understand some of the words, but the fact that if done properly he could open his eyes without the death of his loved ones made him a little excited. But he did not ask. Instead, he continued. Let's stop chatting for now. Let me see what power the so-called Mangekyou Sharingan has that is worth Itachi doing something like that to get it. Want to see the power of the kaleidoscope? That's not impossible. But, my Mangekyou is not comparable to Uchiha Itachi and other Uchiha in this world. Let me show you a little bit of the power of the Mangekyou that combines the power of the Uchiha and the Empire. Power Armor, Susanoo. Imperial Obito's eyes spun rapidly. Light blue chakra burst out, and at the same time it became physical, it turned into armor, covering its entire body. A pair of wings slowly extended from its back. At this moment, Imperial Obito became as majestic as a samurai wearing energy armor. The height also increased from about 1.85 meters to just over 2 meters. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope? It doesn't look that great. Sasuke looked calm. Is it? Imperial Obito stretched out his right hand, and a rotating vortex appeared. He inserted his right hand into it, and then slowly pulled out a strange spiral conical sword. What kind of sword is this? Sasuke asked in surprise. This spiritual sword was developed by the Divine Weapon Development Department and is specially developed to match the power of Susanoo. His Majesty personally named it the Sword of Separation. I got this before I came here. Imperial Obito said with a twinkle in his eyes. When saying the word take, the voice is a little weaker. However, Orochimaru and Sasuke were not interested in this. They were more concerned about the two words Your Majesty and Divine Weapon Development Department. This Uchiha who is living outside seems to be far from being as simple as he seems. There may be a very powerful force behind him. Really? Then let me see, is your sword of resistance stronger, or my sword of Kusanagi stronger? Sasuke's words had just fallen. The wings behind the small and powerful Susanoo worn by Obito of the Empire shook, and a violent sonic boom cloud exploded on the spot. His figure appeared in front of Sasuke in the blink of an eye, and then there was a loud sound of breaking through the air. And the sword of separation swept across. So fast. Much faster than before. Is it because I didn't use my full strength before? Or is it because of this set of armor? Orochimaru and Sasuke thought at the same time. Sasuke quickly raised his sword to block. Bang! The moment the two swords collided, Sasuke was blown away like a cannonball by the unmatched force. Ugh! Wow! This guy's strength is simply not human. We can't continue like this. As Sasuke flew backwards, he felt the cracked tiger's mouth and immediately activated his own curse seal. An ugly black mark spread, and a pair of huge flesh wings extended from his back. All functions of his body are greatly improved. Because of this, he landed safely after crashing into several large trees. The figure of Imperial Obito flew across the ground again and appeared in front of him. Damn! It's really fast. But don't think you can defeat me like this. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke thrust with the sword. The flashing lightning, with the tip of the Kusanagi sword as its point, surged and pierced towards the Imperial Obito. However, the moment the stab hit the Imperial Obito, it was blocked by the energy armor on his body. It could no longer penetrate even an inch. It's useless. In front of the power armor Susanoo, ordinary ninjutsu has no way to break through the defense. Imperial Obito said calmly. Appears exceptionally calm. He seemed to be deliberately teasing Sasuke. He did not attack at this time, but just withstood the lightning of Chidori's sharp spear, causing Sasuke's body to slide backwards continuously. Two long trenches even appeared on the ground, until they slid out for 60 or 70 meters. Accompanied by a sound of ping. Sasuke's figure disappeared. Obito of the Empire paused in his charge, slowly turned around, and glanced around. He saw Sasuke standing on a tree trunk 100 meters away with a serious expression on his face. He didn't even give Obito time to speak. Sasuke quickly formed a hand seal, opened his mouth and spit, and a huge flaming dragon head spewed out of his mouth. At this distance, using this ninjutsu, do you think you can hit me? But, with Susanoo on me, there is no need for me to dodge. Imperial Obito looked mocking. Standing there calmly. Let the great fire dragon submerge his entire figure. Large areas of land and trees were burned. After the great fire dragon, the unharmed figure of Imperial Obito was revealed. It's just as he said. Ordinary ninjutsu can't break that energy armor. So, this is the only way. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and he began to form hand seals again, spitting out fire-based ninjutsu, but this time his target was no longer Imperial Obito, but the sky. Boom! 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 The clouds that broke through the sky one after another caused the air currents to surge violently. Seeing this, Obito was a little surprised, but he immediately reacted. You want to use that ninjutsu to penetrate my Susanoo? Then let me show you the difference in the most fundamental power between the Empire and the ninja village. That's coming, Sasuke-kun's ultimate ninjutsu. Even with the power of the kaleidoscope, I'm afraid it won't be able to resist it. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Because the empire of Obito stands still. Sasuke quickly used fire ninjutsu to change the weather around him. After a while, dark clouds covered the sky, and rumbling sounds were heard, accompanied by streaks of lightning that began to move. Sasuke looked up at the sky with a proud and confident look on his face, and he formed seals with his hands. The rumbling roar became more intense, and the thunder in the sky was controlled, turning into a terrifying giant unicorn head, overlooking all living things. Uchiha, you are very powerful. But facing my Kylin, you have no chance of winning. It will fall in 1/1000th of a second, and you won't even have time to disappear before it turns into nothingness. Surrender. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I can spare your life, but Itachi is my prey. It's finally out. Kylin. Even if it's not the first time you see it, you'll be shocked. This is the ultimate ninjutsu of lightning release developed by Sasuke-kun. Even if I faced it, it would be difficult to survive if I didn't avoid it in advance. It's really beautiful. Orochimaru looked up at the thunder kirin in the sky and exclaimed in admiration. The passers-by not far away also looked shocked. Amazing, has Uchiha Sasuke's strength grown to this point? This must be Lord Orochimaru's work. As long as I continue to follow Lord Orochimaru, I will be able to have such strength sooner or later. The passerby thought about it and looked at Orochimaru with some fanaticism. Yesterday I asked for a wave of follow-up reading, and I didn't expect that several brothers gave me rewards, and many brothers also gave me a large number of monthly tickets. Thank you all for your support. Now I have done what I should do. I just have to wait a few days and see if I can make it to Sanjiang, haha. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Sasuke, can I join you? Chapter 71 Sasuke, can I join you? You were hiding here and there like a little mouse before, but now you've become so confident and proud after completing a ninjutsu with my help? Lightning release, Kirin? It was nothing in front of the power of the Empire and the Sword of Separation. Come on! Show your true strength and attitude. Sword of Separation. Imperial Obito raised the strange sword in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Clack clack! The strange sword made a few unusual noises, and as it became even bigger, the sword body actually began to rotate slowly, and then a storm began to blow around it. Arrogant guy! Since you want to die, then go ahead and die. Sasuke's eyes turned fierce and he waved his right hand. The thunder kirin in the sky roared, turned into a ray of light, and swooped down. Heaven and earth are separated. The star of creation. Imperial Obito growled. The storm around the Guilai sword suddenly increased dozens of times. Orochimaru, who didn't wipe it off in time, and the man with a passerby face were blown away in an instant. Big trees sprouted from the ground, and several layers of the soil were scraped off. The violent storm also merged into one in an instant, turning into a tornado and blasting towards the thunder kirin in the sky. Boom! When the thunder Kylin collides with the storm, there was no stalemate. In just a moment, the thunder Kylin was completely crushed. The sky and the earth changed color at this moment. Countless tiny bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. The storm then rushed straight into the sky. Impossible! Sasuke cried out in surprise, and was blown away 100 or 200 meters by the aftermath of the bombardment from the two before he stopped flying backwards by leaning against a big tree. He gasped and looked into the distance with a look of shock. The storm went straight to the sky. It broke the sky. Incredible! Incredible! This power is so incredible, it seems, it all comes from that sword. It's just a sword, why does it contain such power? What technical principles are involved? Orochimaru stood still, looking at the Imperial Obito in the center of the storm and the sword in his hand, his eyes full of curiosity and fanaticism. Save me! Lord Orochimaru! Save me! A scream of fear rang in my ears. Orochimaru turned his head and saw the passerby-looking man who brought Obito from the Empire here. He was constantly flying backwards in the storm, and along with the broken wood, he broke one tree after another. At this time, his body was ragged and covered with blood. "It's so noisy. Can't you just quietly enjoy this beautiful scenery?" Orochimaru whispered, ignoring the passerby-looking man's request for help, and looked back at the Imperial Obito, licking his tongue from time to time. "Until the storm subsides." Only then did Obito put down the sword of rebellion in his hand. At this moment, there was not a single tree within 500 meters of the place. The ground was completely bare. "Call out!" The Susanoo on Imperial Obito's body vibrated its wings and flew near Sasuke, looking down at him from above and said, "Compared with the thunder release Kirin and my sword of separation, it seems like nothing. You win." Sasuke was silent for a moment. He knew that after the failure of the lightning release Kirin, he no longer had any tricks to defeat the opponent. So he put away the curse seal directly, and after returning to his original state, he panted and said, "But, this doesn't seem to be the power of the Sharingan. What is that sword?" He was not worried that the other party would come over and stab him to death with a sword. "After all, we are all Uchiha. It's just a competition, it won't be a life and death fight. Not everyone is that bastard Uchiha Itachi. As for what he just said about killing the other person, that's just talking tough." In fact, Kirin's landing point was at least dozens of meters away from the opponent. Given the opponent's ability, Sasuke believed that he would at most seriously injure him. Unexpectedly, Kirin was actually defeated directly. "Didn't you say that? This is a spiritual sword developed by the Divine Weapon Development Department, specially developed to match the power of Susanoo. The Sword of Separation was named by His Majesty himself." The Empire Obito replied, and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Konoha. "Someone is coming. The noise from the fight just now was a bit too loud. Come with me to avoid these eyes." After saying this, Imperial Obito appeared beside Sasuke in a flash, then put one hand on his shoulder, twisted his body, and disappeared in front of Orochimaru. "It's not the instant body jutsu, it's the time-space ninjutsu? What a scary Uchiha!" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, just as he was about to evacuate. There was another rotation around, and the Imperial Obito who had just disappeared reappeared. Orochimaru instinctively wanted to step back and dodge, but Imperial Obito just glared at him with his Sharingan. He stood there, watching the other party put a hand on his shoulder and disappear with him. Shhhhhhh. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard one after another. Several Anbu ninjas landed and their eyelids twitched as they looked at the wasteland with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a large area of bare forest nearby. Amazing destructive power. Did another war just happen here? Is it the invasion of the tailed beasts from Kumagakure again? Who will resist them this time? Lady Tsunade is still in training. Could it be Jiraiya-sama? Forget it, let's go back and report to the Hokage. After a while, they left again. In a strange space, Sasuke, Imperial Obito, and Orochimaru appeared one after another. Sasuke and Orochimaru looked at the strange space in front of them with some curiosity, which was filled with long stone pillars. "This is where?" Sasuke asked. "The Divine Power Space, the space granted by my kaleidoscope ability," Imperial Obito said very bluntly. "The power of the Manjiki? So besides Susanoo, the Manjiki still has this power?" Sasuke said with a serious expression. "Why are you envious?" Imperial Obito rode. Sasuke did not respond, but asked. "Let's continue with the topic just now. What is the Divine Weapon Development Department? Is it the organization behind you? Is Your Majesty the code name of the leader of the organization? If you insist on understanding it this way, it's not impossible. It's just. Your Majesty's greatness is something you cannot even imagine or understand at the moment. This is not something that can be explained by just a leader of an organization. Imperial Obito shrugged. Uchiharuntu, by fighting with you. I can imagine how powerful your organization is, can I join? Sasuke said with his eyes flickering. When Orochimaru, who was not far away, heard these words, his eyes twitched suddenly. My precious child whom I have raised for nearly 3 years now wants to defect. How can I allow this? Orochimaru was furious and wanted to tie Sasuke back right now, but when he saw the sword in Obito's hand and the eye contact they had just had, he didn't dare to act rashly. Sasuke-kun, after betraying Konoha, are you planning on betraying me now? He licked his lips and said bitterly. Betrayal? This word is usually used when superiors and subordinates go against each other. But, you and I are just partners, and our common goal is to kill Uchiha Itachi. What betrayal? Sasuke retorted without changing his expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 Manjiki Sasuke. Chapter 72 Manjiki Sasuke, please read. From the beginning, he only used Orochimaru's power to strengthen himself. Now, there is not much to learn from Orochimaru, so he might as well stick with his own clan. As long as he can get revenge, he can give up everything. Through the fight with Uchiharunta just now, Sasuke knew that Manjiki was very powerful. At the moment, I am probably no match for Itachi. Is that so? Sasuke-kun, it really makes me sad when you say that. Orochimaru looked gloomy. Don't be sad, Orochimaru. As long as you join my organization, won't you be able to be with your beloved swordsman Sasuke again? Imperial Obito said. Orochimaru's expression hardened. Join your organization together? Then I still have a chance to take action against Sasuke? Moreover, no matter how I look at it, it is very likely that your organization is another Xiao, right? Do you want to use my technology to realize your delusional ambitions? As Orochimaru thought to himself, he inevitably thought of the Akatsuki organization. Especially that woman named Zionin. If she hadn't asked him to pay the organization's fees and hand over his technology every once in a while, he would not just have a conflict with Uchiha Itachi and then escape from it. That bastard woman is going too far. Although Orochimaru is not a good person, he at least gives his subordinates some strength. And what about the Akatsuki organization? They can't get any benefits at all, but they just keep making big promises about unifying the ninja world. It's really annoying. Who do they think he is, Orochimaru? Who can't draw a picture? Why don't you want to? Said Imperial Obito. He. Orochimaru smiled with a fluctuating expression. Before he could speak, the Imperial Obito said. Don't rush to refuse. There is something I think you might be interested in. After he finished speaking, he looked at Sasuke again, then he moved his right hand over his left hand, and a bottle of blue potion and a bottle of red potion were taken out. Give. Drink the red and drip the blue onto your Sharingan. Imperial Obito said this before throwing 2 bottles of potion at Sasuke. Sasuke took it and narrowed his eyes. He didn't ask why. He unscrewed the red potion and drank it all, and then dripped the blue potion on his Sharingan. Sasuke groaned and covered his eyes with his hands. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation in his eyes, which made him suffer. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Thoughts were surging in my mind. At this moment, he thought of the time when he was young and rushed home alone with excitement, wanting to share his joy with that bastard Uchiha Itachi, but ended up seeing him kill his parents with his own hands. He thought of the beating that Uchiha Itachi, that bastard, had given him. Thinking of the other party's hateful words. My foolish brother, if you want to kill me, then just resent and curse me, and then live on in ugliness, constantly running away just to stay alive, and then one day when you have eyes like mine, come to me. I have always played the role of your ideal big brother in order to confirm your ability. You have become my opponent in measuring my own ability. Aa. Uchiha Itachi. I must kill you. No matter what the cost. I must kill you. Sasuke lowered his hands, suddenly opened his eyes. And a shrill roar resounded throughout the space. Boom! A terrifying and astonishing burst of purple chakra. This chakra instantly transformed into a purple skeleton giant. As Sasuke continued to roar, the giant quickly condensed flesh and blood, and then a set of armor covered the whole body. Orochimaru, who was not far away, was stunned when he saw this. What did he see? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, which originally had 3 megatama, somehow connected into one and became a kaleidoscope like Uchiha Naruto's. The 3 megatama turned into a kaleidoscope? Why? How did they do that? Was it because of the 2 bottles of potion? And this thing on him? Is it also Susanoo? Why is it so huge compared to Uchiha Naruto? Orochimaru was extremely curious and shocked. The other party's research on the Sharingan is much better than his. This is... The pain in Sasuke's eyes slowly disappeared, and he discovered his own abnormality. He murmured in surprise, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then he covered his face and laughed wildly. He, ha 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 ha. I feel it. Endless energy filling my whole body. I understand. I understand everything. This is Susanoo. The divine power of the Uchiha clan. Now I can definitely kill that bastard Uchiha Itachi. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What did you give Sasuke to drink? Why did it allow him to awaken his Manjiki? Orochimaru looked at Imperial Obito with greed and desire on his face and asked. This question also made Sasuke stop laughing wildly, and he looked at the Empire Obito with burning eyes. The blue one is a special medicine for the Sharingan, which can greatly enhance pupil power. Anyone with sufficient potential can awaken the kaleidoscope after using it. It is one of the special medicines developed by the Imperial Medicine Development Bureau. As for the red one, that is the Sacred Tree Gene Potion. This may be difficult for you to understand. To put it simply, it is similar to Hashirama Senju's physical constitution potion. But this is just the beginning. Imperial Obito said. Orochimaru was shocked. Sharingan special medicine? It can greatly enhance pupil power. Maybe even awaken the kaleidoscope. And there is also the physical potion of Senju Hashirama, this. When Orochimaru finished speaking, he couldn't help but take several breaths, and his chest and abdomen kept rising and falling. Senju Hashirama's physical condition potion, this is really an amazing thing. This thing was once one of Orochimaru's research projects, but unfortunately it failed in the end. I didn't expect that this so-called empire of Uchiha Naruto actually possessed such amazing science and technology. Amazing! So amazing! Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal strong curiosity and interest in his eyes. He became more interested in organizing the empire. This is not a stupid organization like Xiao that only knows how to take but has no technology at all. Uchiha Sasuke didn't understand this. But the evolution of the Mangekyo is enough to make him excited. What's more, Hashirama Senju is the first Hokage and has the same physique as him. No wonder he feels his strength has skyrocketed. Of course, what interested him most was the so-called organization empire. Orochimaru, you are a genius, with a vision and will that transcends the mortals of this era. It's a shame to continue wasting your talents here, join us. There are many people like you. And you can better display your wisdom and talent. Come join us, trust me, you won't regret it. The seductive voice of Imperial Obito sounded again. That's a really good suggestion, Junto-kun. I admit that I am somewhat tempted. But if you want me to join, I think I need to go to the Empire to see it with my own eyes, to witness it, and to understand it. After the unpleasant experience with the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru said with some caution. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. As the title says, it will be on sale at 0 o'clock. After failing in the competition for Sanjiang, the popularity of NARUTO'S started to decline. There was no hope, so I might as well just put it on the shelves. There will be 0 updates at 5:8.22, a total of words. The subsequent updates will depend on my performance and status. After all, I have been quite busy recently because I am getting married on. But even if I get married, I will not stop updating. I will save as many drafts as possible during normal times, so the normal updates will depend on my status. If you are interested in this book, please remember to support and subscribe. After all, this is how the author makes a living. End of this chapter. Chapter 74, Orochimaru, I want to see Sasuke-kun's Mangeki ability. Chapter 74, Orochimaru, I want to see Sasuke-kun's Mangeki ability, 4K, please subscribe. Of course, but it won't work now. The road to the Empire still requires the power of the tailed beasts. Imperial Obito Road. The power of the tailed beasts is run to currently collecting the tailed beasts. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. That's it. Do you need help? With the combined efforts of the three of us, I believe we can capture him even if he is inside the ninja village as long as we cooperate properly. Orochimaru said with a smile, looking confident. Join forces? What are you talking about, Orochimaru? Do you need to work together to capture something like that? Imperial Obito frowned and looked at Orochimaru strangely and said. This stunned Orochimaru, who had just looked confident. What does run-to-kun mean? The ninjas from the Mere village are nothing more than a bunch of ants on the ground. The Empire's Obito looked disdainful. If I wasn't worried about causing unrest and killing too many people and being blamed by the people of the Empire, I would have done it long ago. So Run-to-kun is worried about this. That's such a pity. Orochimaru's eyes twitched. I thought to myself that the guy in front of me was too good at pretending, and smiled awkwardly. That's right, Jun-to-kun. I also got some news about the three tails before. Now it is an ownerless tailed beast. As long as we confirm it, maybe we can take action on it. Masterless tailed beast? That's good. We don't have to worry about capturing it causing too much resistance or killing. Then this task is left to you. Imperial Obito nodded, paused, remembered something and continued. By the way, can you do this alone? There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. This made Orochimaru angry. But looking at the other party's expression, he didn't want to show weakness, so he gritted his teeth, licked his lips and said. Of course, it's just a mere three-tail. As expected of one of the three legendary ninjas, someone who had the power to capture the tailed beasts alone during the ninja village era was considered quite a strong man. Obito from the Empire gave Orochimaru a rare compliment, which finally made Orochimaru feel a little better. He turned his head again and looked at Sasuke. By the way, what is your kaleidoscope ability? Mangekyo ability? Apart from that thing called Susanoo, does Mangeki have other abilities? Orochimaru asked curiously without waiting for Sasuke to respond. Of course, the Mangeki Sharingan is an eye that houses the power of God. Susanoo is just a standard feature of every Mangekyo. In addition, it is also called the Eye of the Soul. According to the owner's most primitive desires and dreams, the left and right eyes will gain corresponding powerful abilities after they are upgraded to kaleidoscopes. Imperial Obito explained. Great! Is this the true meaning of the Mangeki Sharingan, the Eye of the Soul? Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. So, Mr. Runta's ability to make his body virtual, and the ability to bring us into this different dimension, is the ability of the kaleidoscope. You can understand it that way. Imperial Obito nodded. That's amazing, slurp. Orochimaru licked his lips again and looked at Sasuke. What will be Sasuke-kun's awakened ability? It's really exciting. His sinister snake eyes were filled with greed and desire that could not be concealed. Humph! Suzuki felt Orochimaru's gaze, snorted in disgust, and suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. If you want to know, then experience it yourself, Orochimaru. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzuki glared at Orochimaru. Tumultuous. Black flames suddenly ignited from Orochimaru's body, burning him and causing him to scream. Ah! Suzuki-kun! Quick! Stop it! Do you want to kill me? Orochimaru's body was covered in black smoke and he rolled on the ground in pain. He. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, don't you want to know my abilities? This is my power. Amaterasu. How does it taste? Suzuki laughed, covering his eyes. No. Stop it. Orochimaru was still screaming and rolling around. The Imperial Obito on the side frowned. Suzuki, your other ability should be Kagutsuki no Mikoto, right? Dispel the black flames. Orochimaru will be our partner from now on. Humph. I really hate the look in Orochimaru's eyes. He has been spying on Uchiha's Sharingan. Are you sure you want to let him go? Suzuki asked back. Peek into the Sharingan? Once he sees the power of the Empire and more ways to become stronger, he won't have such thoughts. Put away Amaterasu. Imperial Obito spoke in a commanding tone. Humph. I hope you're right. Suzuki was silent for a moment, then his eyes widened again. The black flame attached to Orochimaru immediately seemed to come to life and slowly separated from his body. Freed from the burning of the black flames, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out another version of himself. Covered in mucus, he exhaled, looked at Suzuki with a face full of cold sweat and said, "The black flame just now was released by focusing your gaze? It's really a terrifying Mangekyo ability. Amaterasu, Kagutsuki no Mikoto." As he spoke, he licked it unconsciously again, and the desire in his eyes became stronger. The Mangekyo Sharingan is really powerful. Not only does he have special abilities, he can also release Susanoo. If only I had it too. Tsunade and Jiraiya are no longer worthy of being my opponents. I will far surpass them. Maybe even stronger than all the cages of the past. But it's a pity that I may not be able to deal with Suzuki now. When Orochimaru thought of this, he couldn't help but feel distressed. The duck that was in his mouth was about to fly away. Okay, what needs to be done has been done. Orochimaru, you can go back and get information about the three tails. Suzuki will stay with me for the time being. Seeing that the time was almost right, Imperial Obito spoke. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I understand, Junto. I stay in Konoha with you? I'm a traitor now. If I'm discovered, it will be very troublesome. Sasuke's expression changed and he was a little hesitant. Don't worry, you won't be discovered. Obito replied calmly, and then added. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts, Suzuki. You can't kill Itachi. Besides being our prey, there are many other people who want to kill him. Killing him simply would be too easy for him. That bastard. I want him to know what despair and cruelty are. Tisk. Have you seen through me? But, besides us, is there anyone else who wants to kill Itachi? Suzuki felt unwilling and confused. Of course. There are too many people in the Empire who want to make his life worse than death. Imperial Obito Road. Empire, what kind of organization is it? Why do they hate Itachi so much? What did that guy do? Suzuki asked curiously. What exactly is the Empire? This is a little difficult to explain. Just stay by my side and you will slowly understand. Come on, I'll take you to meet my two companions. Imperial Obito said the last sentence. He placed his two hands on Suzuki and Orochimaru's shoulders respectively, and turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. The three of them reappeared in a messy forest. Orochimaru took one last deep look at Sasuke before turning away. He disappeared in a few jumps and blinks. Watching his disappearing back, Obito threw a disguise mask and a set of clothes to Sasuke. After a while, Sasuke turned into a man who looked like an ordinary person. The two of them walked towards Konoha in a swagger. "Haven't gone very far." A familiar voice came from a distance. "Come on, everyone. Feel the flow of your inner energy and get used to it. Try to reduce your fatigue as much as possible. There's only one lap left. If you hold on, you can rest." This voice is... Sasuke paused and turned to look in the direction of the sound. "I saw a girl with pink hair that reached her ears, jogging with a group of people. There were at least dozens of people in this group. They were all so tired that their faces were pale and their eyes were full of stars, but they gritted their teeth and followed the pink-haired girl closely." "So it's Sakura. You're running with so many people? What is Konoha trying to do?" Sasuke whispered in surprise. "I couldn't understand the scene before me. 3 years ago, it seemed that the only ones who did this were the master and apprentice duo Might Guy and Rock Lee, right? Why are so many people in Konoha practicing physical skills now? This is the order from the Hokage. These people are training in martial arts with Haruno Sakura." Imperial Obito glanced at it and replied. "Martial arts? What is that?" Sasuke frowned. "The Empire is a training system developed by the organization that is different from chakra. It can make the practitioner's strength increase dramatically. As one of the first beneficiaries, Naruto's strength is already comparable to that of a Hokage." Imperial Obito explained. "The new training system can actually allow Naruto, a loser, to grow to a level comparable to that of a Hokage. No wonder the people of Konoha take it so seriously. But why would the organization teach Konoha such an important thing?" Sasuke frowned, recalling Naruto's terrible performance when he first met him. With that kind of strength, calling him just an ordinary jonin would be overestimating him. Now he has become so strong, comparable to the Hokage? If I hadn't activated the Mangekyou Sharingan, it would have been a bit troublesome to deal with him, but now, it doesn't matter. With the Mangekyou Sharingan, I am invincible. A mediocre person without a kaleidoscope is not worthy of being compared with me. Why teach it to Konoha? Of course, it's because Konoha will belong to the Empire sooner or later." Imperial Obito replied calmly. "So you want to conquer Konoha?" Sasuke looked a little serious. "That's not an easy task. There are quite a few ninjas in Konoha. Numbers are meaningless in front of a truly powerful person. Once you have the complete Susanoo, you will understand everything. The so-called ninjas are nothing more than stronger and weaker ants, the only difference is how many you can kill with one kick." Imperial Obito replied indifferently. Sasuke was stunned. Complete Susanoo? Yes, this is also the true power of the Uchiha clan. The power of God that mortals cannot reach. Imperial Obito whispered, his face full of pride. "Oh, that's really exciting." Sasuke also showed a hint of curiosity and yearning. Sakura just passed by the two of them with a group of ninjas. She glanced at Obito with a smile and said, "Hello, Brother Runtu. Is this person next to you a new friend?" "Ah, that's right." Imperial Obito nodded, looking uninterested. Seeing this, Sakura didn't say much. She just smiled and nodded to Sasuke, then led everyone past and soon disappeared without a trace. "Let's go." Sasuke's eyes did not stay on Sakura for a few seconds, and he looked at Imperial Obito again. "You don't want to meet Naruto and Kakashi?" "No, this useless bond will only make people weak." Sasuke shook his head. Imperial Obito and Sasuke returned to the apartment. "Close the door." He threw another book to Sasuke. "Uchiha Spiritual Martial Arts?" Is this the so-called martial arts that Naruto and Sakura practiced? Sasuke asked as he looked at the large words on the book. They practice the 6 forms of martial arts. It is a physical martial art. This is a spiritual martial art, and also the Uchiha's exclusive martial art. After practicing, the various abilities of the Sharingan can be strengthened, and Yin attribute chakra can be increased. Just watch it yourself first, and ask me if you have any questions. Imperial Obito said, and took out a flower from somewhere and began to petal it. Love, don't love, love, don't love, love, don't love. Sasuke couldn't understand Obito's strange behavior, but he was quite interested in the Uchiha spiritual martial arts, which was specifically designed to strengthen the power of the Uchiha clan, so he slowly flipped through it. Of course, what he cares about most is Uchiha spiritual martial arts. This kind of thing specific to Uchiha, none of the Uchiha clan has it. How could this guy named Runto and this organization exist? The organization called Empire became more and more mysterious in Sasuke's mind. Time flies. The sun outside the window sets quickly. A man with a passerby-like face, unusually strong build, over 1.9 meters tall, and a relatively thin, shorter man pushed open the door and walked in. Sasuke looked at the two of them and said, "You two are Uchiha Runto's teammates." There's one more person, won't you explain it, Obito? Empire Niji looked at Empire Obito without any scruples and called him by his real name. Obito. Sasuke raised a brow. Love 187 times, don't love 198 times, still 11 times left, damn it. Obito put away the flowers in his hand with an ugly look on his face, and said weakly. This guy is the Sasuke of this world. Sasuke on the side saw that his identity was revealed, so he took off the disguise mask on his face. Looking at that familiar face, the Empire's Ninkai said with some surprise. It's actually the Sasuke of this world. Isn't he following this world's Orochimaru? How did you kidnap him? Oh ho ho! The Sasuke of this world. Empire Lee's eyes glowed, and he appeared in front of Sasuke in an instant, holding up his hands. The unsuspecting Sasuke's pupil shrank. So fast, as expected, to be Runto's companion, these guys are definitely not weaklings. Hey! 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 Sasuke-kun, do you want to practice our martial arts with me? I promise that after you practice, your strength will become super strong. Come on! Let's burn our blood together. Youth! Empire Xiao Li couldn't help but roar. End of this chapter. Chapter 75, Konoha's encounter with Orochimaru. Chapter 75, Konoha's encounter with Orochimaru, edited. Sasuke's forehead was covered with sweat. He felt that the guy in front of him was strangely familiar. Why do they look so much like the master and disciple with thick eyebrows? In this world, apart from those two idiots, there are still people with this kind of personality? It's really rare. With his face trembling, Sasuke looked at Runto gloomily and said, "Don't you care about this guy? I'm not his captain, how can I manage it?" The Empire Obito doesn't care about the way. It made Sasuke's heart skip a beat. Uchiha Runto is not the captain of the three. Are they equals? Or is he a subordinate? These two guys are as strong as Runto? Or even stronger? What a joke! Just explain everything clearly, Obito. You didn't collect intelligence today, what did you do? Imperial Niji pressed. Imperial Obito obediently expressed his thoughts and what he encountered. I see. I wanted to lure that bastard Uchiha Itachi over here, but Orochimaru and Sasuke showed up instead. It would be possible to subdue them both now. Especially Orochimaru, as a genius scientist, he is of great value. We understand your intention to redeem yourself from your crimes, and I will explain this to His Majesty later. Imperial Niji nodded. You are Runto? No, you are the captain of Obito? He asked me to join the organization without revealing any information about the organization. Can you tell me about it? Sasuke said. He was very curious about the Empire organization. Okay, but I'll only say it once. Whether you believe it or not, I won't explain further. As Ningji of the Empire spoke, he gave a brief account of the dimensional world and the Empire, while returning the three people in the room to their normal state. Looking at the familiar faces of two of the three people, Sasuke was silent for a moment before he raised his lips and said, "Another world, the Shinryu Empire, and another me and everyone in Konoha. This is really too interesting, he he he." Sasuke covered his face with one hand and laughed. "Oh? You believe it," said Ningji of the Empire in surprise. "No one can lie in front of my eyes." Sasuke smiled confidently, his eyes flashed red, revealing a constantly spinning kaleidoscope. Manjiki? The Sasuke in this world can also open the Manjiki? As expected of the twin stars of the imperial capital. Empire Ningji sighed a little. That was activated after he took the potion I gave him. Imperial Obito interrupted. Ninkai's eyebrows jumped. Is that so? As expected, it's better not to have any expectations of the people in this world. Don't say that, Niji. The Sasuke-kun in this world just didn't practice martial arts. Come on. Sasuke-kun, practice martial arts with me and burn your youth together. That way you will definitely become super strong. Xiao Li grabbed Sasuke's hand again. You too. Humph. I admit that I wasn't so powerful before I had the kaleidoscope, but I'm completely different now. Sasuke looked unhappy. He has eternal eyes. Imperial Niji turned his head and looked at Imperial Obito. How can it be? Imperial Obito said speechlessly. Then what is he pretending to be? Imperial Niji looked confused. That's just my personality. Imperial Obito said. I see. Is this the personality of Sasuke in this world? He is very pretentious even though he has no strength. I understand. The undisguised words of the Empire Niji made Sasuke's face flush with blood. He glared at him angrily and said. Damn it! Don't think you can look down on Uchiha just because you are Obito's partner. Put away your frivolous attitude. Otherwise I don't mind letting you know the power of kaleidoscope. I must know better than you how powerful the kaleidoscope is. The Empire Niji said, then raised the corner of his mouth. But, if you want to spar with me, I'm always here to accompany you. Spare. Spare with the Sasuke of this world. That's a good idea. My youth is burning again. Ah! Xiao Li's eyes were blazing with fire and he became interested. Humph. Since you want to experience the power of the kaleidoscope, I will let you see it. Sasuke looked gloomy. A group of people quickly used the power of Kamui space and appeared more than 10 kilometers away from Konoha. Boom! A fierce battle began. The battle goes as quickly as it comes. But a few minutes passed. Sasuke held his stomach in pain and looked at the man in white standing in front of him with a distorted face. The man in white is naturally Ninkai from the Empire. A ball of Amaterasu's black flames continued to burn around him, but it was never able to actually touch the body of the Imperial Niji. Instead, it continued to rotate in a Tai Chi pattern. How is this possible? It's just a mere Hyuga, but he actually possesses such power. He can reverse my attack and use the force to penetrate my Susanoo. Sasuke's voice was filled with reluctance and regret. This is the power of martial arts. An ordinary kaleidoscope is far from defeating me. Imperial Niji looked indifferent. Don't be discouraged, Sasuke-kun. The power of martial arts is extremely strong. As long as you learn with me, you will become super awesome. They will definitely defeat us then. Empire Xiao Li comforts. What do you mean? Do you think you can defeat me too? Sasuke glared at the other person with an unhappy look on his face. Now, there should be no problem. Empire Lee smiled and gave a thumbs up. Damn it! How dare you all look down on me? Looking down on Uchiha. Sasuke was completely furious and challenged Empire Lee again. In this way. 1 minute later. Sasuke lay on the ground with his face swollen like a pig's head. Lose. Lost. Are you a monster? You smashed Susanoo to pieces with just one punch. Is this the kind of power a human can possess? Impossible. This shouldn't be the case. But this is the power of martial arts. It can prolong one's life and protect one from all diseases. If you practice to a high level, you can penetrate the sky and shatter mountains and rivers. No ninjutsu or bloodline limit can compare to it. So, come practice with me. Imperial Lee gave Sasuke a thumbs up. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly, suddenly thought of something, and asked. Who is stronger, me in the other world or you? Of course you are strong. Our Sasuke-kun is super strong. The so-called twin stars of the imperial capital. That is a title bestowed by His Majesty. She is the brightest star among her peers. We are far from it. Xiao Li praised it with some respect. Humph. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth. In the other world, I am still stronger. I am not as good as these guys now, it seems that it is because I have not practiced martial arts yet. He comforted himself in his heart, and then thought of what Empire Little Lee said. The twin stars of the imperial capital? Not bad. Then who is the other twin star that can be ranked alongside me? Could it be someone from another ninja village? He felt that apart from him, everyone in Konoha was just a bunch of mediocre people. It's Naruto-kun. Empire Little Lee said. Naruto? The imperial capital twins. Sasuke frowned and suddenly began to doubt the truth of the information provided by the three people before he stood up. What a joke! How could a last-place guy like him be called the twin stars of the imperial capital? Does he have that ability? Sasuke felt a little unhappy. However, he soon returned to the apartment with the imperial trio, and then devoted himself to practicing the Uchiha spiritual martial arts, staying at home every day. I don't know if it's to surpass the Empire's Ninkai and Rock Lee as soon as possible to complete their revenge. I still don't want the Naruto in this world to surpass me. Soon another month has passed. Call. In the suburbs of Konoha, Tsunade, who was dressed in tight clothes that made her perfect figure particularly eye-catching, snapped her fingers. One air bullet after another flew out from her fingertips and smashed the wooden stakes not far away into pieces. Next to them, among the outstanding martial arts students belonging to Naruto's group, Shizune applauded repeatedly. As expected of Lady Tsunade, you are so amazing. The power of the finger gun in your finger is much more powerful than Naruto, Sakura, and the others. With Lord Hokage's aptitude, he should be considered a martial arts genius, right? Yi said. The burning passion of youth, Hokage-sama, is no less dazzling than anyone else, and even more dazzling. It's decided. Today I have to practice 5,000 steps. If I can't do it, I'll practice hammering an iron block 3,000 times. Xiao Li's eyes were burning with flames, and he looked at Tsunade with a passionate face and shouted. Ah! Li, what you said is so good. My blood is burning too. Kai yelled as well. Ha 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 ha. Let's burn together. For a more wonderful youth and passion. Empire's Little Lee, who had already become familiar with everyone, also laughed. Tsunade-sama's finger gun can now be renamed as finger cannon, its power is truly terrifying. Kakashi complained. Granny Tsunade is indeed amazing. If I were to ask my martial arts teacher to evaluate me, I believe he would also praise Granny Tsunade as a martial arts genius. Naruto also praised. Humph! Who do you think I am? Tsunade said this proudly, and then said with a serious look. However, the more I come into contact with martial arts, the more I understand its power. The control of the body by true Qi. It far exceeded my previous understanding. And its plasticity is also extremely strong. When I integrated the principles of the superpower fist with the finger gun, my finger gun did complete its transformation. As for genius? Kakashi, you are not inferior to me. Kai, you are the fastest among us in cultivation, and you are worthy of the name of the Blue Beast. Ah! This is pure luck. Maybe the compatibility of practicing martial arts this time is more suitable for me. Kakashi said modestly. It's really surprising that teacher Kakashi can practice so fast. After all, your pure yang energy has been leaking out like a funnel. Naruto complained. The expressions of Tsunade and Shikaku who were present changed slightly. Kakashi's eyes twitched. Naruto, you bastard! You keep talking nonsense. Fortunately, no one knows. Kakashi remained silent. Pure yang energy? What is that? Is it related to practicing martial arts? Can we get more of it? I really want to learn how to fly in the sky with the moon step as soon as possible. Ino said with some longing. Ahem, that's the scarce energy in the human body. There's no way to replenish it. Just ignore it. If you practice well, I believe you can master the 6 styles soon. Kakashi encouraged everyone and quickly changed the subject. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi is right. Martial arts is the same as taijutsu. Only by burning your youth and working hard can you become better. This is a road with no shortcuts. It only requires hard work. Everyone! Come on! Kai raised his right fist and shouted loudly. Teacher Thick Eyebrows, do you think everyone can be like you? If I exercise 20 hours a day for a month, I will die. Ino looked exhausted. Ha 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 ha. Everyone's passion is still not burning strong enough. Kai laughed. The others had different expressions. Now. A month passed. All ninjas also showed varying degrees of talent and potential in martial arts. Among them, Might Guy is the best. Of course, in reality, Tsunade and Kakashi's talent in martial arts is not inferior to Might Guy, but unfortunately Guy's training is too crazy. Other people may be able to persist in this high-intensity training for a day or two, but forget about it for a week or a month. Therefore, the gap naturally arises. For now, Might Guy is learning martial arts faster than Naruto. Next are Tsunade and Kakashi, who are on par with Naruto. The next level are Lee, Ningji, Chuji, Kaiba, and others, who are equivalent to Sakura. As for the others, they are even inferior. When Tsunade first discovered this problem, she reassigned some of the people who had almost no talent for training to carry out the mission. Therefore, all matters big and small within Konoha are still running stably. There is even enough energy to send out personnel to continue collecting intelligence from the outside world. Call out! A sound broke through the air. Everyone present looked at the newcomer at the same time. Lady Tsunade. We have important information. The Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared said anxiously. Well. I understand. Tsunade nodded and immediately moved away from the crowd with the newcomer. There is a distance of several hundred meters between them. The person who came told the information. Really, have you found traces of Orochimaru, and the possibility of the 3 tails? In any case, this information was obtained only after the intelligence officer died. We must not let that bastard Orochimaru get away with it. Besides, if he were to control the 3-tail, there might be big trouble. Tsunade whispered, letting the intelligence officer leave and heading back to the training grounds. As she walked, she was still thinking about how to solve this problem. Orochimaru is with Uchiha Sasuke, so Naruto must not know about it. This little brat is the one who has practiced the most advanced martial arts in Konoha today. It's best not to tell Tang, Ninkai, and Runto. No matter who they are, with their strength, if they obtain the power of the tailed beasts, things will become even more troublesome. So, who should be assigned to carry out this task? Orochimaru is a very difficult guy. Kakashi? With his current strength and that eye, maybe he can. Who else should be paired with him? Slowly walked back to the crowd. Something unexpected happened to Tsunade. Naruto looked anxious and said, "Granny Tsunade, I'm going to participate in this mission. I'm going to bring that bastard Sasuke back. I will never let him go this time." Whether it was Tsunade or the others, they were all shocked when they heard this. What mission? Naruto, what are you talking about? Someone asked in confusion. Some people looked thoughtful. Tsunade frowned and said, "You heard it from such a long distance. I am now in the state of wind breathing. In addition to making my wind attribute ninjutsu more powerful, saving on hand seal steps, and speeding me up, this state also has another ability, which is to greatly enhance my hearing, so I heard everything." Naruto said seriously. "I see." Tsunade sighed and looked like she had a headache. "Granny Tsunade, I want to go there. I want to teach that bastard Orochimaru a lesson and bring Sasuke back. Please let me go. You are the strongest teacher in the martial arts class now. If you leave, who will teach everyone martial arts?" Tsunade said with a headache. "Everyone has now gotten a basic understanding of martial arts, and you have learned all 6 styles of Master Nongmei. It will be the same for everyone to learn from him. Even if this doesn't work, then just follow Tang Xuet, he is much better than me in this aspect." Tang. Tsunade looked at the Empire's Li who was following Might Guy with some hesitation. "I'm afraid that won't work. Sanwei is one of our targets." Empire Xiao Li smiled and shook his head. "Don's target is Sanwei." A group of Konoha ninjas' hearts skipped a beat. "I couldn't help but think of the Akatsuki organization. Is this Tang, whose identity is mysterious, related to the Akatsuki organization?" Thinking of this, they looked at Tsunade again. Tsunade rubbed her forehead with a headache and said, "Ah! I heard it too, so it's up to you guys. Tang, you and Naruto go together." "Lady Tsunade, what are you talking about? The enemies are the Three Tails and Orochimaru. How can you let only Naruto and a distinguished guest go?" a ninja objected. "That's right. The difficulty of this mission is definitely S-level among S-level. We in Konoha should send more people and take it seriously. You guys, okay. Then this mission will be carried out by Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Kaiba, Hinata, Shino, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, Koji, Tenten, Shizune and you and Tang together." Tsunade finished. Then he said to Imperial Li, "Remember, go quickly and come back quickly. And Orochimaru is not a good guy, if possible, it is best to kill him." "Great. This time, I will never lose to Sasuke. I will definitely bring him back." Naruto clenched his fist with some joy. "Don't worry, Tsunade-sama." Imperial Li gave Tsuna a thumbs up. "As long as I'm standing, no one will get hurt, I promise you." "Then trouble you." Tsunade nodded. SHHHHHH. Empire's Rock Lee, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and others were flying through the woods at a very fast speed. Among them, Naruto, who performed the wind-breathing technique, and Rock Lee from the Empire were the best and were far ahead. Sakura, who was far behind, looked at Naruto and Imperial Lee in front of her. He glanced at his teammates who were panting behind him and couldn't help but frown and shout, "Naruto! Tang! Slow down! Everyone is in a bad condition now. If we encounter an enemy, we will be very passive. Sorry. I forgot about you all again." Naruto and Lee, who were running in the front, immediately slowed down and ran at the same speed as everyone else, but their faces were full of anxiety. He was so eager to see Sasuke again and bring him back to Konoha. Every second Sasuke stays with that bastard Orochimaru, he will be in more danger. Naruto was worried about Sasuke and was extremely anxious. But at this time he had to suppress his anxiety. We're fine, Naruto, you don't have to worry about us. Hinata said softly. Damn it. I never thought that one day when we're with this guy Naruto, we'd end up being held back. It's really unbearable. Ya said a little unhappily. Naruto, this guy, his physical strength was just fine before. Now with the addition of martial arts, he is indeed much stronger, so it is normal that we cannot keep up. Shino looked calm. As expected of Tang Jun, he has been practicing martial arts since he was young. His strength is indeed strong. I feel that he is not inferior to Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru said. Not only is she not inferior to Lady Tsunade, she is even better than him. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura rolled their eyes inwardly. You have just started learning martial arts. Don't be discouraged. Once you have mastered it, you will all be this strong. Kakashi consoled. Kakashi-sensei, forget it. There are differences in level and talent among ninjas, isn't it the same in martial arts? We are not geniuses like Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Tsunade-sama, and Thick Eyebrows sensei. How can we catch up with them? I'm afraid it's impossible in this lifetime. However, practicing martial arts does make us much stronger. This will be a great advantage for us when facing other villages in the future. Shikamaru said calmly. That's right. With the existence of martial arts, our Konoha can leave other ninja villages far behind. The other Xiaoqiang were also very happy. What advantages will it have over other villages in the future? After? Kakashi looked puzzled. If all the information about the Empire is true, I'm afraid it will be gone from now on. SHHHHHH. The group was talking as they sped along. Suddenly, Naruto stopped and shouted. I heard them. Orochimaru and the others are over there. As he spoke, he flew towards the right. When the others around saw this, they looked at each other, and without caring about their tiredness, they followed at full speed. Not a moment. They rushed out of the woods. Under the bright sunshine, a man in cloth with deep purple eyeshadow stood at the edge of the huge lake with more than 30 people, looking at them who had just emerged from the forest. You bastard Orochimaru! Give Sasuke back to me! Naruto was the first to rush out of the forest. He couldn't wait to roar at Orochimaru while he was still high in the air. It's this guy. He's really annoying. Beside Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses up with some disgust. Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke? Honglian whispered, somewhat solemn and surprised. It's Naruto-kun. Sasuke isn't here right now. Orochimaru said while licking his lips, his eyes flickering slightly as he noticed that something was wrong with Naruto who was in the wind-breathing technique. Then he shifted his gaze to look at Kakashi, Neji, Hinata and others behind him. However, what caught his attention the most was the Imperial Lee who followed Naruto closely. He couldn't help but frown when he saw his well-developed muscles. This is really unfortunate. So many enemies came at once. It seems that there is no way to capture the three-tailed beast if we don't deal with them first. One chapter is 4K, one chapter is 6K. After thinking about it, I decided not to divide it into too many chapters, as it would look unpleasant. The two-word content ended in a flash. It would be better if a chapter had 4,000 or 6,000 words, which would make it appear more rich in content. End of this chapter.